His work was out
in
before then.
2016.
And no, 100%. His work was out before then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
Been
Samuel
out a
Osborne
while.
was never.
And Dethroning Kings as well was another one. And also,
Yeah, that's another
another
good
one.
book.
Have you got that book? Yeah. PDF.
No. I haven't got it. No.
Do you want it?
What, PDF?
Yeah.
Yeah. Why not?
Yeah. Zetic Astronomy. Have you got that one?
Cheers, man. DM it. Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, I'll send them to you in a minute.
ODD was promoting that at one time.
Mate, I remember being like very young and not understanding the relevance of that Edward Hendry's book.
Yeah.
I was like 10 and I started reading a bit of it. It was on a shelf. I think it was at the church or
Yeah. I first heard of the flat Earth in the 1970s, but it was saying that the Earth was not flat, is what I learned. You know, the Earth was not flat, is what I learned. And I said, yeah, how silly. Who'd think the Earth was flat? Because you'd fall off the edge. Of course you would. Not realizing that there should have been Antarctica there all the way around. No. And it was just a ship falling off the edge. And it was backed up with advertising, the occasional advert, you know, poking fun at the flat Earth, always with the ship, you know, falling off the edge.
Going off the edge. Do you remember, what's it called? Terry Pratchett with Jason, what's his name? David Jason, isn't it? Terry Pratchett's
David Jason.
He's in a show that's about the edge of the Earth. They're living in a world where the turtles were living on the back of the turtles.
I never saw it. No, I never
brilliant.
saw that.
We'd like that.
Mm. So yeah, with the kids and that, they know it's there. It doesn't dominate their life at the moment, but it's there. You know, when there's something in space, we laugh. You know.
But that's natural, though, right? That it's not going to dominate their lives. It shouldn't dominate everyone's lives. It dominates your life a little bit. So
yeah,
you're sort of already fighting the good fight. So you know. It's like my mum said, you know, she said if she was to be railing against the globe on a daily basis, it would be a bit weird considering I'm better at arguing against it than she is. She just raised someone who's good at doing it instead to get the message out.
That's right. Yeah. You're taking it on for the whole family. You see, so as long as somebody knows, everyone else can. Yeah.
You don't.
My mother-in-law hates the topic matter completely. She does not like it when I talk about it wherever we go, because I do. Restaurants, you know, we got a family anniversary or something, sitting down, okay.
Oh,
you know,
you don't shut
I
up
can't be talking about flowers. I can't talk about flowers. I want to talk about what's actually going on. Like, do you realise that this thing is a joke? This jab, it's a hoax. I'm trying to tell them. She doesn't want to hear it. And then so I'm talking to other people who might be interested in, you know, and yeah, fine. You know, and that's what it is. And she says, he's talking about it again, look. Listen, he's talking about it again.
Is that in Japanese? Is that in Japanese? You say that,
yes, he's saying it in Japanese, yeah. Mara shabeteru yo. Kite.
Is that what it sounds like? He's talking about it again. Say he's talking about it again in Japanese.
Yeah. Mara shabeteru yo. Kite. Mara shabeteru yo. Mara henna hanashi. Yeah. So she's saying he's talking about it again, you know, it's strange. He's talking that strange talk again, kind of thing.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Yeah.
The Japs
and I said to her, I told her straight, you can't stop me telling the truth. I mean, that's silly. Maybe you don't understand it, fine, but if you believe the government all the time, then you're in trouble. Simple. You know, I'm not going to stop talking about it. I cannot stop talking about it, and I don't want to pretend it's not happening. Fuck.
People listen. People try and say that the Japanese are really cuts to the government, but the way I see it is that Japan's quite successful, and people in general are quite successful, and they don't have that bad of a homeless problem, and they don't have many problems there really. In terms of, like,
it's there. It's there though. It is there though.
It is there, but I mean, what I'm saying.
The homeless is increasing. It's increasing. Okay.
But you know what
Many
I'm saying.
people have lost their jobs. Oh yeah, I know what you're saying. It is for an Asian country, yes, but it's on a tightrope though. I think after America, it's the second largest debtor in the world. Japan.
Ooh.
Okay.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, God.
Oh yeah. The national debt is a joke.
No. Weird.
Oh yeah. They owe the World Bank big money. Always in deficit. Come on, man.
Fucking idiots.
And for all the high tech that they talk about, it's still backward in other ways. Sorry, there are other things that are backward, you see.
And we're all about that.
Right. So, it's not all like one way there. We're not plain sailing it, mate. There are pockets of problems. And they are helping. They live a long time, but they just follow the rule too much. I just think that's silly. Don't challenge any questions. Don't ask any questions.
I find it weird. In Japan, they're allowed to upload pedophilic magazines.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have the porn mags that are depicting stuff.
They used to be on the vending machines, mate. You could just put your money in it, but they don't do that anymore. They've stopped that now.
I know, yeah.
They've tidied that up. Yeah, socially unacceptable.
They did all that before the Olympics, didn't they? They changed it all for the Olympics because same reason they hung that guy.
Yeah, I mean, that was the point. Yeah, you could say that, really. Yeah, and I think they were doing it before the Olympics, but they had to make sure it was all gone. It was all gone well before the Olympics.
Exactly. And they hung, what's his name, Shitoki, or what's his name, the guy with the sarin gas? They made sure they hung him as well before the Olympics happened, because if it happened afterwards, they knew it would have got reported on by the international community.
Yeah, from the international community. Yes, Satoshi from the Omu Shinriko cult. Yeah.
Or in Shinriko,
yeah.
Could I say something?
Yeah.
Yes, please go ahead.
Crack. I really love listening to you, and I wish I could hear you better because I want to tell you that there's an echo. You have an echo. It's not.
Me. No.
Goodness. Could it be me?
No, it would be me then, I think.
It's Jin.
It's Jin? All right. I can't hear what you're saying.
Guys and dolls. If it's me,
just so that I hear you clearly. I don't mean to interrupt.
No, that's fine. Jin, I don't know. Jin, do you know how to use push to talk, buddy? So that it closes your mic automatically. Because is there an echo now, Ildiko?
No.
Yeah, I see Jin's on mute now. But then obviously he's the only person talking. So. But if he uses push to talk, but yeah, you don't have to ask the speaker, Ildiko. You're more than welcome to speak. And obviously, I get it.
Well, there are certain topics I don't have much to contribute to, but I enjoy listening to everyone's experience.
But then change the topic.
No.
Change it to what you know about.
Well, what I know about is nobody else knows about. So.
That's why we are taught. That's why we must teach. You must teach them.
Yeah, we have an opportunity to learn, don't we? Please.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, there's a certain. No, I just like to interject when there's something in my life experience that is pertinent to the conversation.
Yeah.
I don't like to necessarily
lead it.
intrude.
So, yeah, no, I get it. It's fair.
But I enjoy you. For a man of your age, you have a vast world of experience.
Probably a bad thing.
How that happened? How did that happen? You must have an enormous amount of energy for life.
I don't know about that at the moment. My energy for life is sort of diminished quite drastically. I've got bad back. I've got situations going on at the minute that just
you have all these old man problems.
yeah. I have
maybe the burden of so much experience.
Exactly. So I've luckily aged pretty well, but at the same time, life is tasting more bitter than if life were a fine wine.
Yes.
I think I just developed quite young, in some ways, and then I imagine it would have been just some of the situations I had to grow up very quickly. I didn't have a huge childhood, late teen or adolescent, early adolescent, sort of that bit. I had to skip all of that part. When I was
there are human beings who come to maturity very early. There are many examples. Shelley is one of them who came to maturity. Yes, the poet.
Oh, see some.
Yes, by 26 he had a grasp of what it is to be a human being. All its in all its variations. It was just astounding how people reach these levels of maturity so early. I myself am a very late bloomer.
Right.
I spent sometimes 10 years in just surfing and not developing in any way.
See, I would have done. You mean actually surfing, right, on the waves?
Surfing in the ocean.
See, I've done that as well. All right, I was doing that from the age of 7 till I was about 14. I surfed. I thoroughly enjoy surfing. It's actually brilliant. The only thing that beats it as a extreme sport would be snowboarding.
Snowboarding. I know. When I went to, I lived in Whistler, BC, Canada.
Oh, no way.
Yes, and but the problem was I didn't know how to ski or snowboard.
You can learn.
No, so since I was living there, I thought, well, it's a good time to learn. So when I went up, my then husband said that I should have some lessons, and so I signed up. And my instructor, because he knew that I was a surfing instructor, said that I'd have no trouble whatsoever with snowboarding.
You shouldn't have, but it's not that simple. It's not that simple. Yes, they lied to you, didn't they?
But I did not find that to be true.
They're lying to you. I know this to be true myself. Yeah.
Yeah.
Have they not surfed themselves?
I was terrified.
It's scary, isn't it? Comparatively.
It is scary. It is very scary. And the water is far more forgiving for the mistakes you make than a hard fall on the snow.
The greatest that I ever told about snow is that snow is soft. Well, no, actually, if you hit it at the right velocity and the speed at the right angle, it does actually, in fact, compact into substances similar to concrete.
Oh, yes. It's like concrete. Yes, I had a realization of that many times during that episode. So I took to cross-country skiing after a while.
So it wasn't too steep.
I'm very good in the water, but not on slopes.
See, this is it, right? Being in the water is something you're either good at or you're not, right? Or
yes, you're either afraid of it or you take to it.
Well, what I find funny is when people run along the coast and, you have rock pools, you have the various pieces of topography that lead out into the sea, right? That stuff is actually really easy to get grip on with your feet or shoes or whatever. And I used to run like at high speed through these sort of. That was something that I enjoyed very much when I was a kid.
Oh my goodness, what training is that?
Well, it's kind of like a mix between parkour and rock climbing, isn't it? Like if you think about
Yeah,
it, like
wow.
yeah, but that's really a great feeling as well. I don't know why. I just always enjoyed like running along the coast.
Oh yes, I know what you mean. When I was in Hawaii, of course, I learned to surf when I was 40 years old.
What?
So it was, like I said, I'm a late bloomer.
No way. That's insane.
Yeah, but I'm a great swimmer. And I used to take daily swims with my snorkel gear on too, because I like to look at the fish. And so I know
double breath. 1 second. Have you ever used a double breath snorkel?
Yes.
Oh, I love.
I had a boyfriend who was a deep sea diver, and he never had any equipment, and I always admired that. So,
oh my god, free diving.
Yeah. But anyway, the story was that I was swimming, looking down, and I noticed someone running on the bottom of the ocean, on the floor of the ocean, with a huge boulder in his arms
to keep him down there.
Running. So I saw that. What a curious sight that is.
Love at first sight.
when I got back on shore and I saw him come out of the water, I asked him what he was doing. He said, "I'm practicing for big waves." He said, because that's the feeling you get when a wave pushes you down and you have to hold your breath for 5 minutes.
I've been pinned. Oh my god! Like I've been pinned to when you get good at negating currents and pinned down by waves, right? You can get very good at it, but it is scary. The main thing people do is they fight against the wave that pins them. Never fight a wave that. Never fight.
No, you hold your breath and you wait for the tumbling of the water to stop.
Yep, and then relax, let the tumbling.
And then relax.
Yeah.
What I call the washing machine effect.
Yes. Wipe out. Yeah.
Exactly right. But yeah, people time it wrong as well. They end up getting straight up. As soon as they get up to the top, another big wave comes and it smacks them in the face.
Exactly.
But you have to go further out to see if you're caught in a bombardment like that. If you can't get back in, if you keep getting hit in the back.
Yes, you
have to go further out, so the waves haven't got the ability to start to curl or roll or start to gain that sort of pinnacle of pinpoint, strength on you. And just get out, get up, and then if you see another wave coming, dive under said wave.
Dive under the wave.
And under. Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, you know.
You avoid it completely. The only problem with Hawaii was that they were very sharp coral.
Yeah.
Very sharp, like a knife sharp.
That'd be, yep.
And I'd have, I'd come out of the water bleeding and I didn't know that why.
Yeah, I always had my aqua shoes on, without a doubt, because
it doesn't make any difference whatsoever.
Yeah.
That's pretty sharp stuff down there, and it'll go right through things. It's amazing.
Wow. Yeah, that stuff can be sharp, can't it?
Very sharp. If you're in there, because I used to teach, I had to be there. Sometimes I'd have to stand on the bottom so I'd get a better hold of my student.
Those weighted belts that you can use as weighted belts.
Yes,
as well.
That's true. It's true. There's no better sport, and I always admired the athleticism of champion surfers. Greatest athletes I think in the world.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's actually a lot harder than what people think. Like certain places, everywhere you go is different. So there are certain places you go where the break, you would call it, to get out past the break, where obviously where the waves are breaking, folding over and bursting into white water, to get out to the back behind. So you have waves across left to right, where, and this is particularly true with very wide beaches, where the waves will break at all different depths outward, right?
Mhm.
At distances out all across. So to get past where they all break to be able to ride a wave inward, where using the whole thing. At certain places, it's easy to do. You can cut round at the side of the cove if you're in a cove and get out there. But some places it's incredibly hard. Near where I live, there's a place that's been rated it's in the top 5 of the hardest breaks, and the waves never go above 6 feet here. In this place.
Where is that place?
I don't want to dox myself.
No. Because I used to sell a beginning surfing video all over the world, and it surprised me that it was very popular in shops from England.
Not surprised.
There's so many surfers in England. There's even a surf town in England, the name of which I can't remember right now, but it impressed
me. Wait there. I'll DM it to you right now.
Oh yes.
How about that? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Do you want to know what's interesting? That place is quite near to me.
Is it?
Yeah, the surf town. There are more than one. There's a couple, in fact.
There's a place called Skegness. They have a little bit of surfing there on the east coast, north. Yeah.
Is there any surfing in Japan?
Yeah, there's surfing in Japan. Yeah, we have in Okinawa, of course, and then Owarai, east coast of Ibaraki. They've got surfing all over Japan, really. But it's not like Hawaii with the big waves.
No.
No.
I remember my Japanese students were the most problematic.
Yeah, very cold as well.
That they were the most polite, and when I'd ask them at the beginning of the lesson if they could swim, they would all nod politely yes, but none of them really could. So we'd go out there and I'd realize that they don't know how to swim. So the Japanese were so polite. Such nice people.
Yeah, they've got very good manners, haven't they?
They have to, sometimes to the point of, even denying their safety.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah, that could be detrimental, right? Being too polite can always be detrimental.
Guardian, yes.
Yeah. Right, so what I've done is, I'm going to send you... So I've sent you the name of that town that you're probably on about.
I don't see it.
It's in your van.
Oh, there.
In your DMs. I'll send you the name of like 3 towns.
Okay. All right. I'll find it later. Problem is, I have to teach.
How to do it? Do you know how to do it the best way? If someone directly messages you, right? You're in the voice chat, right? Now.
Well, yes, I was. Hold on.
If you open up the voice channel where you can see all the people that are sat there, right? If you scroll to my name and click on me.
Oh, I see. Hold on.
If you click on me, it will say message Crack Villain, right? It will be a little message box. If you click that box, right, it will send you straight to where we are speaking. Where we can, you're call it. I've put 3 towns at the top, and then I'm going to send you 3 images that I took, and I'm going to send you 3 other images that are near where I live, the coast of where I live.
All right. Well, I still haven't found it. It won't take me anywhere. Maybe to the other side, to the right side.
On the left side, I believe it is.
It should be on the left side, yeah.
Oh, I see. Maybe on the very end where all the circles are with people's.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
And there should be a number next. There should be like a red dot with a number in it on the bottom.
Which one are you?
I'm going to be
Crack, the guy with the very top.
The very top. Yes, there you are.
Yeah. Ildiko, I've sent you a lot of material I don't think you realised.
No, I didn't. I'm not being snobbish. I didn't realize it was there.
Yeah, I've sent you a lot of material. I'm thinking, bloody hell, she's not acknowledging anything. What's going on?
I'm sorry. No, I'm usually I treat this channel like a radio program. I don't really, I don't as much interact as you just listen.
Yeah, you don't get too involved with the technical side of it.
No.
Now you are. Now you can begin, okay?
Yeah. The problem is, you see, I have a YouTube channel that demands a lot of technical attention, and I don't like to do that. I don't like any of it, really. It's not in my nature. I would prefer just to surf all day, as I said, so that's just me.
Wouldn't we all, hey?
Yeah.
Even with the wipeouts, it's still fun.
Oh, yes.
And getting the washing machine treatment. Ooh.
I never wanted to come in. I was always like a kid,
Yeah. The sound of the ocean around your ears.
I love it.
Yeah,
well,
and then you come up.
Like being out in the ocean and looking back at the island and just gazing at the wonder and splendor of nature all around you, always. That's, I think, it's to me the most natural way of living.
Yeah, I remember my first wipeout, and that's why I can remember the sound, but that's never going to be forgotten.
Very scary, very scary.
Oh yeah, because you don't know where the top, you don't know where you are.
Yeah, you don't know where up and down is.
Yeah, you're disorientated for a while, and then it all comes out, and you're spat out. Rejected. Oh, here we are.
I used to go on Kauai. You know where Kauai is in Hawaii? It's the Garden Island. Yeah. I lived on the Garden Island. So their beaches are quite extensive because it's the oldest, geologically the oldest island, and they have very steep continental shelf out. And when the wave brings you in, it literally throws you onto the shore, and there's a lot of people who've broken their backs on the.
Okay, because they're getting slammed.
Yes. Yeah. It can happen very easily.
Yeah. But it is fun though.
Yes, it's the best fun in the world. But I have to run because I've got to teach this morning. So thank you for your conversations.
I was just going to ask you, do you remember a program in the 70s known as the Galloping Gourmet? Do you remember that?
Of course.
Right. Well, in London, after the Galloping Gourmet, we used to get the yoga program on a Sunday. All right?
By whom?
Right after Galloping Gourmet was yoga.
Who did that?
That was in England. That was in England.
Yes, but I'm saying, who was the instructor?
He was an Indian guy.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, Bikram.
An Indian guru back in the 70s.
Bikram.
It's probably Bikram.
No,
probably Ikram. Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Oh, he's notorious.
Yeah, that was the one.
He's a notorious reputation in the yoga.
Yeah. Whenever you mention the word yoga, I always remember.
I'll say my 1 second, Jin. 1 second, dude. I'll say my goodbye as well. Ildiko, because I'll be right back anyway. I'll just make sure I say.
Me too.
Yeah.
Right. Bless you anyway.
Have a wonderful day, and I'll come back and say hi later.
Yeah, you too, Ildiko. Enjoy your day.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thanks for joining us. Nothing like a wipeout washing machine to wake you up, though, I tell you. Woohoo! Yeah. It's like you're in a spin cycle.
Mm-hmm. What did you ask me to do?
What is the world that we're living in now that we know we're not spinning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know courage is missing? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know flat earth is winning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living? It's like a brand new beginning. We know that most of y'all sitting there wishing, probably just itching for us to go away, completely dismissing things that we say like our minds have gone missing. Meanwhile, you're really the only one shifting reality as if it was switching, like it was some type of fantasy pitching. Next up to bat, but you wind up just whiffing. Nothing but air, you just can't do no hitting. Running around saying that water sticking to outside the balls, your logic is slipping. I understand that you might think I'm tripping. Pay attention to the words that I'm spitting. Only thing that really needs any fixing, your view of the world and the way that you're thinking. No need to go always screaming and kicking. No reason to think that Earth might be tricking. If it was spinning, then we would see drifting. If it was curving, the ships would be sinking. Logical fallacy, keep on insisting. Probably just listen. How about you try some form of consistency? Ships disappear due to angular distance. Makes a lot more sense that the curve's not existence. Why the persistence? Why the pursuit of unending persistence? Fighting a war like a soldier enlisted. Really seems as though you got it all twisted. Why not just be a bit more optimistic? Lies you've been told, the veil has been lifted. Now you've been gifted, given permission to take a position. Not in opposition to the world that we're living. Create ignition, start up the engine. Choose to accept it, now this is your mission. Tell us why the damn curvature's missing. Maybe just call up a mathematician. Give him a listen. Have him tell you about his presuppositions. Talking about how it's not superstition. A vacuum and air pressure juxtaposition. Make a decision. Tell us how this model came to fruition. You have the right to enact your volition right up to the day of mental acquisition. All I could do is provide ammunition. Can't take the heat, stay the fuck out the kitchen. Judgment day or to the last demolition. You can see this as an act of attrition. On the condition that after admission, do you a favor and start the forgiving. Then go out and share your newfound position with everybody who's potentially victim. Falling for the global prisoner system. So many flaws, no woman can list them. Shout to my beautiful parents, I missed them. Taught me to think for myself, I could kiss them. Now to the day that I'm able to whisk them away in my arms, I will reminisce them. Yeah, yeah.
How about you try out some vocal consistence, shift it to fifth, it's an angular distance.
Morning.
Good morning, Hank. Good morning, everybody.
Yo, Elijah.
What's up?
Word
What's
up.
up?
Word up.
I just schlepping around in the Facebooks and the normie communities, and it's like so. I don't know. It's very bothersome when you know what you're talking about, and the other person just, in spite of everything you say, they say, "But you
They
haven't
pretend they
proved
know
your
more.
claim."
They
Yeah,
pretend like
that's
they know more, and like nothing he says matters, right?
right. And they'll show you pictures like, because for
I've seen
instance, I
them do
said,
it to you. I
"Yo,"
watched you struggling.
like they'll be like, I said, um, Earth doesn't curve at the rate of 8 inches per mile squared or whatever, right? And they'll say, well, what's happening in this picture? And I'll say, I don't know. What was the observer height and how far should the horizon be? And they'll say, what does that have to do with anything? I was like, well, it's a geometric limitation on the globe that you think you live on.
No, you're
And they'll
cutting me
say,
off.
and, and they'll say that doesn't matter. Well, what are you talking about? All this geometry, blah 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 blah. Obviously, we have pictures, and they're dead serious. So it's almost
Yeah, that
like
doesn't
even
matter.
though I'm right, I still feel wrong. Like, you know what I
Yeah,
mean? Like I feel bad
yeah.
in a sense. It's like, what the fuck is?
You can't get
Because I
any
live in a world
concession.
where, oh, that's what you're accepting regardless, which means like that's what it is. You know what I mean? It's the weirdest.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not that it doesn't matter that it's not a globe. They're living as if it is one. Everyone is.
You came in low. What'd you?
I said it's not that we are living on a globe. It's that everyone else is living as if we are. I doubt you.
Yeah.
But I've noticed, bro, that I can't argue on Facebook like that. I'm not risking my whole account getting me. People get triggered. All right, Elijah, I'll be back in like 5 minutes.
All right, bro.
No, I just need to turn my phone off for a bit, mate. Like just for like 5 minutes. I'll put it in the fridge for 2 minutes.
I'm gonna go check out Arwen's, see what he's up to this morning on his Flat Earth Early Bird show. Got about 20 more minutes of that. Maybe no, was it an hour?
Does Nathan Oakley still do the debates every morning?
Well, I don't know if I would call it a debate, but he still does the shows every morning.
What time does he
Not
do them?
many. 9 o'clock my time, which it's 7:36, so that's an hour and a half from now for me.
Thanks.
Yeah, ballers don't typically. I mean, they show up here and there, but they don't really have. I mean, you know.
Yeah, I know what you mean. They got nothing.
It's just a.
Yeah, ballers, stay away from Nathan because.
What's he up to now? Still yelling at people?
Sorry?
Did you say Nathan Oakley?
Nathan Oakley, yeah. Recently, the ballers stay away. They got nothing.
Yeah, I like him. He's definitely brought a lot of things, but I don't know. I think he just yells at people too much.
Yeah, but So look, it's like this, right? He's been the way he tells it. He's been in this scene for quite a while, and Globus come in, mock. One dude even called a cop on him. So when they come in and lie and obfuscate, yeah, I can imagine that he wants them to feel that a quote unquote crazy flat earther is pointing them to their fallacies, right?
Yeah, fallacies, all that stuff.
Because all they got is ridicule, fallacies. Why would they lie? And pictures from space. That's all they got. Globe died with the geometric horizon.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
I know you've been hating this, but how about that radius? What is he saying though?
Have you seen NASA's latest video? They've gone back to the moon in 2024.
They went out of style.
Bro, can you hear the bot?
Mile squared, never been measured out in the
Sorry, bro.
Why would they lie? That's what they cry when it just can't be denied.
That's just I think you have the bot muted. Maybe unmute the box. You can hear me.
Got no reply.
That stuff is flat.
Who told you that? Like
The bot muted, so you're breaking up a bit.
No curvature, and the swan is black. But nice try.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Once you go flat, matter of fact, you never go back. You never go back.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would you ask such a question? Coming here crying to ask why they're lying? Dude, may I make a suggestion? It seems to me in your mind that you could use some introspection. Instead of advancing your thinking, you're headed straight to a sad state of regression. People keep thinking it's our job to find them the model that they've been requesting. Meanwhile, they're walking around every day and the world never ever suspecting that the very own senses a human possesses have never attested. Something that's absolutely and completely reversed to the world manifested. How can you think that a person like me could take someone like you even serious? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Bro, are you fucking delirious? How can we even engage in a true conversation if we can't surpass this? I'm gonna need you and your little fundy friends to pull their heads out their asses. Why would they lie? Are you fucking high? You really gotta be kidding me. The world that you've known, all on its own, has been nice and flat since the beginning, see? No 8 inch per mile squared, that's why y'all scared to have this become mainstream. So as a result, we transform into nightmares, waking folks from the daydream. So proceed to ask why they are lying without verifying your story. And at the end of the day, maybe all I can say is that y'all fucking bore me. Why would they lie? Can't even deny. You're sounding just like a baby. Maybe a hero is all that you need. Maybe y'all somebody save me.
Global abortion, all applauding. Cheers, big heads, small, enormous. From cradle to grave shall be like tortoise. NASA tower lies every day is exhausting. Nothing more boring than the stream they recorded. Yeah, that looks real, is that a joker talking? Composite my nuts is not a bore you foreskin. Ignoring, distorting the facts where they store is. Entering your mind irrespective of a warrant. To say levels curve we expect from a zealot. Spherical excess, now we don't want it. Delusional puppet digesting the stomach. Without any warning, hick on the shoremen. Are you a moron? Is not that important. Similar to Karen, always reporting. Endorsing the fraud and effects without cause. Manifest force from a pseudo source. Reversing the curse of what you've been taught. They've been rehearsed in the dirt, but they still fall short. Imaginary planetary alignment coincide with space warp. Astronauts monetary paid for. Submerging the water what they claim that they orb. It's a circus shirt clown circle in the globe. Why would they lie? Obvious the creator. If the glove don't fit and the earth don't turn, that's a whole lot of that they have to earn with the horizon. Swan, we eliminate the curve. All our eyes are on only what we can observe. Global lies are wrong, what they're hiding flatter. Keep my spies like on hide for the research. You rely upon priest and pirate like a bird. With your lying glove, preach religion like a church. How should they die? How should they die? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they try? I got the math and science on my side. I'm running circles, it's easy as pie. Your reification is all falsified. The education is all just a lie. Don't need to replace it. All I need is you to face it. All I got is time and you just waste it. This is a gift staring you in the faces. Where you gonna get the truth from? If not from us, then who you dum-dum? Made the bed of your demise and chose to sleep to count the sheep since 9 to 1-1. Never been a fighter, fact of life, a choice of wrong and right that I would never run from. State the truth, defend the youth and stop the coup. It's just a job that got to get done. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Santa was real, the fairy was real. Why mama lie? My brother died, healthcare was bad. Why mama cried? The system is broke, your son is woke. I'm setting mission on fire. Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Why would they not? The plot and derive by watching the sky and they know it's a clock. They picking both sides and listen with lies. The people pretend that they pick who they got. The people divide. divide, and then they disguise, and now they devising a plot. You ask why they lying from behind closed eyelids. You disguising an iris that's lifeless. You're denialist, but this lie is why you're a nihilist. Guess you're lying for the pride then. They enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement. Lie about what the meaning of life is. Get a degree in a 9-to-5 shift. Only way that you'll survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe them. Yeah, it's tragic. Their only tactic when the model under attack is asking where a map is. If they lied about the earth, what you even asking? Weaving past them, leaving blasting. Everything you believe is backwards. Occult belief is practice. That's what they achieve in masses. Yeah, it matters. You believe what masses. Massive incoherent magnets have a weak attraction. That's electrostatics. They always invert it backwards. Wonder what's the verdict, pastors? Religious zealots preaching, talking past us. Sent a blitz right up the middle. Who can block the fastest? Falsify the radius. You cannot walk right past it. Yeah, they truly think they got the masses, but God's got the backing, so they can't stop what happens.
Why would they lie? 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 OG. Why would they lie? I'll tell you why. They don't want to see you survive. They don't want to see you get live. Love on your queen till you have you some kids and provide. They don't want to see you revive. Take an L, they come back harder than ever besides. Packing that hammer on side. I cannot help it, bro. Second amendment on mine. They won't label you a felon. That way you can't get your hands on protection. That way they come in and fake an election. If they want Caesar assets, you can't stop or arrest them. That way the hood is simply a reflection of the design that they predestined. If you don't like it, they pop off your top like your last name was Kennedy in Dallas, Texas.
Why would they lie? Sorry, electricity. I think you had the bot muted. Still here. Everybody can hear me. What's up?
Yeah, bro, I can hear you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. You had the bot muted. No?
No.
Oh.
I was just checking messages.
Hot mic. Anyone seen the 19-mile laser test by Taboo Conspiracy?
Yeah, I saw that the other day. Like 21 miles or something.
He did let me post it. He did Utah, Idaho 19-mile flat Earth laser test. Let me post it in the live stream.
Shouldn't have been like, I think it was like 100 feet of missing curvature or something.
Yeah. Been like 70 meters, something. 80 meters. And the most beautiful part is you can see the reflection on the water from the laser.
Yeah, just another proof to add to the collection.
I mean, how much further do these lasers need to go to? Right?
That's it. Right now, it's already been hundreds and hundreds of tests being done now. Like, it's just Like, do we have to do 1,000 more or something? Like,
Well, people just deny it. I don't even know if they just deny it. It's just the mainstream has gotten ahead of them and told them that it's not worth it to look into because here's the reason, and then they'll just strawman us. So people think they know what they're talking about, and they don't have the patience to listen at the same time because they were told not to spend any time on it, whilst also arguing with us at the same time. Very weird.
Yeah, and then you get these Michelle Thaler and Bill Nye and claiming boats go over the curvature, right? That stuff has been debunked ages ago. Even globe zealots will tell you, well, we wouldn't expect to see the geometric horizon. It's only in the maths.
but that's it. The most of the population don't look at curvature measurements. You know, it's just they look at space photos, and that's good enough for them.
What's up, guys? Sorry about that. I didn't mean to hot mic with I was watching the live stream in the background.
I think.
What's up, man? It's good to hear from Decimal Z again. I can tell you that.
I love Decimal Z. He's very detailed in his explanations.
Yeah, dude, he's got the same argument I have with refraction around the sun. I speculated on that before. Like, how can you pinpoint a single light source if the atmosphere could indeed cause refraction or magnifying?
Yeah, the heliosphere, right?
Yeah, I mean, it'll cause a lot of situations, man. Got a lot of variables we got to look at.
I saw his video on trying to pinpoint the sun and said it's impossible because if the sun is a projection, then everyone sees it in that slightly different place, and you can't triangulate it.
Right. Yeah, that's where I'm at. I'm at where he's at. Definitely at where he's at. I think.
I want to compliment. Oh, sorry.
If you had
I wanted to compliment you on your song.
Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate it, bud. I'm working on another one, actually. I'm getting at it today. I gotta write a hook and I gotta send it to Battle Mod and see if he can hook me up with somebody that can sing the hook or chorus, however you want to call it.
Well, we have Leluca can sing, Karma can sing.
Yeah, that's what I heard. So I just need that. I got a beat already.
We have Crypto, Helio, if you wanna.
It don't matter. Somebody can just sing. I can't sing, so I'm not the best at all.
Well, Helio is he's a singer. Not for he sings in a choir. Is that a good word?
Yeah, sure, it works. I think if you got in a blimp, right, and got high enough, I say a good 100,000 feet, because they can stay up to 24 hours. But you got in a blimp. This is all speculation, I suppose. But if you got in one, and you change your altitude, so you're not looking through a denser layer of atmosphere, and then you observe star trails and everything else, things may appear different. I like to go there. I like to go that route. I mean, that'd be amazing to see that done. That's just my take on it. That's where I would take it. But a blimp is not cheap, guys.
I think they have high altitude footage from a plane I think it's called Sapphire, or maybe it's linked with the Sapphire project. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Electric Universe uses it a lot when they talk about it. I forget.
No, I haven't heard that one. A plane would be tough though, because it's always moving though. Then they would just be like, "Oh, it's relativity, blah blah blah." I don't want to hear that mess, man. That's why I blunt, because it stays in its position. Well, I was thinking a helicopter, but a helicopter can't stay up that long to get a time lapse. I just want to see the difference in altitude. Yeah, that right there. Yeah, that sucker flat.
Yeah, 240,000. I don't know.
We know it's flat. We know it's flat. There's no arguing that part. I just want to see what the atmosphere, what difference does it do with our observation, different longitude and altitude, all sorts of stuff. I'm really interested in the sky now. The same pattern that Decimal Z's on, or Dr. Zach.
Yeah, well, it would be good going up 100,000 feet and seeing it for yourself.
Man. Oh, and being able to do a time lapse on top of that with the camera. Oh yeah. And then bringing it back and then reproducing it down here on the ground and then putting them together side by side. Oh yeah. I have a theory. That's okay. Not a theory that we'll see something different.
I don't get you seen that the amateur rocket dudes shot the rocket up and apparently it hit something.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why haven't there been like 50 of them done by now? Like, why is it just
they can't
one?
do that. They can't let that happen. That's not going. Well, because you got to think, if you got property, right? Your property is your property. So the sky above you, that's your domain. You can use that. But as soon as that rocket goes out of your sky or your zone, then you're liable wherever it hits. So doing it in the desert or somewhere out in the middle.
Drive out in the desert, shoot a rocket up.
Yeah. But then you gotta get a lot of things passed. They're gonna ask you, why are you doing it?
It's freaking just
once you get into the why, dude, you gotta make up a story. I don't. And then they're gonna probably look you up. Who knows? They might try to look you up and just see what you're really doing. Oh, he's a flat earther, huh? Gotta go.
Sure, you drove the desert, shot it up in the air. Like, they're not gonna know.
Yeah. I mean, I wonder if it's impossible or possible to make a tiny rocket that can go that high. But then I don't know.
Augustus Picard went up there for like how high? Like he almost like died.
50,000. 50,000. Oh, I think it was 50,000 feet.
Oh, I guess he didn't almost die then.
Yeah, but that still would have been a cool observation because that still would have been cool. Because he said it was like a upturned edges, like flat. Okay. So, like, you know how our opticals are, right? You know how the walls appear to go in and then the ceiling appears to go down. Well, also does the floor. It goes up. It appears to go up. So when he said upturned edges, when he got higher and higher and higher, it looked like the earth was going uphill. But it wasn't really. It's just a perspective of how tiny he is to the earth. It just looks like it's going up. You get what I'm getting at?
Oh, yeah. It's perspective.
Yeah. That's probably what he meant by upturn edges. Because I don't think at that height you're not going to see Antarctica. That's just all speculation. But I think, where was he at? Europe when he did it, or somewhere around there? Unless he was looking at the north. What's that about? But that'd be awesome if Flat Earth had funding. I'd like to see where it goes from there.
Imagine how life would be different if all the flat earthers would invest everything they had into Bitcoin when they first found out.
Yeah. Maybe.
Yeah. I remember buying Bitcoin for $300.
$300. That's ain't Bitcoin like for a whole coin? Ain't it like $50,000 or $40,000? Something like that.
I think it's 50 something right now.
Oh, ooh, that's some money right there.
But have you seen Jacques Fresco? He's like an inventor of futuristic cities.
No, I ain't heard about him.
Look up the Venus Project. I'll post it. But yeah, he's the Venus Project. But basically, he says we have to do away with money and get away from a monetary system into a resource system, which is just based on Earth's resources and,
Well, what do you know? Look at the disc, looking like a flat Earth. No pun intended. That's funny. I wonder where he got that shape from, or whoever made that. I think, well, I have hope, man. But people in the mid-future will break the code to flat Earth, and it will blow up like never before.
Yeah, I was talking to a guy, like, he said even if everyone knew the Earth was flat, the governments would still deny it.
Oh, when the math is done, it's a wrap. Once we can get it right, it's a wrap. I mean, well, they can't have it anyways because then the infrastructure would collapse. People can say, well, how would that affect? How would that do that? Well, you got colleges; they got to remove their books. It's a lot of colleges. NASA will get shut down. They'll probably get sued. Maybe not. They word things where they are not liable in some aspects. They try to word it sneaky, like. So I mean,
yeah,
it'll definitely collapse. Though it could cause a civil war. It could. I'm not hand waving it. It will be pretty. Some people
I think
it worse than others.
It would just liberate everyone, where we just start to live truly free from government, really.
Yeah, but that'd be after everything goes crazy for about a year or two, because of the repercussions and the reactions. I'm telling you, if like say today, it came out that it was all flat, right? They came out and straightforward said it, dude. Oh, we talking about a shutdown. I would not be surprised if they shut things down because of that. So they can't have it. They got too much at stake. And there's a lot of people out there, Globers, like, well, why would they do this? Why would they do that? Come on, man. Look at the broader perspective of it. Like, this is huge, man. It's like me putting you in a house and you're not allowed to know the shape of it. Right? Or like that Village movie. Have you seen The Village? They finally figure out that they can go past the woods and it's more city. You know what I mean? That would just... Or like the Truman Show.
Pretty much.
Would be a big effect.
But I don't think it's going to happen with people learning it. Like an event has to, like something has to happen for... I don't know.
I'd definitely like to be alive to see it.
I think parents should go to their children's schools and go and ask them why they are teaching them this this big falsehood, which is patently false. We know it is.
Right.
what are they trying to achieve by it? And if this went to a court of law,
Oh yeah, it'll be a wrap. It has actually. I think that one guy took it once or twice, and but yeah, they never. They don't show up. The top academics, they don't. Big time scientists.
Yeah, because technically that's like a civil dispute.
Yeah,
something like them actually like taking this like all the way up. I mean, there's no system for what would happen after. Because you know what I mean? Like, people wouldn't be okay.
Dude, it'd be total chaos. I'm telling you, that may
They're like,
start.
hold up. If the Earth is not, because I thought the flat earthers were retarded. I thought that this was like, I swore to my kid. I was like, if it's not what I thought it was, and it was this obvious, and the flat earthers were literally like, dude, look at water, and I didn't know, and they were like, the government is lying, and the government is lying. Holy shit! How do I live my life? Because everything that I do, the government has hands on. So how do I trust anything that is in relation to the government at all?
No, that's why I said
doctors.
That's why I said
food.
That's why.
Sorry, yeah.
No, you're cool. You're cool. That's why I said that it may start a slight civil war. It would. That's just my take on it. It not like with each other per se. Who knows though? Because some will take it worse than others. That's just common sense there. But man, dude, it would be wild for at least a year. At least a year, it would be wild out here. Talk about a shutdown, dude. With that, dude, probably cities would be shut down, or states and towns here or there. It'd just be wild, man. People will start breaking stuff. Yeah, it will go crazy. That's my take on it. They can't have that though.
Yeah, I guess don't know what would happen or. Oh no.
It's not just NASA and the media who are carrying this forward. I mean, they are literally lying to children, making them take exams and telling them that this is the right answer. You have to give us this answer or, it's a fail.
Right.
I mean, it's absurd, isn't it? We are living in an absurd world. It honestly. And now that we have, what's the word I want to use? Perceived. It's not really perceived that we have found this truth. We have to struggle with this. When you mull it all over and you think of this world that you're looking at, it's quite difficult.
And another thing that I think about is like, once you're like, it's not a globe, we're not spinning in nothingness, it's not this. What? So there seems like there should be some containment, because I know how hard that was for me to like accept, but it's like, ooh, that's kind of creative-y. It's flat, it's not moving, it's like, everything is like revolving around the earth. Sounds creative. Like at that point, it's like that the rage, because I felt rage when I realized this place was fucking created, and the only reason that I stopped, my spiritual journey, well, maybe I didn't, but I stopped looking into like historical texts because, well, I was like, oh, that's dumb, because the scientists know more than all of the ancient, peoples and all of everything from the past. So whatevs. Like, that's the only reason that I abandoned all of it. And it's like, oh shit, that's pseudoscience. I'm very upset, because I felt duped out of thinking about my creator, whatever that may be, whoever it may be, how it may be. I was duped out of that because I was like, oh, it just came from nothing out of nowhere, I guess. It's like random. And then, my brain is like this complex set of things, and then I just die, and that's it, I guess. That's what I used to think. That's a very upsetting thought when you realize it's not the globe. So I don't really know how people will respond to that.
Bro, I used to watch space documentaries every night. And then when I was watching it, I was like, man, this is a lot of CGI in it. Like, what's going on?
Yeah, that got me too. Every time Neil deGrasse Tyson, man, he hypnotized you, man. I remember when I used to watch him, dude, he used to draw you in the way he talks. It was kind of like hypnosis or something like that, man. They can make something fake look fake real, like the way he talks. It's like some witchcraft or voodoo or something.
Yeah, you're right. I remember, like, I can't believe. I used to listen to him all the time, and he's like, people don't care about science anymore. That's why space exploration. And I'm like, damn, I want to learn more. So all I used to do is listen to him and listen to, Jordan Peterson and all these other atheists and shit. And it's like, I don't know how I missed it. Like, Vsauce all day, every day. I'm learning.
Oh, yeah.
I'm learning.
Oh, yeah. Definitely Vsauce, dude. That dude, he's smart, man. But you know what's awesome about Vsauce is that he didn't just hand wave the flat Earth like other typical globers do. He was on Joe Rogan's podcast that one day, and he's like, if he was kind of thinking about it here and there. Like, I don't know. Like, when he did that video, it wasn't like your typical glober though.
Did he say science doesn't prove anything?
Yeah, I think he did too.
He also did say we don't know that it's a globe at the same time. So it's like, maybe I'll take that. Maybe I'll take it. Because you know what? Like, he hasn't really been that vocal. Like, there are a lot of other people that are actively against it. Like, he just kind of, I don't know. It doesn't seem like he's really out there like that right now. Maybe he did come to the realization and now he's just like disgusted with it all and he's like reevaluating things or something. Maybe, I don't know.
Dude, it was the worst straw man I ever seen. That model that he made with the gravity on the flat Earth, making the Earth sink down. And then, like, you get to the edges and you have to, like, climb up to the edges because gravity.
I don't know if I've seen that one. Who was that one again? Hank?
That's Vsauce. He, in the beginning, it's like, well, if the Earth is flat, then the Earth's basically going to be shaped like a drain. And North Pole in the center is the lowest point because of all the gravity. And then the higher and higher and higher you go out towards the south, like, you're gaining altitude. So it was like a terrible straw man.
You know what I found out? His information is it's not him. Because correct me if I'm wrong, Don, but like when he was on Joe Rogan, he was less remarkable, like to a large degree.
Right.
Whereas his show is like really produced. He has like interesting things seemingly off the cuff, but obviously it's produced. And so I'm thinking like a lot of that information was probably given to him and to repeat, and then when the flat Earth came, it's like, damn, okay, well, his handlers probably gave him something to like repeat. And it probably triggered some cognitive dissonance because he probably is like, I don't think this is right. Because he has fallen back.
Maybe. You might be onto something right there about that. Have you seen Stranger Things? I think that's what it's called. I don't watch it, but there was a that girl that was in it. She had a video talking about flat Earth. Now I don't know if I could take her serious or not, but she looked dead serious about it. Forgot her name.
You mean the little girl, the co-star of the show? The little girl that's really a little boy?
Yeah. She did, or he or she, whatever it is, did a video about flat Earth, thinking it's flat. I'm sure she got hit with that though. Did you see it?
No, show it.
I wonder if I can find it. It's on my Facebook somewhere. She did that a while ago. I forget her name. I'll look it up. I'm definitely gonna show it though. She looks dead serious. It don't look like she's making it up. Yo, Hank, you still there?
What's up?
Yeah, I got a phone call. I just uploaded it right here. If you want to check it out.
Oh, thanks, bro.
I had to get it off Facebook. Not everybody has Facebook, so I like to share some of that stuff on YouTube.
All right, which one is it?
You can. I should have put him in
yeah.
capital letters.
Yeah,
I don't know
that's
why.
a dude.
I don't know what it is though, but you can just read them and see if they're being honest or not. I don't know. It's tough.
Yeah, I'll check it out.
Definitely need to fix that.
So Don, can you post your song here? Maybe we can play it now.
Yeah, I can post it. Yeah, I got to work on another one. It's got to be just right. I take time with my music. You know, it's funny. I took the beginning. I took those news.
Oh, I see what
clips.
just happened there. Yeah,
What's
that
that?
was a PSYOP video. So all the fans of this one will think that if they talk about it,
Right.
then they'll get shut down. It was like a self-censoring tactic. I'm sorry for interrupting, but
No, you're good, bro. Go ahead.
it's a self-censoring tactic.
Hmm.
Like everyone who's following that, it's like la-di-da, the Earth is flat. And how does the video end? Abruptly. Don't talk about it or you'll get censored. You get shut down. You get showed.
Interesting though.
Yeah, I've seen those when they come into the YouTube chat and then say, well, I'm a flat earther, but I don't want to talk about it with my family or friends because I think I get alienated, right?
Mhm.
It's a psychological warfare.
Well, right, but there could be people out there that do believe the Earth is flat, but are just not strong enough to come out. They're afraid of the ridicule. I don't know, man, but I definitely like your opinion about that, Hank. I definitely note that. I don't just dismiss it. Yeah, that song, I took some clips from a news video, and it was actually my phone I was using. And so I put that onto the beat, I mean. Couldn't find no clear pictures.
Shall we play it? Shall we play it?
If you want to.
Sure.
Over the years, NASA has given us spectacular photos and renderings that reveal a colorful and mysterious universe.
Yeah, repping Don Gio. Fire! Man came just in time.
Gas is down, no container. You just don't understand the math is on the paper. Globe heads get mad, filled up with anger. Tell you you're just a science hater. Hypothesis starts out with
fucking fire.
All I see is flat water. Where's the curve?
He's introducing us to two of the artists behind some of the most iconic space art in the galaxy.
Nathan Thompson with pamphlets and Bible scriptures. You can't just look past with the antics and dance it off like it ain't just different creation that is easily taken. They didn't know the whole earth, you're just easily mistaken. ODD, TV, and Eric Dubay, with which it gets it. Let's talk physics and do it that way. Why would they lie? You can easily say, I say easily 4 times. Did you heard it okay? Cause you probably don't pay attention to what they say. And take it in and think again, you're being played. Yeah. Letter A. You know, why is it important? Because it is!
Fire. Straight fire.
Yeah. Appreciate that, man.
Yeah, I liked it, bro. Yeah, I'd definitely jump on a track with you at some point. 100%.
Oh, that would be sweet. I'm doing something today.
Plus my shit will sound good as well. Now I've got access to the studio whenever I want.
Oh, heck yeah, bro. Hope you get your stuff back, though, man. You get your stuff back, be good to go.
Man, I don't need to get my stuff back if I got access to this place. That's the other thing. But I'm gonna start putting money in to get, cause like, well, my computer blew up, bro. So I ain't getting that back. But
right.
But I'm just gonna get a new PC soon anyway, and then I'm just gonna get an Audio Technica. I'm not getting one of those. I've got a what's it called? I've got a Beta Mic 1000. They're worth like £1,000, bro. I'll show you the mic that I'm on about. But I want to get an Audio Technica. Yeah, it's worth that's like $1,400. I'll show you a picture of it there.
Dude, I'm gonna tell you this right now. You believe it or not, dude. I use.
Awards though.
But check this. I use a USB microphone, bro.
Yeah, you can. Of course.
And it works great. And it's
mate, USB connection is one of the best connections you can get. It's not like it's less advanced or anything than a actual audio drive. Well, like the best is an optical cable for most things. Well, for sound coming out, output.
Right.
Input's different, obviously. But this mic, I don't know if it works yet because I got it out of an auction lot, and it, you know what I mean. But this mic here,
you have it already.
I've got that mic, but I have no way of interfacing it to use it. And it's a full-on jack, like it's a proper audio jack one.
Right.
Worth about £1,000. There was one second hand the other day on eBay, and it went up to £1,200.
Is it a condenser or a dynamic?
Condenser and a dynamic. It's both. It's got a condenser, and it's got a mode to switch it over to a dynamic.
Wow, really? That's interesting. Yeah. I ain't never heard that, dude. That's new.
Yeah.
I ain't never heard that.
It was made in 1997. It was made.
Really?
Yeah, you see the way it is. You see the way it is, yeah? You've got the dynamic bits in the bottom part. It's like two separate mics.
Okay.
Basically 2 separate mics in one.
Right. I never heard of that, dude. I didn't know they made them together.
Well, you can get dual condensers, but it was in 1997. So condensers are better for singing, aren't they?
Yeah, they pick up more of your P's and B's and your sound better. A dynamic is more podcasty.
It's better for rapping, isn't it?
Yeah.
Condenser.
Yeah.
Dynamic
it picks up more.
Dynamic one. The dynamic one is like can be better for singing, I've heard.
It's I guess it depends. Depends on your environment.
Well, I know a couple of singers that use dynamic instead because they reckon that it works better for.
Yeah.
But they're very expensive. They're using like $5,000 microphones in your money, I guess. But that's just because it rounds out stuff instead. Like you said, it picks up the sharper points of the P's and stuff. So
yeah, maybe.
And they're opera singers, and they don't. You know what I mean? There's not much puh sounds or tuh or anything like that. It's very.
Yeah, the pitches. Yeah, because I'm still working on learning how to mix and master my own stuff. I did another song on there, a vacation song, and that sounds more with this microphone. It sounds a lot clearer than it did with the Flat Earth song.
Mm-hmm. I'll play a song in a minute. I'll play a song in a minute that I made the beat on, and then but it's my mate rapping over it. But that'll show you the setup that I'm using, like the sound of what it sound like.
Yeah, definitely like to hear that, bro.
Sure. Going upstairs with bossy pants. Mid-century sofa. Curious about sex. How does it work? Why?
Yeah, that my vacation song, dude. It sounds a lot better than that one.
Oh, I've heard it. I realised I heard it now.
What's that?
I like the vacation one more.
The vacation? Oh, you heard it?
I have heard it, yeah, because I just heard that then, and I realised that I've heard your sound now.
Dude, I broke it down like crazy in the vacation song, gas and everything.
I'm trying to just start dropping shit before everything's used up. I already wanted to do like the grind version of like 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Like that is just a sick bar. Like I can tie that into something so quickly. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I ain't gonna take that from you. You already thought of it. I was gonna think of it.
I think someone's already done that one. I swear, probably. But anyway, like as well, like I've got a bar that goes like, I am the flame that sparks the ignition. Bang new element, scientific, pour more venom. Death sentence in the next year's imminent. But I want to be like, give me the. I even want to be like, give me the dependent variable. I can't. No, I don't know how to do it. Give me the independent or the dependent variable, and let me test this hypothesis.
Give me the IVD or something like that. I'd put IV. Like, you don't want to force it.
No, but the thing is that's just me saying it out slowly. Because grind's different,
fast,
right?
Give me the independent variable and the DV, something like that, maybe.
Yeah, I can literally say it so quickly though. Do you know what I mean? Like if I was to practice a tiny bit.
Yeah, you practice it. You can't. That's what I had to do with that vacation song because I did a few parts in there where
listen to how quick this is. Like you're messing with a man more dangerous than Jimmy in a room full of kids or children. So recognize the magnitude of this situation with an epicenter located where your face is. I'll rearrange body parts like Damien Hirst displays did. I'll rename the storm Savoy's return to dust and ashes you out down to my dick destiny. Photo scampy mastery of crass. Hiding a 737. Artistry, I spit out the bars as part of a start that aims to impart and indoctrinate you from the mass media blood food stew they offered on a daily basis. The one in which Kim and Kanye are rightfully on your favourites. But I know with due diligence I can effectively emancipate it till one day you'll pay just to see Jay-Z dead. So it's pretty easy.
Alright. Yeah, I can do a little speed, a little bit here and there, but I try to make it where somebody can understand me, and I try to make it simple with simple words, kind of like how Hobson does it. I try to.
I have to play some stuff that's pretty cool.
Yeah. Or like a NF.
Let me see what nerds and shit say. Oh no, I can't remember what sometimes sounds like.
So I'm telling you, now that I got this new mic and I'm getting better at mixing and mastering, bro, this Flat Earth song coming up next, dude, is going to be amazing, bro. The quality is going to sound better. The cadence, the delivery. It's going to be on point.
I'll show you the mic that I'm going to be using anyway. This is the mic that I'll be using what I'll be doing my music with when I start doing this, like, because we've had the lockdown and shit. It's been a bit fucking weird, bro. Like, not gonna lie.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? But I don't know how good of a microphone it really is. I know it's good enough to do tracks with, because I'll play a track through to you that my friend did.
Yeah, definitely.
It's just the mic I'm gonna be using. It's a condenser anyway. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, but that works, bro. That works.
That's the right mic, isn't it? That works, doesn't it?
Yeah, that definitely will work. That will definitely work. That's what I got. Something just like that set right now. That's what I'm on right now. There's my boom arm and everything with the pop filter, but I also got a what covers the mic.
I'll be right back. 1 sec.
I saw a post from to tell them. She mad. The sanctity yourself.
Hey, dude, that part when I said, "Put a roller coaster, get her pitch done, and make a poster." Dude, that's awesome, dude. It's amazing when you make something, like if it's either drawing or building or anything that you do that you enjoy doing, and you look back at it, and it's so amazing if you do it right and you take your time doing it. You're like, "Wow, I did that."
I want to play another song because funny.
Yeah, I was gonna play one as well, man.
So okay, so let me go first because this one I woke up with this morning. Such a catchy tune, and Drace is really a king, man. It's awesome.
Drace 24/7 Flat Earth Discord dedicated to all the new people who have yet to fully turn into a glow pad. There's still hope for you.
You know the hole in
Shut
a
up,
donut?
Brenda.
That's
I'm trying to
space
sing
time.
here. Bro, don't you even know how much we love the ball once like you? We heard it all before, it's not new to us anymore. Bro, don't you even know half the things the ball makes claims to? rest, any evidence of the curved earth crest, any evidence that it's not at rest, any vacuum next to oppress your test. There's no precedence, no evidence that the globe defends. Don't take offense, just don't be this dense. You should perhaps with some common sense, you can sit on the fence. For a groper, it's tragic, he believes it like it's magic.
You know the hole in a donut? That's space-time.
You're a moron.
No, that's true.
You're
the
a moron.
hole
Shut up.
in a donut.
Shut up. Don't
is
say anything
space-time.
else. Don't make me remove you. Shut up. You've got nothing more to add. You're a moron.
In the donut,
I couldn't
Brenda.
care less.
Wow.
You're a moron. Don't
The hole in a donut.
Shut
The
up.
hole
I don't
is
want to
Swiss
have to
cheese.
eject you. If you want to continue spouting shite about holes in donuts, I'm going to kick you out. Last chance. Shut up.
Bro, don't you even know how much we loved the ball once like you? We heard it all before, it's not new to us anymore. Bro, don't you even know half the things the ball makes claims to? And there's a lot for us to get through. For you, anyway. Bro, can't you even see? You've broken it down oh so clearly. It's a joke, it always has been. For those who see, anyway. Don't follow the agenda. Put your logic in a blender. Or you'll end up just like Brenda, forgetting your actual gender. Think your dog bones are clocks, and that people are rocks. Stuck in a closet, mental box. This space side will Brian Cox. Just learn the essence, the basics. Without that, you won't make it. Your freedom is right there, take it. You don't have to fake it. Just say, I don't know, and your wisdom will grow. Don't blindly go with the flow. Just put it down, bro. Let the lie go.
Any evidence?
I thought you were about debate. I thought you were about fair
Fuck off
debates.
right now, you fucker. I was asking a new question. Now you don't get to take part. It's your problem. Stupid donut idiot. Donut hole is space-time. What a complete moron.
Bro,
These next
Bro,
tunes
that
are
was-
about to start.
that was funny.
Let me pause it a second, bro. I'll just pause it. So the first song's called by Zone.
Dude, I want that hook. I want to get on that. I want to remix it, bro. I want to remix that, dude. That hook,
That's
bro.
Drake's
And
song.
that,
Yeah,
Dude,
Drace is in the room now. He made it, so you can connect.
Yeah, I can get you all the raws if you want it. If you want to play around with
I
it.
want the hook. I want the chorus. I want the chorus. All that. Dude, I want.
Even know.
I want the chorus, bro, and the beat, and I'll send it to you when I'm done.
Yeah, I woke
I'll
up with
send
this.
you the raws.
Yeah, I woke up
Me
with
and
this song in
Drace
my head.
do a fat song. Me and Drace are gonna have to do a song at some point. It's like I want us to do a song that's like 10 minutes long, mate. Like just literally just blow it out of the water. Just go through like 50, singing in it, rapping in it, just like a musical, bro.
Dude, that was
Like, that's
funny though.
what
with
we're eventually
Brenda.
gonna have to do that. You know that we're all gonna have to do a part, right? Where
Right.
we literally do a song that's like 35 minutes long. Right? I know it sounds
Right.
a bit mad, but like everyone's got their own section, and you've got duets involved in it. You've got all sorts. So like you could do a section that's rap, another
Yeah.
section. So it's like a fucking story. Like, and I'm talking like a story of like how we first come to flat Earth. Do you see what I'm
That's actually
saying?
a
Like,
really
and it
good
just-
idea. That
it
could
just
turn
goes-
into a flat Earth musical.
Listen, that's
Yeah.
what I'm trying to say, bro. Listen, not to give too much away, but the start of this is coming, like, soon. Like, trust me, it's already being worked on. So don't keep your mouth shut. The first part's gonna get kicked off. So yeah, it's coming soon. So anyway, yeah. So like, basically, this was such a good idea. I like come up with it recently. I was like, mate, it was something that C said something to me. Said one thing to me about something else, and I was like, wait a minute, like, not that whole idea of like doing a 35-minute song, but just said those words like flat Earth musical, and I was like, wait there.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, that needs to be put long form. Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
like for
Definitely.
real, like, the whole story, like, and then the whole dismantling of the heliocentric model. There are already songs that could work for it. So like you have like even the Black Swan, like a whole 3 minutes of like people rapping, different parts of the Black Swan. And like, Elijah, what did I fucking ask you the other day about that? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, you could do loads within it. So like, you could do a back and forth almost. So parts of the clips from Discord get put in as well, right? Like, who remembers when Mick West was destroyed like this? And then you see what I'm trying to say? Like, yeah. And it's like, it becomes like a full-on fucking musical, bro. And I'm telling you, it could be the sort of thing that you could probably... I'm just saying, man, with the right image as well. If someone makes a good video for it, bro, right?
Dude, if you make this well enough, you could actually have a Flat Earth musical.
Like an Eric the Bay video almost, right? Where you've got stuff explaining it, diagrams explaining everything as we go through, right? And then you can play it to people and be like, listen to this. Because you could literally talk about, like, you know, like what we was talking about last night, Don, right? Like that sort of stuff. Like higher to lower pressure. People will try and obfuscate from the fact that, you know, thermal equilibrium is not just through thermal interaction, it's also through entropy, because it will increase. Do you see what I'm saying?
Right.
There's just so much you can do within inside of it, right?
Right. Yeah, definitely can do that. But what about that donut in space time?
Man, it's hilarious.
Brenda's a trip, dude.
Brenda's a fucking gold mine of content. Even the people at Gem Pandas, like, they're all like, they back down when Brenda's there, and I'm like, can you at least call Brenda out for some of their shit? They're like, oh, we love Brenda. I'm like, come on, when Brenda's not here, you admit he chooses weird hills to die on, yeah?
Something, man.
Don't you think that, Joyce? Brenda chooses weird hills to die on.
Yeah.
The donut space-time hole
What a
works
weird hill to
only
die
by
on.
keeping it covered with a dress.
And with dough.
That stuff is
Sorry,
that was
don't
funny.
use
What do you say, dog
cracking
bones
up,
or
bro.
clocks? We descended from rocks.
That was funny. That made me laugh, bro. That made me laugh.
Drace, you're
But
gonna have to
it's
slow
space-
down with the bars, man, because you're stealing every one.
It's not even. It's funny, but it's even a good song, right? It's
Yeah, right.
done.
But it,
Banging song.
dude, that stuff that was amazing. That was great.
You can
Right, I
you can
remember
consider
doing
all
this.
of my lyrics as open source, and you can steal anything you like from it. I don't care about
Nah,
anything.
they don't need to be stolen like that, mate. It's just restructure. I'm saying it's nice to be original. I'm only
Yeah.
joking, bro. I'm just giving you a compliment, man. You're
Yeah, I'm just
producing-
Yeah, definitely keep it original. I just want to hop on it.
Yeah,
At least a verse or something.
When I started this, I just started it because I was like, I want more FE music. So
Yeah,
I
make
don't
my
care
own.
about my songs. I just want good songs.
Right.
Straight.
Right.
No, you've been an inspiration, I think, mate. Definitely. And you're talking more on voice on this thing because you got used to being recorded, and it's so good to have your input. You're one of the smartest individuals in here.
No, you.
How many times have I said to you, can you speak more because you're typing shit that people aren't reading sometimes? I'm like, this motherfucker knows shit. How many times?
Yeah.
You know,
1,000 times.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm definitely trying to get there.
See, listen, this is one of the things that I do, but I'm in a position for myself, yeah. I actually want people in this community to do better, right?
Yeah.
Some people, when
Right.
I was a silver member and I was coming up to moderator or coming up to gold plat, people were jealous. People get jealous, right? I ain't like that at all. I want every person in here to be doing better. Like a lot of people, people will see someone go up to gold, and I'm like, they realize that the more people that do their job well, lower down, there's gonna be not like all the VC check-ins that get missed when there's not good talkers in on English hours, and there's not good talkers in for hours that work within the Caribbean as opposed to America, as opposed to Africa, right? What you have here is the ability for this to be the number one place, right? And eventually we can get to a point when we've got a room that is French-speaking people, German-speaking people. Do you see what I'm trying to say? Where there's activity
Yeah.
all the time, and
Right.
then like the cross-training that goes on between minds, bro, is important. Like I want people in here to do better, I don't.
Definitely.
And there's certain people here that are also the same. Like if it wasn't for like Battle Mod and people like Meme or India noticing stuff, I wouldn't have ever been made like a gold or a fucking moderator. No way.
Right. Yeah, I'm not even worried about that too much. I want the
No,
truth.
I mean, like, but the point is that it's not I'm worried about it. I didn't even want to be a moderator. I didn't ask to be one, right? But
Oh,
the point
okay.
is
Yeah,
when
same
you get
thing.
in the position, when you get in the position, you start to realize there's things now you can do to help other
Yeah.
people
Right.
boost themselves, right? And it's not about being boosted in the title in the server. It's more about, well, we have to be the people that conduct this musical and actually guide people through the massive menagerie of shit in the world and all the indoctrination. And I'm sorry, the people that are best at arguing this stuff are here, most of them anyway, right? And the people that are good at arguing, they're here. And we've got all the people that are coming up learning this information so fast off the back of it. So it's like we are the people that if the flat Earth thing becomes worldwide, who are going to be the flat Earth scientists? Who are going to be the people that are able to teach this stuff, create the curriculums? It's going to be us
I'm
guys.
sure over here.
Pioneers, obviously.
I'm sure over here, and then Nathan. That's where I'm at. Is Nathan Oakley's spot. That's where I'm modded at. I didn't even ask to be mod over there, and they just modded me.
Yeah, because you knew your stuff and you were there and you were constant. But I'm saying that puts you in a position to be someone that people listen to more, so you get your information and your ducks in a row.
Yeah.
You're there to be able to teach this stuff, bro, and that's important, bro. More important than the tag itself.
Right. Yeah, it definitely is. I'm about to hop over there right now though, because he's on live now.
Goes right at the start, innit?
Yeah, I'm about to go over there.
I'm gonna go.
Gotta get to my group. Gotta get to my group, man. All right.
But, why didn't you come over, bro? Oh, Don, can you drag me up if I can't get in? From
You can't get.
Show?
You can't get
If
in
I can,
live stream.
If I can. Yeah, no, it's 13. They're already in there, right? So it's the max. But Nathan usually drags me up, or Righteous, or Elijah, or someone.
Yeah, I
I'll
think I
just
could
go
probably. I could try it. I could see if I can get you in there.
If not, Righteous will do it eventually. I'll just have to DM him first. Drace, are you over there?
I can be. I generally don't go though.
Just a good idea to listen, bro. Roger as well, whoever's in it. I just don't want to leave you on your own.
It's fine. I'll stay here and watch over the place.
Alright, mate. Right, big up. Bless. Oh yeah, do you want to listen to those tunes? You got DJ roll?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, look, yeah. I'll resume those two songs for you. So this is the guy that I made these. I made not this beat, the next beat.
I'm in this zone now. This music in my head is gonna be going so out. I'm going all out. It's time to go out. Let me let them know now. It's time for showdown. I just know now. I'm in this zone now. This music in my head is gonna be going so out. I'm going all out. It's time to go out. Let me let them know now. It's time for showdown.
I'm back around with that gritty sound. They can't break me down cause I'm known around. You better ask somebody by the underground. I got the fire bar, stay on the ground. If you play fire, you get burned quick. Like a flame thought, leave 30 degree burns. My advice to you, I suggest you quit. Got bars for days, from I won't quit. Fucking bullshit, I got exclusive. Watch me let loose, it's elusive. I'm the new shit, and my shit stinks, I ain't perfect. That's my Lucy, that's my brother. He's on lockdown, but he's still cool, G. I'm on the right bus till I get through, G. Jump on a cruise ship, this ain't bullshit, this is real life. And it's real life, and it's my life, I ain't stupid. I'm a grown boy, big general. Got love for my girl, I'm stupid. Got love for my daughter, she's my cutie. She's my hobo, and she knows that daddy loves music. And I'm still out here, I'm gonna lose it. Lose myself, I'm trapped in the music. I can't get through this, I'm winning, I ain't losing. Bandits ain't ready for my music. Watch that big mouth, but you're talking too much, I ain't got time for bullshit. Drama, all that shit just piss me off. I'm on the grind all day, while six men up. 2 drops making music, mixing up. 4 walls in the cell, don't make it up. So I'm breaking up, cause I was breaking back. Like Walter White, I was breaking back on the background. And I came around with that big sound. Took a bassline, pumping like his sound. Got kick drum, banging like dog pound. Then like rah-rah, Nazis on the background. If you see me out here doing this thing, I know my mom is proud of my sound. I know she's proud. Some of these hands won't show respect, they don't know respect. respect, they ain't got respect. Why should I show respect? Now I wonder why certain man blow the tech. Just hold a sec, I don't agree with that. Please send love and as I deal with that. I ain't down with this threat from the idiots. Bunch of prematures need obedience. I swear the prayers will be lenient. Well, fuck with me, I'll fuck you up. I'm the best up, but as I'm set now. Got new stuff, new bars and new flows, I'm on set now. But let me show you how. So you got 4 or 5, then bring it out, have a little moment. Punch a little strap out, kill somebody, hold down buddy. Have a little applause, you kill somebody. I'm the master, pound on the big boy, slip like Rasta. These MCs ain't ready for disaster. I'll be the one, I'm a lyrical monster. Check my paces quicker and faster. I got the fruits of nature like Buster. Prosperity, we have a prosper. So right now I'm doing these things proper. I'm in this zone now. This music in my head is gonna be going so out. I'm going all out. It's time to go out. Let me let them know now. It's time for showdown. I just know now. I'm in this zone now. This music in my head is gonna be going so out. I'm going all out. It's time to go out. Let me let them know now. It's time for showdown.
Swifter Production. 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 Production.
How about this? How about that? How about kidding about the cool cat? How about shut your mouth, you proud? What you know about bars, you don't know about that. How about this? How about that? How about kidding about the cool cat? How about shut your mouth, you proud? What you know about bars, you don't know about that. Man still big over there, you rap. Them man are snitches, them man are rats. Can't trust them, Robbie, never that. The man I move rookie, I know the cats. When I drop bars, them man them shot rap. Fat like Moses, watch on a rap. But out the haters killing me facts. Man can't run out of bars, got packs. Everywhere I got different bars. Turn up the stage and mash up the track. Mosh big gang in the place where you at. If you got big boy strength, bring it out. Mosh big gang in the place where you at. I know you want to see what Nas is about. Man's on the map, black bro, where you at? I'm up country, just moving about. Smoking it loud cause it's too quiet. So I'm up in the woods, just walking about. I'm getting ready for the next show, so I've been meditating with the imagination of the crowd. I'll be rolling on my own, no doubt. Sometimes with the man them, I'm about. Smoking the finest, loudest loud. Still putting work on the albums out. How about this? How about that? How about kidding with my lyrical cat? How about shut your mouth, you proud? What you know about bars, you don't know about that. How about this? How about that? How about shut them down with them bars? How about shut them down like raw? When I go rat-tat-tat, them boy run. How about this? How about that? How about kidding with my lyrical cat? How about shut your mouth, you proud? What you know about bars, you don't know about that. How about this? How about that? How about shut them down with them bars? How about shut them down like raw? When I go rat-tat-tat, them boy run. Bring that beat, let me switch that flow. Kill that rhythm with a hectic blow. Pass that mic and just get back, bro. Watch me get down, cause I'm back, you know. I'ma go deep when I mash up in the shows. Step on the stage and kill them with flows. Boy, but I know that I'm cold like snow. Boy, but I know that my pen is bold. Lick it down, cause it's turn up. Man, I roll the pen and then burn up. Then touch the stage and then blow up. See the gun fingers, then up. Up in the sky, then up. Pump up when you hear this pump. Bassline is better than gun. Man, a champion from the motherland. I'ma spit these bars non-stop. I'ma kill this rhythm like Shaq. Pack, pack, pack. Wanna jump on the rhythm, then drop. Drop them bars like pop. Kill them with a lyrical bomb. I had to say this cold blood. This life and road and fun. So I've been making music for the funds. Left the roads time ago, it's done. If you try violate, that's your choice. I'ma keep my car your waist, man. I ain't gonna waste no time, waste man. Man, I got plans out here, I'm tryna run. Big business, I ain't tryna kill a man. Piss and love, bro, that's my plan. How about this? How about that? How about killing with my lyrical cat? How about shut your mouth, you proud? What you know about bars, you don't know about that. How about this? How about that? How about shut them down with them bars? How about shut them down like raw? When I go rat-tat-tat, them boy run. How about this? How about that? How about killing with my lyrical cat? How about shut your mouth, you proud? What you know about bars, you don't know about that. How about this? How about that? How about shut them down with them bars? How about shut them down like raw? When I go rat-tat-tat, them boy run.
Okay, that was Nasa D, I think. I like it. So, do we want to just keep playing music, or do we want to have a conversation about something? Silence. Okie dokie.
Hey, flat friends, you're listening to KTGL Radio. Here we kill the globe live, one song at a time. Now let's get this party started.
And that was Earth People with Let's Just Party Tonight. Now let's check if somebody wants to talk. If no one wants to talk, I can talk about a citation here from QE, which is about the Foucault's pendulum, because pendulum has been coming up in recent days again and again, and people are saying that the Earth isn't rotating underneath the pendulum, but here's a citation that says, yeah, it's rotating underneath the pendulum, apparently, according to the mainstream narrative. Problem is, it doesn't rotate underneath anything else, apparently.
Well, I debunked the Foucault's pendulum, Drace.
Yeah, can you tell me about it?
Yeah, I took a string and I glued together two opposing magnets. And when you swing it, it doesn't drift anymore. It just swings from side to side. You know? Magnetic fields cancel that drifting effect.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, it has to do something with the electrostatic charge of the atmosphere and the metals conductivity.
That makes a lot of sense because of the if you think about Bob and his gyroscope and what he discovered with how the gyroscope appears to deviate faster the closer it is to the ground, making it appear like there's some kind of vortex motion affecting the gyroscope, the optical gyro. So that makes really a lot of sense when you combine those things together.
Yeah. You know, to prove it, I just did it myself home. I tied a fishing string from the chandelier, you know, and on the bottom I glued two small neodymium magnets, which I pushed them the way they repel each other. And it doesn't show any drift. It just swings from side to side. Anyone can do this.
My big issue is with the big Foucault pendulums. They all have this magnetic drive underneath it that's supposed to keep the pendulum swinging. But as the pendulum's supposed to swing to and deviate, the mechanical driving mechanism also has to deviate. So if there, for instance, the pendulum isn't deviating, but the mechanism is deviating because it expects the deviation and then drives the pendulum to deviate, then that effect
correct.
is just within the contraption and not in reality.
Yeah. If it's if they have beneath something like a spinning disc with magnets, you know, because I mean those magnets must be in motion, or if you have a track which is like this, you know, how the tanks have, they don't have wheels, they have these rolling tracks. If they use such things for the perpetual motion of the pendulum, it will just swing from side to side. It won't drift.
One of the funniest
that
things about
device itself, I think it should spin underneath also.
Yeah. One of the funniest things about the pendulum, I find, is that modern people call it an experiment, even though it was first proposed in 1850. Yet, over 100 years later, Einstein and all his buddies are like, we can't prove rotation at all. There's not a single experiment that proves it. You're telling me they didn't know about Foucault? No, they didn't consider it an experiment.
Yeah. Einstein actually, he forbid mankind to use light observation itself to demonstrate. He wanted us to do something like to prove the motion of the Earth, the spin, to use a mechanical device like the speedometer car. And
Yeah,
that's
we wanted it to be
literally
detectable,
impossible.
measurable
Yeah,
mechanically, not just
yeah,
optically.
yeah.
But
It's
all
impossible.
experiments, all optical experiments and mechanical experiments show that there is no motion. And
Yeah.
so them saying that the Foucault pendulum apparatus is an experiment when it doesn't follow the scientific method is just bad science,
Yeah.
pseudoscience.
Pseudoscience, clowns, trick of the clowns. And also Einstein wanted to demolish Michelson-Morley and Morley experiment. Their
Yeah.
interferometer, yeah.
Yeah, Lorentz made a contraction that doesn't actually exist to solve the math for him. In the Lorentz contraction, as the apparatus is rotating, the apparatus is actually getting squished in space time.
Yeah.
Even though there's no effect of this scene, it's just they have to account for it that way in the math, otherwise nothing works.
And they really put this interferometer on a spinning table and showed that when you spin that device on a table, when it's in motion, you will get light interference, and by measuring that interference, you can actually tell very precisely the speed of that motion.
Yeah, it's funny. It's extra funny because they use the excuse that light bends all the starlight from behind the sun to create this geocentric apparent sky, which is all an illusion. But that excuse then they used to say, "Oh, that means we can detect gravity using light because light is affected by gravity in outer space or Narnia, but not in reality." So what we do is we take a really, really, really long interferometer which doesn't rotate, and we call it a gravity detector. That's LIGO. Funniest thing about LIGO is the deviations that they claim to have detected are so small that they're undetectable. The whole globe model is just funny. Once you really get down into it, it just gets funnier and funnier. Yeah. I'm not really good at holding a conversation with myself or others. I have a nice quote here from a physicist who's admitting to effectively brainwashing children. He says, "And I use that trust to effectively brainwash them. We who teach introductory physics have to acknowledge, if we are honest with ourselves, that our teaching methods are primarily those of propaganda. We appeal without demonstration to evidence that supports our position. We only introduce arguments or evidence that supports our currently accepted theories and omit or gloss over any evidence to the contrary. We give short shrift to alternative theories, introducing them only in order to promptly demolish them again by appealing to undemonstrated counter-evidence. We drop the names of famous scientists and Nobel Prize winners to show that we are solidly on the side of the scientific establishment. All of this is designed to demonstrate the inevitability of the ideas we currently hold, so that if the student rejects what we say, they are declaring themselves to be unreasoning and illogical, unworthy of being considered as modern thinking people. This is very abusive, but this is done to all
Yeah.
children."
Yep. This is actually saying that they are producing clowns, not scientists. Clowns with the name of scientists, you know. They misuse the terms.
Yeah, and the worst thing is they teach them this, and then later on, if they actually go on to advanced schooling, they're like, "Oh, no, 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 all that was wrong, debunked 106 years ago. Here's the new hotness." And then if you're in a different school than this guy, you actually get, "No, no, 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 no. The new hotness is actually old hotness. We have incoherent electrostatic acceleration now. That's the new hotness." So they don't even they're not even consistent across the board. It's just all over the place. You have no place teaching children something that has either been debunked or is unknown. That's just not something that they should be learning. They should be learning things that they can know and can help them. For instance, like with the I can't say this word, but back in the day, they used to teach them more languages earlier when it's actually more easier for them to learn the language instead of all this crap which was taught last, versus now you're learning all the extra languages last. So it's all inverted. Education is not education anymore. The funny thing is, the same is true for the gyroscopes. They believe that the Earth is turning underneath the gimbal inside the gyroscope, which is rigid in space. So there must be a deviation due to rotation or due to Earth curve in the mechanical gyro, but we just don't see any of that. The gyro just doesn't show that. That was one of the biggest things for me when I was finally coming to terms with this, was just like the mechanical gyro would show it and it doesn't. And then when I heard about the optical gyros showing it, I was like, but why? That's the Sagnac effect. That's the same thing that Michelson, Morley, and them were discovering. So what do you mean? They translate that what Michelson, Morley, and others who were looking into the light interferometry, they called it the ether wind, or something else, which I forgot was. But there's a difference. This is what the Sagnac effect is, or there's a difference in the rate of motion of light depending on which direction it is going relative to our magnetic field. So they can use the readings they get from the optical gyro to locate their distance and orientation. So it works like a gyro, but it doesn't have any of the gyroscopic effect. And I only say relative to the magnetic field because it doesn't actually react to the magnetic field itself, but rather the directions are north, west, east, and south. And those directions are relative to the magnetic field. That's why I say that. Lol meme. Does no one want to speak? I don't really like hearing the sound of my own voice, so I like the silence. So what do you guys want? Do you guys want music or silence?
Silence. No, I'm only joking.
I mean, we can speak as well.
Actually, I just noticed something a little bit interesting. I tried to search on YouTube for. I typed in Nathan Oakley Brenda. Right, I was trying to find some funny Brenda stuff, and I didn't realize how many channels there are that just hate on Nathan Oakley. Like, so many different people have made videos just absolutely hating on Nathan Oakley. and like he doesn't even have that many subscribers or get that many views on his videos. But there's so many channels where they were just attacking Nathan Oakley. It's crazy the amount there was. There was at least 20 on the scrolling down the list.
Yeah, and YouTube is like, will remove anybody who's doing stuff like that, but not if it's about flat earthers.
Yeah, like that guy, I've got to give it to him. He takes some shit. He takes some shit for flat Earth. So he can't make a lot of money from it, like if any. Like, his funding must come from donations, you know.
He's out there in the front lines taking the hits. I appreciate that.
He really is. They try the hardest to find, you know, like they'll freeze a frame in a video where, like, it happens to everyone, where your eyelids might be closed or your eyes are in a funny position, and that'll be the title for the video, you know, to make him look like an idiot.
That's all they have. They don't have any coherent arguments against it. It's just straw mans and illogical arguments from incredulity.
Yeah, like I take my hat off to him for doing it, for persevering. Like,
yeah, same.
Good morning, gentlemen, and any ladies that might be listening. I'm just waking up. Thanks for having me in the VC. Today's my second day.
Hey.
Good morning.
Nice to
Well, morning for me. I'm in Canada. It's 9:45 a.m. I'm just having my first tea.
Cool.
Hope everybody's well.
I'm great.
I had quite an interesting dream last night. I saw my grandfather that passed away in 2013, and I received a large amount of money. I'm not sure what it was from, but pretty interesting dream. The best part was seeing my grandfather. Just a random share.
That's sweet. I still have stupid dreams where it's like alien invasion type stuff, even though I know there's no aliens.
You know what? Excuse me. A long time ago, a friend of mine was, excuse me, guys, doing small little voice clips of his friends and like placing them on the desktop on the computer. And so he asked me to say something into the microphone, and what I said was, time is like putty to the soul when dreaming, because I find even though we only dream for 15 minutes at a time, your dream could seem like it lasted 10 minutes or 10 years. So even though you're only dreaming for 15 minutes, it could span a year or more, you know?
This touches on one of my most defining moments in my life. I had a dream once where I woke up in the dream as a 6-year-old child, and I spent I don't remember how many years, but I was like 18, 19 when I came out of the dream, and the dream was like not in our world, if you know what I mean. I basically, in the dream, I started out as a child, I died, and then I spent a lot of time on the other side, and then I came back.
Wow.
It was like I went to sleep, really naive kid, and then I woke up and I was like a different man. It was so funny.
That's wild.
I've had that happen to me twice, where I like made a gigantic change in who I was based on some weird stuff. One was the dream where I spent like years in it, and the other one was where I was thinking about suicide, and I decided to pray to God, and like because I thought I had no other option. It was just death or yeah. And
Wow.
this was like a last like Hail Mary, and I got like my life flashed before my eyes. I saw all my loved ones, my family. I felt this like unconditional love wash over me, and I knew I had to go see my family before I killed myself. So that's what I did, and it saved me.
Wow. I'm not trying to take anything from your dream or your story, but myself, I'm getting up there. I'm almost a half century old, and I've been through a few things. I've been there. I've been suicidal myself. I've seen things normal people shouldn't see, and I've, struggled with it from time to time, and I just kept telling myself there's got to be something better around the corner, and it's you can't let the negative thoughts win, that's for sure.
Yeah. For me, the first one, I became I thought I was special because of the first dream. Because in the first dream, I learned superpowers, and those superpowers I can use in my dreams always now. And the second time around, I was humbled by God, and I learned humility, and that was really what saved me, like getting over the pride and the insanity, which is what kind of drives most of these Globers. It's the pride and belief that they're intelligent or they know stuff when they don't actually know anything.
Yeah, I believe somewhere in scriptures it says the wisdom of man is foolishness to the Lord, right? So, and to trust in the Lord, and all man are liars. So you're supposed to prove all things and hold that which is good. So just because somebody says something, if you don't verify it, doesn't make it fact. So when you go and prove these things to yourself, you see the lie and you know different and better, right?
Yeah, 100%.
I never questioned things for many years out of my life. I just was maybe more or less focused on trying to fall in love and build a family and pay my bills and all that stuff, and never really gave it much thought. I was a big fan of the Cosmos series and all that stuff. Like, with an open mind, I didn't want to leave the potential for us to be somewhere else off the table. But when I found FE and started looking at things with a more clearer view, it becomes blatantly obvious, the CGI imaging, how ridiculous it is. Yesterday, I think I mentioned I went to visit a lady friend in Hull. I live in Canada, in Ottawa. Hull's not far. It's just in Quebec, and we're right side by each, the provinces there. So I went over to visit a lady for a while. On the way back, I got a flat tire. I'm calling CAA to get them to change my tire. We're not even talking 50 miles round trip, guys. But they're trying to convince us these guys went 250 or 240 something miles one way and 240 something miles back without any problems. Like, give me a break. And I mentioned yesterday John Thor's channel. He had an amazing clip showing how they dropped the capsule out the back of a military plane to land in the ocean to retrieve the astronauts after they supposedly came back from the moon. But with YouTube and its purging and all that's gone. I can't find that clip no more.
Yeah, you used to be able to find a bunch of clips of so-called satellites with the Samsung and all the different phone company logos on them, dropping down from balloons in people's yards all over the freaking world. And that just gets scrubbed, gets deleted.
Oh, yeah. And then the other thing, sorry, I was just stirring my tea. I'm having a bit of a brain fart. There was something else that I found very sort of blatantly obvious. I mean, I go 200 feet from my modem and I lose my Wi-Fi connection. You're going to try to convince me you're controlling something 200 and whatever million miles away on fucking Mars? Give me a break, man.
I just don't understand how the signal is supposed to be chasing the sun and all this stuff that's supposed to be moving at such high speeds. It's the total speed combined is like the speed of light. So how can we see anything in that direction?
The other thing that upsets me with what's been going on is I've like I said, I've been through some things. I've been like sleeping on a friend's couch here or there for a while. So knowing how much money is being wasted on these CGI images and these lies, and how many people are out there that need help, it breaks my heart, because we could be doing more to help the people who need it. And I think of those people who see a curved horizon kind of as sighted blind people. They just walk by a homeless person and not give two thoughts, you know, like heartless and I'm going to Mars. Why would I give you a $5? You know, like
I'm gonna need that money to make the rocket ship.
Yeah, like or whatever. Like me not giving you this 10 spot in my pocket is, you know, I'm gonna be able to buy a couple lottery tickets and a chalk bar. This guy's or this lady who's asking for some help might not have eaten breakfast or lunch, and you're thinking about a chalk bar and a lottery ticket. Like, give me a break.
Yeah, they're donating money to NASA, thinking they're saving humanity. Meanwhile, humanity is dying right in front of their face.
Or donating it to Red Cross or some other thing, and leaving it up to a third party to do some direct help when they could have just helped the person directly. NASA, it's hard for me to say that we're giving them the money; they're just taking it.
Yeah, but there's also like they have all sorts of different things. Like they make outfits just like a YouTuber. They just make T-shirts and sell that shit.
Oh yeah, I know that stupid Mars 2020 Perseverance hoodies and stuff. Give me a break.
People are paying money to support them because they think they are helping mankind advance.
Yeah, I think yesterday I said I'd just like to take a minute to thank NASA for everything they've done for mankind, and I said thanks for nonstick frying pans, Velcro, and Tang.
That's about it. Everything else was everything else, and I think even those things were through subcontractors. I can't say.
Yeah, I just use that as a joke because they use a lot of Velcro on the ISS, and supposedly astronauts drink Tang, and you know. Like,
I mean the spacesuits just use zippers, Velcro, and buttons. That's all you need to hold out or hold in pressure.
And when I see the meme, it comes up in the middle of the live stream from time to time of like what professional electrician would wire like this, and you see all that. It's like insane. And then I post in the comments a lot. I built a rocket ship. Anyone want to go to Mars with me? It's American safety standards approved. I even put a fire extinguisher on it. Why no fire extinguishers on the ISS? And within minutes, any shills or globers or trolls will be like, Google it. You'll see there's fire extinguishers on the ISS. 5 minutes of research on Google. You'll see. And I'm like, when I look at the images, I don't see any fire extinguishers. And I walk by one on the way to the elevator. Like, they can tell me there's fire extinguishers there, but if they're not visible, if you can't see them, how do you know?
They probably have like some redundancy excuse for that, like, oh, we made some special fire extinguishers so they look like you don't notice what they look like, but they cost like 30 billion just to make, so that's what we made.
Yeah,
and we need more money so we can get out into space with our special designer equipment that we made for all these billions, and we need more billions so we can make more designer equipment.
And screw the homeless or the hungry or the jobless. I saw an interview once. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I saw an interview once. It was a female astronaut, and the person asked her about what would you do if there's a fire, and she's like, well, right now we all meet in the middle of the ISS and we make a plan to fight the fire. And I'm just thinking, how ridiculous is that? How could every person on the ISS not be trained how to battle a fire if one breaks out, instead of leaving the fire and going and meeting the other members? Like, it's not how a Navy ship or a submarine works. Everybody on board knows how to address an emergency.
Yeah, are you kidding me? This is retarded because they have very limited oxygen supply. All of their oxygen comes from the water. They have very limited water. They get no new water, so they have to take all their poop in diapers and make sure
chugga.
Yeah, is recycled, but they still have negative water, which they don't make up. So it's makes no sense. But the fire thing, you would have to put the fire out right away. If you leave, it would just kill everyone.
It would spread so fast. Yeah. Ridiculous. And I don't know how other people will, I guess for lack of a better word, we'll just call them normies instead of globies or whatever for now. I don't know how they don't get it, how they can't understand there's a homeless person on your street because you're being lied to and stolen from and deceived, and that's part of it, you know. Like, I mean, they're also suffering because you're choosing to turn a blind eye and not let your voice be heard and ask your you know, I'm not big on politics, but if you don't ask the politicians to do the right things, they'll never do the right things. And that's what sort of happened with my FE journey. That's what's happened is I find I'm calling MPs and asking them, why are there nonviolent pot offenders in prison if it's legalized in Canada? Why are there homeless people still on the streets? Why is the drinking water still banned on reservations? Like, it doesn't matter the political party's banner above the office, things get ignored. Administration after administration or party after party, it's ridiculous.
It's mainly because people are letting themselves being led by people they don't know, people into things they don't understand, because it sounds good on the surface. We're never educated in logic, so fallacies sound reasonable. They were never educated in how manipulation works and how to like say no to that. They were just manipulated their whole lives, and that's normal. So that sounds correct. That sounds like it's from an authority figure, and he's got all these claims behind him and a white lab coat. It must be true.
Yeah.
And then because they have incorporated that into their personalities, and they have told some other guy, hey, did you know that the sun is this far away? Or did you know that it rains diamonds on this planet? Don't you know anything about science? It builds into their pride and the way they see themselves and their intelligence. So it gets all jumbled up into their ego, and then it's really hard to see even the simplest thing that contradicts it, because they will automatically try to rationalize it away because they need to justify their old behavior in their mind. And this is all subconscious, and they don't even know they're doing it. And that's the hard part to deal with, because they're just going to keep doing it again and again, because you need to slowly deprogram them and help them like a therapist. It's not easy.
Yeah. And then right now, I don't know if you're up to date on Canadian stuff, but I would love to see Anna May Paul win and be our prime minister. I don't know. I think if there was more women with more power, this might sound naive or weird, but because women are life givers and child bearers, I think, you know, they might be more compassionate, more human as far as in a position of power. I mean, Hillary Clinton is an exception, of course, but
yeah, I agree. I agree. They are generally like that, but that's how they get you. They want you to assume a faulty generalization. Oh, it's a lady, so she must be better than the last guy. But like Hillary, there are also bad apples. And
yeah, I was sorry.
Fool us using fallacious argumentation about like, because women are generally nice, this one must be nice.
Yeah. But my follow-up thought was, it doesn't matter male or female. If you are in that voting mindset and going to cast one, you're trying to pick the nicest person there, and whoever it is that you pick, they're just appearing that way. It's not like they actually are nice people.
Yeah. You only have a choice between the shinier of the two turds. There's still only two turds though.
Yeah.
And the worst thing is they assume they can predict who you're gonna choose, so they put up a shiny turd and a stinky turd, and then they're like, which one do you want? Do you want the stinky one or the shiny one?
Yeah, and then I was I was on Canadian Rights Media's channel a few weeks back or something, and I was sharing with them my thoughts on things, that it's not just going to be any one person's idea. It's going to be many people's good ideas that'll affect positive changes, like, because I have a lot of good ideas to help out and change things and have things different. I know how I could fix our deficit, but even if I were put into a position of power where I could do it, would it be adhered to? Would they follow those guidelines? Would they fix the deficit and do what I'm saying with that future revenue as well? Because my idea is, once the deficit's paid off, the revenue from those 4 resources that paid off the deficit, any further revenue that comes in the future once the deficit's paid off, it's held for infrastructure or military budgets or whatever. It's not just spent as a debt, you know what I mean? Now that the deficit's paid off, we're not going to incur more of a deficit. We're going to save the money from these resources for if and when.
That's how a smart household has generally done it throughout history. You save up, you don't accrue debt.
Well, what I find upsetting is that, like, the idea that I have, the revenues that would come in are all voluntary revenue. Like, nobody makes you smoke a cigarette, drink a beer, buy a lottery ticket, or purchase legal marijuana. So if you're voluntarily choosing to do that, the way I see it, those revenues the government collects from those 4 things shouldn't just go into government politicians' pockets and senators' pockets or whatever. It should go to paying off the deficit, and then once that's done, and every province is now only paying a federal tax, they're not paying any provincial taxes no more, because Alberta's the only provincially debt-free province in my country, where I see all provinces could be provincially debt-free by doing what I'm saying, and then you keep the revenue from those 4 voluntary things that keep coming in for, like I said, future military infrastructure budgets, so on and so forth. Something happens like this situation we're in right now, the money's been stockpiled for so long. And this situation we're in now, there's obviously an underlying nefarious thing to it. It's not what it appears to be on the surface. I think you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious.
Yeah. So, as long as they're not going to use it for shit like that, then I could see that working. Do you see what I'm saying? So even if they implemented my idea, once the deficit's paid off, if they're not going to keep that future revenue for infrastructure and military budgets or whatever, or good things, then what's the point of even paying off the deficit, right? Like, just leave it broken, I guess.
That's one of the big issues I find with politics in general is there's way too much money in it. And way too much profit to be had for it not to be corrupted.
Yeah, like not enough public oversight.
Yeah,
not enough of you and me and your aunt or whatever looking at how they're spending, where they're spending, and why they're spending.
There should be more public involvement and more voluntary work, not highly paid thieves.
Yes, yeah, because I'm sure even some of those so-called nonprofit fundraisers or whatever, however they put it, I'm sure some of those people there are being paid to put it on. And like, come on, you're telling me all the money raised, nobody's taking nothing out of it? Like,
they do it through really sneaky means. They raise all that money, then they have another company their uncle or their wife owns, who then takes the contract from the government for most of that money to do whatever they want. And through that company, they then continue to divest it into other companies, which they all own, and they take profit from each.
Isn't that kind of what happened with the WE scandal up here, kind of? They gave money for student loans or something, and then it all got screwed up or something, and his wife was somehow made some money off it too?
I don't know, but
Justin's wife was paid like $300,000 out of the contract or something. Like, yeah, it's a big scandal up here lately.
Yeah, this is so common because this happened in our in my country as well, Iceland, where one of our sitting what's it called? It's a government official who sits on our I don't know, not council. It's I don't remember
You
what it's
know
called.
what federal?
in the other
You know what
type.
Fed stands for, right?
Feds.
Yeah, Fed. FED. Flat Earth Domain.
I like it.
I'm serious. The federal is the federal because they are a conglomerate, a group of people who know and share the information that the Earth is flat, and it's a flat Earth dominion. The Fed is the flat Earth domain. It's a flat Earth dominion, and it also means to be fed.
Huh. I know when I look at government, I think of the Fed as the ones who are more up to date on the nefarious crap they're pulling, and or the ones to pull it off. Like, we've had innocent people jailed, and we've had guilty people freed.
The CIA would be the top, and then the
Yeah.
Fed would be like their little brother. Yeah.
Well,
Okay,
the
yeah,
CIA
yeah.
is just American, whereas
Yeah.
the Fed rules the world.
No, the CIA is everywhere. America's only as old as a toilet in France. CIA is the Vatican. It's the Catholic Intelligence Agency, the Central Intelligence Agency, the Corrupt Intelligence Agency. It's all the intelligence agencies that have ever been conglomerated.
Yeah, and I
for
know CIA
intelligence. It's
operates worldwide, but like it's still focused from America.
Well, that's where you break down to little federal and whatever little groups.
And you're right. Yeah, the Fed also is largely centered from America.
Well, I mean, no matter what you call it, just because we call it, Fed America or whatever in France or whatever in Israel, it's all the same shit. It's all some
Yeah.
secret cocksuckers who work together and know more shit than they try to portray.
To the bankers.
Yeah, and I think of feds as any law enforcement that's looking to steal your freedom and lock you up. And
yes, sir. Because how else can you be free without being a slave? How do you get freedom? How can you buy freedom? How can you become free?
To the bankers, there are only two kinds of people in the world. There are the unbanked and the banked. And
well, it's the banning of kings. So there you go. There,
you can see all the countries that have wars and have had wars the last few decades are the countries who were unbanked, who have the most amount of unbanked.
You see what they did, don't you? Your great grandma is supposed to be the queen of your people, and your great grandpa, however far that goes. I mean, do people comprehend that? I mean, that's supposed to be the reality of this shit. The right, divine right of your bloodline or whatever. Everybody has the right of fucking Earth, right? To have everything of Earth. So, like your great-great-grandpa and your grandma have all of you, therefore you owe them life. So they would be like a king and queen, it would trickle down. Now, what the banking does is they ban the king. So now it's ran by corporations and CEOs and presidents of companies, presidents.
Yeah, and the worst thing about that is those CEOs also sit on the boards of the other companies or in the secret societies of all the other leaders of the other corporations.
Right.
And together they collude.
Well, whereas before your great-grandma or grandpa would have been for their sons, and their sons would have been for their sons and for their daughters and for their friends and their family, you know what I mean? And it would have been like that. A kingdom would have been a kingdom of people. They would have been for each other.
Trace, you're in Finland, I'm in Canada. Where are you, Denmark?
I'm in Iceland, actually.
Oh, sorry,
America.
Iceland, sorry. America, cool. Yeah, I've been, I'm up here in Canada, and I've been pro-American for a while, and so my families are like, what the fuck, have you become American or something? Like, I don't know how to explain it. They're like, the way I see it, we should have each other's backs, We shouldn't look at each other as invading forces or whatever. We eat pretty much the same foods and speak the same language. And
listen, you're not an invading force when they come hire 500 of you to be a part of their military, are you? You're not an invading force when you have a treaty, are you?
I know. Yeah. And then I think they want us to be a
invading force.
I think they, being the however you want to label them or group them, the Bilderbergs, whatever, they want us to be somewhat fearful that the Americans might attack us, or the Canadians might. They want us thinking even a friend could be an enemy.
But
Right. How else can they
that's the
sell you
case.
war?
That's
Yeah,
the case
yeah.
because for instance, if I were to me and my dad talked about this a lot. There's a time of year when all of the police, all of the government officials, all collect into one place in my country, and we talked about bombing them all. But that would mean, in the eyes of the world, we would be demonized and then invaded. Like there's
Mm-hmm.
no going beyond that. Like it's
I think the only legal way you could get away with that if you got them all in the one place and you gave them the shot in the arm. But those guys won't take that shot in the arm, so
it doesn't matter if you try to cool them with violence, because the cabal is so big and tries to appear like it's separated. They can make up excuses from the other side, saying, "Oh, they're terrorists. They did a bunch of stuff which they didn't do, and then they murdered all these people." And they did.
What I was saying was, instead of bombing them or shooting them or whatever, make it look like you're vaxing them. You know what I mean? But they wouldn't take your vax because they know. So, like instead, you know what I mean? So people wouldn't look at you like a terrorist group. It's like they're doing this right now to people that are volunteering to get it, and they don't realize the risk they're putting their good health in. Like, you're healthy and you're going to get a shot. Why would you do that?
Here's another thing they can do. They can use all that shit against you if you don't want to get it. You're like,
I
"Hey,
know.
man, these people
That's
don't
what's
want to get the
freaking me out right
vaccine.
now.
The
What's that
CDC.
noise? Where there, guys? What's that noise? It's like a fucking shofar going off or some shit.
Yeah, sorry, my neighbor upstairs either passed away or moved out, and they're like renovating his apartment. Once in a while, they're hitting like this jackhammer.
So
I'll
the
mute
CDC can shut your whole fucking area
dude.
down.
Yeah, dude, just can you, Flatman can you don't have to stop talking, mate. I was just making sure it wasn't someone who isn't involved in the conversation. Yeah, but when you want to speak, unmute or like go and push the talk even maybe. But I'm not telling you not to talk. I don't do that, bro. It's not fair.
Welcome back, Crack.
Yeah, they can use all that shit. They can use the disease to shut down your country from the other countries. Even still.
Yeah, the problem is there's such hypocrites that even if you gathered them all together, injected them all with something, and then they all died from it, they would just say, "Oh, they're look at how horrible they are. They force injected all these people," and they would just play it really badly, even though they're doing the same thing. It just doesn't
Well, the
matter.
thing is, here's
They'll
the
just
big
put
thing.
flowers and hearts on one thing, and then put skulls and on the horrible lettering on the other one, and the people will
Who
buy
is
it.
they? You never can
Whoever
pin.
is producing that
No,
shit.
listen. Yeah, I know, that's the point. It's all people hired to do the dirty work by the fucking conglomerate groups. If I'm a millionaire and I'm a group or a corporation that's a billionaire or trillionaire corporation or quadrillionaire corporation, I'm paying all these people to do this bad shit. Then I can just point the finger and keep going. All I have to do is just relabel myself another 3-letter fucking entity, and I can't be touched. I'm the CDC, I can't be touched. I'm the feds, I can't be touched. I'm the CIA, I can't be touched. So when you think of they and all this other shit, it's just these people in control getting people like me and you to take a job, to do the shit, and then we get the blame. We didn't start it. We didn't bring this shit up. We didn't start the organizations. We didn't have the buildings come from nothing.
Yeah, you got
Our
paid to
government
do a
did.
job.
And that's why it's so hard to pinpoint who they are, because it's always a 3-letter entity. They can always change.
Yeah, it always goes down a chain of custody so far that you're like, where the fuck did this come from? Because why are everybody having the same shit, but you can't trace the chain of custody to a single person?
Right. Where does the general get his command from?
Yeah.
Where does the dude give that dude the command? At one point of the day, it's got to be from us. If not us, who the fuck is it from?
We gotta stand up and just not let them control us through this chain anymore. Because when people stand up in the chain breaks.
Well, see, the thing is, too, no one's free. There never has been freedom anywhere. Any country, any place, it's all captivity. It's all squared in, fenced in, private property, portionalized, marginalized, fenced. You got borders, you got the things you drive through, toll booths, you got bridges. Everything is controlled and sanctioned and area and zoned off. So in the idea that anyone has to become free, you never work.
When I started calling the MPs and asking serious questions and stuff, one of them sent me a letter addressing some of my questions and stuff. And in the letter, they admitted to profiling both Aboriginals and the black community for marijuana offenses, and gave me some stupid spiel about how much they were investing in affordable housing, when my question was about helping the homeless who can't even afford a home, let alone affordable housing. You know, like they danced around every question, and it's just bullshit.
This is what they do, bro. Yo.
That's actually a good idea. You made me think, what if I try to get an interview with someone in my country? Like we have a political group called the Pirates or something like that, which is kind of not mainstreamy, and they're pretty wacko. So I want to see. I might be able to convert some of them. It's pretty hilarious. Get some flat Earth congressmen.
Do you think the Native Americans that never got counted and took off were free? Or do you think the ones that got held captive and put on reservations were free?
What's free?
Do you think the African Americans who got caught and killed were free? Or do you think the ones that are still hiding out today are free?
No, I'm saying, what is freedom?
The idea of being chased the fuck down at all costs by other people who are trying to grant you something that you don't want, because it's the idea of captivity. It's the opposite of freedom. To leave me the fuck alone is to let me be free.
There you go.
Psychology's all wrong. Groupthink is backwards.
While we have a current world, right? This is what people don't get: is that people like to join democratic systems, and these systems like to provide rights for people, but the rights that they try and afford for people, like you have the right to be safe, you have the right to. Technically, rights are bullshit. No one has any human rights. Human rights are actually a lie. You don't have the rights.
No. I would disagree a little bit. I'd say paper rights are. Well, I'd say paper rights are a lie. But
that I agree with that, because in Canada, technically, we're technically in Canada, you're not allowed to defend yourself. And like, are you kidding me? In fact, they wanted to outlaw jiu-jitsu, which was one of the first martial arts I started studying. And I'm like, you want me to forget everything I started learning?
You'd never be allowed to do that anyway. But the jiu-jitsu, that would be ridiculous at best. Like, my family would rail against that. Anyway,
The idiot we have it's running things now. Man.
I'm just saying, at the end of the day, can you hold up that paper they writ to protect yourself?
I'll explain my point.
No. Yeah, that's why I do defend myself if necessary, or others that can't defend themselves. You know,
have
like
God-given rights, but human rights are just constructs.
They're bullshit. The rights that you have are the ones that you live in. So if you have the right to life, therefore you're afforded the right to life by the mere essence of who you are in your biology. That is all, right? But this idea of governments asserting rights toward you, so you got the right to freedom, you got the right to being safe. Bullshit. You don't have that. Want to know why? Because for you to be safe, some other police officer has to stop this guy's freedom to travel, right? Am I right or wrong? Because technically, if you don't profile people, crimes go up. This is actually proven. Proven in London, when, you know, we had Sadiq Khan and, you know, these people in London, the mayor of that, you know, the new mayor of London, he took away profiling. Crimes in London went up by like 28%, right? Violent crimes. So those people lost some of their right to be safe because someone else's right for freedom of movement was reinstated to a higher degree. So these ideas that governments can afford rights to you equally across the board, it's fucking stupid and bullshit.
Well, how do the rights get defended, really? Like, if me and you're sitting there and we're little old men and 500 kids run up on us to beat the hell out of us with rocks, are the cops there fast? And like, what do we do? We, you know, we're done pretty much. Like, there is no right there. It's invisible fucking bullshit. Like, we're you know, we're outnumbered, we're outmanned, we're outgunned. We either have to take the fuck off or do something to get, you know, protect ourselves.
Right,
I think if they kept the right people in jail, like the rapists and whatever else, you know, because I find they're they're giving too little time to the criminals that need more time and letting them free and stuff. Like here in Canada, we have Carla Homolka. I hate her guts. She shouldn't be walking around free. She has kids now. She killed her sister. Her sister should be alive with kids. She's walking around free, and her asshole piece of crap partner in crime, Paul Bernardo, is still behind bars. She should be behind bars too. She should have never been freed. I don't care what her story was, what the deal they made. It's bullshit, man.
That thing you said.
Yeah, the same goes.
And then we have this new thing called not criminally responsible. We got an Asian guy who mutilated and cannibalized a young man on a Greyhound bus. He's free now, no supervision, and a brand new name and no criminal record. That is fucked up.
Yeah, we have a really big problem with this in Iceland, where pedophiles are getting pardoned and all of their crimes are stricken and removed just because they were government officials or related to government officials. It's way too common.
So that's what has to be stopped. Like they here we had an RCMP officer. He had his 9-year-old son. An RCMP cop here in Canada, in Ottawa, had his 9-year-old son in Canada in the basement, chained to a pole, abusing him, starving him, whatever. He gets pinched. Not a photo of his face, not his name, nothing in the media. But if it was the guy next door, his face would be plastered everywhere.
Part of a club.
You're being raped by your president. They're being raped by your council, your committee, your lobby.
That's a mess,
Congress.
bro.
Being raped
Part
by
of a
all
club,
the people.
and we are not included.
I'm just
You are
saying,
not
we get
invited.
raped by the system.
And then how the hell are you a cop if that's how evil you are? And then this RCMP cop, he was part of the anti-terrorist task force in Canada. Like, he's torturing his son in his basement, and he's supposed to be stopping threats to Canadians. Like, are you kidding me?
Well, I think there's bad in all.
I don't even know about that shit.
That's essentially
Yeah, there's some
terrorist.
weird ass people. Listen, that guy's a fucking weirdo and he's doing weird shit. I don't know nothing about stopping threats for Canada. I don't know who the fuck is threatening Canada. That's kind of dumb. So I'm gonna threaten a cold ass area where fucking places are 500 miles apart and fucking super cold, dumbass, retarded fucking far.
Canada's not like that.
Well, Canada's got some gold. I tell you that right now.
Well, no, we had, remember we had that guy storm the parliament. He shot Corporal Cirillo. We had the guy storm Parliament. He shot Corporal Cirillo at the Peace Monument, and then stormed Parliament, ran into our House of Parliament, and Speaker of the House had to shoot him.
Listen, shooting a guy
No, this was a terrorist. No, that was an attack on Canada and Canadians. Like,
No, it's a
it was a
joke, though.
terrorist.
It's a joke, though. Listen. No, not what I'm saying. Listen, shooting Kennedy didn't fucking matter. Shooting any fucking one guy in the world never matters. Because you know what? The world keeps going because
not true.
every motherfucker dies. I'm not being
Well, when
morbid.
Franz
I'm not,
Ferdinand,
every
wait,
person.
that's
hold
not
on,
true.
Hold on, 1 second.
No, that's not true.
No, that is true. Every person in the world is born to die. Listen.
Right, but they got information.
Now listen.
Man.
Now listen.
Let me
It's the
explain why that's
format. It's the format that we've been set. The system, the government has set up That's not the way shit's supposed to be. The other way shit could be is naturally, and then you guys would 100% get exactly what I'm talking about. Because the shit would be done better. You'd have 800 million men doing the same thing for a great purpose, and they'd all be Kennedys. It wouldn't just be one Kennedy. You understand? We'd all
That's
be
right.
fucking
That's
Kennedys.
right. When that guy stormed our parliament, the part that bothered me was.
Wait there. I'm next because I literally
Sorry.
objected to this. So, all right, so I would say that is true, that one person dying doesn't usually matter to the whole of the world, right? But when Franz Ferdinand was shot, World War I happened afterwards based on that bullshit lie that people wanted. You know, that was constructed, don't get me wrong. But they still use one man's death to fuel the wars of the deaths of many, right? These
Yes,
lies-
and they assassinated Kennedy, and 3 years later, another asshole took a call from the moon. So they took him out to fake the moon landing. You know what I mean?
Do you really think that our government and our news media can't sway you any other way?
If I'm influenced. If I'm informed, I make my informed decision. If I'm influenced,
I'm not saying that, Demok. I agree. No.
No, I know. I'm just saying it's a weird world, man.
That's the question. So I'm saying that I agree that they can use other methodology, right? But I would also state that at the same time, that's the exact method that we're talking about. Like, obviously, I don't want to strawman your position.
Oh yeah, they get charismatic people.
Yeah.
And the thing that upset me,
I believe people are used.
the thing that upsets me when something happens, like the guy storming Parliament, there was other Canadians that he ran past and stuff. And usually there's all kinds of cops on the lawn of the Parliament. Where were they that day? Like, nobody tried to stop this guy. Like, there was an attack on a bus. This kid was freaking out on drugs. There was a guy on the bus with a bicycle, and I see video footage. The guy with the bicycle, he's getting off the bus where you could have turned that front wheel sideways, pinned the kid to the seat, taken the knife from him. The cop shot that kid to death. That's how that thing unfolded in Toronto. Like, I don't know, man. People need to think. Just because something's happening doesn't mean you have to panic and run. You know? And who cares if you get shot stopping the guy? Try. I don't know. That's me anyways. That's me.
How many guns have you taken off people though? I'm going to be honest. Like,
I've had guns pulled on me, bro. Yesterday I was in the stream. If you go back and listen yesterday, I've lived a very unsheltered life.
I've done that one time and it ain't cool.
I've lived a very unsheltered life. I'm here partly through like, there's something above me that still wants me here for sure.
Yeah, I saw security camera footage of a robbery where two kids were stealing stuff from the store while a robber walked in with a shotgun. The kids who were stealing noticed that robbery going down and were like, shit. And then they hand signed to each other that they were gonna stop the robbery. So they attack the guy. One guy jumps at him, pushes him, distracting him, so the other guy can use his skateboard to hit him in the head. That's enough for him to drop the gun, and the guy behind the register can take the gun, and then the thing is over, basically. But I just thought it was so telling how, like, even kids doing something illegal are ready to save other people when it comes down to real stuff.
Yes, there are people who are criminally minded that do have morals. Like, I'll say that to some other people and they'll be like, really? I'm like, are you kidding me? I would never let the guy next door beat on his wife. You know what I mean?
But what's criminally minded?
A lot of them have morals.
I hate it when people get blanket.
Yes.
As immoral because they
Yes.
committed crimes. Like
when I got
ridiculous, bro.
When I got pinched for moving blow, then when they were questioning my old lady, they're like, does he hit you? Does he abuse you? It's like, because they think every guy that's out there hustling the white slaps his woman around. Like, give me a break.
Yeah, my dad,
A lot of them do, though.
My dad
they just thought she was annoying.
My dad was a
like,
big criminal.
I'm not going to deny that a lot of guys that do that aren't
It
abusive.
was like, why don't you hit her every 3 days? Fuck.
My dad was a big criminal. But the thing is, he really hated pedophiles. So
Oh well,
he
yeah.
actually he murdered a few of them, and
Good,
he would
good.
actually he would, if anybody came up like, oh, my child got molested, he would tell them, don't do anything, I will take care of it, because he didn't want the child to also lose its father after having gone through that.
Yeah,
He
yeah,
went through that as
exactly.
a
Yes,
child.
yes. Men like men who have the ability to move freer than other men and are willing to step up, so those men don't have to. You know what I mean? Those people need to be here. You know, like I would consider myself one of those persons. Don't do anything. I'll deal with it. Da 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 da. No way, man. I've been through a lot.
I hate no one. I hate not being chased.
I
For
hate
me,
no one.
It's not a thing of hate. It's a thing of knowing he's going to get a couple of weekends, and then be out on the street again to do it again.
Right.
Well, I don't care to hate anybody. That doesn't even make no sense. When people come up and do some stupid shit, they're either held accountable or not. It ain't got shit to do with hate.
Right. Right.
I suppose so.
You gotta think. Here's the thing, Flat Man. When you hate somebody, you carry their suffering with you.
It's also, think about this: when your child has been molested and you are going crazy and you want to beat this guy up and you don't know if you can hold yourself back from killing him, having someone else do that is better, so that you don't go to jail for beating up the pedophile. Otherwise, the child also loses its father.
I can fight.
That's what we're saying.
I can
Have
fight
somebody else deal with it, so you don't have to face the music. It could even be done in a way where even the person gets to do whatever, but it's off camera or whatever. You know what I mean? Like they don't know where the guy's put away, and they don't know where the father's going to come to put the finishing touches on him. You know, like well, yeah.
You need him to have
You need him to have a rock solid alibi. And my dad did this many times, and some of the pedophiles survived. And they all left the country because they didn't score. Dad told them if anything came back to him again, he would kill them. So
here's the thing: I can fight. Listen, I can fight a pedophile without hating him, just like I can box somebody in a boxing match without hating them. No hate at all.
Well, yeah, it wasn't. It's not necessarily a thing of hate. It's a thing of what's doing what needs to be done.
Right.
Oh yeah, it has to be done based on saving people from like people that have been abused exponentially abuse other people. So you cut it out at the root.
Gentlemen, I went through for 5 years. I almost killed my mom's boyfriend. After 5 years, I was 13 years
I will
old.
fucking mute you. I'm being serious. You keep talking over people on the ends of their sentences. I wasn't even finished, bro. All right. You keep doing it. Sorry, I'm a bit snappy then, but I did say wait, and like I'm in a bad mood, so I'm sorry for shouting at you like that. I am.
You're all right, bro. It's understandable.
Not you. I wasn't shouting at you, Don. But yeah, no, it's just like certain people don't have as loud a voice as you, Flat Man can, or whatever your name is. You're very confident in speaking, and then. Yeah, some people aren't as confident. I'm not saying I'm one of those people. I'm definitely a fucking big talker. But I don't want people's ends of their things being chopped, and because it just stops people from being. It doesn't help the flow of the conversation.
Right.
And yeah, I always find that someone new comes, I end up having to shout at them once. So I'm sorry it happened, but it did. But no, you are correct. Like again, when it comes to abuse and stuff like that, sometimes the only way of dealing with it, people say castration. This doesn't work. Castration, in fact, makes someone probably more dangerous because and it doesn't mean you can't have an orgasm either. Being castrated, but someone that cannot fulfill any desire, even in their own home, away from said victim as a predator, right? Someone who is in the shoes of a predator, they become someone that becomes even worse.
Yeah, even more twisted.
Psychotic. Exactly. Very twisted. It's interesting you talk about this, Jace, with your father and everything, because I know exactly what you're talking about, because people forget Iceland is a very small place, right? So the people that do become criminals in Iceland exponentially become criminals to higher and bigger degrees than in other places, much faster, in fact, as well.
Well, my dad was the biggest criminal in our country and when he finally got thrown in prison illegally because the police couldn't catch him because he has eidetic memory and remembers everything, and including all the laws, so he plays the cops like a fiddle. They had to strike all his witness testimony from the trial and not allow his witnesses to testify. And then the person who died, who he didn't touch, who died from a brain aneurysm, by the way. That whole thing got him in prison, and then
the one he didn't do. Did you say?
Yeah, the thing. One thing he didn't do.
Yeah, always the way because he didn't control the circumstances. Sorry, Dom, you go.
No,
He
you're
tried.
good, bro.
Because Dad understands our law system. The law system is super broken here. He just fabricates witnesses, and as soon as he has more witnesses than they do, he wins the case.
Yeah. The police dropped a case against me through that exact same methodology when I convinced them that I could get about 20 people to say the opposite of what they were saying. And they're like, what you're saying? They didn't believe me that I said I could get like 10 people right away. So I was with 10 people when this thing occurred. And like, to be honest, I hadn't really done anything that wrong anyway. The person that I had assaulted was probably not going to turn up to court, but the police can still choose to press charges in my country. So, yeah, I legitimately was just like, look, I can probably provide 10, because I knew that they didn't have video evidence, even though it was in the center of a town, the assault that happened. Because they asked my own brother to be a witness against me.
Even with video evidence, my dad's like, that's not me. And they're like, what do you mean? It's obviously you. And he's like, takes off his glasses in front of them. And he's like, no, this guy has glasses. I do not.
And that's how I'll be presenting myself in court when you try and claim that that's me. There'll be
and then he'll be like, then he'll be like, oh, I have witnesses that can place me not there. So you obviously have a doppelganger, or your eyes are broken.
Mate, have you ever heard of the pub called the Alibi? It's obviously in Shameless, but that's actually a real pub. There's more than one pub called the Alibi. So it's like a running joke, right? In my country, like where we live, there's a pub, right, called the Alibi. There's one actually, I've been to like 4 alibis, in fact, actually. And when you write your alibi as, oh yeah, ask the barman or the owner of the pub the alibi. What's your alibi? I was at the Alibi. And then you have an alibi that has the word alibi in there like 50 times because obviously
it's funny.
I want to take it back to what we were talking about. I mean, you can take it or leave it. All right. I would want everybody to have peace from within. So, like I said, take it or leave it. Forgive, let go. Just don't hold on to nothing. Take one day at a time. Just, be in the world, but not of it.
Before we go from this subject, I just want to say that the only reason why my dad's behavior works in this country is because we don't have a jury. We only have a judge, and the judge has to do some very basic math based on the witnesses.
Yeah,
so,
there's 10 on this side, 5 on this side. So 10 on this side means 10 wins.
And what I was trying to give you, gentlemen, before sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there, crack villain, but what I was trying to give you guys was a perspective from somebody who's lived and survived through abuse. For 5 years, my sister and my mother and I were terrorized. I called cops. I tried to stop it. After 5 years of the bullshit, I decided I'm going to kill this motherfucker. Then my mom saw what was going to happen, left him, and we moved 4,000 miles away. But that would have been my first body. If she wouldn't have left him, that would have been my first body.
You got to forgive.
And I know I would have got away with it because in court, I would have said to the judge, look, Your Honor, from this age to 13, this guy's been terrorizing my fucking family. Look at the records. I called the cops how many times? Why wasn't this guy put away or stopped or, more done to protect my sister, my mother, and I? And the judge probably would have been like, you're right. You're a young man. You were being, you're protecting your mom and your sister and yourself. And, you tried to stop it, but the system didn't help you.
Back in the day, you would have been considered a hero for killing him. in Iceland, for instance, if you killed a man when he was 6 years old, you were a legend.
But
Yeah,
I was,
but it's in the here, buddy. It's in the past now. You forgive and let, because I had the same thing happen to me when I was younger. You just gotta forgive and let go, man. Don't carry their suffering with you.
Yeah, exactly. Like forgiveness actually can be selfish, and what I mean by selfish is this: not that you're selfish for doing it. No, as in it's a good thing to do, and it can be for selfish reasons.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah,
Yes, I'm a very,
it's very important. Selfish forgiveness is so important.
I forgive others for myself more than for them. Some people I've forgiven might not even know I've forgiven them, you know? And they're carrying guilt, right?
Yeah, don't carry it for them.
But what I'm saying is, from a very young age, I was always ready to stand up and defend or do whatever necessary to do the right thing. Like, I can't watch an old lady get abused or something happen. Like, I can't be there and pick up the phone and call pigs. Fuck that. I'm getting in this now.
Well, yeah, you definitely can. Definitely, yeah, of course.
You know?
Help the
And
vulnerable. Stand up for
I've been
those
there,
that are-
man.
Yeah.
I do that shit, man. That's what the world needs.
It says to stand up for those that can't do it for them. So yeah.
Amen. Amen.
Black man can, you're like this. My family motto in Latin is Misero Securo Disco, which means I learn to succor the distressed, or I learn to secure, help the distressed. And I'll post an image in a second of my family's. So you have a moniker, and you also have a clan. So you have a moniker, and you also have your clan's sort of shield, as it were, right? So
Yeah, I have a family crest too. Yeah.
you have your crest,
I
you
was
have your moniker.
I was raised the same way. For instance, my father used to have a tattoo parlor on one of our main streets where the stores are, and a fire caught in one of the stores down the street, and he was just walking to get a hot dog with my sister when people started like piling up around, like, oh, there's smoke coming up out of the building on the top floor. We gotta call the firemen. And my dad's like, fuck that. Ran inside, kicked up all the doors, pulled up all the junkies, and by the time he's already got all the people out, the firemen are finally there, and the store on the bottom underneath where the fire is, the lady is panicking, like, all of my inventory, everything's gonna get burned or destroyed when they spray it with water. And the firemen are like, no, you can't enter and save it. And Dad's like, fuck you, get down. And they're like, what? And then like kicks open the door and says like, okay, you go grab that. And he like makes all the firemen help, and then gets all her stuff out, and then they spray it down. You need someone to stand up and do shit, because they're not gonna.
Dude,
I have a cousin. Sorry, guys. My auntie Max just passed away a couple months ago, but her son, Kurt, he was on his way home from work one day, and there was like a housing, like townhouses that are attached. One was on fire, and there was a kid in there. The woman was freaking out. He ran in and grabbed the kid and got it out, saved the kid. That's good shit.
I've done stuff like this myself many times. I've been the person to take knives off of people multiple times. I've been the person to arrest multiple people on the spot for doing stupidness. I've been the person to smash car windows and roll cars down hills to move because in England we don't have fire hydrants. We have fire hydrant slots. They're in the ground. And for some reason the fire brigade never know where they are. Don't ask me why they don't know where they are. But I remember like it was like last year I fucking had to like smash the windows on like 6 cars and like undo the handbrakes and like break the steering lock on one car. I had to break one of the steering wheels on the car. I had to pull it out because it's like all these cars are up an old Victorian street. It's not big enough to have them in it. So they're all parked up on the curb, right? And like extremely bad. Like so the whole fire brigade, like there's like 3 or 4 fire trucks, right? And none of them can get up, like none of them. And there's like 2-3 houses on fire, right? So I just come along and like I see this happening. They're like, we can't find the slots, like, and they're like trying to get underneath the car with the hoses, try and find them. But like I've got a really good memory, so and I've walked up and down the street probably for like the last 10 years every day of my life. So I just knew exactly where they are because we've got some which is to turn the water on and off. Some of these slots, they all look the same. They're not marked differently. So like, yeah, and there's only like 2 or 3 of them that are actually ones for the water. And then like the first 2 didn't have enough pressure. So we had to use 3 of them in tandem. And then it's like, you know, I just went crazy. They like, you know, give me a crowbar and shit. And I was just like smashing car windows, fucking pulling steering wheels off.
That's crazy. I'm a little like Drake's dad. I have pretty much an eidetic memory too, and like I can't believe in this day and age they don't have like GPS on their fire trucks to know where those things are.
It's because of the type of area I'm in, dude. Like it's so like where I live is what you would call semi-rural. So like I live in a town of like, let's say like 80,000 people, right? We have attaché towns that are like 2 miles in all directions away, of like 15, 20, 30, 40, and then 6 miles the same amount and further. So it can seem rural. Where I live, you're 20 minutes away from a beach, 10 minutes away from the countryside. But in the town, it's like a very small city. And it's actually a pretty tough place to live where I live. I'd say it's probably more violent sometimes than places even like London. Because what I would say with that is and all the statistics for where I live are completely skewed because of tourism, so they can't have it look bad here. But if you're local and you live on local estates, it's actually a really rough place to live, like really fucking rough. Do you know what I mean? I don't know anyone that's like, you know, when people say, "Oh, it's a bullshit statistic that 1 in 3 girls have been raped." Well, where I live, it genuinely isn't bullshit. Like girls, yeah, that's not bullshit where I live. Like girls get raped all the time, and then like you don't hear anything about it, and people don't get long in prison for assaulting people, like or GBH or attempted murders. Like I know loads of people that have killed people, been proven guilty for doing it, and they got 6 months in prison because of like mitigating. They'll let you get away with a murder here. It's like someone could go to your house with a baseball bat here, yeah. And like this isn't like this anywhere else in England, right? You can't even kill someone in your own home if they break in, right? But like I know someone personally, and like you know that if it was anywhere else in the country, it's because it's technically like I don't know how to put it. It's probably one of the places that pulls in the most money via tourism in the country. It's where all the Londoners go, all the people from fucking Birmingham, Manchester, Liverpool. This place is like as well quite close to London, but like it's full. It's a melting pot of people, and then because it's local but small towns everywhere, these postcode war things go on, and we've got an incredibly big cocaine business here. Like, as in, like it's huge, right? Like people might not understand what that really like living in a place where at the minute we're going for a cocaine epidemic, right? You know, like I've got like my friend, like literally like 3 months ago was like six black lads from London broke into his flat, pinned him down, like stabbed him like 10 times in his leg, right? And
That's
then
crazy.
just, like and then they forced him to like they forced him to show them to like 6 of the main dealers in this town, and this town's like about 10 miles away from mine, right? So they've ended up going to 2 of the towns that are like 3 miles away from me. And in the end, because it's such a small place, everyone knows each other. So when you've got people that go to the level of violence of the Londoners, stabbings and that, but you live in an area where you will see these people that you fuck over, potentially. You will see them again. Like you can see one person in London and never see them again, right? Where I live, it ain't like that at all. So this group of 6 lads from London, right? You can imagine what happened to them, right? How quickly people work shit out, and how fast this stuff happens. Like, so they were making him ring someone, going, "Oh yeah, like, oh, it's alright to pop round and grab some stuff." Da 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 da. Well, before they know it, someone finds out about the second place. They went to his, and then the next place they've gone, they robbed them. But then, who they rung next? Who this guy's run? Someone's already worked out what's happening. So the third person, by the time they got there was like 30 people from my town, right? in that place, ready, armed.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously these black lads were subsequently everything taken off of them, and they'd accumulated a lot of stuff from all these other places. And like, you don't and I found this out from like one of my aunties. So it's like you don't even have to be involved in anything around here to find everything out as well. So like when even people that are normal members of the public find out about all these intricate little crimes and these things that are going on, you start to realize how closely knit these areas are, right? There's a reason why no one around here is like, you don't talk to the police, because they have to put that out. Like, people don't quite get why that, oh, you can't grass. That gets put out massively so, because in small areas like this, and even in London, London's not quite as big as people think it is. You legit, if you're gangs, they have to fucking put that out there. They have to, because anyone can find out, and anyone and everyone will find out, and once they do, you're fucked, right? So you got
I found
those vibes. Yeah, sorry, bro. I was talking for ages then.
It's all good. I found like I've dealt with a couple multiple attackers throughout my life. Once was down in Windsor, Ontario, and once was in my hometown in Ottawa. I was doing a liquor delivery. So what I was going to say is I find you don't know when or where it might happen. You got to be on alert at all times. Like, unfortunately, the world we're in these days. I saw a clip. A woman ran up to a guy with his kid and she started stabbing the kid. Like, what is this? Out of nowhere. Like, what is going on with the world?
Check this out. Crack a villain. Read that real quick. Down here I posted. I don't know if you're into the Bible too much.
Yeah,
but
bro.
Okay, look, check this out. Ye shall not do no unrighteousness and judgment. Thou shalt not respect the person of the poor. What do you think that means?
I know exactly what that means.
Within, somebody from within, the poor, that because they got anger and hate and all that stuff. Nor honor the person of the mighty. Mighty? Yeah, well, hate, but right. So what do you think those people do? What we're just talking about.
Say again.
What do you think? What do? They cause harm to somebody. They will.
Of course. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's why it says, but in righteous shall thy judge thy neighbor. So when you see somebody harming an old lady.
That's proper correction. Yeah, listen, there's righteous anger, there's unrighteous anger, right? Of course. This is what I mean. People still always say, like, what do you think when Jesus was flipping over the tables, right, in the temple?
Well, I don't think his anger was like our anger. It's a little it's a bit different.
His wasn't. I know what you're saying. Like, I've heard you even say the term. Like, it's not that type of falling away anger, right?
Yeah, right.
His was right. His was completely just and righteous anger. It was what you would call even in the world of self-defense. Correct, would be this.
Right.
Reasonable force, as it were.
Right.
So reasonable force, but like anger and aggression, as opposed to needed forms of expression. Two different things. Like,
yeah, it's like
I could be screaming. So the other day I was on live stream and I saw two people. One of the people was the person who stabbed my brother 9 times. The other person was the person who tried to stab me in the throat from behind on a bus, right? And he was walking towards me with one of his friends and he had a dog. I preemptively screamed at him before he got close to me. And I said, cross that road or walk in that car park there off camera. And I did so very, very aggressively. I wasn't angry. What I did was completely calculated, right? I've already dealt with this guy before. But the point is, there's 2 of them. I'm not going to let them get within arm's length of me whatsoever. So they either need to move across the road. I need them to know they have to, based on what I'm going to do if they don't, because I can't afford for them to walk past me shoulder to shoulder on the street, just in case he tries something. He's got a pit bull with him. He's got a friend with him. So they either conform to what I'm saying, move that way, or if you don't do so, I've made it clear that my aggression levels are high enough, because actually I'm not trying to be angry. I'm not trying to cause a conflict or have one.
Right.
But safety reasons, if it was the safety reason, I cannot allow him to be at arm's length from me, right? So I have to make it very clear the level of violence I will bring if you're at arm's length to me, regardless of your own reaction, because of your previous and past things you have clearly shown to me that you've done. You're a snake, right? You've done this, So it's something I don't even know. So
I think
it seemed like I was being angry, but at the same time, it wasn't complete. Do you see what I mean? I could seem like I was being extremely aggressive and angry, but really, what I'm doing is completely calculated toward a directive. He then started walking into the road, crossed the road, right?
Yeah, my dad would totally agree with everything you're saying because he taught me as a young child how to defend myself, both how to punch and connect the punch all the way to the ground, and he who appears the craziest generally wins because it scares all the other ones. And if you take out the most confident one of theirs, everyone else will scatter.
That's correct. When I got jacked, or they tried to jack me doing my liquor delivery, that I sort of wanted to expand on what Crack Villain was saying is I responded with force immediately, and that was justifiable because they were threatening my safety and my person. But when I was in the car on the phone with the cops saying I want to go in there and break noses and arms and shit, that was my anger and my vengeance wanting to do more harm than was necessary. And was uncalled for, you know. She had to remind me I was being recorded and stuff. I'm like, oh, okay, I'll just shut up then.
Aggression doesn't always work, though, I'll admit. So, like me with those guys, they might have reacted wrongly to it.
Yeah, and who knows how many people could have been in that house too.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's like with that scenario, why I say it's calculated is because I've got pre-day knowledge as well, right?
Yeah.
I tried to stab me from behind, failed. Okay. Since then, I've had physical altercations with him and two other people when he was with two other people. When he tried to stab me from behind.
Be careful, mate.
Hang on. That John dude posted that. Is that the White House? Is that the wall that they're still working on? Are you... Bro, that's been closed. The White House has been closed for a long time.
That's the back of the White House, isn't it? Is that the back? Yeah, that's the back.
I don't know, bro, but they've been building a wall, and look at that sucker. It's getting bigger.
Excavating behind it.
Bro, something strange is going on, dude.
When they finish it, we just got to put locks on the gates and keep them in there.
I'll just finish this point.
I don't know, bro. Go ahead. My bad. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Right? My family teaches self-defense. We run the best mixed martial arts gyms in the UK, in the south.
Beautiful.
They're Gracie certified gyms, all of them, right? So, like it's in the Gracie family who do jiu-jitsu. We're very accomplished in this field. So, like with self-defense, right? Being aggressive, I'm not saying that's the best advice ever. You have to be able to back up aggression actually with action. Some people will not fold to aggression whatsoever. If someone screams at me in this way, I don't care. I'm not afraid of it. You know, this is how you can disarm someone who has a weapon who's going crazy and screaming. The way I would do that then again is I'm gonna not match them, because you don't scream at someone who's got a knife ever, generally, unless you're able to fucking overwhelm them psychologically in the moment, right? If they seem unsure for a second, then boom, you put it on them then. But the thing is you at that point when someone runs at you with a knife, you will get stabbed in the back running away, or you know you can run away. If you can't run away, then you know that you have to basically not be out of breath when they do catch you, right? That's just 101. So at that point, when someone's coming towards me with a knife, I'm gonna make them make a decision there and then, which is that I'm not gonna run, so therefore they're gonna get very close. But this is all situational, right? So like,
is jiu-jitsu the
only one we teach?
No, the only one you've practiced. Like the last one I was studying was Shaolin, which translated as the art of empty-handed self-defense, because 9 times out of 10, you won't have a weapon on you when something happens, right?
No, none of that stuff. I don't know none of that stuff. I did boxing for 14 years. I never got into all that stuff.
Well. Boxing's brilliant, man. If you can use boxing mixed with other martial arts, right, you have a whole game there. But like
almost unstoppable.
Dude, like, you know, I probably could have become a professional boxer quite easily myself, right? You know, I did boxing for years. My brother was a professional boxer for a little bit until he was stabbed, and, you know, his career was ruined by that slightly, really. His lungs were nicked, and he ended up with pneumonia, and he had scars on his lungs. But the thing is like, with boxing's all well and good, but I've got friends that, you know, who are professional boxers high up, in fact. You know, my best friend's is a world champion Muay Thai fighter, right? And the thing is that if you understand that, like with boxing, it's great because if you're good at it in a one-on-one fight with another man, yeah, and you're very good at it, doesn't even matter. I've seen big guys that are heavyweights; they're always going to out-time people, even that are lightweights that aren't good at boxing. Because people think you've got to be able to throw quick punches. It's like, do you think that like a boxer is like a middleweight, right? He throws punches at a certain speed. He learns boxing for 2 years. Do you think his punches have got 15 times faster? Because he's able to land 15 times the amount of punches, and he's able to do it. Now he's able to land 5 more punches in a complete flurry. He's able to parry. He's able to do all these different things. But the thing is, it's like his punches haven't got 15 times faster. He's just got timing down better 15 times the amount. His accuracy's up. His timing is up. All of that's what makes a difference. But when it comes to in a street fight, all the boxers that I know, most of them anyway, unless they were, already grew up in the world of scrapping on the streets, they understand that boxing is not a full-blown martial art. It's not an all-encompassing self-defense technique. But
Yeah, I was gonna say.
it
Sorry.
isn't. But what I will say is that people that do box and then learn a form of martial art like jiu-jitsu, judo, even something like Kalianis, wushu, even Kempo, whatever it is, right? These people become extremely. I'm telling you, boxing, bar none, is the best way to learn angles for striking, right? Bar none.
I was gonna say, I'm not sure if I'm right on this statement, but boxing on the street, if the two combatants can adhere to those rules, is like a respectable gentleman's fight. But on the street, anything goes. So therefore, unless both people are adhering to the boxing rules, it doesn't work.
I fought
I used to street fight, and there's not a lot of rules in street fights.
There's
And-
none. There's
and-
none, but I'll poke your fucking eyeball out.
I fought street fighters. I fought street fighters before, or people, just random people. Their swinging is sporadic. They don't know how to swing. It's goofy. It's
Yeah, if it's a street
unorthodox.
fighter with some, if the street fighter has some martial arts under his belt, now you're talking, Mike, right?
But your average Joe doesn't really know how to throw a punch.
The thing is, are you just going in there just to fight someone? Is it just they're both going in to fight like in a boxing match, or is it?
I use boxing. I just let them swing.
Trying to intimidate each other, and then a fight breaks out.
Yeah,
those are very different scenarios. And
Guys,
for instance, I've only had to punch people once.
Sorry, Dre, sorry.
And I
I
hit
don't
them in
like
the
it when.
chest.
Hold on. I don't like it when they.
Well, yeah, I'm clearing the floor for you, dude. I'm clearing the floor for you. That's what I was doing.
Yeah, I don't need help, but thanks.
All right.
Yeah, it's I go into it humble. I do not underestimate my opponent. I see it as it is, and go for it.
Yeah, I was 12.
See,
when
that's
my dad went to
respect.
prison
That's
because a man
respect for
got
your
slapped when he
opponent
died.
and what's about to happen. Sorry.
Yeah, I was 12 when my dad went to prison because a man died to a brain aneurysm because he got slapped during a bar brawl.
Oh yeah.
So I've always I've never punched anyone in the face. I've just blocked their punches with my elbows by elbowing their incoming punches, and then punched them really hard in the stomach or the chest, and that generally can
The stomach is
knock
the best
people
place
out.
to hit somebody. The stomach is the best place to hit somebody. If you don't want to do damage, catch them off guard, hit them in the stomach, dude. They're done. You literally curl up in the fetal position.
I get hit pretty hard in my stomach, dude.
I just palm strike people, bro. One of the best places
I
to
would
hit
say the
someone,
kidney.
no matter how fat they are, doesn't matter how big they are. So
Right.
where your nipple is on a man, right? Okay, it doesn't matter if they're the biggest bodybuilder in the world. I'm telling you right now. Like I'm saying, this is a good technique for someone who's really big. So where your nipple is, put your index finger on your nipple, then open up your other finger, right? Okay, your middle finger, so it's
Yeah.
facing down towards the ground, and then so if your finger's on your nipple, now where is your middle finger? It should be on a portion of your rib cage, right? Okay. Feel how tender that area is.
Yeah,
And
Dad
no
told me
man in the
always
world-
punch for there. Yeah, that's one of the
Well,
main.
also the solar plexus, yeah. right?
Yeah,
Solar
that's
plexus
the
are
other one.
also, yeah, but with a solar plexus as well, believe it or not, the way your muscles work, right? Punching like an uppercuts into the stomach, they're not always as effective at winding people, especially if someone knows what they're doing. Actually punching down into the muscles in your stomach slightly, believe it or not, like a quick jab and a downward sort of angle into the fucking stomach muscles. Something we use in boxing all the time as well, because it's harder to pull off, but you can do it with a hook as well. You know, as you step round and you come round someone and you follow through with a right hook, bang. But having that little bit of down motion, because of the way the abdomen muscles actually tense up, punching uppercuts into the stomach, obviously it goes perfectly with the way the muscles tense, which is going down. Like, it's hard to explain the way the motion is of the way they sort of rise up your abs as you tense, right? So as they rise up, to negate that pressure down at an angle, for some reason it's easier to win someone. I mean, you could let half the amount of force. That position on your ribs is
No one's gonna
terrible.
go through all that, bro. That's just
No, I can do it in a second.
Yeah,
bro.
that's great, bro. But I mean, no, we're not here talking about learned fighters. We're talking about just getting in a regular fight with some idiot that don't know
That
what
is
he's
a regular
doing.
fight.
You know what I'm
I
saying?
don't
We're not
really like
talking about.
fighting those people.
All right, people are talking.
Crack
all right,
villain.
he's just going to disagree with anything I say because I
Yeah,
prove
but
him wrong.
Crack Villain might be able to confirm this, but coming from a point of experience and whatnot, I find no matter what you learn in the class or the dojo or the room, it's not how it unfolds when it happens. And for me personally, after the situation is over with and I'm reflecting on the situation, I find myself going, shit, I did what Sifu taught me. Even though I wasn't thinking about it, I still did it. So it just becomes like a second nature, you know?
Yeah,
Bro, don't make me do the don't make me do the Jim Carrey on you right here.
Jim Carrey. Oh, yeah. No, but it becomes like second nature. So you're ready when it happens. And you might not be thinking while you're reacting, but afterwards you're like, fuck, I did exactly what I was supposed to do.
Conor McGregor, one of the greatest fighters, dude. Conor McGregor is one of the great. He's your modern day Bruce Lee. I don't care what nobody says.
Look at Khabib the
What the
Nurmagomedov,
fuck are you
bro.
talking about? Hell no.
I don't care what no one
wiped
says.
the floor.
Listen,
Khabib
Khabib-
wiped the floor with that dude.
Khabib's scared of punches. Khabib's scared of his
Doesn't
hand.
matter. Doesn't matter. He can still
Whoa,
take it. He can
everyone
still
should
take
be.
a punch.
Everyone should be afraid of getting punched when you're a professional fighter. Listen, professional fighters are afraid of punches. Every punch you get hit with does destroy your brain at the time, right? So, like, we always teach our fighters, fucking make sure you're afraid of being punched, but, like, not so afraid that you are flinching and not able to actually avoid punches. Like, this is the thing. So, like, Conor McGregor is good in the sense that he's got crazy angles and he is able to utilize them. He's got a wicked left hand, right? Khabib, I would say, is like bar none twice as good, if not more than twice as good. But he is a specimen. He's amazing.
I'm talking about the stand-up game, bro. I'm not talking about the ground game.
It doesn't matter, but that's not real life. That's not real life, bro. That's not real life.
9 times out of 10, a fighter's
That's
up on
not-
the
you're-
floor. 9 times
You're
out
not
of
getting
10.
that. You're not getting that.
Dude, who's gonna fight somebody stand up in real
He's
life?
definitely your modern day Bruce
Dude,
Lee.
if I meet some dude in the street, I'm not fucking standing up fighting the whole dude. If I have to take a dude down, I'm taking his ass down. I'm not fucking
Yeah,
gonna
every
stand there and
time.
fight like an
I'm
idiot.
standing up. I'm a stand. I don't take down.
Yeah, but you won't be able to stand this. So this is the difference between street fighting, right, and boxing.
Uh-huh.
You won't
Right.
be able to stand. I'm a black belt in judo, mate, right? And I'm a heavyweight. So if I want someone to go down, it doesn't matter. They're going down, right? Obviously, if you know, someone can try and knock someone out before they get that close, but you know, this is where advanced fighting techniques advance. So it's like you can know, right? You could be at black belt level and you can be a professional boxer. You ain't gonna be able to do half the shit you want to be able to do anyway. But that's kind of my point. Is like when you learn like a shit ton of things you can potentially do fluently, and they end up becoming muscle memory. Before you know it, you end up being able to do a lot more than what you could have been able to do before, and you naturally do so, right? And like boxers, if you've been a boxer for years, you can learn very quickly how to negate people trying to take you to the floor, so that you can make sure you stay on up on your feet, so that you don't have to fight on the ground. But then that goes into a little bit of groundwork, or a little.
I'm
bit
curious
of
though,
mid-work.
Crack Villain, would you agree or disagree with what I said about you might not be thinking about it, you just react and naturally do what you were
100%.
taught?
That's called muscle memory. Yeah, that's why we
Yeah.
do repetition isn't necessarily like you know, when you see repetition in kung fu, people think that's all about exact and perfect form. That's bullshit. The only reason you're supposed to do any form of repetition in kung fu is actually so that you're able to, in fact, for conditioning and exercise at the same time. But that's two other reasons. But
Yeah, it's like
it's for muscle memory, so that when you're actually in a scenario, it
You
comes
do it.
natural based on the
Yeah.
position that you're in to use the most effective methodology therein and at that time.
Yeah, it's like Bruce Lee said, I'm not afraid of the man that knows 10,000 kicks. I'm afraid of the man that's done one kick 10,000 times.
Here's the thing, though, man. What Conor McGregor, he went against the most baddest boxer to ever, do the game, bro.
Until he got to Justin
and he, and then he lost. Sure, he lost, but he handled himself very well.
Dude, he got fucked up by Perot.
Listen,
He was
No,
limping after that
not really,
fight.
not
He
really.
was limping
tired.
after that fight. Dude, get
You
the
do
fuck out.
know.
No, I'm
you know
talking
that
about
they-
Floyd.
No, but Don,
Floyd
listen a
Mayweather.
sec. I know that's what we're saying. Floyd Mayweather. So when he fought Floyd, right? They had an agreement to at least there was so much pressure on them to make sure that didn't just end within the first 2 rounds. You know this, right? So like
I
Floyd
suppose.
could have knocked him out in the first 30 seconds. I'm just saying.
I don't know about that.
You don't.
What I do.
That's just speculation. I don't know about that.
Floyd
I mean,
even
we can
said it
speculate.
himself, but
Hold on, let me get this
Yeah.
out. Let me get this out. The dude from what's his name from Spawn, that black dude. You know who I'm talking about. What's his name again? But anyway, he's high up there, bro. You know, he trains all the fighters. John Jones, he's trains with all of them, right? He said if
I
he
know
was
you're
in the
right,
ring,
yeah.
he's a heavyweight with Floyd, he wouldn't last 1 minute. And this dude knows his shit. You see what I'm saying? So, bro, you don't know what you're talking about. Learn some things
Yeah.
about shit first and then
Pre-
talk.
You're presupposing when something's not happening. That
Yeah, but
hasn't
Floyd,
happened.
it's
So
just
you,
a conversation, and he's allowed to say stuff like he thinks he's good. That's his opinion, man.
I don't know who it was, but like, I don't know, a month ago or so, I saw this clip. I was watching a UFC fight and they were doing some previews for some upcoming bouts. And in the clip, the one guy shot a kick, the guy grabbed it, and then he lifted his other foot off the ground and just smoked him in the head. Like, it was just brilliant, Like, most guys would try to get their foot back from the guy holding it rather than lifting their grounded foot and smoking him, That was
Right,
brilliant. I just thought it was a brilliant move. Like, oh, you got my foot? Here's the other one. Biff.
well, here's the thing. What I like about Conor, he knows how to use people's emotions against them, and that's how he can win. Because it's funny. I've noticed that. I have noticed that because I'm humble as well, but then, right, I'm not affected. So when all you gotta do is just get somebody mad and riled up, see their emotions and know where it's at and where they get triggered by, and use that against them, and then that's how you win.
Dude, you
It's that
have
easy.
no idea. You do not know the guy you're talking about.
Well, no, he is correct in
Absolutely
a
not.
sense. No, listen,
But he's not.
correct in
He
a
is
sense.
not humble at all. That is not Conor McGregor.
No, that's
What are you
the
talking about?
point about it. That's the point. He's not affected by your words. He doesn't really
He's
get
the one
affected by
doing
it.
the words. That's what I'm saying. That's why
Yeah.
he got destroyed.
Yeah, right. That's why he's
He
not
put a big
affected.
target on his back with his mouth. And what happened? You see what I'm saying? Don't do.
Well,
He started out as
But
a
here's the
fight.
thing. He lost all those other fights.
Listen, one second. What's happened with Conor though is he was on the dole, living in Ireland, getting £50
Yeah.
a week. Now he's a fucking millionaire.
Exactly.
That's what happened.
Listen, he's done all of that through controlling everyone's emotions. His fans, everyone has watched this guy, watched his mouth, watched how he elicits responses emotively out of every person that's watching him. And he does completely fuck people over in the psychological game before the fight. Same thing Mike Tyson did time and time again. Right?
That's why I tell people to have peace from within.
But it
Don't allow
catches up
nobody
with
to
you, though.
affect
It catches up with you.
It does, and it's true. When
Yeah.
somebody plays the tough guy, all the tough people want to challenge him.
That's that
So
money.
to
dude.
be humble and keep that under your belt, then when you're challenged, you get to show your talent, and people know, don't mess with that guy.
But Conor would have been beaten eventually by someone like Khabib.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Eventually, yeah, but that money, the money got to him.
Shit, I
money
thought
got to him.
Chuck Liddell would never be dethroned.
Why?
Yeah, Chuck Liddell was, oh man, totally different. Dude, Chuck Liddell is one of the Great
Yeah, but
setup.
he was a stand-up fighter. Chuck Liddell was straight up boxer. That's all he did. You see what I'm saying? So once the feet and all that shit came, ground and pound came in, he was finished. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He was one
That's what I
dimensional.
like.
He was one
limited
dimensional.
he limited himself.
Yeah, but
Mate, look
dude,
at
that's
this,
that's not the sign of a.
I don't know why people bring up all these fighters as well. Am I here or am I dead? Oh, in the chat.
Tommy Morris was a great one too. He's
I'll tell you
underrated.
who's a good fighter. Is that the Israel guy? Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Israel.
Well,
he's
yeah,
alright.
because
He's
he tried to go up to light heavyweight, and now
You keep cutting out, fraud, bro.
If you guys can hear me in the background, let me know. I'll mute. I'm just rolling a doob and my scissors might be clicking. Sorry.
You're alright, mate.
What about Tommy Morris? You know about him, Crack? Tommy Morris?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's underrated for sure.
Oh yeah, mate. There's loads of people that are underrated. There's a British boxer at the minute, yeah, as well. I know it's going two different sports, but there's a British boxer at the minute. I'll post a video in a second. He's called Anthony Yard, right? And his trainer is one of Floyd Mayweather and Cotto's trainer, right? And he basically was saying that this Anthony Yard is the most skilled boxer that he has seen ever in his life. And he was in the Cotto camp training with Floyd Mayweather and all these different people. You know, he's been to Tepito, which is like the Mecca of boxing in Mexico. You know, he's worked with fucking Caesar, he's worked with bare people that are fucking good boxers, right? This guy says such amazing words about this Anthony Yard, and you can see it when he fights. He is like Floyd Mayweather mixed with. He's got that accuracy. He's got the head. He's got the movement. He's got everything that Floyd Mayweather's got, except he's mixed with Tyson. He's got the bangs, bro. I mean, he's got the.
Well, I gotta see that.
I got a question for you guys.
He's got the bangs, mate. He's brilliant.
I got a question for you guys. Sorry, I got a question. If you guys were like on the level of Floyd Mayweather and carrying around that knapsack with that million beans in it all the time, and it's not written anywhere that anyone has to, but if you were in those shoes, would you be like, here's 5 or here's 10 grand to like people in the streets you saw needed help, or would you try to do something different than just handing chunks of dough?
No, I wouldn't hand out money to anyone on video.
No, not on video. I'm not saying get recognition for it. I'm just saying, would you be generous like that?
That's what I'm saying.
See,
That's only good for a video. That's what I should have said that. That handing out money to people is only good for a video because you get recognition, you get followers, and you end up making more money than what you gave to the person based on advertising and all that shit, right?
But I meant without the
only reward
publicity.
you're going to get. But that's the only reward you're going to get. Your reward in heaven will be completely gone if you want to go around advertising the good deeds and works you do here on earth.
Yeah, no, I'm saying not advertising it though. Like you're Floyd on camera, you're like, I'll buy a car right now, but off camera, you're like, here, lady.
Waste of money.
Let's check this out.
Actually, here I think it's illegal to have more than $5,000 in public for your own safety.
No, it's not.
Check that out. Correct. Check this out. The reason why I compare Connor to Bruce Lee, he's like Bruce Lee's the actor. Connor is like the fighter.
Whoa. Bruce Lee's not an actor. Bruce Lee fought in competitions, multiple.
I never seen him fight like that. I never seen him in a real.
What are you talking about, dude?
Have you seen that video of Bruce Lee? He's lighting matches with nunchucks. He's got the match
That's not
strip
real
on the end of the nunchuck, and he's lighting wooden matches.
Okay, calm down.
That's not Bruce Lee. Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. He's like, if Connor was an actress, he'd probably be like Bruce Lee. I'd say some comparisons, kind of like the flow, the stand-up game is what I mean. The style,
I
the
don't
way.
see it personally, but I get what you mean. The sort of bouncing.
They're similar. Some similarities is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
His stance is similar to Bruce Lee. So he did model himself after Bruce Lee a bit.
Yes.
But
yes,
when
he
you
did.
say that Bruce Lee was not a fighter, that's not true. He was.
Well, I don't know. I never seen it to. only
You
speculate.
never see because he wasn't that kind of guy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so I can only speculate.
Yeah.
Have any of you guys seen that black and white video where he's like playing ping pong with nunchucks and lighting matches? And...
Black. Let me explain on that. That is not Bruce Lee. That is a completely CGI video.
Really? You think so?
No, I know it's not. Listen, my granddad used to train with Dan Asante. He gave my mum my first pair of Cali Eskrima sticks, buddy. Like, my family are, I'm not just saying this, like, my family are very big in the world of martial arts. My granddad's the highest ranked Jeet Kune Do instructor in the UK, for fuck's sake. You know what I mean? Like, Bruce Lee, these people, right? Bolo Young, all these people that people see as like these actors or these people, I know everything about them. Like, in essence, and most of you could know. I just know that video with the you could type it in on Google right now. Someone will explain how that was an advert for Adidas, I believe.
Sure, but you can do all this cool stuff, but a real fight is much different than
Bruce Lee was
showing
a
off
real
your
fighter.
skills.
Bruce Lee
But
was
yeah,
a real
he fought
fighter.
in the street all the time. That's the
He was
problem.
he was in official bouts multiple times, and even when we and like, that's not like controversial or even and he part of what he did was he was actually a coach for Jeet Kune Do. He created his whole discipline of martial arts.
Yeah, he took the best parts of Kung Fu and refined it and put it into one ultimate
Well, he
thing.
he didn't just use Kung Fu. He used all of the other martial arts, in fact, that he knew.
Yeah, and he took the best from everything and put it in his own style.
Of course, but Jeet Kune Do is hard to read out of a book and actually use it and apply it. You actually have to be good at Kung Fu first before you can sort of fully apply it or good at some martial art.
Our Sifu used to train us that if the conflict's lasting more than 10 seconds, you're taking too much time, exerting too much energy.
Well, yeah, but Bruce Lee sort of martial arts take into account the masculine and the feminine, not female and male. I don't mean that. I mean like the point when you start pushing, as opposed to when you flop back a bit and someone's using all that weight and going feminine so that you can then go masculine afterwards. You bounce off of the energy, right? This person's going to push this hard this direction, and I'm going to go that direction also and redirect the energy that way. It's a disequilibrium of balance and all this stuff. But Don Gio, most people don't know that about Bruce Lee, that actually he fought multiple times. He actually had his back broken in a fight because he was actually punished by a martial arts board because of the fact that he used to turn up to shows, mate, where there would be people where like he would fight like 10 or 15 people in one day and just knock people out left, right, and center. He used to knock.
I believe what it was
he of a fight.
He
Here's the
fought
thing:
in
did
front
he
of-
fight? Did he fight
He
real
fought in
people?
front of masters for the right to teach the art.
Real people. Yeah, he fought in
Like
front of
real
masters.
fighters.
Yeah,
Yes,
he
mate.
fought.
Of course, he fought real fighters. What are you on about?
I don't know.
He fought in
could
front
be
of
a show.
some.
Could be putting on a
No,
show.
yeah, no, bro.
This guy is just in love with Conor McGregor, bro. That's all.
No, I'm not in love with. I love all people. I don't hate no one.
How do you not know this about Bruce Lee? That he's like he was a real fighter.
Bruce
Yeah.
fought in front of some grand masters for the right to teach the art, and then after he won the fight, when he turned around, the guy ran and hit him in the back with his knee and fucked him up.
That's not true though. That
Well, he did.
that's
He
not how
he
broke.
didn't. Yeah, he didn't. Yeah, that's not how he broke his back. Actually, that he had his back. His back wasn't broken in that way. That was a bit of a exaggeration.
like Conor McGregor.
For Hollywood.
That was
the only
Hollywood?
part.
Yeah, that was
real
Hollywood
part I like.
But he damaged his back in one of those fights. And
The real
Yeah,
part I
and
like
then
about.
Linda helped nurse him back to health, right?
And then it got worse. He hairline fractured his back in one of those fights. they
And
did
Linda
have-
helped nurse him back to health, right? His wife.
Yeah, Linda did.
Yeah.
Linda did. But the
The real
point
part.
is,
Of,
sorry.
yeah, the real part I like about Conor McGregor is the fact that he shows how weak people are from within, and how you can lose from within.
Bruce
how you
Lee
can
was
lose
like
from
that,
within.
Very,
Yeah, that's
very
what he might. Like,
confident.
I like. No, don't get me wrong. I'm not. I don't say I don't like.
No, I'm
Bruce
saying
Lee.
that's what I'm saying.
why-
He didn't just model his stance after Bruce Lee, Conor McGregor.
Right.
Bruce Lee, people think he's extremely humble and stuff. He was actually extremely, he was cocky, but he was cocky for good reason, right? He's humble based on his skill. Put it that way.
Yeah.
But yeah, Bruce Lee knew how to fucking like flap his gums too, is what I'm trying to get at. He was renowned for it, but during the fight build-ups and stuff like that. It's just that the types of fights that we're talking about with Bruce Lee, they weren't the sorts of fights that were recorded, mate. But it's like saying, like, oh, I've never been in a fighting competition because I don't.
I
have
wonder
the
if-
videos of me
I wonder if Don King's trying to organize the first boxing match on Mars.
One sec, dude. One sec. So it's like saying I've never fought a fight because, like, when you're a, even professional boxers don't always have their fights recorded. Black belts in judo, right? They don't necessarily have their fights recorded unless you're at the Olympics, bro. I mean, going back even to when I was younger, right? Going back to when I was 14, even, right? I never remember seeing a camera. By the time I got to like 18, you see a camera there occasionally, but that would be like a title fight. If you're in a tournament and it's not a title fight for you at all, like, you're not going to see a camera there. And then it's like you go back to Bruce Lee's day when he was doing it. Listen to what fucking Chuck Norris said about Bruce Lee. Chuck Norris was a guy who won multiple world titles in kickboxing, right? And he even stated, he said that motherfucker is a real fighter. End of. Like, he said that. He's like Chuck Norris admitted, they filmed that movie with him, right? Chuck Norris admitted, he said Bruce Lee would kick my ass within 3 seconds. He said that guy, he said even when I throw a punch at him and he blocks it with his wrist, he said that shit is unreal.
Because he was all about power and force, not bulk and muscle. Like, just direct strikes. Boom, you're done.
You know who Tension is? You know who Tension is?
Tension.
Yeah. So he reminds me of Bruce Lee when it comes to kickboxing, but he can't box for nothing. He lost against Floyd. He definitely.
Great boxer. That's.
No, he didn't say that, Fraud. He didn't say that.
No, I didn't. Yeah, I didn't say that. So I just said Tension models.
Yeah.
I don't know. I can only speculate. I don't know. It's just my honest.
He's not. Well, no, he thought you said that Bruce Lee couldn't box. No,
I don't know.
Hear the bit where he didn't hear the bit where you said Tension.
Tension, yeah, he's something to he's not something to mess with when it comes to kickboxing. That's for sure. I have seen him kickbox and he destroys people, but he cannot destroy Floyd because it's just boxing alone. So I mean, boxing is definitely different than what you guys are talking about. That's for sure.
Oh yeah, I know this, bro. I know boxing, how different boxing is, 100%. Bruce Lee was actually, I think Bruce Lee had quite a few boxing matches himself, actually. It's interesting.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
But it's something you should look into that, actually, because I'm pretty sure he fought in quite a lot of fights, actually, not just like a few.
Yeah, I know.
But,
I've never seen him really.
Well, no, because you ain't gonna see them. They weren't recorded. It's like it's hard to find Jack Dempsey's fights on video, also.
Like this dude Tension is he's when it comes to kickboxing, yeah, he's definitely something.
Yeah. No, I don't know. So he's an MMA fighter, obviously, yeah, UFC, or is he actually just in kickboxing? Like,
no, he's just kickboxing. Yeah, he does it over there in Japan, I think.
Oh, all right. Have you ever seen Left Way?
No, I haven't heard him.
Left Way isn't a fighter. It's like a style of fighting. Well, it's not a style of fighting. It's basically Muay Thai, but it comes out of the Philippines, I believe. Well, it comes out of a couple of countries where its Left Way is known as the art of seven-limbed fighting, meaning elbows, punches, knees, kicks, and headbutts. The only one in the world that's on TV and stuff. And like, mate, it's fucking brilliant to watch. Like, you see these people, like, occasionally, right, bro? They'll be like fighting or whatever, and then just out of nowhere, and it seems so strange because it feels like you're watching Muay Thai. Out of nowhere, someone just goes bang and just throws a fucking nasty headbutt and just knocks someone out, and you're like, whoa.
Right.
Good to watch. You probably enjoy it.
Headbutts aren't allowed in UFC, or usually.
No, not UFC. No, headbutts.
That's why Pride.
Yeah,
you remember Pride? Pride was the shit, dude. Pride. I used to love watching Pride fighting. That was the shit. You could stomp on people's faces. That was a nasty fight school, man. Pride was crazy.
Do you remember the first time someone stomped on someone's feet and broke them in UFC? A little bit.
I never really got.
But it's loud.
You can still stomp your feet in UFC.
I like box. I stayed in the boxing ring. It looked more like a gentleman's sport. UFC always looked sloppy to me.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It's
At
deceiving
first
because,
it
like,
did.
dude, the brain damage after boxing is ridiculous.
Yeah, boxing terrible for brain damage. There's too many. It doesn't matter how hard you get punched; it's how many times you get punched. I think when
Right.
it
Yeah,
comes
that's
to
probably
these
why I'm a
brain
little
injuries.
slow.
So that's why like with UFC, one punch is better. You get knocked out one punch. At least you're not taking too much damage, But the longer a fight goes, the worse it is for you.
Yeah, they reckon that a lot of the reason why you get brain damage is your brain, like flinching to protect itself, right? And actually, in fact, it didn't need to because it wasn't enough. And then you get used to it. Not your jaw gets stronger and stronger and stronger in boxing, and then before you know it, your brain is constantly doing this quelch, where it basically is preparing itself to be knocked out, bounce off of the side of your skull 3 times
Well,
or
that's why
more
defense
in under a
is
second.
defense is the best in boxing, in my opinion. Dodging punches, moving out.
Yeah,
That
man.
is the best. That's what I focus on. I care less how hard I can hit you. I want to dodge your punches so I can score a point.
Yeah, listen, and that's the thing in boxing as well, is to like even be able to fucking be good at it, right? You can't just dodge a punch by like 5 hands. You have to dodge it by 1 hand only, because obviously you're putting too much energy into dodging. If you're moving your head too far away from the fist, you just need to be bobbing just out of the way of them fists.
A lot of people focus on punching, man. Most people really, actually, not all, but most. I focus on defense.
Mate, focusing on being able to fucking parry, like counter punching in boxing, is the way you knock people out at the end of the day. Like, it's hard to throw a hard, heavy haymaker at someone that's got good reaction speed and is quick enough to move out of the way. If they see you wind that up, they're going to be out of the way. So, like, counter punching or reactionary boxing, what Mike Tyson fought, reactionary, which is where you move in, you don't throw your punch until the person reacts to your first movement.
Right.
You straw man them. You straw man them with that first movement, that twitch. And then they get straw man. Wow, they make that little twitch happen. And then as soon as if someone's just twitched and all their muscles have just twitched, they can't twitch again for at least another like half second, right? It's hard to move out of the way of something twice consecutively, like boom, boom. So if you make someone twitch, and as soon as you make them twitch, and they've just tried to react or move, and they've just moved, you've got that split second there where you throw a punch, they ain't gonna be able to move out of the way of it. And that's how Tyson fought. Reactionary boxing, man. It's a fucking hell of a technique.
Well, that's
Really
why Floyd won 51 fights.
Yep. I don't even rate
And he's
Floyd's
not-
style. He bores me, man. I find him boring, bro. I feel like he lost against fucking Pacquiao, I'll be honest. That went to points, right? Him and Pacquiao.
Right.
I feel like he lost that fight. Big time.
Yeah.
That's-
Probably with Pacquiao. Yeah, Pacquiao was tearing him up.
But then as well, he was the world champion. So I feel like with world champion in boxing, there's always this sort of essence of like, you have to knock them off the podium. Not necessarily knock them out, but you better have a big ass distance between you and the champion. Like
Yeah, I like Tyson. I like Tyson Fury as of right now.
Tyson Fury's a brilliant boxer, mate. He's actually a brilliant
He
boxer.
reminds me of Muhammad Ali a little bit.
Yeah,
Little.
I could. He actually does. Yeah, he had to start styling himself more more like Muhammad Ali
Yep.
because of the simple sheer fact that obviously he's too elongated and long for inside fighting the way that Mike Tyson was doing it. But he prefers Mike Tyson, obviously, as his namesake.
Yeah.
Oh, mate, I knew he was going to absolutely annihilate fucking.
Wilder.
Oh, yeah, I knew he was going to beat him, mate.
Dude, he did
Yeah,
it.
he weighs more. He's got
And-
longer reach. It was just a bad setup.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Wilder's not even that talented, really. Like, well, he's talented compared to the fucking people that are in the game right now. Don't get me wrong, he is talented. I'm not saying he ain't, but I'm saying comparatively, like Wilder would have been knocked out in 3 seconds against Frank Bruno, Evander Holyfield, Roy Jones Jr., fucking, like any of these people, like, man,
He just got a powerful punch. That's pretty much what he has. But he can take a punch, though.
Yeah. Oh mate, yeah, no, I'm not saying. Kenny though, he tried to blame his legs. Do you remember that
What's that?
fight with Remember the fight with Wilder?
Yeah, he can't stand. He doesn't
The
have
one
the
with
best
Wilder
balance.
and Tyson Fury. He
Yeah,
tried
he
to
doesn't have
blame
the best.
his legs going all jelly and stuff like that, right? He tried blaming
Yeah,
all of that shit.
on his outfit, right?
Yep.
That's a
That's
mess.
on his outfit. He would come out with this mask on, yeah, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you remember that, yeah?
Yeah.
That's fucking stupid, right?
He said it was like 100 pounds or something.
Yeah, mate, that stuff's ridiculous. It's the dumbest fucking excuse I've ever. Do you hear what Joe Rogan said?
No, I didn't
wears.
hear that.
I think it was only like £50 the outfit though. It doesn't matter anyway, because Joe Rogan even said he was like, well, he's like, I go out for like a 10-mile run wearing about the same amount of weight, right, in his backpack. He said, and even I could like. Yeah, and he was like, well, even if I was to like half the weight or like have the same, like, you know, he said, no, I'd go out for a 5-mile run. He said,
Yeah.
which would have been equivalent to a lot more than walking to a cage, right? A ring. He said, there's no way in hell that I would be jelly legged like that, even after a 5-mile run with the same amount of weight.
Mm-hmm.
So everyone was calling that bullshit on that. You know?
Right. Joe Rogan got some kicks though, man. I
Joe
tell you that.
Rogan's a very good fucking fighter. Technically.
Yeah, but I still think he's controlled opposition.
Really? I'm actually making food.
I think he's controlled out. Because look, man, he knew about the moon landings and everything, and then next thing you know, he recant.
Yeah, he had a chance to make some money, Don.
Yeah.
I don't think he's controlled opposition because it's like he isn't really saying anything, you know?
Yeah, his buddy Eddie Bravo, Flat Earth.
Yeah.
Putting it on.
Damn straight. Eddie's like real good friends with all the Gracie family. A couple of the Gracies are flat earthers as well.
Oh, really? I didn't know that one.
Yep.
I know there's a couple of UFC fighters that are flat earthers.
Yeah, it's actually one of the sons of, I think it's Royce's son. I can't remember, it might be Royce's son. I forget his name. Royce, what's his name? That guy. Anyway, he's Effie for show, man. He's he's a fighter actually, not just a coach. Like some of the other Gracies are just, you know, are coaches.
Right. Hey, cut the S. I'm not gonna say that. Cut the S. The reason why people keep saying his wrist was in his hand was in the wrist is because he was using horsehair gloves. They're totally different from modern day gloves. Like Muhammad Ali used to use those back in the day. Same type of gloves.
What do you mean?
Horsehair gloves.
What's cut the shit saying? I can't see my phone.
He said they claim, yeah, I hear that a lot. His hands were in the wrist part of the glove because they're horsehair gloves. They do that. It looks funny when you move.
Yeah, they bend over.
Yeah.
But whose wrists were in the gloves? I'm confused.
Tyson Fury.
Mate, it's because he's got long ass arms as well. Because he's like so tall.
Yeah,
What
but
does
you
it matter
got
anyway.
Yeah, but if you use horsehair gloves, right? If you actually try them, you'll see what I mean.
No, I know what they're like. I know. I agree.
They're like really funky. They
They're
they
not
don't
as stiff
tie
as
right.
like modern. We're not stiff and rigid,
Yeah.
pointing forward like modern gloves are.
Right.
And our wrists actually are supposed to bend a little bit anyway, right? But I don't really understand the whole point behind what's being said. Do you see what I mean? Like, I don't get. Is that a problem that he had horsehair gloves?
Yeah. No, it shouldn't be a problem.
Is it a problem that his wrist is bent in some way? Like I'm saying, what's the hypothesis of people saying this?
The thing is, he cheated. Some people think he cheated. I'm not saying he's saying
How?
it, but they're
All right, no, that's what I'm asking you. Like, what's
how?
the
Yeah,
claim
there's
then?
not because they don't know boxing. Some of them, those that are saying he cheated, probably don't know
I'm
about
not
horsehair.
saying it like that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying, what are the people that are saying this? What are they trying to claim about the gloves?
That he
What-
had
what-
something in his glove. That he had
Right,
something in
that's what I'm trying to get to.
in his glove, or he hit him with bare knuckles.
Come on, they were
Cause-
checked, bro.
Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, bro. Those people that claim that don't never box with horsehair gloves.
Mate, check your gloves even if you're an amateur as well, mate.
They're a lot harder too, though. So that's why Wilder has a bump right there, because they're they're more stiff. They're more like.
It's like fibers inside of a fucking glove instead of a sponge, like memory foam.
Yeah, so no, they allow it. So they knew that they were horsehair gloves. They had to know it by feeling them.
They did know, of course they knew. Horsehair gloves.
Yeah, yeah, they definitely had to know. So I mean, that's Wilder. Wilder she could have used horsehair gloves too if you want. He should have, because them mugs right there. When you get hit by one of those suckers, you feel it. They hurt worse than the original 8-pound gloves or 4 ounces. You'll feel those. It's a different feeling.
As well, you have more control over your wrist a little bit, I think.
Yeah, a little bit. You're more flexible.
If you can bend your wrist before you throw a punch in certain angles, like if you're tall like him,
yeah,
where you can throw with your elbow locked into your like ribs and your hip bone.
Yeah, but they don't allow that really.
More alignment. Well, no, you're allowed to use that alignment of your body. I mean,
they don't. That little snap. They don't.
No,
yeah,
not backhand. I'm saying there's a forehand. There's a forward snap as well.
Oh yeah, right, yeah.
Is it like if you put your elbow to your hip, right? Yeah. As you're about to throw a right hook, your hand can be bent back, and just before the moment of impact, sort of thing, just before you snap your wrist forward,
right?
It creates you can make your fist go at the point of impact about 3 times quicker than if you didn't do it.
All right. Yeah, dude, I watched that fight.
But I've seen two people doing it.
Yeah, I watched that fight, and as soon as I was looking what people were complaining about, I was like, man, those look like horsehair gloves.
Oh, he uses them. He's a gypsy. He makes a point of using them every time.
Yeah, dude. And then the way they stringed up and everything and whatnot, dude, they're not the same.
And he's a traditionalist who trains by pulling around a horse cart.
All right.
Yeah. Mate, he's a full-blown gypsy, man. He's called the Gypsy King.
Dude, that dude, he's supposedly he's supposed to fight. He's supposed to fight Anthony, I think. I'm not for sure though. Well,
who will annihilate him? Who will annihilate him? Joshua's avoided fighting him for years.
I want to see that.
It'll be boring. I'll still watch it, but it'll be boring.
Maybe. I don't know, man.
Hey, he'll get wiped out, mate.
I still want to see
that. There's a kid at the minute who trains with Joshua, and he keeps knocking Anthony Joshua out.
Oh, really?
He's like 20 years old, bro. Yeah, he's a new heavyweight that's coming out soon. They reckon he's got harder punches than Frank Bruno.
Wow.
Yeah, Joshua admitted, he said, he's like, the kid's knocked me out a couple times, Sparko on the canvas. He's like, in sparring matches. He said, and
that's tough.
And he's not trying to knock Joshua out either. He's not even trying to knock him out.
Oh, it has been set. Cut the S. Okay. He said it has been set.
What? The fight?
He said in the... Yeah.
Yeah, him and Joshua.
Listen, look, I don't want to see that dang Paul, whatever his name, versus Floyd. Dude, I don't want to see all that. Floyd's gonna... That what's those dudes' names again? Those twins or those brothers? They mock Flat Earth?
Yeah.
What the heck are they? I don't know. I don't watch them. I forgot their last names.
Are they UFC fighters or?
No. Yeah, well, he's fighting a UFC fighter, but I don't know if it's the other brother or not. I don't pay attention to them at all. They're talking about trying to fight Floyd. One of them. Jake Paul, yeah. Yeah, wants to fight Floyd. Are you kidding me, dude?
He's about money, bro. That's what he wants to do. I mean, Jake Paul's not about boxing, really. He's quite a strong guy.
He's slow, man. He's slow. He hasn't fought real fighters. He hasn't even fought something.
He fought KSI, didn't he? KSI was...
Yeah. Dude, he fights Floyd, dude, it's over. He's ooh-wee.
He knows he'll lose.
No, he has to know.
No, sorry, not Jake Paul. Logan Paul's a better fighter.
Maybe. I don't know. I haven't really. I've seen clips of them.
Oh, he is. Better fighter than his brother.
I really haven't paid. I just seen them. They both look alike, so I can't even tell them apart.
If you see them next to each other, you can see. Logan's
Yeah.
much bigger.
Yeah. Right. If you see them next, you could probably tell. But like when they were in those things,
Logan Paul's an athlete. Logan Paul is definitely an athlete. Joe Rogan was saying about it. He said, I was surprised about this. Logan Paul, he said, well, I looked into him a bit more. He said, mate, he's a fucking athlete, bro. He's like, he's big as well.
Yeah, but I don't think he can beat Floyd.
He wouldn't be allowed to fight Floyd. It would be Jake that's fighting him because Logan's too big.
Yeah, Jake ain't getting him though. But none of them. Even if Logan was the
annihilated, bro.
Dude, that's first round.
Yeah.
I call first round.
Floyd didn't do that though.
If he wanted to though, he might want to keep it going to put on a show maybe.
Bro, that's what he could have done to Conor McGregor if he wanted to. Boom, could have done it.
I don't know though, man. Conor can take a hit though, man. That's the thing. Conor can take a punch.
He might be able to take a punch, mate, but boxing is different. All he would have had to have done is hit him in the stomach a few times, tire him out. First round, just bum, come in, couple shots to the head. He starts protecting his head only, and then fucking hard haymakers to that body.
I don't know, bro. But you look at Conor got him. Conor got him one good time, dude. Yeah.
But,
with that uppercut, he got him. I seen that. I was like, ooh, whoa.
Dude, I wanted him to win more than anything. Like, that's what I mean. Like, I'm not just being like someone who's like a Floyd fan. I don't like Floyd Mayweather at all, mate. I fucking hate him. You know what I mean? I really don't like him. I don't hate him, but you know what I mean?
It was a real dude. They were promoting it as a racist fight, man. Like that's.
Oh yeah, I hated the whole thing.
Dude, it was a mess, bro. You got Snoop Dogg, man. He just.
Oh, I
don't think racism exists, bro. It's just hate. You either got hate in your heart or love in your heart, and they just hate. Snoop Dogg just hate white people. That's all. There's proof in the put, dude. There's too much evidence for that. You just to hand dismiss that.
Snoop Dogg's just a racist twat.
Dude, he does not like white people.
I
don't. It is what it is. He deals with that suffering. It's got to be tough to carry that around.
I'm straight. Mate, fuck Snoop Dogg, man. Snoop Dogg's a skinny little child in a man's body.
And it's funny that he got on Tekashi 6ix9ine about telling. Didn't Snoop Dogg work with the feds too, though?
Probably.
I think it Once Upon a Time or something. I'm not for sure. But yeah.
He's a pedophile as well.
You know who's awesome, though, is Denzel Washington. Have you seen that?
Yeah, he's cool, man.
He speaks up, bro. He says lack of the fathers in the homes. He actually is for black folks, man. Denzel? Yeah,
like,
definitely.
He's like
definitely.
He's like the male version of Candace Owens, isn't he?
Yeah, maybe something like that. Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Snoop Dogg, no. He doesn't even care. He cares about himself only. Yeah. He cares about himself only. You know, whatever benefits him. But I like when Denzel speaks about that stuff. And so, Morgan Freeman too, man. Yeah,
So
dude, I like him.
What do you think about the school to prison pipeline and
What's-
all the
what's
other
that?
things that affected minorities, which black people also happen to be in that club, as well as Spanish people and whatever.
What you talking about?
The school to prison pipeline is you got these poor public schools in certain zones that are based on where you live.
Right.
So
Oh, he's in a Rotary prison. People being sent to prison and that. Rotary.
What's all the details? I don't know all the details of this.
I know what he's on about. It's disgusting. It's disgusting.
What is it? I mean, what do you mean? What is it?
Disgusting. It's
They're-
pretty much
they're-
racist, man. But
Okay, so what are they doing? Like, I don't know.
yeah, it's racist. but
it
it's
starts
just
with the
hatred again, innit?
politics and how you. It starts with the politics and how you slice up what schools are in which zones, and with that, you pick and choose what people go to the least supported financially schools possible in these specific zones. And a lot of things happen, like there's discrimination with banking, all types of things that contribute to this. So now you have these kids that basically fuck up in school, in fucked up schools, and then,
But I still never experienced racism, though. I never experienced
without speaking up the word racism, I'm telling you an actual mechanism that happens to put minorities, which blacks happen to be a part of, in
That's
jail.
just hate.
And so the reason, all right, I'm not saying it's not, but guess what? I'm talking about the mechanism and the reason, because you brought up Denzel talking about fatherless homes. Well, a lot of fathers were put in jail for very small infractions,
Yeah.
if at all.
Well, yeah,
A
they
lot of people in
committed a
jail
crime.
that shouldn't. No, a lot of people in jail shouldn't be this.
Yeah, right.
That's not always, that's not always the case.
I used to be like that. I've been to prison. Bro. I used to be just like that. I'm from the hood. My dad is black. I've been in that environment. I grew up around that. A lot of people are playing victim and don't take self-responsibility.
Yeah, that's great. But what I'm talking about is you bringing up training day guy to bring up one aspect, which is cute, which is cool. But is he talking about the system? Or is he talking about people rising above a system that's actually slighted against them? Because you and I, regardless of color, are also in that system.
Right. Yes.
Right?
Right. Yeah, but the thing is,
he's talking about one particular aspect without talking about the entire whole. Is all I'm pointing
But that's
out.
the thing. But the thing is, they remove the father out the home, bro. They remove the father out the home. That's how they are destroying the minority community, is by removing the father. They need the fathers back. Children, black children.
But what I'm saying is, did Denzel mention that, or are you just acknowledging that?
Yeah.
No, Denzel mentioned that.
Of course he mentions it. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's pretty good at like Denzel. He's pretty based on his opinions, Denzel. He understands that there are systems that are slighted against black people. But what he keeps saying, Denzel keeps saying this, he keeps saying, well, if there are systems, then guess what? You getting like angry about that ain't gonna change it. You better take action to fix it.
Bring the
You better
fathers
protest
back.
against that exact thing.
That's what
You
I
better
want.
stop your, he said, and you better be on even better behavior to make sure they can't fucking strawman you with the system, to put you in prison, to make sure that you prove that you can fucking, to your own children, show them how to avoid this bullshit too, so that basically you can fucking try and build yourself away from it or above it, and actually end up in the positions where you can change the fucking system. Like, yeah, he's done some of that stuff. I agree. Like, I feel like there are certain people that should be motivational, and then there's some people that should, like, maybe go more head
If you
into
love
certain-
all people, you'll tell them the truth, dude. If you love all people and you want them to succeed, you will tell them the truth, no matter if they don't like it or not.
But you gotta be careful with that one.
I guess my
Don.
thing about these elites is I don't believe them because none of them are saying that the earth is flat. Straight up.
Yeah.
That's where my animosity is. Fuck that nigga. I'm sorry.
I get what you're saying, bud. I get what you're saying. But you gotta, I get what you're saying. But Elijah,
You talking
you
about
gotta
the same shit
understand,
Sam
though.
Cooke was talking about. Fuck out of here.
But you gotta, Elijah. But you do gotta understand, though. Children, look, boys need their fathers, bro. They need that leadership. They need their leadership.
Malcolm X has been saying the same shit. I don't want to hear no repetition. I want to hear motherfuckers that are in power bucking the system. That's all I want to hear. I already know that.
They're bought and paid for. They're bought and paid for.
I told you Muhammad Ali was a prick. He never said the earth was flat either. Fuck that guy.
I call them race hustlers. Like Al Sharpton, race hustler.
Oh man, I love Al Sharpton. He's my boy.
I can't stand Al Sharpton. Oh my god.
I hate him too.
I fuck
Bro,
with
he's a
Byron
race
Allen
hustler,
trying
bro.
to win that. I fuck with Byron Allen trying to win that court case against Comcast, and Al Sharpton is one of the reasons that we were fucked in the first place. Who the
Right.
fuck told
See?
him that he was the voice of black people?
He's a race hustler, bro. He just
Nah,
used
guys,
black
guys.
people's emotions, bro.
Can I just say something? You know who my boy is? Al Sharpton, Bill Cosby, Don King. That's my boys right there.
What the heck, Don King? Oh, yeah, I hate that, man.
I just
Don
knew that. I wanted
King,
everyone.
Don King, he did Tyson wrong, dude.
Yo, fraud, come on, help me out, man. I heard, come on, pipe up, get in on this, man. Like,
Don King did Tyson wrong, bro. Don King
nah,
did Tyson wrong, bro.
let Fraud get in. Come on, guys.
No, he didn't need
He
that.
did try to speak like 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, he didn't.
You
What,
guys,
he's
the
a-
guys,
Now the subject's changed.
you guys think Don King's trying to organize the first fight on Mars right now?
Oh, no, my
If it's
phone-
money.
My phone won't charge now. Great.
Fuck that Bear's got skills in the stream.
I tell you what, Mike Tyson should have fired Don King a long time ago.
Mike Tyson's a wise man. Mike Tyson, I listened to his podcast, Hotboxing with Mike Tyson there. He's a down-to-earth guy. I judged him because of the media there. I was like, he did bad things to, what's her name there? Robin whatever, Gibbons or
Oh, yeah,
something.
you can't believe that mess, dude.
But
people make
yeah,
stuff up.
no, that's what I'm saying, bro, is when I heard him out, I'm like, fuck, he's a good guy, man. He didn't do shit wrong.
Well, it took him a while to get to this point, though. He wasn't always a good guy. You know, he talks about his past. And, you know what he went.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. He says he's done some things, and he, yeah, no, I know. But I mean, to her though, you know, like,
Man, dude, when you get rich, bro, you're a target. For like,
sure.
Yeah, he should have known not to fucking date that chick. That's on him. You know, he's not. He was stupid.
That's. Yeah.
I hate how women
that's
do.
That's the type of chick I like too. That's why my life's so fucked up. I ain't gonna be like.
I hate.
I don't mess with those women.
I hate how women exploit rich men like that and shit. Like, do men exploit rich women that way too and shit, or what?
No,
we just don't hear about it. No,
we just have
yes,
like
we
12.
just don't hear
We
about
have 12. We have 12 women. That's the problem. That's the difference. Like, look at Tiger, bro. Look at fucking Tiger. Classic example of too much money and power. You can't be a fool with beautiful women, man. You gotta know it, dude. If you're a 5 and you have millions of dollars, you're still a 5. Okay, that's just how it is. That bitch is not gonna love you.
Yeah, she's just there because of the car or whatever.
But you could be not necessarily. No, women. It's not money. It's about it's the mind, bro.
Absolutely not. Absolutely
Yeah,
not. But
it's not.
but
It's
the
confident.
flies you're gonna attract with that money, you gotta
Yeah,
be honest,
right.
and they're going
Yeah.
to be everywhere. Like
And
they're
some of
already
them-
everywhere when you're broke.
Yeah, and not true.
When you're
I'm
old
not.
and you look good, they're still there. They're like,
Especially if you got confidence. Hey, listen, Elijah, bro. You don't even have to look good, bro. It's dude, it's your energy, bro, that makes you look good. I'm telling you,
I guess-
it's red pill stuff, bro.
It's about
guess-
confidence, yes. But if you have money, you're confident. Now, you can learn it. You can learn to fake it, and not have that shit and pull bitches. But it has to be innate. You know what I'm saying? You can't. Some dudes are good at pretending, and those bitches find out quick. And what do? They end up. You know how many friends I got like that, dude? Lied to so many bitches. You know, they had a lot of bitches. You know, but they can't keep them because they're full of fucking lies. You know.
I guess rich or poor.
I don't get
there's,
that. I never lied to a damn soul.
Yeah,
in
right,
my
dude.
20s.
But look, here's the thing. Don't be afraid to offend a woman. That's the funny thing. Don't be afraid to offend a woman, bro. They will
That's
look
what
at
I'm
you like,
saying. I
wait.
told them all the truth. I'm like, yo,
Yeah,
I'm not
don't be
trying to be in a
afraid,
relationship. I was in a relationship for 4 years with my daughter's mom. Now I'm 21. I don't know what to do, and I'm having fun. And they all said, you know what? I don't. No. I'm not 21 now. I'm saying that was when me and my daughter's mom broke up officially.
Right.
And I just told women, I just want to have fun. And they were all
Right.
like, all right, cool. They never was like, oh, you know, ew. They're fine if you tell them the truth.
they don't feel
Right.
played.
Yeah, they're shocked by it too. They're used to men bowing down to them.
And then I guess rich or poor, there's women out there that have good intentions and bad intentions either way. Like that they might want to get knocked up and then draw a friggin' alimony check off you and all that shit. And it doesn't matter your status. Their goal is just to screw you, right?
Yeah, it's tough, man, out here. I will not have sex before marriage.
But it really does go both ways, guys. The propaganda is that it's just women. It actually goes.
No,
both
it's
ways.
men
That's the
are
crazy part.
weak though, bro. Men are weak,
That
man. They
is
have
we are the weaker sex. That is true.
You're right. Like
no, we're not the, we're not weaker sex though. We're not weaker sex. There's a lot of men got
we are. Emotionally, we are, because that's why we get in so many fucking fights. Listen,
no, 'cause a lot
this
of
is why we get in fights.
Exactly. And a lot of times they manipulate you emotionally and you'll do something and then you're in trouble for it. Like I know of a true story. A young lad, some young girl was telling her stepdad was doing bad things. He killed the guy and he ended up in jail and he wasn't doing anything. You know what I mean? The stepdad wasn't doing nothing wrong. The girl just manipulated the kid, you know?
Wait. Most males out here have mother's identity. They have her ego. That's why.
Okay.
That's why.
Yeah, but what you don't understand though, the male has been taught that he cannot cry. He has to sit there and take the pain, flush it, stick it all the way down in his feet. That's what makes women stronger than men, because they cry their fucking pain away. Once
I
a
don't
woman's
cry at
done,
all.
exactly this makes you weak. I'm just being real. Because once a woman cries all that pain out, you notice a woman can cut you off and never fucking talk to your ass again. She's done.
Amazing.
They say when a woman's fed up, that's it, bro. For real. When they're fed up, dude, that's it. Like, you know, they cry out.
Women can smell that, dude. They can sense that in a man, and they see that as weakness.
For me, when
She told me to cry in the bathroom. Yep.
For me, when if I'm crying, there's like I lost a relative, my heart's been genuinely broken.
There's
like
time and place.
I don't cry because of I won't cry because of anger or pain. Like when my leg snapped skiing, not a teardrop. Like I just went through the pain. I sucked it up, you know.
Yeah, I said emotionally.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. But when it's like my grandpa passed or something, I can't help it.
Right. If, like, say, when a man finds out his woman cheated, he wants to go kill the other guy, right? A woman just cries, right? You know, then that's it. She might be
generalizing.
My woman cheated on me, bro.
I understand that. I understand I'm generalizing, but on the majority skills, I'm not talking about my.
Yeah, majority of males have mother's identity. They have her ego.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is they act out. That's what men do. We act out instead of just sit there and take it and let the pain just go away naturally. We act out. That's a man's thing. They don't like to be, you know, but they're too prideful. We're too prideful. That's our thing. We got too much pride. You know what I'm saying? So we act out. Women, they just
Women
stare
and
crying
men
out.
are different. We think in different
Very
ways.
different.
Yeah, we don't have to. We don't have to, though. We can learn.
We can understand each other. That's true, but
I do not identify with a woman.
There are
ever.
males that act like women, and there are females that act like men. So
there's
the best thing to be is balanced, though. You need to be balanced. And that comes with your time and experience. And
You have peace with you. You're straight. You never have up or downs. You don't hold on to your thoughts because they build you up to knock you down. You just overcome and be still and know God. Have peace from within, and you're good to go. You're like a rock in a river.
And
Everything's
even
just flowing past
alpha or beta, male or females.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
No, I'm good on that. I don't want to be mama's boy. I'm serious.
Well, meaning you know how to respect a woman and treat her right.
Love her, don't hate her.
Meaning you know how to be sensitive and understanding her position instead of
not you need your mom to change your you need your mom to do your laundry or anything, you know, like
Yeah, see, all this
just
advice
don't hate her.
is no use for male or female Geminis. Me and my mom don't give a fuck about feelings. Like, it's
dude.
It's
Elijah,
just a logical thing. It's like,
man,
that's why I'm in
tell
flat
me.
Earth. It's like, well, you just said some dumb shit. Like, I can't let that slide. I'm sorry. I want to let it slide, but your whole argument is based on some shit I didn't even do or say.
I'm not having no emotions. I am good on that. Women find that as weakness in men, and then they try to control you with that.
I'm very emotional, but it's okay because there are other. Anyway, it's okay to be emotional. You just not emotional over everything, you know.
like if I get in a car accident, If I get in a car accident and the car's totaled, I walk away. I'm like, good, I'm alive, I'm well, I can get another car. Chicks might be crying because the car won't run anymore.
Right. We're called to be leaders, man. We're supposed to protect women, not use them as meat.
Exactly.
We're supposed to love them the right way and be good leaders and guides, and show them strength. That's when a woman clings to a man, is when she sees that strength.
I think that's why the one girl that I was separated from for 7 years, her and I got back together. After we were back together again, she had told me, I always made her feel like a safe place to be, you know?
Right. Yeah, especially when she sees that you're in control. You have a lot of self-control. She likes that. She's like, wow, look at that. That's strength right there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, see that type of woman right there. If you're dating that type of woman right there, you gonna suffer.
Oh, she hurt.
That's mama.
Bud. Trust me.
Mama. Oh, that's
twice.
tough.
I ended the relationship both times, but it hurt, man.
Yeah, you gotta just let it go. There's more women out there. There's too many.
Yeah,
There's like,
you're right. Nah, I had a mama hurt woman. That was a hard woman to deal with, man.
yeah, it's tough, dude.
Hard woman to deal with.
It's tough, dude. Date the best woman you can ever date is the one that's close to her father and loves her mother. Telling you, bro. I'm telling you. You date a girl that hates her father and her mother. Ooh, wee. But and then if you meet her mother for like a week and hang out with her a little bit, and if they're decently close, you'll see what the girl's like a little bit. Same vice versa for a male if you meet the father. You'll see a little bit of traits in them. You'll see what you're getting into.
That's not always the truth.
Not all. Not all. You're right. But I'm saying for the most part.
Yeah, it can be generally looked at as an indicative of what might be, but depends a lot on how people break.
I want to say much respect to the gentleman who said he's waiting for marriage and whatnot. And speaking from a point of view of a guy who's not waiting, I've had my heart broken a few times and whatnot, but I'm not going to give up. But I'm not in a hurry. I'm not in a rush. The next time, I want to know it's right. She's got to have her shit together at least as much as me. You know, I've always seen to grab these ones like they don't have their own cars or whatever. You know, like not that matters, but you know,
I don't date a woman that doesn't have a car. You want to know why? Because she won't see you as competition. Look, I won't date a woman that's a doctor. Why? Because she's got money. She'll see me as competition. She'll be like, I got more money than you. I'm mama. Like, you know, no offense, you know, not all, but, you know, but here's the thing. Why I say no sex before marriage is because have you ever had sex with somebody and broke up with them and then didn't have sex with somebody and broke up with them? Which one was harder to let go? The one you had sex with. A lot harder to let go.
I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I dated this chick for like 7 months, bro. I barely got, like, one time we almost got busy, but it didn't happen. So, but 7 months, she had a key to my place and everything. And then one day, I go to her parents' place to visit her. It's Christmas time and shit, and she's throwing herself all over this guy in front of me. I'm like, what the fuck? I changed the locks and shit. I'm like, that hurt, man. She had a kid and everything. I love that kid. Like, you know, like. But whatever. She made her choice. See you later.
Right.
I've dated like.
She came back. She's throwing the key at me. She's like, "If you never wanted to be friends, you shouldn't have been friends with me in the first place." I'm thinking, "Fuck."
And then they hit you with the friends. Oh hell no. Yeah. Nah.
Like she knew I wanted to be more.
Those are words.
Yeah, she knew I wanted to be more than friends.
So I gotta let go of a girl without having sex with her before. You'll observe it. Now that I told you it, it may stick with you. I don't know. You can take it or leave it and observe it, and you'll see what I'm talking about.
But yeah, you do have a good point there for sure.
Because you gotta think that thing between their legs. Hey, they use that sucker to control men. I'm gonna tell you that right now.
It's just. They do, bro. It's not even a big deal. It's either good or it's not.
Try.
It's okay.
But they try.
But it starts with the dashboard.
It only matters if you aren't equally a tryhard, if you know what I mean. Like if you aren't, like if she's giving what I'm giving and we're both happy, well, I can give a fuck about that. Let's talk
Right,
about
right.
what
Well,
like
not
what
all
we
men.
actually, compatible. Like that's cool and all.
Right.
But what about
Right.
the compatibility after that?
Yeah,
So it's like a
that's
lot of times for me, the compatibility, like, well,
Right.
I jump the gun and I do that first, and then I'm like, we're definitely not compatible.
Well,
And
here's the thing.
it's
Listen,
annoying,
check it
but
out.
it
Check it
doesn't
out.
hurt as much as feeling
Check
like
it
you're
out.
compatible, but then you
Check it
break
out.
up.
Look, listen. Check it out. This is why I say they use that. Check it out. When you and your woman are in an argument, right, and you're not talking to her, you're cutting her out. You're just in your world. They always try to like swing the butt beside you or do something. All they try to rub you a little bit, get close to you because they're trying to use that to bring you back in. You don't never notice that.
Yeah, but that doesn't affect me because it's like I know it hurts you.
I'm not saying it won't affect
much
you.
as it
No,
hurts
I'm not
me.
saying that.
It's like,
I'm not saying it will affect you. I said they use that to try, quote, try.
And then I'd like
people have different love languages. Her love language might be physical touch. She's trying to portray to you she loves you, but for you that's not a love language. So you're like, this is weird.
I'd like to put this out there too. It might help. Speaking from the point of view of somebody that hasn't waited for marriage and I'm older now, I found the sex part is the easy part. We both know we want to sleep with each other. It's all the other stuff that's really the more important thing. Can we wake up together and be happy and make each other laugh? And,
Right.
yeah, the sex is important, but that's the easy part. We already know we want to get it on.
Yeah. Do you want the same things? Do you want to end up in the same place with
Exactly.
Do you want children? That's the big part.
Yeah, I definitely do, but I won't do sex before marriage. I'd rather get to know her first before all that mess. Because that would be for kids. I'm not controlled.
Yeah, I'm feeling that idea. I didn't take that route, but with the girl that I'm with now, like at least like we made the conscious effort. Well, we just didn't have sex at first because I was at a point in my life. I'm like, I don't care about that. So we actually didn't have sex for 3 months, and now we're going on we're at 3 years plus, and I love it. It's like the best relationship I've ever had.
Yeah, it is. Doesn't
Congratulations.
you realize that?
Congratulations,
Yeah.
man.
You notice that, dude.
No
when you
infidelity, no locks on my phone. I don't need that. Other than all of my crypto, I should
right. But do you notice that how different it is, right? And how more energy you have, things just it seems different, you know what I mean? The relationship
It's
seems
spiritually different. It feels
right.
Man, it's like
right.
it's so real. Like you put so much time. It's like a globe, but there's actually a reason for it. It's like, okay, I built up this metaphysical thing, this metaphysical castle, and forget what she does. If I do anything to tear down that castle, that would be on me. That would hurt me more than
Right.
anything. Why would I? Because I'm building this thing in my mind.
Right.
It's not a real thing. It's a metaphysical thing in my mind. So I need to protect that at all costs.
What Cut the S said, if a woman does that, bro, she's not the right one. I'm gonna just tell you that right now. There's another one. You got confidence, go find her. Go right up in the store, talk to her, get her number. It's not that hard. It's really simple. Talk about what she's picking up. There you go. There's a conversation. Oh, macaroni and cheese. Oh, I had that last week. There you go.
And then another way to know that sex is the easy part is like one night stands or weekend stands or 2 week stands. Like it's easy to just go get laid.
Dude.
Have a relationship,
Well,
Right.
it's easy to get
That's
laid,
the
but
hard part.
She's not
That's the hard
necessarily going to be hot.
Hello, guys. I just joined in. What are we talking about?
Relationships.
Good stuff. Decent stuff. It's life, man. It's life stuff. On the flat Earth.
What?
We're talking about our comings and goings and relationships on the flat earth.
Oh, okay, nice.
Yeah, it's
You can continue.
nice.
Sorry for interrupting.
Here's the thing, though, man. Even though we believe in the flat Earth, a lot of people, there's some guys out there that think dating is tough when you believe in the flat Earth. I don't see how that is. Why would you even have to bring it up? Date her for a while, let her come into your world. Don't go into her world because let her come into your
It's
world.
kind of important, and it really the cognitive dissonance level. It actually matters.
Yeah, it does. I get that. I get you, Liza.
I have to agree too, because I couldn't see myself being with a girl that doesn't know 9/11 was bullshit, or you know what I mean.
I get you. I get what you mean, but let her come in your world, ease it in there, and then just sidestep it. Make
Oh yeah, I gotcha. Red pillar.
Yeah, when you do that, yeah, and then she'll start coming into your world like, wow, yeah, I see it now. You won't just throw her off guard.
It's more.
Do you believe that the Earth is flat, or do you know that the Earth is flat?
Oh, I know, dude.
it.
Yeah.
I
But
know.
the thing is, though, it's more about a woman that's critical thinking. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
She doesn't necessarily have to believe in stuff like that, but if she can sit there and logically extrapolate all the information and build, build the foundation herself with just the information, that can understand. So that's what I have with my girlfriend. She's not a flat earther by any means, not a 9/11er, but she understands and she's figured it out. Yeah, you're right. She can think for herself. That's what I wanted.
Right.
Yeah.
Relationships only work on a flat Earth.
Yeah. Depends, man.
Yeah,
I suppose.
That's true, bro. My hang up with my girl is like she keeps equating flat Earth to all of the BS that's online, and I had to let her know that she and I are in the same boat. You don't believe the government's bullshit, and neither do I. And the globe is just a part of that. So she gets it. She's like, it took a while for her to see the difference between what I'm about, or what we're about, and what the society is about. You know what I mean?
Oh man, maybe I could be wrong on this. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I want to hear these men's take on this. I think it's a lot easier to deal with a woman that is not so smart versus a very, very super intelligent woman. What's your take?
It might be, but it's boring.
I don't need. Yes,
I'd rather be bored, bro. Than
I
in
wanted to say
competition.
no, but you know what? It is boring as hell. It is.
I'd rather be bored than in competition, though.
You're always doing her thinking for her. Like what the hell, man?
It is what it is. I'd rather be bored than be in competition.
Y'all can't talk. Y'all don't actually have any conversation. All you can do is have sex. I've had some of the most amazing sex, and I realized I was bored as fuck. And we had parties, threesomes, all types of shit.
Well, I'm not saying like a dumbfounded girl. I'm talking about like a doctor type of woman. Like everything is intelligence, knowledge, everything.
Academic. The other thing that you have to separate academically smart than someone on the street.
Right. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. That's what I mean. Yeah, there you go.
Book smart. I don't like book smart chicks. They're, like I said, they're propagandized. They're institutionalized. You can't get anywhere with them.
I got a question for y'all. It's kind of off topic, but is anybody in here reading any good books right now? Like, or does anybody read any books? I'm reading like 4, but they're all based on real life stuff.
No, what are they called?
One is the 50th Law. One is Hustle Harder, Hustle Smarter. Those are by 50 Cent. One is the Freeway Rick Ross, True Story, like how the CIA supplied him all that blow to start the crack epidemic and all that. And then one is Unlock It by Dan Lok. He's a billionaire money mentor. Like he teaches you how to generate wealth and keep it. And those are the 4 I'm reading right now.
Those are interesting books.
Interesting.
Oh man, the 50 Cent ones. The 50 Cent ones are bomb, man.
Yeah. What's up, Witsit?
What up? What up?
Nice to see you back in here, man. You popped in for a second this morning, then you popped back out. I messaged you and let you know come back in. Well, you popped back up. What?
I don't remember.
Yeah, I don't
remember.
remember.
Tickets.
What's it? You hear that?
What is that name?
This is Peter right here. Okay, thank you. You seen that
Glow my tickets.
that new video with all of the Flat Earth All Stars in that 6-minute remix? And I was like, that's cool and all, but we did it first.
I haven't. No.
Oh, which one are you talking about? Is it?
That's not new. That's not new, Eli. That shit came out like 2 years ago.
You talking about that Why Would They Lie song?
For real?
Yeah. If you look at the video, it's dated 2019.
Damn.
I just heard it. Somebody just passed it to me like a few days ago.
All right, so we did it last. It was still better.
Yeah, we did it better. What's it?
So, any of you guys reading any books?
I'm fake. Oh well.
Any of you guys reading any books or no?
Right now, I'm reading a book, but it's.
I'm looking into electrostatics, man. That's what I'm reading.
Yeah.
Sure, there's
that's
this book
what I'm
called The
doing.
Scriptures. Should check it out.
Mathematics.
Oh yeah, I read that too.
I heard of that. I heard of that.
That's the main book, but I mean, I'm reading real life stories too.
Hey,
That's what those are.
What's it? Have you heard of a book called
Heard
Secret
real life stories.
Yeah, I was halfway through a sentence. Come on, man.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. What's it? Have you heard of a book called Secret Kings Dethroned?
No. Oh, is that? Oh, let me think. Who wrote that? Fox?
You should write it.
Okay. Sounds awesome. I was say, like, dude, where do I order it?
Yeah, man. you should get on that shit, seriously. Right, copyright it now before someone else does.
All right, fair enough.
Hey, you get the RV get up and going again?
Yeah.
That's cool.
Mm-hmm. We're good to go, bro.
Bro,
How
I gotta
about
ask a question.
The
It's not about
Hitchhiker's
this,
Guide to the Galaxy.
Guys, can I ask a question? So when I'm meditating, I see people. What the fuck is that?
That's a mess.
What do you mean? That's a mess. How is that a mess?
You mean you see people when you close your eyes?
Yeah.
Or maybe they're your
Maybe people.
ancestors.
Maybe they're not.
Oh.
Yeah. Maybe they're like demonic spirits. I would cast them out if I
No, they
was
don't
you.
look like. I don't know.
I would question the spirits, man. That's what I would
Yeah,
do.
test all spirits.
Right.
The
Yeah, that's
fuck?
what I like
So
to
what am I supposed to do?
Get right
Say
with the
Yeshua's name?
creator and say something in the name of Yahusha.
Yep.
How do I do that?
All you have to do, it's not really complicated. You just go get private and have a real life conversation with the creator, not trying to hide or be dishonest. And you ask for the truth and find it.
Amen.
So it's inside my head.
No.
just like
It's
asking
way
them
beyond
questions.
your physical body.
How do I reach?
Oh yeah,
What-
yeah. You just are honest with your thoughts and intentions, and you convey
Yep.
it the most pure you can to the creator, and you ask for signs or answers, and you actually get them. That's like the whole thing. They just have to keep everyone from even truly asking, because you actually do get answers. I've done it.
Amazing. It's amazing.
That was interesting.
We went to Lake Pontchartrain
See, the
yesterday,
thing
but it
is,
wasn't
the
the
first
best
thing
days.
you-
Too windy.
Yeah.
Flat.
Yeah, of course.
So, you didn't see Soundly's image staring back at you? No.
No, but I went with
Tell
Jason,
me-
who's like from around here. He said that they have like drops down there for boats and stuff. It's not even built completely straight or curved, you know. And yeah, the water's just super flat. Obviously, even though it was super windy, it's hard to get the P1000 he had to be real stable. But you could see like buildings way off in the distance. And he said he's seen a Superdome from there, which is like 33 miles away. He's like 20 feet up. So anyway.
Cool.
Yeah, all throughout the coast, the Earth is flat, man. What a shocker!
So, Still City, I assume this is some kind of gotcha that he's asking you. What happened to all the money you sent to you guys? I imagine they have to eat and pay for petrol and, you know, all sorts of other shit. I do find it interesting, like, there's this really weird criticism of people who, like, make their money online. It's like, oh, you're just doing it for the money, as if that's not what people have jobs for.
Yeah.
You know?
Anybody I send a donation to, it's out of the kindness of my heart, and it's not going to break my bank. I'm still paying my rent. I'm still buying food. I'm still getting gas. I'm paying my bills. I'm not going to give them $100,000 if all I got is $100,000. Like, makes no sense.
Yeah,
Steel
he's
City, jump on the mic. Jump on the mic, man. Back
Yeah,
up
just
your.
ask me. I mean, I don't care to answer.
He's not muted, so you can do it if you want.
Jump on the mic, Steel City. Those are, I don't know what you're insinuating here.
Oh, I mean, I don't care. I find it really weird.
No, he's like, dude, I went live and I said that. I said, you're going to send the money to the tour and to the RV, send it directly to me. back in the day, I said, you know, you can send donations to Nathan and contact him about being met up with on the tour. And now I've said everyone contacts me and send me the money. So that's enough said, in my opinion.
Yeah, For me, it's weird though. It's like, I know that Fight the Flat Earth takes donations as well, and I think that's completely acceptable. Because if he's putting money, time, and effort, even if I don't like his content, the people that do like his content can pay for that. Like, what's the problem? I don't understand why this is ever an issue.
No, when it's flat earthers, it's begging. But when it's globe zealots that have literally no channel or chance of being anything online, if they didn't have the flat earth to supposedly make fun of, they are not begging for money. They're
And Simon Dang,
So you're saying it's okay to make money teaching people the same things they've been taught since they were 5. That's
Right.
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's not begging. That's honest living.
I just, it's one of the many hollow criticisms that they have, because at the end of the day, I think people, if they're giving their time, money, effort to a project, I mean, you can call that a job, you can call that self-employment, you can call that all sorts of things. Or is it less legitimate because it's a YouTube channel? I mean, I don't really see I don't know why there's this weird kind of hard dividing line there. It just seems to be one of those really hollow criticisms.
Yeah, what's so crazy, I think a lot of people just can't fully wrap their mind around like the truth about what I'm doing. But truly what I did is I have a good amount of bills back where I stay. It's not like they went away. And I went out and I was pulling money out of my own stuff this whole time also to put towards the tour. So like gasoline, propane, all kinds of expenses, food, etc. RV parks to park, like $50 a night. And so I guess people can't really comprehend or wrap their mind around that. And I can understand how that wouldn't make a lot of sense to maybe someone that doesn't look at it like I do. But we're actually told to step out in faith and go out into the world and speak the truth, and you'll be led to do it. And when you are led to do it. And I was called to do it like 2 years ago. Dude, didn't know how it happened. Here I am. So everything's happened for a reason. So the money thing, it's just funny. It's like people seem to look at it from their perspective. They think that I'm getting like thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars or something. Like, no, dude, I ran through all kinds of my own money to keep the tour going just because I feel led to do this. And I actually have bills back home to pay for too. So it's like, it's just kind of funny when people from the outside have no idea what they're talking about, but like feel some type of way. It's kind of weird.
As an example,
like YouTube kicks me or like said that I can't go back live till May 22nd because of some copyright claim of a 2-minute segment of like a 2-hour stream that was done like, almost 2 months ago now. And like instead, so it's like normally like a week or you can trim a segment, but then like 12 days later, nothing. I go see now, like, okay, they're making me have to appeal it. Now it takes 10 days. And if they turn it down, I have to go to copyright school and can't come back till May 22nd. I log into my YouTube last night, and the first thing that pops up when I log in is another strike from an older stream. Like, it says PSYOP update live. It was like before the election, I think, or like it was a long time ago, man. Or like it was after the election, maybe, but I don't really know. It was after the election because the election wasn't decided, so I can't remember when it was. It was like about that, and it got taken down. It says that any insinuation that there was like any corruption within the election is not allowed on YouTube. Took that down, gave me a strike, can't go live for 7 days. While I still have that pending one that could go to the 22nd, So they're just like hitting me super hard, and I couldn't even get into Discord. My Discord, everything was attacked, bro, like literally. So it's just pretty crazy. So now I'm going to go live on the backup Globebusters channels. So they got Globebusters 2 and Globebusters Activism, and I have access to those to try to go live to skirt censorship. So we'll just keep pushing. Yeah,
I'm sure it's just an honest. Sorry, go on.
As an example, I've thrown a few bucks like Jaronism's way a couple times or Globebusters' way, like with a super chat or whatnot, and I'll say grab a coffee, guys, but the last time I was like, this is for Jaron's new child because he just became a new dad, So there's different reasons. It's not just I enjoy his content, The last time it was here because you're a new dad. Here, get your kid a toy or something. I don't know.
Well, it's like, this is the thing. I don't want anyone that can't send money to do it or anything like that. Like, I mean, again, the creator's real, guys. I'm not just saying that. And so, like, if someone feels led to do it, then there you go. And if I'm supposed to keep going, or where I'm supposed to keep going, or where we're supposed to chill for a couple days till we can keep going, whatever, that's all like out of my hands. It's the way that I see it, and it always does work out every time you step out into faith and truly know it's real. And that's what it is, bro. Like, it's not money's not a big reason to freak out. I mean, there are a lot of expenses for sure. And you know, my main way that this could even be financially feasible on the road was like this revenue I was just now starting to get online, and then they ripped that rug from underneath me. But I'm not gonna like let them stop me, you know.
Yeah.
And if it's like if people like what we're doing, then they can support it, and if they want to see it keep going, then supporting it's how you do that. And if they don't, then it's cool, bro. But like
Yeah.
new name, Masquerade Tour, right? Spelled mask, of course. And we're
That's
just
your
gonna
new channel?
Well, that's the tour name.
Okay, turning. Cool.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we will make a Masquerade Tour channel. Maybe that'll help with some censorship too. I don't know, a whole separate channel. But
Yeah,
we have a whole
what
bunch
is
of
it?
funny stuff that's coming, bro. Like series ideas. So it's gonna be
Sweet.
super cool. Yeah, the content's gonna be hella cool. The struggle's just like keeping it up.
Whitsit, you got the same name as my oldest nephew here in Ottawa. His name's Austin too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice. We had a Flyers
There you
video with
go.
like 2-3
There you go,
Austins.
dude. That's the cover I like for Masquerade.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I saw that yesterday. That looks pimp. Yeah. Yeah, and I like the raid instead of aid at the end. Raid, I like that too.
Y'all like the raid?
Yeah.
Raid, yeah, that's cool, man. I just superimposed the globe and made it a bit bigger, bro.
Bigger?
To put some stars. Yeah, I made that globe a little bit bigger on that one compared to the one you had.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
you had to make
The one you
those water
sent in,
drips. Yeah, I felt so cool.
Oh, that's
making
cool,
it blend
bro.
in.
Now, what happened to Steel City? All of a sudden, he's gone.
What are those water drips like mucus dripping from the nose of the
It's
globe?
just like the water would fall off the ball, you know. I
Yeah,
don't even wanna
I
put a
know.
globe anywhere without showing that it's bunk, you know.
Yeah, I know.
Like snotty nose globers.
Yeah.
They nose running.
Exactly.
Fuck out of here.
Which that's funny. That's the only like I got really stopped up the one time I wore a mask for just a little bit because I got on a plane and like they were like harassing me about it, and I just went to sleep and laid back with the bandana. I woke up like super stopped up, bro. It's like these people are just like going around stopping themselves up. It's so gross, and like keeping all that stuff trapped up in their face, bro. Like. And doing it willfully, bro, like gleefully, dude. It's crazy.
Brother, I don't know how many months ago in a Canadian Tire here in Ottawa on Conroy, Coventry, sorry, I got threatened with arrest, and there was an employee there with no mask. I couldn't believe, like, in Canada, and when they're escorting me out of the store, they're closer than 6 feet within me. I'm like, if you're so scared, like, back the hell up, man.
Whoa, they kicked you out with dude, this is what I say, dude. This works every time, bro. And I speak on behalf of the whole group of people. So whoever I go in with, and what they'll do is they know I'm not going. They'll start turning to other people to ask them questions to see if they can get them to wear a mask. And I just speak on behalf of, we all have exemptions, right? And I'm like, so there's medical exemptions, but we don't even have to get there because we also have a religious exemption. So I'll use Whole Food, for example. I can't believe my glasses didn't catch this. It was insane, dude. It was like, it might have actually gone viral. And I was like, you know, no, I have a religious exemption. So if you are telling me I have to wear this mask to mark or identify myself to buy or sell, right? And I say, I don't wear a mask. And then you say, okay, well, come over here. No big deal. We're going to scan your wrist or forehead to check your temperature. I'm like, bro, you're fulfilling thousands of years old prophecies right now, bro. I have a literal exemption, dude. You can kick rocks, you know? So
yeah,
that's a religious exemption protected by the First Amendment.
I love myself laughing. The first time
I tell them I have a medical condition. My medical condition is I require oxygen.
Yeah, I did the same thing.
They kind of just look at me.
Yeah, as a human, right?
Is he being serious? Yeah, I'm being serious.
Isn't the funny part that like you have a religious exemption and the exemption is from the religiosity of wearing masks for a fake ass whatever.
Dude, this one dude at Ross thought he was Ross or whatever, trying to kick me and my homie out. And he's like, "Oh, if you're scared or whatever, then you need to stay home." And like, no, they're bad for you too. Those are bad for you too. They result in hypoxia, oxygen deprivation. That's also bad for you, bro. Like, no, I'm not wearing them. You know, they pose a health risk to everybody, bro.
And cause
I'm making a point
myocarditis
that
as
I'm
well.
not just saying I have some special medical condition. Like, no, yeah, we all have a
Do you wanna know
medical
what-
protection.
Do you want to know what's worse as well? Like all of the masks that everyone wears in my country, they've all got like a little metal strip at the top, so it like creates a seal on the nose part on the top, so it wraps around the nose better. Well, believe it or not, that makes shit so much worse, bro. It's not like silver either or anything like that. It's like a fucking literal piece of steel, right across the top of your sinus on your nose, perfectly in place where your sinus is. Where you put those strips to keep your sinus open, right? And it genuinely like puts pressure on it, and at the same time, because it's steel, it's hard to explain, but like it's the worst thing to do if this is something to do with if the Holocaust, anything to do with I like the radio, by the way, guys, type thing, right? I'm trying to say it without saying it, but yeah, it's just not a good idea to have
Well, dude, we all have to stand up, bro. It
cause
just we all have to stand up. So I'm like, I'm just taking new orders. I'm like, yeah, that's what they said, and that's what the Nazis said. It's like, dude, we don't even have to get into the truth rabbit hole of that. Everyone knows what I'm saying. I'm like,
Nope.
so, this is a cool
Oh, yeah,
story.
I
He's like, yeah,
DM'd you.
and you know what the guy Ross said? He said, and I'm gonna put this out. I have this on my glasses. He said, yeah, I wish people would learn from that. And I'm like, well, they.
Did you just cut out?
Yeah, I think the thought police got him.
They got him.
Oh, I said they
I
clearly
told him.
didn't because everyone in this room is wearing a mask right now. When he said, I wish people would learn from that when I brought up the Nazis, I'm like, you're just complying. And then and I started walking away because he's like trying to kick me out. I'm like, well, just like walking behind him while he's leading me. I'm like, well, just talk to me whenever you realize that you helped enforce these rules and complied with what eventually takes away our freedoms and we'll have no country anymore.
Exactly.
And then as I'm leaving towards the exit, I turn around. The flu didn't disappear the same year that the COVID came and told you. I'm sorry, I don't care. That's what they said. So that's what they factually say, right? So how can we be censored for that? That's what they factually say, that the flu went away and 93%, and the other deadly illness came. So I tell everyone, like, if I'm going to leave, I announce it to people that can hear. Like, we have to start doing stuff like that. I'm like, we have to stop complying or we're going to lose our government. The flu did not come here. The flu did not disappear the same year the government tried to take over. That's stupid.
All
You know
right,
what I'm saying?
So listen to this. I got a story as well. So Crypto got pulled by the police today. I got stopped by the police a couple times recently. I was stopped in this local supermarket in a Lidl. Listen to this, Crypto. I was stopped in a Lidl, by two coppers. So I didn't have a mask on, right? Late at night, there's no one in there. They were in there. They were CID. So and they know they're not even really meant to be in public places like the shops, right? The CID, because they only get like about 4 items and they're quickly in and out, right? They didn't have masks on either, and they stopped me to be like, "Look, man, you can get fined for not wearing a mask in the shop and all that." So I was like, "Whatever." In the end, anyway, one of my good friends' mums works there. She's a manager, and she comes over, starts realizing they're harassing me, and she starts trying to kick the police out of the shop. She's like, "Get the fuck out of the shop now." She's like, "You're not harassing the customers." I had to stick up for the police in the end because I knew they were going to wait outside to find me. So I was like, "No, look, just let them get their stuff." But what they did, which was pretty smart, and I said to her, I was like, "Look, if they get served before me now, they're going to wait outside and fucking try to find me." So she purposely, when they were getting their stuff scanned, she purposely was like, "Oh no, this thing's been changed in price. Wait, I've got to check something." It made them wait. And then was like, "Oh, look, let him go in front of you and all this stuff, and let me go in front of the police so I could get out of there." And I was like, yes, at least some people are doing some shit. You know what I'm saying? Like,
That's awesome.
That's like a good thing,
Like
right?
the little bit you do, man. Like 20
Those little
people heard
things.
me have that conversation in Ross. Like everyone just needs to do something. It's that simple.
Well,
Do something.
I was on a podcast yesterday talking about the flat Earth, but so I was a guest on this podcast called like Dos Hombres, and they were talking about the COVID stuff, and they were like asking me all these questions. Most of the people in here heard it because we were streaming it here, but they were like, I was saying, what really blows my mind is that absolutely nobody knows anything about just the testing side of things.
Yeah, I heard that.
When I said to them, like, "Do you know what a cycle threshold is?" They were both like, "No."
No.
I was like, that's like the most basic fundamental thing you should know about COVID testing is that there is a cycle threshold. Like, if you don't know that, you don't know anything about anything.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I'm saying? So I was saying to them about how if it's less than 30, it's more reliable. If it's more than... Look, I don't even believe any of this stuff. I'm just saying what the experts, quote unquote, are saying about the tests, right? So, and I'm saying to them, like, so do you know what the CT is on the tests in USA? They didn't have a clue, obviously. And so when people talk to you about, oh yeah, well my nan died of COVID, it's like you can't possibly know that because you don't even know what a CT is or what the CT was on the test. Your nan could have died of literally anything. And it's not to say that I don't have compassion for your, the death in your family, but don't tell me it's something that you can't possibly know.
Yeah, and I would say the person that has the most expertise is probably the person that invented the test, who said this cannot ever be used to detect infectious viruses.
Yeah, in fact, even nowadays, a medical case is normally determined by the fact that someone has obvious symptoms first, and then a PCR test might be used to kind of as a confirmation of that.
Right, and then they have to ask a ton of questions to try to just make a guess.
Sure, exactly. So they're kind of stabbing in the dark, but it's like one of a range of tools where it makes up a total picture. And you say, okay, well they are coughing and sneezing, and they do have all of these other symptoms, and they did test positive, right? It's one of a range of things that you would throw together to say, yeah, this person's got this condition. It's not, you don't just take it on its own and go, yeah, that's a case. That's never ever been how cases have been defined in the history of medicine until last year.
Yeah, exactly. And he also even said that you can make it read positive for anything. This is what the guy bro.
But that's the cycle threshold. That's what I'm saying. As you up the cycle threshold, you approach 100%. Yeah, so there will be a cycle threshold that every test tests positive.
Exactly.
So it's just about, then it's just about like adjusting how. So what they've really done is they've got a testing system that will give them the amount of positives they want on demand, and that's what people don't understand about this. This is all fake, and it's based on the fact that they've implemented a system that they can manipulate as and when they fancy.
They can choose what the supposed numbers are. So they could just ramp that up to a crazy number, and people are just going to lose their mind.
Or ramp it down. Or ramp it down when we're hitting so-called injectable.
Yeah.
Well, we're being told in the UK now. In the UK now, a third of people had their first jab, and look at that! Loads of cases are going down. Maybe it's because the cycle threshold has been reduced from 35 to 32, and maybe it's because they're now forcing big cities to double confirm the tests. Oh no, it can't be that. It must be the vaccine.
Mm-hmm. It must be. It has to be, right?
I don't know, man. But have you guys looked into flat Earth?
Yeah.
Yeah, but listen, wait 1 second. I just need to say this because since we're on the topic, we'll just quick. Wait, so I don't know anyone personally that died of a Holocaust, right? But I already know one person, and this was in the first week of the rollout, right, of the VAC. But anyway, so I already know someone, my best friend's nan, is already in hospital in critical condition, potentially will die. I don't know anyone who died of the other, but I know someone that's died of the fucking former.
Well, check this out. I heard a story yesterday of someone that...
Scary.
Oh, sorry. Their sister got the inoculation and then they were pregnant. And the baby died. She didn't just have a miscarriage.
Oh yeah, I heard about that.
No.
Well, I know someone who I personally talked to someone who has a sister that this happened to yesterday.
Supposedly Tiffany Dope, she died. They say that there's a certificate with her name, age. It looks like she actually did die. Supposedly.
Yeah, I saw that.
Great.
So adverse reactions. Sorry.
And as well, one of my ex's brother hung himself like a couple weeks ago, and it's like this is shit that's going on, and like, I know that's nothing to do with that, but at the same time, it's like he's in foster care, and I'm not being funny. I don't think this would have happened if he wasn't isolated on his own like this. He was
for sure.
Locked down.
So I was actually going to talk about that. So an article came out the other day in the UK where it said excess deaths. So excess deaths is like the amount of deaths over what would normally be expected. Excess deaths hit 110,000. And then deep in the small print, about 4 paragraphs in, not all of these excess deaths are from COVID, right? So what does that mean? That means all of the cancer patients that couldn't get screening, all of the other people, diabetics, all of these people that, and flu, and all these other people that look. There's tons of problems with the medical industry. We know that, right? But
it's a mess.
But they know that this isn't the cause of these excess deaths, and so they bury it in. They don't put it in their headline. They put it in they put it in half text print size, 4 paragraphs in.
Right, and the crazy part is though, dude, inadvertently, everything they've done under the skies actually is the cause of many of these deaths. You know.
What's you guys' take on the fact? I don't think they're gonna force people to take the vaccine. They're just gonna make it to a point where people are gonna be willing to take it. Like you can't go to school.
They're gonna update the technology.
Right, you can't go to school. You can't go to work. You can't do this.
They're gonna update it. Like it's not gonna be what we are getting stabbed with right now. That's just my opinion. I don't see how it can work without that.
It'll be done through tattoos.
Yeah,
it'll be like an invisible little stamp that you like. You know, when you go into a club,
right?
You're 18, they got to stamp you. It'll be on like they'll stamp you, but you won't see it.
Transdermal.
It already exists. Pfizer.
Yeah, but I'm saying that
the inoculations was working with that quantum dot tattoo technology that does that. In 2010, you can just go to Google Scholar and Google Pfizer. You actually have to. The way I found. I had to go over into the cut in the right of the website, scroll down, and find out the corporate relations, right? And then it shows you that Pfizer's an investor in the quantum dot technology.
Wow.
That's just to add a bit of context for that for everyone.
That's what. But that's
years
what I mean.
Years ago, Years and years ago, there was a study, and actually this was used in Africa. They were tattooing these vaccines onto people's skin with normal tattoo coloring guns, right? And they're 14 times more effective when done through this method. So subcutaneous flesh, right? So if they can whittle that down 14 times more effective, you could use a dose that's 14 times less effectively, right? Meaning you could use a small micro dot tattoo type situation very easily. It could be done so easily.
But what I meant though is the with the V, I'm not gonna say the word because I don't know if we're live on YouTube or not. But with the V thing, they're not gonna force people to take it. They're gonna make it where, like they're already doing it with flights. You got to test before you can go on a flight. They're just starting there. That's just the start. I think they're gonna make it where you can't go to work. You can't do this. They're just gonna put. They're not gonna force you to. Yeah, that's what I mean.
They're gonna do that. But listen, man. Listen, they're gonna do that. And a lot more people than right now are going to fold. But it's not going to be anywhere close to everyone. So they're going to fully roll that out and see how many they can get. Mm-hmm. And then they're going to do the exact same thing, only with something with no side effects. It only takes one time to receive it, and you can go back to complete normal. No, you don't have to keep wearing a mask or make it 2 or 3 and keep being locked down. You get to go back to concerts without masks. So like they're going to get everyone, they're going to run in logistics to see how many people will actually take it under these shaky, ridiculous conditions. And they're going to swoop in Hegelian dialectic with an improvement, and they're going to see everyone just wants to go back to normal, bro.
Bro, hey, have you seen Bill Gates' speech, bro, about DNA testing of Christians and evangelists or something? No. Check it. If you ever get a chance to just check it out. Dude, I don't say he's talking to the CIA. They're claiming he is, but when he's talking, dude, he's talking about trying to reverse their thinking about God or something with some. Dude, just watch it whenever you get a chance. It's really creepy.
Yeah, I'm sure he's talking about what's called the VMAT2 gene, also called the God
that's
gene.
What it is, bro.
They tracked it by looking at the brain activity. So like a CT scan, like seeing the light activity in your brain. And when people had certain spiritual experiences, they had a spectrum of spiritual experiences they looked at. And when they had spiritual experiences, a certain part of their brain would light up. And so they found a way to isolate that. And so they isolated it. And the way that they can isolate and manipulate it is by manipulating a certain part of your genetic structure. So there's a certain part of your genetic structure, the way you were created, is literally made so that you have that connection, and then they're creating something that uses a binding domain, gets onto that genetic structure, and then changes it, basically nullifies it. And the U.S. military has been working on this openly for a while under the guise of like radical religious terrorism.
Right. Man, that's proof the Bible's real, bro. I'm telling you right now, dude. We're seeing it. We're seeing it. Yep. They're attacking Christians,
because what it says is, what the prophecy says is, there'll be a mark you have to take so that it'll identify you to buy or sell, right? And you'll have to take a wrist or forehead, right? And dang, I forgot the last part, which is the home run.
The number, I think.
Well,
you have the number.
The number. That's why. Again, I don't think that this is it. I think that this is like the prequel.
I don't think this is it. This is just a form of desensitization.
Remember the motive for the mark, right?
Oh yeah, that's my point. In the prophecy, it says all that, but it also says that when they take it, right? Once they take it, that they will be incapable of repenting.
Yeah. So
like,
change your DNA or something, right?
It doesn't say that like repentance is removed or the ability to be forgiven. Nothing like that. It changes the people to where they literally can no longer do.
So it'll mess with DNA.
You'll lose your conscience. Listen, you'll lose your conscience. You'll lose your conscience. You won't feel the need to repent.
No more empathy.
When they were genetically
no empathy.
That's why the Nephilim could never repent.
Right.
So it's like they're genetically
well, they were never supposed to exist in the first place.
Exactly. They don't want you to be connected
you won't
to the Creator.
Feel convicted. You will not feel convicted anymore at all for any of this.
We gotta be strong with God, man. We gotta be strong with God.
The only thing that protects you from all this stuff in the end, right, is the mark of Yah. Just call it like it is. And that there are actual plagues in the end. So this is just a prequel. Get right while you can.
Another part to add to it is just they've even done studies into not just the genetic part, it's the instantaneous part, which is I think this is a test. I feel like this test part is a fucking long form row of experiments and desensitization, experiments to reactions to people and how much people are willing to sort of accept this sort of stuff right now. But not just that, probably a lot of the data they're going to collect from this will be how they build the next thing. This will be the antecedent to the mark.
Well, I think that's what they're doing. I think they're like kind of starting up the machines to get them running and see how they're working, basically. And so what they want to do is fully catalog every single thing that everyone does, like literally the body activity of every single person. They want to have it categorized. So they're trying to get it there now, right? And then what they're going to do is roll out the new one once they think they've built the infrastructure. It's kind of like if you build a platform for free speech right now, and it was really good. So many people flood to it, it would crash, right? Because it wasn't ready for the processing. They're like basically in the trial run of that right now, and then they're gonna boom flip it over, and the Starlinks are gonna help with it. So
listen,
it's not out yet.
That's why it's been so important for them to collect data based on who we are for so long. While they've been trying to find out every little individual thing about us, because at the same time they can choose who and who not they want actually even being given this thing. I feel like the way they're going to give it out to you eventually is you're going to know what it is. You're going to know the prerequisite parts to it, like the Bible says. Pretty much says that you will be aware pretty much what this thing is. But people are going to beg for it because they're going to make it selective. They're going to say to you, and I DM'd quite a few of you guys that waiting second clip. I'll DM it to you in a minute, Don, if I haven't already. But they're going to give it to you, and you're going to be one of the chosen people to have it. Because you're going to start to understand that if you don't have it, you're not even a member of society. Remember, we've got the idea of us.
Yep, they're going to do they're doing the same thing they do with the vaccine, right? So like class envy. So they show all these leaders getting all these idols, all these superstars. Oh, it's hard to get. Oh, only certain age groups can get it. They're trying to make you want it, bro, because that's the rule the Creator made. They don't have a choice. The Creator made the rule, bro. They have to choose to take it.
Dude, get right with Yah right now, man. I'm telling you.
Excuse me, Austin, or the last gentleman that just mentioned, would you consider this as right with or whatever, straight with the higher power? As an example, would you consider this? Yesterday I was expressing how in 2011, when the earthquake hit Ottawa, I was on the 13th floor of an apartment building, like 19-story apartment building, and the paintings were shaking on the wall and everything. My girl was freaking out trying to get the cats, and I was just standing there like, if it's my time, it's my time. Like, I'm ready to meet my maker. That is right with the higher power, is it not?
Well, I'm not the higher power, right?
Not really,
But what
no.
I will say is Creator be with you then, and the Creator is in control. There's nothing to fear other than the Creator himself.
Right, because when it comes to fear, the only time fear is ever talked about is fearing the Most High. And the beginning of wisdom is fearing the Most High. So you put all of those together, it's like, oh wow. So not only is it not good because it's like a bit of weakness, right?
Right.
It's
So
even
maybe I shouldn't
easier
fly if I'm not right with the Creator. Not maybe I shouldn't fly as a plane might fly.
maybe, right? If you can't do it in peace and you don't, then you can't be double-minded, because that's gonna break you. But yeah, so I just remember like coming to an understanding. It was like, oh wow, not only is it silly and weak, especially as a man, it's like this is actually giving respect to something that doesn't deserve respect. The only being, if you can even say it in that way, that deserves my fear is the Most High, is the Creator, Yahweh, however you want to describe it.
Yeah, dude, think about it. We were
That's his
given
name.
every sign that we possibly could be given in our lives that we experience. For example, as men, right? If you're real fearful, women are naturally repulsed by you guys. Like that's the truth. Like if you're scared of stuff,
Disgusting.
women are just not in any way attracted to you, bro. And they don't even have to intellectualize why. It's because it was designed like this. So when you're fearful of things, you make bad decisions, you don't follow your intuition, you don't do what you're supposed to do. In our life, we're given every sign that when we live in fear, that's not what we're supposed to do. And then, of course, the most important thing is you're actually given a cheat sheet that tells you how to overcome it.
May I share something with you guys, and you might be able to help me with it? It happened when I was living down in Windsor. I moved from Ottawa to Windsor that was the girl I got back together with after 7 years and whatnot. And so I was new to the town and whatnot, and I made some friends. They had a pit bull named Capone. And one day I woke up and I went to go to the corner store, and on my way to the corner store, I saw this pit bull like loose, and I could have swore it was my neighbor's dog. I'm like, Capone, what are you doing out of the yard? Like, go home. And this Windsor cop walked up to the dog, put a shotgun to its head, and just boom, killed the dog right in front of me. I'm like, excuse me, officer, like, did that dog hurt anyone or do anything? He's like, police business, and just was like a robot and shit. And I was just like blown away. I'm like, what if a kid saw that or something? Like, what? Like, I don't know, man. It's been a hard memory for me to let go of, because I love animals, and you know what I mean? Like, I thought it was my neighbor's dog. Thank God when I saw my neighbor and asked, they're like, no, Capone's okay and blah, blah, blah. But
yeah, what about when it happens to someone you know personally?
That's so random, bro.
What happens when it happens to someone, a human being, you know personally?
Oh, yeah. Like, cops blow away people all the time. It's just crazy. But like,
not necessarily.
You know, I'm going to the store to get a drink and a pop or something. This cop shoots. I thought it was my neighbor's dog. I'm like, what the F, man?
That is horrible.
They don't have blood. They have snake venom.
Hey guys, look, this is the reason they did the whole mask thing. It's because when you put it on, and you're actually putting it on because you think that there's something that's going to kill you, and it's out of fear, you're saying that you don't have faith that the Creator is going to protect you from being ill, or you're going to get ill when He's in control. You're literally saying that you don't believe the Creator can protect you against illness. That is why the spell has been casted, and it is a prequel to what is coming, in my opinion. I'm just some dude that dropped out of college.
This is just for people that don't read scripture, man. I mean, you guys are singing to a choir that's not listening. I mean, because
no. Well, that's the thing. You can ignore it. It doesn't make the truth not true, bro.
Right, but what I'm saying, if these people aren't reading, if you don't read, you have to study to. In 2 Timothy, it says you have to study to show yourself approved. If you're not actively reading, you're going to church, you're doing all these things. Whatever these people are doing, but if you're not reading, bro, you're not going to learn anything. You're not going to know to fear God and not fear man, because even you have Elijah, you have Moses, you have all these, you have Abraham. Even they, at moments in time, did not trust fully in God.
Right.
And they learned a hard lesson for it. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, can you
maybe that's what I was saying. Is like,
men. Listen, these were great men, men of God. Yeah. And yet they still were fallible. So we all are fallible, but these people aren't reading at all. So I mean, this is what's going to happen, you know?
Yeah, I feel you, bro. But you do agree, of course, that we are not just asked to, but told that we are to go out into the world and tell people, plant the seeds. If they don't hear your words,
Oh yeah, yeah, no,
dust
no,
off
no
your
doubt.
feet. This is why. This is why, though.
No
This is
doubt.
why. Because you have to go plant that seed, bro, that intrigues them to go read and then show themselves approved, right? So, like, there are people that are not right with the Creator right now that will be, bro. We're being called up to go get them, and I don't know who they are. But I've had interactions in the real world that I know for a fact I was supposed to. One of them, a 90-year-old street preacher that's
bet
been
you
preaching
now
for
what's
tons of time. I had to flat smack him, bro. And he was super humble
Yeah,
and, like,
exactly.
teared up, bro.
So this
It
is
was
the
awesome.
I'll get
I was
compliments when I wear my Flat Earth T-shirt out in
But the
public.
thing with it though, now what Satan did, bro, this is why this guy's pretty genius. He's made people lose faith in the Bible, right? They've lost faith. So now you have the flat earth coming around. Now you see how many people are gravitating towards that, and that in turn leads them back to the Bible, which is very fascinating. I thought that was very interesting because
That's why it popped up a few years ago, bro. It wasn't a coincidence.
And then, like, I don't think, like, when I saw that cop do that, it's not like when I saw that cop shoot that dog, it's not like I started fearing the cops or anything, but it definitely made me question, like, what the F is happening? Like, did I really just see what I just saw? You know? Did that really just happen?
Hey guys, I wanted to make sure that you guys are talking about people seeing or not seeing or choosing to see the flat Earth or not see the flat Earth. I think we should use the word acknowledge the flat Earth.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Well, you mean acknowledge honestly. So we could just say, instead of acknowledge, we could just say, be honest. I'll rock with that one. Be honest. Be honest about the flat Earth.
I think every single one. I think every single one of us. I think every single one of us, no matter if they believe or not, are going to have an opportunity. They're going to see the signs as well. I think there will be people that will see the signs. They know they're going to know what they're seeing, but
has anybody else here witnessed something like that?
Please don't interrupt, man.
I'm sorry. Sorry, man. Sorry, dude.
I'm just saying we're all going to have a chance to like see this. It doesn't matter whatever they think they are, agnostic or atheist, they're going to see the signs. I believe that's coming, and it's on its way. I feel it. I know it.
Guys, check this out, dude. I'm sorry to interrupt you. You're awesome, bro. I just want to say this because it just hit me. Guys, you would be amazed where we're being led, like where Yah is leading me through to meet certain people. How many people are being called to like sell their house and get something that's mobile, go get on land, network with people and get land. It's insane. It's insane. You guys wouldn't believe it. It's like everybody that we're coming across. Dude, Yah is working on people. And he wants us to get together and help each other out, detached from the system, bro. He loves us, man. He wants us to be provided for. He wants us to get our act together and get together, bro. We're not the same as the world.
Some advice.
Why are people ever talking again and again?
We're doing the exact thing you said.
Someone's talking again, like really, and you're coming in too low, so no one can even hear you, buddy. All right. I'll just say this, I think like God said He'll protect His word, and I feel like He's done that, and He's actually exponentially pushed out actually what the word can do. Because, like, look, take Enoch, for instance. Enoch might not have had any relevance in terms of in relation to what it proves to people of faith, people that are, people trying to follow the way, the truth, the life, and follow Yeshua as Messiah, right? Follow the Father. I don't feel like this stuff would have had any relevance in terms of relation to validation of the flat Earth itself as something that is important if it wasn't something that basically was only really sort of able to be put into the hands of men as we stand right now with the internet.
Well, Enoch really surfaced like kind of mainstream around the same time Flat Earth did. So
exactly,
it's not a coincidence.
So it's like that's not a coincidence either. This is my point. It's like people say, "Oh yeah, but the Bible wasn't protected because Enoch's not in there. Maccabees 2 and 3 is not in there." And it's like, wait a minute,
Well, wait. Didn't Daniel prophesy? Didn't it say that seal up the books until the end of times?
Yeah, basically, a good way to put it is Yah is drip feeding us the truth as we need it.
That's what I'm saying, but as it's relevant, yes, brother.
Exactly.
And I think that's so important. I think that's that's proof of protection of His word, and I think that's so fucking beautiful. That elucidates such a beautiful point. That in and of itself could be a proof of the actual validity and actually how powerful God is and how powerful the Bible itself is.
Exactly. It is proof, bro. It is proof, right? And Daniel was told, shut up the words and seal the book. And people will come to and fro in the end. And knowledge will increase.
How can I help a friend who's very abrasive towards like whatever topic, you know?
Be the opposite of what you see that is holding him back. So be very kind and understanding, humble and patient and patient and patient. And then like just explain like, look, man, the real story is the opposite of what you think it is, dude.
Yeah, like I'll give you an example. I was sleeping
if you're gonna be, I'm sorry, just one.
Sorry, I was sleeping. I was crashing as.
Yeah,
I was crashing.
I just want to say this so you get a little more perspective on what Wiz just said. In order to do that, you have to put in the work. If you're gonna be a teacher, you have to learn.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I explain what happened that one morning? Like what's going on is he bought a small house. Him and his wife separated. He bought a small piece of property. It's a small house. It was like 50 grand he bought it for, and basically a whole tear out and redo. And I've been helping him. Was crashing at his sister's, and it was last winter, I believe. He woke up one morning and he came downstairs. He's, I effing hate God. Winter sucks and rah 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 and all this and that. And I'm like, whoa, man, calm down, man. Like there's a reason for the winter. He wants us to be able to endure it. Like don't be, blaming him for our conditions.
Well, look, here's the deal. We fell. Everything was perfect, and then we fell. And then we realized we were naked, which means we got flesh and blood. We were in a etheric, water-like state. That's why we're compared to trees. So we have blood. They have water. So anyway, and then all the fruit, in my opinion, used to grow from the trees. Everything was elevated high. Then we fell. Then we had to work the ground, right? Then we started eating out of the ground, and everything changed. Everything changed. So when you're looking at like winter, so we're just supposed to have faith in the Creator. He provides. And if you don't know that, then you don't know anything. It's like, it doesn't matter. We're in a fallen state. Everything that we experience is resultant of the fallen state. You're supposed to persevere to be able to get to the point you're worthy of transcending the fallen state. Or you can stay there. You can stay there. There are some people that had all the power that you don't even realize that we have, that still fell and descended right in the fallen state. So hey man, it's up to everyone, but this is a big time of people being woken up. He's like throwing in your face. He's like, oh, okay, well, here's this ancient text that gives you all the answers you need in the end. Oh, it's just going to coincidentally surface, even though the Roman Catholic Church gave a decree to remove it from the face of the earth. Right around the same time, flat earth starts to come back into mainstream.
What was trying to be removed from the face of the earth by the Roman Catholic Church?
The Book of Enoch.
I see.
Yeah. So there's the Torah, bro. It's just simple, man. It's like these really powerful, like for example, it also in Hebrew, it doesn't say like 10 commandments, like these phrases. It says 10 words. It seems like there's a phrase that summarizes it, and then we're told specifics in the Torah. So everything's a lot, bro. Like, but the truth is, like, you're not gonna get all the answers by the time you die, probably, right? Like, all the answers never will. We're supposed to want to find the answers, bro. That's it. That's it. It's that simple. And like all.
Have you looked at the book of Zohar, chapter 14, verse 141? There's a clear description of the earth that doesn't match Daniel 4:11 or Job 38:14. The reason why I mention that is because the book of Zohar is an extension of Kabbalism, or the Kabbalah. Pardon me.
Of course it is. That's why it's antithetical and doesn't match the real divine scriptures.
That's right. And so here's the thing: if you look into the Kabbalah and the Ein Sof, it's all the spherical nature, which is originated from Pythagorean, the Greeks, Neoplatonism, perennialism combined. If you look, in modern times, who's taken over? Who's taken over the concept of our reality? It's that Neoplatonist, perennialistic, Greek, atomistic. Spheres are perfect. The God state is spherical. That comes from Jewish mysticism.
And it's important to note that it actually goes all the way. Like the Greeks are kind of their modern pagan representation they tell us about, but it tracks all the way back to antediluvian era, which would be
the Druids. The Druids as well, right? The Druids were also into all this stuff too. But my bringing up the Zohar is because it's a clear description of the earth that was represented 2,500 years ago. Same with the Bible 2,500 years ago, but they're an opposition of descriptions of the nature of the world we live in. And Daniel 4:11 describes a great tree that the whole entire earth can see. Job 38 verse 14 actually describes the shape of the earth, which is a clay-pressed seal. These two scriptures, among others in the Bible, contradict the Zohar, chapter 14, verse 141, where it claims that it's a circle ball spinning and that people live upside down. And in fact, I believe the word antipodal was originated from the Kabbalah.
Bro, can you shoot me any type of documentation for this so I can just throw this in people's faces all the time?
Just go look at the Book of Zohar. You can go to the Kabbalah website.
Oh, you already cited it. Yeah, you cited it.
Yeah.
My bad.
Hold on. This is a website you can go to. The land is a living ball. That's directly from the Kabbalah.
Okay. And it's the Zohar 140.
No, Zohar 14, verse 141.
Okay. 14 and 141. Cool.
Yeah. And just so you know, you can type in the land is a living ball. And in that description, they will take ownership for quantum mechanics, quantum physics, all of that stuff as well.
14:14:1.
No, chapter 14, verse 141.
Yeah, so 14:14:1.
Yeah. But anyway, it's just a clear, separate distinction in descriptions. The Bible itself does not describe a literal spinning sphere.
No.
So.
Well, this is stupid, actually, and it can exist. So, of course it doesn't, because it's right about everything.
Now I understand. I understand the Zohar is supposed to be read in conjunction with the Bible, and I've come across a few studiers of the Zohar that conflict.
Can I just ask a question?
What's up, man?
Just who is a flat earther and who is not?
Everyone in here pretty much knows the Earth is flat. Maybe there's a couple exceptions. So, do you have any questions?
So you're all flat earthers.
Well, yeah, we proved the Earth was flat because when we were all younger, we were told the same story that I'm assuming you were told, is that we live on this ball that has water bending around it, and it spins, and then it revolves around the sun, and it's in this vacuum that they call space. So we went out and we decided to test it because we found out that, well, our observations don't really show us that, and, well, NASA's part of the government. The government lies about pretty much everything, so let's go test it because we should be able to prove it, and we actually have disproven it because what they said the Earth was with a certain size of a ball, well, we debunked that. We see way too far. It would have to be over 250,000 miles. They claim it's under 4,000 miles for the radius. Of course, water doesn't bend, right? That's why we have sea level. That's how we have elevation. It's a distance above the sea level.
Yeah, but just level means the same distance to the ground. I mean, the same depth. You understand what I mean? It's the same distance.
Level means equal height, flat.
Yeah, equal heights.
Flat.
Equal height.
Level means flat.
It's exactly.
Here's the best way to understand it. 2 equal points of elevation that create a horizontal. That's all you need to know what straight level is.
So laser. I'm sorry.
No, I understand what you mean, but if you say that it's level, the same distance to the ground on the flat Earth.
Laser, you're talking about the radius. The radius has never been proven.
Yeah, so let's bring it back. Let's pull the classic. I don't know if I've tried this like once or twice, but it's a classic.
Can I just bring one argument?
The 3-point takedown, dude. I'm gonna ask you a couple questions, and then you can ask any question you want to about the flat Earth. Is that cool?
The 3-point what?
Listen, this is gonna help us have a good conversation, bro. Okay? Because we're gonna figure out where everyone's at, and then you can ask any question to anyone you want to, dude. You know, we've heard it all. We'll answer any of your questions. So the first question is, okay, do you know of any way that has ever been done to actually prove that the Earth is curving, that the surface of the Earth is curving, or that it's a ball? Is there anything that's ever been done or that we can do to verify that the surface actually bends and curves?
Yeah, there is a lot of them, but the problem is that I'm going to tell you one, you're gonna say it's wrong. I'm going to tell you another, you're gonna say it's wrong, and then in this infinitely. And because of this, I wouldn't be able to.
Okay. Fair enough.
But I'm going to at least tell one. But I just need to clarify something before we talk.
Okay, what's up, man?
All proofs, like look in the sky, look in the ground, any kind of proof is valuable. It's not because I say look at the sky. Okay, so. But well,
calm down, man. Calm down.
Yeah.
So here's the deal.
Sorry.
It's no big deal, bro. But there's no right or wrong answers, right? We're just trying to figure out where everything is. Okay. We want to establish if we can actually prove it or if it's just a belief. That's what's important, because a bunch of people have beliefs.
I understand what you're saying.
So but listen, bro. So you can just be honest. It's not like you're gonna be. It's not gonna be like, ha, you're wrong. You can be honest. Please do be honest.
No. I am honest. I'm not looking at
Here's my
people.
question: have you ever done anything to prove that the surface of the Earth is curving?
Well, I'm planning an experiment. It's not even for fun. It's just for fun.
Okay.
You're gonna laugh at me, I know, but I already see. I've seen the ISS and also.
Okay, real fast. Before we get into what you're gonna do, we'll talk about that right after the questions. Like you haven't done it yet. It's no big deal. So up to this point, you've never done anything to measure the curve of the Earth. So right now, it's a belief that you have because people told you that they tested it.
Let me finish.
Bro, calm down. I'm gonna let you finish, but you said that you haven't yet. That you're about to go look at the ISS. I'm interested in your experiment. We'll talk about it right after the questions. Okay, we're trying to breeze through these, dude, and just be honest. That's all. It should take 30 seconds. So you yourself have never done anything, as most people. It's no big deal. That
I'm
personally,
14,
bro, stop interrupting me, please. I know I'm trying to help you out. I know. Listen, that to verify what the Earth is. Of course you haven't. You're younger, bro. It's no big deal. So you just believe it. We all believed it. I used to believe it too, bro. Right? Because you were told that, and you don't think they're lying. That's fair enough. It's just a belief that the Earth's curving. You've never seen it curve, because when you see it, the horizon's always flat. That means horizontal. That's where horizon comes from. So you've never seen it. So you admitted you haven't tested it. You're thinking about testing it. Kudos to you, man. That means you're a smart, younger child, right? Because you're willing to actually go test things out. I approve of that, bro. I think that's cool. Kudos to you. Number two, though. Dude, have you ever done anything yourself or that you know of in the history of mankind that we can actually verify?
Done something myself.
Verify that the Earth, verify that the Earth actually spins.
This one I don't have a Foucault's pendulum of a gyroscope powerful enough, but I have a proof that space isn't fake. But you're gonna say it's wrong.
Question. So we'll get there. Okay. So you don't have a pendulum or gyro, fair enough, and we'll talk about.
I have a gyroscope, but not powerful enough.
Okay, fair enough. Listen, we'll talk about those at the end, right?
Sorry, what's it? Little kid. You need to stop interrupting. This is just a baseline.
I'm sorry.
This is a baseline. This is going to take 30 seconds to get through, and then we can establish the stuff you know. That is all. And then we can talk about all this stuff in better detail straight afterwards. That's all it is, buddy.
Yeah,
So
we'll let you ask all your questions. Say all your stuff, bro. I promise. Okay. So I'm just trying to get through this. You ready? So, curve check. Motion, like, is there anything that you have ever done or that you know of someone that can do like motion? You said, well, pendulum, gyro, you haven't done it yourself. Fair enough. It's okay.
Well,
so
for now,
it's okay. Thank you for being honest, bro. Please stop interrupting. Thank you for being honest. You already answered my question. You already answered. It's okay. So this is the last one, dude, and then you can ask all your questions, bro. It's not a big deal. So do you know of anything that we could do or you have done that we can prove that space is a vacuum, a medium that we can travel to or that actually exists as they have told us? Is there anything that we can do to prove that without just believing it?
Well, I'm thinking about this. Well, if I prove that space is real, is it to prove that it's vacuum or not for you?
Well, they say space is a vacuum and that it's a place they can travel to. So the question is, Is there anything that you can do or have done or that we can do to prove that space is this empty vacuum and it's a place that we can go travel to? Or do we just have to believe that NASA has done
travel to I can. And vacuum of space, I'm just going to
but
clarify
you've never done
something.
that. You've never gone to space, right? So we just have to believe that NASA.
I wish I go to space.
I bet that's why everyone believes it, because they think space is cool and they want to go there. But they say that NASA and SpaceX went there, right? So we just have to believe them, because you've never been, I've never been.
No, I have a proof.
So
that
listen, real
space
fast.
is
It's
real.
almost done, brother. I'm trying to help you out, bro. Okay. So the truth is, I'm actually double your age almost, bro. So just check me out. I'm trying to help you.
28.
So what it comes down to the truth is that whenever you say that there's no curvature because there's a belief, that we just believe there's a ball because we were taught that. We think other people that are smarter than us, that do this for a living for years and years, have proven it and done it for us. It's a belief that the Earth's surface curves and is a ball. We believe that the Earth spins because people have done it for us and proven it. We believe that we go to space and it's a vacuum that you can travel to because NASA claims that they did it. So all three of the main things, bro, we just believe them because we think other people have done them. So we've acknowledged, with you being honest, although somewhat reluctantly, bro, that, well, you just believe these things. We haven't tested them out. So now if you have any other questions, feel free to go ahead.
You didn't let me finish what I was saying. So I have done an experiment to prove that space is real, but you're not gonna believe it. And I have a better experiment.
I'm new. Hold on, I'm new.
Right?
Wait, I'm new.
So I want to point out.
Can he run through the experiment? Can he run through the experiment with me, though?
He's young. Just a
So
second,
I'm going to run with the
Listen, bro, I'm trying
experiment.
to help you, dude. You're making this hard. So you said is you aren't going to believe it. Just focus on that word, the B word. Try not to say the B word anymore. Try not to say the B word. Believe? Do you believe space is real? Don't you believe they went to the moon?
No, I've
Listen, my friend, please stop interrupting me. That's disrespectful. You need to learn this, okay? So you can be really productive in life, bro. I want you to go out and crush in the world, bro. That's why I'm trying to help you, okay? You just watch how many times you say believe, believe, believe. We do not believe the earth is flat. We tested it. We proved it. So we're pointing out to you that what you think is just a belief. Okay, we got to get rid of the beliefs, bro. We have to prove things. That's what science is, bro.
Yeah, but you don't let me finish.
Facts and truth.
Can you go through that experiment with me? Can you tell me how you did an experiment? I'd love to hear it.
I'm going to talk about the easy experiment that is not going to convince you, and hard experiment.
It's an easy. You're gonna talk about an easy experiment that won't convince you. Is that what you just said?
But it's true, but it won't convince you. But there is another one.
How we just start with experiment? What was the thing you observed?
Okay, so I'm going to tell you something. So I search a lot of different sources, a lot of different things that predicts when the ISS will be visible in the sky and those things. They were all independent, not governmental or something. It's all different, and they all came with the same number, the same date every time. And every time I went outside to see the position, the brightness, and everything. It was there. It was like a point in the sky, but was moving too fast to be a star, clearly. And it wasn't a plane, because planes have red and green lights on the wings. So
just to clarify your position, you saw a light. You saw a light in the sky, correct?
A moving light.
Okay, so how did you confirm that moving light was the ISS?
Well, this is my second experiment. Well,
okay, so I'm not certain you understand what experiment is. Can you run through the process of what experiment is before we continue? So what is the steps of an experiment?
Let me explain. I have a telescope, and I'm going to.
Okay, so your first. Hold on, just to clarify. Let's go step by step. Hold on, let's go step by step. So your first thing was you observed a light in the sky, right? Where is your experiment going next? To observe something in the sky, what did you do to make it a science experiment?
Well, I searched different sources, not NASA. I do it.
Okay, so you research different sources. Please explain to me how that is science.
None were NASA.
Please tell me how that is science.
You have an hypothesis if the ISS is real or not. You are going to do an experiment. So if those sources are all giving the same numbers, and this is actually happening in real life, not once, but a lot of
let's walk through
times,
the scientific method. I'm not certain you understand what an experiment is. You don't know what an experiment is. You observed a phenomenon.
I know what it is. I know the
you observed a phenomenon. You observed a phenomenon. So your independent variable, how did you vary your experiment to show that the ISS is moving? How did you know it was there? What did you do to test it?
Can you repeat this?
How did you test the ISS? How did you know it was there? You have to have for a scientific experiment. For a scientific experiment,
you need up there and touch.
You need tangibility. You need to know what it is. Other than that, you're just assuming through observation. Do you understand? The scientific method is tangible, my friend. It's something that it's something you can affect to change to see if it's the cause. You're not doing an experiment.
Let me explain.
Listen, right off the bat, you're not doing an experiment at all. You're not using the scientific method at all. Number one. Now, number two, do you know what the second law of thermodynamics is?
Oh, no, please.
Do you know what the second law of thermodynamics is?
I clearly know what it is.
Oh, you do? Explain it to the audience. Go ahead.
It means that in an enclosed system, the entropy of this system will rise more and more.
Okay, so next to a low pressure system, entropy would dictate the flow of gas. Being that we're in a system where we have gas pressure, if we were next to the vacuum of space, entropy would take over. This is a law of nature. So explain to me how the law of nature, explain to me how a law of nature supersedes your mental capacity into fantasy land where you don't even understand the scientific method is.
No.
You don't understand what a scientific method is. You made it clear here. You also made it clear that you have to suspend disbelief to remove the process of entropy or the second law.
The problem
listen, to have your ISS in the low atmosphere next to a high atmosphere, entropy would take place, but that's not what's observed. So you are having to suspend disbelief by looking at a light in the sky where you provide no scientific experiment whatsoever to determine what that light is. I hope you realize it. Everything you're doing is based on a belief. It's not based on science.
Finish my point, please.
What are you going to finish? What are you going to finish? You already deny entropy. You already deny the second law of thermodynamics. You already imagine.
Let him finish.
Let's let the kid a little bit more. He's a child. He's a little child. He's old enough to be here, but
they ask you a question, you barely answer it. They don't let you finish, and they say you're wrong. You didn't let me finish about the ISIS. You didn't let me answer about the pressure. Let me finish, please.
Yes, you can now. Lisa, I just cleared the floor for you and said let the kid speak a bit more, alright? So whatever you want to talk,
let me,
just it's me, man.
Let me answer your questions.
You're allowed to now.
Let him entertain you.
Let me answer. This second part of the ISS experiment is to wait until the ISS will transit in front of the moon. But this... you're going to laugh at me, but when I get the video, you're not going to laugh. The problem is...
Stop, laser!
No. This is kids saying darn these things.
I know.
It's a scientific experiment.
Stop.
Whether. Guys, I don't need any help. Alright? Guys, I didn't need any help. Laser. No. Let me deal with this, please, because it's doing my head in now. Laser. Transiting ISS in front of the moon. Have you misspoken there? Maybe. I'm going to unmute you, but Just think about what you're saying. You don't have to rush it too much because I'm going to make sure no one ever talks to you, right, bud? Right. Let's start again.
Yeah, thank you. Stop muting me because you don't agree with me. This is the pure rule. I don't know the English word.
I'm not muting you because I don't agree with you at all, dude. So don't think that.
Well, someone did this. Well, why do you don't believe in it?
Okay, so let's start over. Listen, you'll have the floor. Start over.
Oh my god.
Give it a
round.
round.
Why are you taking over my moderation? I'm moderating this right now. The kid wants to explain something. I'm going to let him explain it. That's all.
The problem with you is when there is evidences that
no, kid.
When there is experiments that you think is ridiculous, you just disclaim it without actually doing it.
Wait, don't point out the problem. Define the issue.
What did you say?
Listen, do not just point out the problem. Define what the issue is properly. Frame it in a way of an argument against what you believe the problem is. You can't just say this is your problem, right? So do you know what the issue other people have took with what you're saying? You talk about an experiment, but it's technically not an experiment. You're talking about the ISS. It's not a naturally observed phenomena, okay? And what you're attributing to, this can prove what this is, where it is, what it is. This isn't really the way science works, believe it or not. But
you say that maybe I'll see it, but it's not the ISS. It's not the same altitude and those things. Is it what you're saying?
Well, no. When you say that the ISS is transiting in front of the moon, did you misspeak?
Yeah. I said this, but I'm very sad because there is no transit for the past 2 months, and I can't go to the transit places because I'm only 14 and I don't drive a car, you know.
Laser. How large is the ISS? How large is it?
The ISS?
Yeah, how big is the ISS?
I think I wrote the size of it a month ago for.
It's okay. Don't go look for it. Don't worry about it. It's about twice the size of a 747.
Well, we can do it better than that, Sonny. It's 100 meters by roughly 90 something meters. Okay. And then there's a plane that you should. I'll post it for you, right? It's slightly smaller.
Can I do some calculations, please? Can you let me do some calculations?
Wait a second. I'm talking about the size of a 747. Once it gets 5 or 6 miles away, you can no longer resolve that size because it's gone beyond your peripheral angular resolution limits. So there's no way you could.
Can you do some calculations, please?
Wait a second. Can you address what I just said? How can you see something that you cannot see 5 miles away? You expect to see something twice that size, 250 or however far they're saying those things are out there, 250 miles?
Can you just use kilometers, please? Because I don't know.
Here's a problem you can work on. I need you to take the size of the ISS, go find out what it is, and then do the angular difference in size.
It's exactly what I'm doing.
Can I give him the formula to save him some time and trouble?
Angular distance difference in size at 250 miles with that size of the ISS.
If he wants calculations, can I provide it to him? Please.
Sure.
So listen. We have angular limitations to our eye based on the Rayleigh criterion. If you didn't know it, I'm going to give you some mathematic formulations you can do yourself to determine your maximum angular resolution to objects. You understand?
Yeah, but I'm using the telescope.
You got a pen? Sure. The diffraction limit is the same through any circular aperture. You're still going to be limited to resolution. Okay? Do you understand that?
Yeah,
awesome.
I'm doing my calculations.
Awesome. Maximum resolution of the human eye is 7/1000th of a degree, which is 0.04 arc minutes or 0.02 degrees.
Do you remember I have a telescope?
Let me finish.
I have a telescope.
Let me finish. You can apply it to your telescope, okay? Everything I'm giving you can apply to your telescope. Do you understand?
Yeah.
0.007 times 3.14 divided by 180 times it by the distance the object is at. and it will give you the blur size. In other words, you won't be able to tell the distance. Anything above that width and length, it will blur. Do you understand? It's called the Ari's disk blur.
Yeah,
And the calculation, exactly. It's based on diffraction, limited angular resolution. That formula I gave you can be applied at any distance to see the Ari disk blur. Okay, so try it and apply it to the ISS and the distance. You'll notice you won't be able to see it. Do you understand?
I'm doing my calculations. I can't concentrate to what you're saying in my calculations. What's the minimum size the human eye can see?
0.42 arc minutes.
0.42 arc minutes.
Yeah, or 0.007 degrees of maximum resolution. Okay?
So this is the limit, 0.007.
Your limit to the wavelength of light. Now the limit will
Do you
change.
want to post that in the live stream voice text? Can you post it in the
Okay,
live stream
so
voice
this is
text
the
data?
limit. Just can you just
I'm
shut up?
not
I'm
typing
doing
shit
math.
right now. I'm just walking around
No,
talking on
I'm
the
not
phone.
calling you a ninja. I'm just doing math. Can you just let me concentrate myself? It's trigonometry.
I'll tell you where I
Anything?
derived the 0.0069 or the 7-degree resolution. Do you want another formula?
Wait, just my sound is very low. I can't really hear you. I'm just going to. Please let me just do my calculations. Donc attendez, 400.
Would you like to find out where I came up with the 0.007?
Wait, just 2 minutes. I'm doing. Attends, c'est 0,0. Non. De A, c'est égal à 0.015 sur 408 ou.
80, 1, 2, 3.
C'est égal à 0.135. 408. I know that you're bored with my explanation in French, but in French.
Okay. That's
Attends,
okay, bro.
la technique. Le mot c'est où? Ah, bon, je prends le 2. Donc 0.5 égale 1 sur 2. Là, je cherche concrètement A, donc 1 sur 2, donc arc tangente de. Ok, c'est bon.
Put yourself on mute, bro.
The
Put yourself on
conclusion of
mute.
all this babbling,
This
if you
kid
know
in
that
the
it's flat,
spaceship-
then you're confused.
I think he's in a spaceship right now. He's operating the spaceship, folks.
All a thought experiment.
This kid is a very young little Zach.
I can hear the controls being operated.
Yeah.
You mean he's a future fake ex-pilot?
Yeah.
No, he's a future flat earther. Trust me. I think that's what's
No,
gonna happen.
trust me, I won't.
Well, he needs to read the gas pressure citations, I think. But I know we're onto this angular limit of our eyes. You know, that's great stuff. But gas pressure, we don't even have to be going there.
I want to give him this. His answer for entropy and the second law of thermodynamics was good for his age.
He's got it in his DMs, along with all the citations from NASA, FAA, all those people about flying over a flat stationary plane, Earth. So I think he needs to go contact NASA, the FAA, all those flight engineering manuals about linear flight over a flat stationary Earth.
I have calculations.
But
Young man,
never mind, he's got calculations instead.
Case scenario where the ISS is at the worst angle, so that means I can only see 30 meters of its thing, and with an altitude of about 408 kilometers, I would need a telescope that zoom out 190 times larger than I can see, and my telescope goes to 250, so I could see it. So it's clearly possible.
What would you
for me
see? What do you think you would see?
A shadow.
Would you see a
shadow
light still?
with the roughly
shadow.
You'd see a shadow,
with
would you?
roughly the shape of the ISS.
A shadow.
So just out of curiosity, out of all
cannot
this
see
reasoning,
what is written on the ISS. You cannot see the windows.
Guys.
You cannot see what.
No,
Let me just try and clarify.
Just the shape. And even you're gonna say don't do it yourself, so it's not true. A YouTuber that is absolutely not employed by NASA or something observed an ISS transit to the ISS with two different point of views. And even before I played video, I've done my own maths to calculate the
Here's not what you're getting though. Here's what you're getting though.
And I get
the light in the sky. The light in the sky has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, dude. Do you understand that? The light in the sky has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
Yeah.
Do you understand that?
Excuse me, young man.
You're reifying what you see with your eyes, but without testing if there's physical Earth curve.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. How big is the Earth? Do you know the radius of the Earth? Do you know any of the dimensions? You do all these calculations. Please tell me the radius of your ball Earth. What is it? You don't even fucking know.
6,371 kilometers.
No. 6,371 kilometers. Sure. Okay, great. So at 1 foot off the ground, the horizon is. Let's go to miles here because I use miles. I don't want to convert to kilometers.
Yeah, I'm going to.
You and me put our head off the ground at 1 foot off the ground. The horizon, according to your ball math, is 1.22 miles away. You understand that, right? Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. You and me, if we put our heads above the ground without any optics or any cameras, the horizon appears to be 1.22 miles away, according to your ball mathematics. Do you understand that?
At which distance?
1 foot off the ground. Your ball math says the horizon is 1.22 miles.
33 centimeters.
Let him reply.
Can I finish? Can I finish?
You said the same thing 4 times flat there. I just want to let.
I have a formula that I developed myself with the calculation. Let's see.
Alright, little dude, did you hear what Data said?
I have a formula that I developed myself.
Okay, listen, young man. Young man, listen. 1 foot off the ground. You and me. Listen. Shut up and listen.
Right. Laser, I'm going to kick you out of the room if you don't stop and actually listen and engage in the conversation.
Listen, kid. 1 foot off the ground. You and me have our heads off the ground at 1 foot. According to your according to your geometrical calculations, if we put our head above the ground 1 foot, the horizon is 1.22 miles away. Do you understand that? Now, if I told you we could see way past that 1.22, still being 1 foot off the ground, because we're using a camera which has zoom factor, we're zooming past or over the 1.22, thereby nullifying the idea that the horizon is 1.22 miles away, rendering your geometric calculation false. Do you understand that?
I understand what you're saying.
If at 1 foot I can see much farther than 1.22 miles away, it means your geometrical interpretation of reality is false.
Only if the object itself is 0 meters in height.
Do you understand why it's false?
Dude, it's not an object, it's the horizon itself, right?
Oh,
the horizon
I have to put the table on. The little
can you repeat? Listen, young man. Can you repeat back? Can you repeat back my scenario that I'm introducing to you?
1 foot of the ground, and you can see 1 mile or so at the
again. I'll rephrase it for you. You seem to having struggles.
I need to put the table on.
You're seeming to have troubles. Look at your Earth curvature calculators. Type in 1 foot observer height. The horizon is 1.22459 miles away. Do you understand that that's a geometric calculation based on physical dimensions of your supposed ball? Do you understand that? Yeah, okay, I'm done.
I wanted to ask him if he knows the difference between CGI. Look at the images from NASA. It's bullshit.
You'll be talking about it for 6 or 8 hours with this kid. I heard it yesterday. So go ahead into the weeds. If you want a 6 or 8 hour conversation in the weeds, he has never answered really. He's never answered any question direct. I'm just going to talk over you, bro. He's never directly answered almost none of the questions. None of them.
Right, I'm going to speak
because he doesn't. He's just in disbelief.
Wait, let me speak to the kid for a second. Laser, I heard what you said. You have to go to eat a dinner or something in about half an hour, right? Or you're already gone? I don't know.
Yeah, they're gone.
He's already gone.
That kid's so annoying.
He's brave though. He came back.
Well, we just needed one person to manage them, and we legitimized the obfuscation.
I'm half asleep here, guys, and I've had to wake up to fucking
go to ass to bed then.
Yeah, go to bed then, man.
That's a bit hard, isn't it, when there's no other fucking moderator here?
That's all right. We'll get another one. No worries. Elijah's
here. Elijah's here.
Yeah, a lot of people listen.
Elijah's working, bro.
Some mods are on YouTube and they show up when necessary, you know?
Hopefully.
Make sure you get some rest, man.
Yeah, it's never going to be a perfect live stream. It's just an effort, you know?
But we appreciate it, Crack. You're doing a good job, man. It's all right.
I think you reached him for sure.
Definitely. That last little pause was yeah.
You know, these kids, they listen a lot more than you think. They just they don't think as much as they listen. So
yeah, he's just book smart. That's all.
Yeah, no, he knows what you were saying, but he just wasn't ready to think about it. You know,
because the book is in his brain.
Yes,
he cannot go away from the book. That's it.
Yes. It's like getting away from mother's milk, man. Like it's really hard, that transition to real food.
Guys, the information that he's trying to obviously he's here asking questions and everything, but he's also translating into French, okay? Because obviously his English is not the best, so he's translated from miles to kilometers, from English to French, and putting it all in paper, writing it and saying it, and he's probably trying to get it, but his mind is still in the spinning ball. So even the information that you guys gave him is truthful and correct, he still doesn't get it because he's still in the ball and translating at the same time. Plus having this cognitive dissonance at the same time. So
and he probably sees these NASA people as like superstars and stuff, and he wants to be an astronaut or something, go to the ISS or something.
And you know,
that's why it's not a good idea to talk over each other when you speak to a kid like that, because he already isn't hearing us as people that understand what we're talking about or intellectuals, because he is able to translate it. So in relation to the tonality and the way that you sound, the confidence of how you speak to him, we just sound like any other person that speaks English that he understands to a rudimentary level. The same way you can't tell how intelligent a French guy is when you hear him speak in his French accent or / French language.
Yeah, unless you know some French.
Yeah, even if you know French, that's very difficult.
Yeah, I think that kid is very smart. I think he knows, I think he understood us quite well. And I think all of you did a pretty good job. I know it does get kind of like tense, but we did slow him down. And then.
Yeah, I did it. You slowed him down.
We all did. You know, we kind of slowed him down. And that's important because, like, at the time Witsit was talking to him, he was speaking faster in increments.
Yeah. Well, Witsit wasn't giving him a chance to speak, and he was being a little too verbose. But
shit happens.
We get excited. We all get excited.
Sometimes you need to like do that, but then back off, and then
yeah. But there's no backing off with some people.
Mm-hmm.
I think Data was trying to keep him in the curvature and the geometry, which is I think is a good point.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't got to the end of it, I think.
Yeah.
But I mean, you guys tried and did okay. It's just you know.
Well, that kid,
he was talking to someone else in the background too, so I think it was a couple people.
He might have someone over his shoulder. Yeah, that's very odd.
Their parents.
It's not odd at all.
Maybe a school friend or something.
It could have just been his parents.
Yeah, you're right. It's not odd. It's downright creepy, is what it is.
What? To have his parent over his shoulder while he's on Discord?
Yes, I think so. Yeah, that's creepy.
How's that creepy? That's cool.
You haven't seen the darker parts of the internet.
That's making sure he's not talking to no weirdos and shit.
Creepy Glober parents. Yeah, that's fucking creepy. Call it like I just call it like I see it. Fucking creepy.
But we are speculating.
No,
he's
not
14.
creepy.
Maybe he just a school friend.
But
with
actually,
him.
being good parents is completely different.
Well, yeah, but if they're feeding the kid information to go on a flat Earth server,
Yeah, but if they thought it was a lie, I don't think they would be doing that. So you have.
You know how many kids come on here
also
that
are
act very
broken,
degenerate, and that their parents are not around for any of it.
That's true.
Yeah, this kid is very lucky to have the parents that he's got. He just needs a little tap in the right direction. That's all.
Yeah. Amen. Yeah.
His parents too.
If he comes back, stop. If he comes back, I don't think you're gonna get anywhere trying to deal with the technical side of it. You have to get him back to fundamentals and have a fundamental conversation. Otherwise, he's just gonna go knee-jerk reaction. Auto response. You can't allow auto response because then there's no learning possible. You have to go back to base.
Yeah, that's a freaking 12.
If possible, try and do that with this individual. Try and get back to things that he cannot deny and that he has to work from base principles upwards. Otherwise, you're gonna have a hard time.
And you're gonna have it.
But you also gotta let him.
Logical truth.
I think he has to say what he wants to say, maybe at least halfway, because children, their minds are like 1,000 miles per hour. Many times he's 14, so maybe whatever he's trying to say, I'm gonna have to deconstruct whatever he's saying, because it looks like he was frustrated, but because he couldn't finish a sentence or whatever, and I know you guys are trying to help him.
With someone like that, you kind of have to give everybody like 15 seconds to speak each, and then like you have 15 seconds to make your point. That way they feel like they're at least getting their idea out, even if they're wrong. Doesn't matter if they're wrong, right?
Yeah.
But they get the energy out, then you can respond and get them on the right track.
Yeah. He probably needs to talk about it until he runs out of breath.
Well, that's not going to happen.
To say, I see in the stream somebody said happy birthday to Villain there. So if it's your birthday, Villain, happy birthday.
No, it's not.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Crack Villain.
It's a setup.
Happy birthday, Crack Villain.
Hey, good birthday. Yeah, great birthday.
And good night, because you're sleepy.
Yeah.
No, I was actually nearly asleep and then I got woken up.
That's Sonny's fault.
Yep.
Probably.
Hey, Crack Villain, you know what I do to help me fall asleep?
Close your eyes.
Oh, we're on the live stream. Never mind.
Funny.
Do you masticate with your food very slowly?
Everyone's doing well, God bless.
Yes.
Toro. Hello, Toro. Oh, you're a flat earther. Okay.
Yeah, bro. Good morning from New Zealand again to everybody. Hope everyone's doing well.
Hey, mate.
Good morning.
Hey, brother. Yeah, bro. Doing good. Just finished night shift. Come see how the family's doing, you know?
Who the fuck's that? Is that you?
That would be me, yes.
You add me on Telegram.
Thinking about all that flat water, all the way from where I am, all the way to New Zealand. Think of how many miles of horizontal water you're going over to get there.
A lot. My ancestors still, traveled the oceans for a long fucking time. So we still do to this day using the star charts. Those stars haven't moved at all in the last 20,000 years plus that we've been navigating the oceans without any technology.
Yeah.
Our creation story in Australasia with Māori, especially from Aotearoa, New Zealand, it's on the basis of a realm Earth underneath a firmament. All of the creation stories of all Pacific nations recite the same understanding, but in a different way because of their dialects and whatnot and all of that. But basically, out here, down in the Southern Hemisphere, we, the indigenous people, even Aboriginally, we all know that we live on a flat plane and around Earth underneath a firmament. All this space bullshit is a bunch of lies.
Yes.
Did you see a round Earth underneath a firmament?
Realm.
No,
He said
brother.
realm.
Oh, realm. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so it's just my little piece to my little couple cents to the story there, man.
Good
Awesome.
on you. Good on you, mate.
Do you have any information about those peoples you could post?
I've posted a few things here and there, man. There's some old books and stuff like that.
Awesome.
I guess I could repost it. I don't really like reposting because I just don't want to get in trouble and break rules and stuff. Because some of
No, you're fine. I can look through your post history, but if you want to repost, that's great too.
Yeah. I'll chuck a post up, man. I'm just about to have my morning cuppa and have a bong, and I'll chuck some things up.
Have a bong.
That's inspiring.
Yeah, right.
That's inspiring. That's very inspiring. I like that. I think I'll go for another cup also.
Cup of bong.
That's the one, man. It's the one, boys. That's the
Another cupper and a rolly.
So what you're saying is I got to roll a fatty right now?
Yep.
That's right, bro.
It's a good day. It's another good day.
Every day's a good day to defeat globalism, brother.
Yeah.
When you mentioned all those miles of the water, the thought, mariners, man, wow.
Isn't that amazing? Yeah. All the water on Earth is flat.
No, but I mean, like being out in the middle of that water, like, wow, what a feeling that must be. Like, I've jumped out of an airplane. I've taken a ferry from Vancouver Island to the mainland a few times, but
I'll tell you,
in the middle of the ocean, like, wow.
Have you if you never experienced being out on a boat out beyond where you can see any land, all you see is sky
and
water.
Wow. Yeah.
And
That's
so
what
it
I'm
starts
saying, like intense.
It starts changing your reality. Sailors have gone into some kind of a hypnotic state that they've written about and said that they saw themselves sailing upstairs and all kinds of weird stuff. If you're
I've heard a story. Sonny, I heard a story of a sailor who saw a wave, right, like a big wave, and they went up it, and as it went over the top of the wave, he felt like he went upside down up this wave, right, and everything flipped upside down from his perspective, right. And he was laying upside down with his head like crooked back on the floor, and the waves had like been pouring in through the side inlets where the water, obviously, for the deck gets full up, right? It drains out. He'd been sat like that, looking through the hole inside of the ship, looking at the water, and he felt like they were upside down, like sort of sailing around the earth.
Yeah.
For like a while as well, like an hour or so, he was stuck like it.
That's bizarre.
Like, in this weird frame of mind of being like upside down and shit.
There's an amazing clip I can recommend called 30 Days at Sea, Jeff HK, 30 Days at Sea. And I'm telling you, the night, oh, wow, it's just crazy. Check it out.
I've been out at sea. I've been out at sea on a small sailboat, a 50-foot catch I sailed 6,000 miles on with some other people when I was 21. And in the Caribbean, I saw things that are not like you would never think you would ever see. Like I saw a whale, a huge whale, come up out of the water and stick its tail up, and the tail was about 20 feet above the water.
Bro, I've swum with whale shark. Not whale shark, sorry. Something that's bigger than a whale shark, which is
I've seen sharks jump completely out of the water. I've seen barracuda flying out of the water like 20 yards.
Barracuda, they're nasty, aren't they? Like, they're aggressive, eh?
Yeah, flying.
Barracudas, they're aggressive, no?
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
Ooh, barracuda.
Did you ever put a line in and catch anything, or?
I had a sailfish following my red rag tied to a hook, but we weren't going the right speed, so we left it alone. So I saw the sailfish behind us going, trying to like his sail was out of the water. He was coming up and out. I've also seen like me and some friends when I stole my father's boat and went to Catalina 2 weekends in a row with all my Lodi friends. Anyway, we were fishing. We were cruising along Catalina. We were fishing with poles. We were going very slow, like 1 or 2 knots. And someone called what's called what is it called? A mackerel. Yeah, a mackerel about 2 feet long. And this mackerel jumps out of the water, and a freaking shark jumped out after it and bit its tail entirely off in front of our eyes.
Wow.
So then my friend pulls.
Yikes.
So then my friend pulls. It was a young shark. It was probably like 3.5 feet long. 4 feet long, maybe 4 feet. So my friend pulls the mackerel up, and the shark is swimming around, circling around. My friend pulls his spear gun out. Gets the shark. We pulled that sucker up, sliced it up, and fried it right then and there.
What did it taste like?
It was so fresh that, like on the grill, the little shark steaks were twitching.
Oh.
It was moving. That's
Did
true.
it taste good?
Tastes like, oh my god. Yeah, those were the days. Wow.
You will love shark out here, bro. We got some big fucking great white sharks down here, man. 18 meters plus, easy. Big fucking big stingrays, all kinds of shit, bro. Yeah. Heaps of things, bro. You'll love fishing down here, bro. Heaps of stuff.
Hey, sorry to interrupt. How did it make out with that kid in the ISS? What happened with that? I had to take off. I couldn't finish.
Dinner was ready.
Oh, it's complicated.
Well, he'll come back. He likes the fight, I can tell.
Yeah.
He'll be back.
How did the shark taste?
Delicious. Oh my god. That yeah. And I had a cat. My pet cat lived on board, and so my cat loved living on there. Yeah.
Talk about a once in a lifetime thing to see him, dude.
Yeah. Those islands off the coast here used to have giants on them. All of them did. The native indigenous people that lived on here, the Kumeyaay and other nations that lived in Southern California, all up and down the coast. And amazingly enough, the islands were the Black Swan off of Miramar Beach in Santa Barbara. That's about 200 miles north of me. Those islands are the Channel Islands. Right beyond those oil rigs, those Channel Islands are 32 miles, which you can see from the beach 32 miles away in Santa Barbara. They make postcards out of it. Anyway, those islands were some of the oldest human remains found on North America, and they were giant people. They were like 8 to 12 feet tall.
Yeah, bro, those are the last old giants. 12, 13 footers up to 16 foot.
Oh, yeah.
Fucking big motherfuckers, bro. And before that was even taller, up to 30 fucking feet.
Right.
Even taller than that.
Yeah, I was talking to somebody I know that lives in Ohio on here yesterday about that. And they found a 28-foot one up in in the falls of the Ohio up in that area. But they were all over the place. I think the people that came here and this discovery thing, the part of their mission was to kill off all those ancient tribes. To kill off
That's
the giants.
a fact, bro. That's a fact. It's actually publicized in old documents throughout the ages of the 17th, 18th century. If you go back far enough, you start searching, you'll find documentation from missionaries that went to the New World, which was the Old World. Little did they know that. And then they found out that there's all these big motherfuckers. Okay, we can't have that now because that's going against our creationist theory. That goes against evolution, globalism, all that shit. So they fucking massacred all of them. What was it? The archaeologists and everything. All the cunts that used to dig up bones and shit. What was that fucking place? Grand Canyon, man. There were so many artifacts of giants, ancient civilizations that have been there, bro, that were mixtures of white, black, and brown that were tall as fuck, and they wiped all out.
Yeah. Absolutely. And so once those inquisitors in this age of discovery where they were killing every indigenous tribe that they ever encountered, they ran out of places to go attack. And what you're seeing now is they have no one else to attack but their own. So they turned their power inwardly against all people.
If you guys look at some of the histories and some of the paintings, it actually shows you some tribes attacking giants, like big people. I don't know if that's any significance to the conversation, but just looking at earlier artwork, there is a lot of depiction of basically a group of people attacking giants, and then vice versa, giants attacking people. Now, when I say giants, when I say giant, I mean it could be 15 feet, 20 feet tall people, right? I mean, as far as like anything bigger than that, I mean the connotation of giant may be kind of slightly construed because we've got modern versions of giants, which are like, completely exaggerated, where I think, you can reasonably have a human being 15 to 20 feet tall. And then when the average man is 5 to 6 feet tall back then. So I just think that if you can humanize it more than glorify the idea that this giant is like 50 feet tall.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Because when you see somebody that's 7'2" or something like that, that seems really outlandish. But there's people that are actually even taller than that right now.
That's what I mean, right? But the idea mentally, the concept through movies and programming, giants are these absurd tall creatures. But
one-eyed cyclopses and whatnot.
Exactly. So it's just kind of leading you down that to now fathom as a possibility of a 15-foot human or a 20-foot human. That is not considered reasonable or logical because of the programming of giants. But in reality, when you look at it, it's very reasonable to have a 15 or 20-foot person because it's not abnormally large. Really, it really isn't. It's only compared to the standard of what we think is abnormally large, which is represented in movies and fiction.
What you're saying is so on the money right there, bro, because, I mean, especially with Aborigine and indigenous people of the South Pacific, like the islanders and such, man, before colonization and implementation of Britannia's imperial forces to wage war against all of us, you go back to the old journals of the Christian missionaries that came here, and they write about the specimens of human that were down here and how they were giants, how they dwarfed normal man of England and made men there look tiny as fuck, man. And there is recorded weapons in our museums. We have wooden spears that are called taihas that used to basically give the dudes with bayonets a run for their damn money. And basically, there are staffs that are 20 foot tall, up to 30 foot tall, big fucking things. Before what we call the Maori of New Zealand came to New Zealand from their ancestral lands, there were their ancestors that were here before them. And they were big motherfuckers. Giants, fairies, small people, mystical people, all kinds of different things. And this is all for our creation origin. This is recorded in our history. This is in our museums down here in New Zealand. You can even find things in Aboriginal museums in Australia. Also throughout Polynesia and the islands. Big statues of really tall skeletons. But all of this shit is hidden because the Smithsonian Institutes of the Western world, they don't want a bar of this shit. Because if it gets out into the open,
you know why, right? They have no explanation for it.
Well, it goes against creation, it goes against evolution and Big Bang.
Exactly. They have no explanation for giants other than biblical references. That's it.
I have a piece of a petrified toe tip or fingertip. The fingernail's about 3/4 of an inch thick. It weighs, I guess, 5 pounds or so. It's from at least
that's hilarious.
30-foot Titan that was here in Ottawa. It's from it's like a pond with a well, but the well is made from oversized stones. Like we'd have our wells and they'd be so big with a bucket, right? This well is built about, I don't know, 6 or 7 times as big. But that's where it comes from anyway. Ottawa was a city of giants. It was all giants. Everywhere was giants, and not just to 25 and 30 feet. There is no exaggeration that they got a lot bigger.
See, the thing is, I do agree with you,
But in the minds of the average person, it's almost like because of the programming, it's like impossible. But I know God's creation. I know God's creation is not impossible to make. You know, if you look at even scientific record, according to scientific record, there was a different pressure, atmosphere pressure, and different oxygen.
I don't.
Right.
So crystal balling it a bit, you know.
Well, no, that's what they say. They say based on trapped oxygen.
Time as those giants, would we breathing the same air that we are now at 21% oxygen?
That's a very good point. I'm just saying according to what their samples of sap, the oxygen content trapped in this sap, they claim to be above 30%.
Well, there was a Discord user, Grayson, who put forward a theory that there was depressurization upon the flood when the floodwaters were let in, changing the content of the oxygen of the air. So you might have had depressurization as, the water was let in and the air was let out. And then you might have gotten a less oxygenated environment then. But who knows?
It's a more feasible, logical answer, to be honest.
Well, I just know under pressure you're going to be bigger and higher concentrate. Under pressure you're going to have to equalize that pressure by growing bigger to compensate it, and then the oxygen will facilitate that growth. That's the way so that's how I imagine, because I have no way to prove it, but that's what I imagine to be possible. And then when the flood happened, you have a mixture of giant and human. But that is a very good question. Is if the man himself, the 6-foot man, was under the same pressure but just didn't. That's a very good question. I haven't looked at it thoroughly enough to answer that.
Different, but equalized, during the flood where, we were super saturated with oxygen before. Maybe we're less saturated now if we wanted to go with another theory. And if there was a less tropical, less lush, post-flood fallen world, dinosaurs would be dying out, people would be dying out, plants would be dying out, and stuff like that. The soil is washed out. All the nutrients that were at the top are now, further down or just washed out. You're not getting the same nutrition from even plants anymore. And so a lot of things may be, affected.
Well, what we're doing is we're not putting our wasted food source back into the soil, right? And that's why we're losing all the nutrients, is we're not actually recycling our waste back into soil. We're using, animal manure to some, since the dawn of time, but we're actually throwing all that food waste.
The food quality is going down substantially. They talk about how they take old candy bars, grind it up, and feed it to animals as cheap feed, instead of them eating grass or eating what they normally would eat. And so that's going to go right up the food chain with a bunch of carbs, but not a whole lot of, say, micronutrition.
Yeah, your food's got to carry the nutrition so that your meat has it. Yeah.
I mean, if you get a nutrient processing factory, aka an animal, they do a lot of work that you don't have to do, so that you don't have to get on all fours and get 4 stomachs just to eat a blade of grass or some leaves. This goes with the part of the biblical narrative too that says you can eat meat. Not that they probably weren't eating meat before, but now it would probably be a command, because the world is washed out. There's not as much nutrition, and to get dynamic health, you're going to need to eat a nutrient processing factory, aka an animal.
Well, if it wasn't for the animals, you wouldn't have North America be as populated as it is. I mean, in colder climates, meat is a sustenance that sustains life. To take that away in colder climates just because you claim society has evolved that's nonsense, because biologically we still need to survive in these cold environments, and independently of what we're provided for food. So if we're going to be these vegans in the future and they're going to shut everything down, I don't imagine we're going to be very strong people. I don't imagine we can compete in the elements living that kind of lifestyle. So I'm all for hunting and meat and all that stuff. So I think it's natural and normal.
It makes sense, because there's a lot of nutrients that we can't even process or assimilate without high quality animal fat. If you're looking at the actual, results of it. And so this biblical narrative may make a lot of sense even, and help us to at least analyze what's going on in a coherent way. I haven't heard, another narrative that even comes close.
Well, it's Western civilization we're discussing here. I'm certain we dig into other cultures. There's definitely other explanations. The Hindus, they'll have a different explanation, right? The origins and animals and how we treat them and right?
Yeah, but even in Hinduism, it's mostly vegetarian. That's true, but they say they do have meat. Occasionally, they will have meat dishes. So it looks like not obligate vegetarianism, but I guess omnivorism, or when meat's available, you eat it.
Only problem is meat is killing the planet.
No, that's not true at all, dude. If you thought that, man, you've been swallowing too much Marxism doctrination.
Planet?
Planet in what way?
What planet?
Our flat Earth. It's killing it.
I also believe.
It's producing more carbon than all planes,
so
trains,
listen,
cars,
carbon dioxide is not a dangerous toxin. We breathe out condensed, super concentrated CO2. Are you telling me that I'm polluting the world with my breathing? Give me a break, bro.
Technically, yes, but that's completely natural.
Technically, no. Technically,
CO2.
no at all. If you're believing Marxist doctrine, dude, CO2 is not dangerous. It's not dangerous at all. It's a byproduct of everything in existence, dude. It's a fundamental building block of everything, and it's being vilified.
Literally, every tree is filled with carbon. Like, it's not bad.
I've got a question for slightly overweight. How much CO2 is in the general atmosphere?
No idea, but I think it's around 400 parts per million.
Okay, and how much CO2 is required to have a reasonably strong greenhouse?
Basically now, but I'm not sure. Soon we're going to hit like a runaway greenhouse effect. And
No. I'm not talking about greenhouse effect. I'm talking about a greenhouse.
A greenhouse?
You know what a greenhouse is?
Earth already kind of acts like a greenhouse. But
I'm not asking about that. I'm asking about a greenhouse.
Like when you grow a plant or plants, the gardener or the greenhouse owner pumps CO2 in when the lights are off, because the plant will suck up the CO2 when the lights are off.
So you must have seen the greenhouse.
Pump it in because there's not enough naturally in the air.
Do you even know that NASA just claimed a few years ago that the Earth is the greenest it's ever been in 20 years?
Can I just finish my point with this guy? Because I feel like I've been rumpus by two different people. You know what a greenhouse is first?
Yeah.
Okay. So you were right. 400 parts per million is the general CO2 in the general air that we breathe. A greenhouse
for the last I don't know, since the Industrial Revolution, it rises by 100 parts per million.
Yeah, but that's what we measure today.
In a few weeks, it rises by 1 part per million. So it's riding faster and faster.
Yeah, but that's what we measure today. You're not listening. I just want what we measure. So what do we measure?
I don't really know how they measure it, but CO2 parts per million.
No, not how. What?
I can tell you how they measure it.
No, I don't ask. I don't care about how. Answer the question. What
measuring the amount of CO2
do they measure?
The amount of CO2.
So what is that number?
400 parts per million.
Perfect. Now, what do you think that number is in a greenhouse, ideally?
Probably more, because if there's more CO2, then the plants can grow faster.
Exactly. It's about 800. It's about 800 on average. Why does this not matter to you? We're talking about
plants.
We're talking about plant life, yeah. Bigger. Plants love CO2.
But if you look at the graph between the average temperature of the planet and the average CO2,
the graph doesn't
live on a planet.
Planet? Where? What planet? What planet? Where's the planet?
We don't live on a planet.
The amount of CO2.
We don't live on a planet, and the global warming agenda is a complete lie.
Sorry, wait. The flat Earth isn't a planet?
Of course not.
No, it's not a planet. We don't live in a Narnia space and floating galaxies, dude. Give me a break.
Oh, I thought the flat Earth was also called.
We know what you mean, but it's technically a plane. But we know what you mean since you're trying to talk about warming going up with human activity. But I think we've been given a narrative that is actually false. I think that they hate humanity, don't want us eating meat, and don't want us having technology, and they artificially link warming to CO2 in a way that isn't even justified when most of the driver for a temperature appears to be solar activity, not even CO2. So I think we're being given a bogus, anti-human, anti-progress, anti-technology narrative.
But don't you think the Earth should stay how it was for the last like 12,000 years?
Again, the Earth is the greenest it's ever been.
Because that shows the pro-Gaia anti-human agenda, where Earth is this pristine thing that was messed up by man's original technological thing.
Yeah. So they're telling you
we gotta reverse that.
So they're telling you you're toxic, slightly overweight cop, and you believe it.
Yeah, you're not a virus on this earth, buddy. You never were. God made this earth for you to enjoy it, not for some man to tell you can't have freedoms because you're killing the earth. It's bullshit. It's a lie.
I think God made this earth. I don't think God expected us to do all this crap to the earth.
Listen, dude, do you think oil is dangerous to the earth?
If anything in excess amounts is dangerous to anything.
The earth produces oil by compressing trees.
Yeah, but the problem is that we're burning.
Do you understand? Oh, we're burning too much. Says who?
Says
people who tell you what to eat. No, there's no facts here because you don't even know how to deduce the. How did they deduce the information? Tell me how they collect the data. How do they do it?
So they in Antarctica, or well, not Antarctica, but basically anywhere you can find a lot of ice.
How do they collect the data?
Bottom,
no, how do they collect the data?
I'm trying to explain it. So the ice on the very bottom is going to be a lot.
So you don't know.
It'll be like 800. Let me explain.
So you don't know.
Let me explain.
So you don't know.
I'm trying to explain, but you just keep
don't
cutting
know.
me off.
You're looking at ice. Okay.
Exactly. There's air molecules trapped. You know what happens when you freeze an ice cube? There's air gets caught in the ice cube, right? Yeah. So that air that's at the very bottom of like an ice sheet or anywhere there's a lot of ice, that air at the very bottom is going to be air from like 800,000 years ago.
What's the supposition? What's the supposition, bro?
You're talking the air on the very bottom has more CO2 or has less CO2.
You're talking about 800,000 years ago. What science is in that 800,000 years ago presupposition?
The amount of CO2 in that air.
Great. So how did they go back 800,000 years to go to verify it?
I'm trying to tell you that they would take the ice out of the ice.
Yeah,
they can't go back.
How'd they measure 800,000 years? How did they measure that?
It's retarded what you're thinking, man. You're not thinking straight at all.
Did somebody say 800,000 years?
Yeah.
That's what they say. That's what they say.
For a rate. What? The rate that they think ice forms at, and so that gives them a rough timeline. But ice actually forms faster than their timeline says. They showed that their rates were off because during I think World War I, there was a plane that got downed in I think it was the Arctic, and they went to retrieve it because old World War I parts like that now are collector's items and can catch a pretty good price. So they went to the people that model how fast ice would take to grow on top of this Arctic plane, and their models were off. It was like much more ice than they even anticipated. They were like, oh, you're only gonna have to go down like 10 or 12 feet. It was more like 40 or 50. So their rates are off, and therefore their ages are off. And that's going to affect this whole climate, thing, because you're thinking that you're getting CO2 from 800,000 years ago. That's going to throw off the sample right there and throw off the graphs right there.
So I'm just going to read 1 Timothy chapter 4 for you, just to give you an idea. This sums up what I think could help you. At least this is from teachings a while back. It says, now the Spirit expressly says that in later times some will depart from the faith by devoting themselves to deceitful spirits and teachings of demons. Though the insincerity of liars whose conscience are sealed, who forbid marriages and require abstinences from foods that God created to be received with thanksgiving by those who believe and know the truth. For everything everything created by God is good, and nothing is to be rejected if it's received with thanksgiving, for it is made holy by the word of God. You got these people telling you that you're a disease, a virus, you can't eat meat, you can't travel in a plane, you have to wear a mask. Do you understand that you're buying into this global warming shit which you can't see with your own eyes?
I think vegans are some of the most annoying people on the planet, or on the flat plane.
It's not a planet.
Yeah, sorry, flat plane. I'm kind of new to the whole flat Earth.
You're being hoaxed into thinking that you're doing something to killing the universe or the Earth when you're not. You're living your life trying to survive in a system that's created before you were born. You can either.
Wait, hold on a second, guys. A few minutes ago, this guy was just confused about the whole space and gas pressure thing. Can somebody please explain to him how gas pressure works?
Oh, I don't think that was me.
What? That wasn't you?
I don't think so, no. But let's say...
If I may share with
aren't you the guy that was just talking about global warming or something? Or was that somebody else?
Yeah, global warming, like in... Sorry, not global, but flat planal warming in our, like, dome.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm just making sure you understand, because going by the way you said it before, it seemed like you didn't quite get it. So there is an end to the Earth, but it's not a cliff; it's a wall. The walls of the container that gives us us gas
pressure is only
air pressure.
possible when there's a container, because gas pressure is the amount of molecules bouncing off the container, and I get that. But the thing is, now there's too much CO2 molecules bouncing off our container.
No, it means plants will grow bigger and absorb the difference to equalize
What you mean
it.
too much?
There's no such thing as too much CO2.
Plants can't grow.
When did you measure it to tell us that
we
it's
have to plant
too
more
much?
trees for this to work? There's not enough plants for this. We got to plant more trees. If we plant more trees, we can solve the problem.
What science are you using?
Wait. Can I quickly say something to him? Quickly, I want to make a very important point to him. Buddy, you have the ability to breathe more or less, and just the same way that you have the ability to breathe more or less, a plant has the ability to breathe more or less. So if they need to breathe more, they'll breathe more. If they need to breathe less, they will breathe less, just the same way that you have the ability to do so. So don't worry about it. What I'm saying is, don't worry about it.
So how a plant
if I may, gentlemen, please. Just like there's plants you shouldn't eat because they'll kill you, there's animals you shouldn't eat too. But to feel guilty because you're eating an animal, I feel is wrong, because the Lord or the provider, the creator, provides certain animals for us to consume.
But if we keep eating too many of these animals, I think we should feel guilty if we eat too much of these animals. I think it's fine to eat meat like this during the day.
Dude, you feel as guilty as you feel you need to. Who the hell are you to tell other people to feel guilty for eating? What the hell is going on in here?
It's a political belief.
He has a
You have a political. I'm sorry.
He has a spirit of scarcity. Like everything he's talking about is based on scarcity. Do you know that you can take a branch of a tree and a specific tree? I forget which kind it is, or maybe it's all of them. I don't know.
You can put it on another tree and make
a whole fucking tree will grow, bro. Do you know that when you plant one seed, you can have an apple tree with a whole bunch of apples? Same for everything else.
Yeah, but we're not planting enough seeds.
This place says who? Who told you that?
It says the carbon in the atmosphere. That's what's telling me. If trees were sucking up the same amount of carbon, then
Where are you getting
You bought into the lie.
People who are pushing it.
Okay, maybe.
Can I make a very important?
What's your natural science? What's his natural science to this? I want to know the natural
science. Okay. I don't know. I just kind of look at the.
What the?
So buddy, your brain needs a lot of cholesterol in order to function. Now, cholesterol is not classified as an essential nutrient because the human body has the ability to produce cholesterol. Yeah. And so the definition of an essential nutrient is a nutrient that the human body does not have the ability to manufacture inside of it. Okay, so an example would be vitamin C. Most other animals have the ability to produce their own vitamin C. Very few do not. Human beings are one of the very few creatures on this plane that we do not have the ability to produce vitamin C. Okay, now I want to make a point to you about cholesterol. Cholesterol, you have the ability to produce it yourself, but only at 10% the capacity that your body actually needs in order to function properly. So what I'm trying to say is, if you go for a long period of time without eating any meat or soft yolk eggs or butter or something with cholesterol in it, you will suffer from a cholesterol deficiency, a nutritional deficiency, and your brain and much of the rest of your body will cease to function.
Yeah,
so do you understand how eating meat is an important thing to do, especially the fat from the meat, more so than the protein even?
I eat meat and eggs every day. Fuck vegans, but
man.
I think we might be eating too much, or I don't think we're eating too much. We just need to plant more trees. We need to plant more.
Can I ask you a question real quick? Let me ask you a question real quick. Just real quick. Do you know the steps of the scientific method?
Yeah, hypothesis. You have to ask a question, then you got to experiment, provide evidence. Sorry, I got to go in like 3 minutes. I got
wrong. Yeah, but that was actually wrong.
Started it off wrong.
Yeah, so I'm not.
Good timing.
Ask the question.
Jimmy, ask the question.
I can ask any question.
I just want to say that, like, all this Marxist stuff about, like,
scarcity and preserving.
Bro, dude has like 3 minutes. Dude has 3 minutes. We're trying to grill him
the
real quick.
exact same people who are like
Who is this?
supposedly, you know, it comes from the exact same people who are like doing that. They can control it, you know.
All right, brother. Yeah, you got that wrong, bro. You ask a question. I could ask who's my mother? Like, I'm a scientist all of a sudden. I got an experiment on my hands.
That's what a hypothesis is.
That's science,
buddies.
No, a
That's
hypothesis. A hypothesis is a prediction that the independent variable will affect the dependent variable. Okay, that's what a hypothesis is.
What?
It's cause and effect, bud.
All right. Well, I'm not really talking about the scientific method. I think I do need to do some more research, though.
Yeah.
No, you're talking pseudoscience. That's exactly what you're talking about. Pseudoscience. It's not real. It's only in your mind.
To go do more research.
You don't have any validated facts. You don't have any way of proving what you're trying to cite. You're just a believer, bro.
Can I say one more thing before I go? So I do I want to look more into because it doesn't make sense that the trees and stuff will breathe more and consume more CO2 as there's more CO2 in the atmosphere. So that's something I didn't really think about before. That definitely makes a lot of sense.
Good. Go try to find that curvature measurement.
Before you go,
I don't believe in the globe Earth. I think the globe Earth is some.
Listen, dude. The Earth is the greenest it's ever been in 20 years. That's all the data says. You can go look at topography images, high altitude images that show you the growth has exponentially increased the last 20 years. Logically, is growth of plants good for critters and animals and human beings?
Oh yeah.
There you go. That's all you need to know. They're lying to you because the more growth of plants means the more growth of critters means more food for the population that's growing. That's all it means. God made a perfect
we don't really
system.
care about
the population grows.
The population grows.
The population grows. The CO2 increases. The vegetation increases to fulfill the population growth. That's how God's system is equalized and based in equilibrium. You understand?
Yeah, equilibrium. So, I'll say one more thing before I go. There are studies that show there's a lot of evidence that shows that.
What studies? What studies and how do they use science?
Well, what data shows that the Earth is more green? So let's say that there's data.
Are they scientific studies?
More shrubs are growing back really fast because shrubs grow back very, very quickly.
Are they scientific studies? Are they scientific studies?
A huge tree. Well, you can just see that there's a whole bunch of shrubs growing where there should be trees going. That's where we cut down trees. Now there's
more trees growing now than there ever has been.
Please, so much more carbon than shrubs do. That's what I'll leave on. But if a shrub can get super big and suck up the same amount of carbon as a tree can, then that's.
You're talking about one shrub.
Are we going off the same? I'm trying to find the story from the same people that tell you it's a globe. Like,
yeah, I'm trying to find out.
I don't even know what the hell we're talking about. Right?
No, I'm not talking about the globe.
Hey, wait, dude! Right before you leave, can I make one point to you?
Talking about the globe, but are you giving us data from the same people who tell you it's a globe? Tell you this globe is warming up exponentially?
No, I'm not listening to those maniacs that think the Earth is round. But, anyways, I'm gonna go.
Yeah, hey, wait, hold on, dude. Can I just tell you one thing quickly? I just want to make a very important point to you.
Yep.
So 30% of the 48 lower 48 states of the United States, that part of the United States, 30% of the land mass is suitable for animals grazing, but not farmland. And we could feed ourselves just by letting animals graze on that 30% of that land. And so what I'm saying is you'd have a lot less wear and tear on the environment by not having any farming, not having any pesticides, not having any blah, 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 whatever the hell else. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. I do think we need more plant farming for humans, though.
So what I'm trying to say is eating meat that comes from grazed land that can't be used for farming is more environmentally friendly than eating plants that were grown organically.
But what if we were able to change this land into something that you could graze or that you could grow corn or something on?
Well, yeah. Well, 70% of the lower 48 is good for that, but the 30% that can't be used for that, but can be used for grazed land. I'm talking about deserty areas where there's sagebrush And if the animals can feed on the sagebrush and keep walking around, you just got to get them some water, truck them some water, and you have some free meat. You just truck them some water, and you have basically free meat. And it's much healthier on the environment than any kind of plant you can grow in any mass-produced kind of way.
Yeah, because you're just letting the animals just be animals, and then.
Yeah, exactly.
I've just read Sonny's message in the text that we've got a few new people in. So.
All right. Well, I'm gonna leave on that, but yeah, thanks for that. That definitely opened my mind quite a bit. So, all right. See you guys.
All right. See you later. So we've got Thunderclap. Hello to Thunderclap 165.
Thunderclap. Yeah, he was just talking a minute ago.
Oh, is it cool? And yo, how's it going? We also have Ronnie with a nice sideways smile. Hello to Patty. If you want to talk, just message one of the mods. There's also Money Thief. Hello to Money.
I'm back.
Hello to Laser Cyan. How you doing?
Yeah, I was eating, so I couldn't talk.
No, it's okay. You don't have to talk. I'm just saying hi to you.
In 15 minutes, I'll go to bed, so I can't talk to you in 15 minutes.
No problem at all. Just wanted to say hello to the newbies. Moderators now.
Your mic's
So. Oh, yeah. I was talking about the transit of the ISS.
Figure out what science is first. Doctor, this one I heard you saying something about an experiment before with the ISS. I'd like to know that you know what you're talking about.
The second part of my experimentation, as I said, is taking those sources I used in the past to predict when transits to the moon were appeared. But unfortunately, for the past 2 months, there is no transits, and because the calculations have a limit, I need to wait before I do again calculations to see if there is going to be a transit. But hopefully I'll get one, and I'll take my telescope and maybe film it. I want to film it, so it will be really great.
Okay,
If there
great.
is no clouds.
You filmed it. You've logged the transit of it. Now explain to me how it proves a ball with curvature.
If the Earth is flat, is there any space or ISS?
Well, Laser. Cyan, did you read that? Wait, I sent you in your DMs, Laser Cyan, the gas pressure citations. Have you read those yet?
Yeah, Sony on the plane, right?
There's a bunch of citations about the airplanes flying over flat stationary Earth. There's also the gas pressure citations, about 6 of them.
Wait, you're talking about 1 foot? 1.2 miles?
No, I'm talking about the gas pressure citations. The
gas pressure, yeah.
Yeah, so I suggest you read those to yourself and go look at the links and look at that information thoroughly. That's what I suggest.
Okay, but I have an explanation already.
No, I want you to read them first. You don't have an explanation already if you haven't read them.
I have one. You don't listen to me.
You have to read it. No. Then, unless you're going to tell me specifically, you're going to read one and tell me what you think is wrong with it? Why don't you do that out loud? So we
can tell you what are these. Wait.
He's probably reading now, but if you're going to quote something about space, you need to show gas pressure without a container first.
Yeah, and I would love to do this experiment, but I don't have a vacuum chamber.
Well, then you just believe it.
But I have an explanation.
What?
It's just equations.
No.
So
Wait a
let
minute.
me.
Hold on. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to cut you off. You said in order to do this, you would need a vacuum chamber. Do you know what a vacuum chamber is?
Yeah,
It's a
chamber
container.
when you do vacuum.
It's a container.
It's a container, bro.
What the?
Do you understand that if we do an experiment on Earth, we need to isolate the experiment from any kind of perturbations?
I already explained.
What are you isolating again?
He doesn't know. You do not know what an experiment is. You don't know what
I
one
know what
is.
it is. What do you think I know?
Then tell us what it is.
No, you don't.
Tell us what it is.
Experiment is something you do something to prove or
Again, that's not what it is. Do it again.
No, that's not what it is.
an hypothesis according to an observation.
Wrong. Yeah. Okay. So observation. Then what's next?
Observation, hypothesis.
What is the 3 constituent parts of a hypothesis?
He said it.
Well,
He said
you observe
it. You do something after a hypothesis based on an observation. That's what he just said.
I want to know what the 3 constituent parts of a hypothesis are.
Right.
Go.
You know that we can't do the experiment you're asking for.
Pardon me. I asked a question. I'm sorry. Stop. 3 constituent parts of a hypothesis right now.
Okay, I don't know all the 3.
Okay, you don't know. So stop quoting science when you don't even know what it is.
If you really knew what science was,
No,
you wouldn't be a flat
no,
earther.
I'm sorry. I'm not listening to if, and could be, would be.
Atheists? Why are you talking about atheists?
Wow, you're off the reservation now. Okay, so it was already determined you didn't have any measurement of curvature, axial rotation, and you can't provide gas pressure without a container. Done.
What a mess.
It's how they always are, though.
Well, we have.
Sorry. Yes.
We have other people. I mean, we can entertain Laser CN, but we have other people in the room.
It's the problem is that
You know what?
can you
Hey.
just stop muting me because
Do you know what
You're
an IV
talking
is?
nonsense. So no.
What's IV mean? What's IV mean?
even if I were a moderator, I
What's
wouldn't
IV?
mute
Hey.
anyone.
What does IV
Yeah?
mean?
What does IV mean, you young man who thinks you know all this shit? What does IV mean?
I don't know what an IV is.
And
So what?
The independent variable.
The only problem.
Independent variables. Okay.
problem here is
What does that
this, right? Because you're not coming to us for information. You're not coming to learn. You're not coming here as if we can teach you something. You're trying to teach us something, and we're no. The problem is you're interrupting. Number one. Number two.
You too.
No, I didn't interrupt because I wasn't talking.
Kid, if you don't shut up, kid, I'm gonna mute you my damn self. Let Eli finish. Thank you.
So the problem is you are saying words, you don't understand what they mean. You're speaking of methods, you don't understand how the method goes. And this is the problem because we're having to teach you and you're not even showing signs that you're listening. You're just trying to parrot whatever you think you know. That's a very boring conversation that I am not willing to have. And at some point someone is going to mute you. Yeah, because you're not really listening. If you were telling us things we didn't know and you were providing citations and evidence, that would be a different story.
I know, but can you say something? I could say I can say the same thing for you. The problem is you ask me questions, I begin to answer, but because the answer isn't yet here, you interrupt me saying, "Oh, you have no evidence." You don't let me finish my points. You don't let me finishing my information.
Bro.
Start off with
I need the freaking hypothesis, 3 parts of a hypothesis. You haven't provided that. So don't tell me you're trying to answer. You don't have the answer for any of the 3 claims. Curvature, rotation, or the gas pressure. So
I have, but
It's
you don't
over.
listen to me.
No,
No,
you don't have.
it's not
You just have a
over. You don't
belief.
listen to me.
You're a little religious kid. That's fine. You want to be religious, believe in things without proof. That's fine. But we don't have to waste our time with you if you're just going to continue like this.
Yeah, we can move on, right? I'm seeing multiple people, new people here in the VC. So let's start with zero gravity. You're unmuted, zero gravity. What's up? Zero. I'm gonna make this quick. If you don't respond in 10 seconds, I'm going to move to the next one because we have multiple new people. So, zero gravity, you there? No. Okay, if you want to talk zero gravity, you can move up in the VC check-in and do some. Get a mod to check you in. We have Patty. Patty was doing some claiming in the lobby. So, Patty, you're unmuted. Patty, are you there? Patty, you have control of your mic? Patty.
Yo, what up?
Yo, Patty. You're coming a bit low for me. Maybe you can turn yourself up in volume. Move close to the mic.
Not happening. I'm on a.
You're on a? Hello? Hello?
Yeah, what's.
Yeah, man. So, how did you find the server, Patty?
Wait, what?
How did you find the server, Patty?
Oh, no, I just.
You're cutting in and out.
I just looked it up.
You looked it up. Cool. Have you ever talked to a flat earther before, Patty? Patty?
Yeah.
Have you ever talked to a flat earther before?
No.
No. Okay. And what is your position at this moment? I think you think you believe you're on a flying water ball hurling through space, right? In an infinite vacuum. Is that, all right. Is that okay for me to assume?
Wee.
Wee. Spinning and wobbling and orbiting in an ellipse, chasing the sun, flying through the galaxy around the great attractor.
The greatest roller coaster ride ever known to man that you don't feel at all. It's beautiful, isn't it? Sorry, Roger.
Let's go. Yeah, sure. So, Patty.
Yeah, what's up?
Yes or no? Do you think you're on a? Do you believe you're on a globe?
Yeah.
Okay. So, for it to be a globe, Patty, it must have curvature. Do you agree?
Yeah, makes
sense. Are you pushed to talk now?
Push to talk, no.
No, because you're cutting in and out. Just like half sentences in, and then you're cutting out. Really
A trash phone.
Trash phone. So this curvature, right? Do you know the radius of the Earth, Patty?
I'm gonna be on. No much.
But I really didn't catch anything, Patty. You have to fix your mic.
Yeah. Just don't know.
You just don't know. Okay. I'm scrolling through the list. So, Patty, 3959 is the dimension they tell us. Do you agree?
I don't exactly.
You don't exactly. I'm going to.
For it.
Okay. Yeah. Well, you can look it up, right? Google it. Radius of Earth, 3959 miles. So that's what they tell us, right? So it's a spinning water ball. So with water sticking onto it, people living upside down in Australia. So,
hey, Patty, do you know Big Boss? Sorry to interrupt.
Big Boss?
Yeah. You guys share a very similar profile pic.
No idea, man.
Okay. So with this radius they give us, right, we can calculate curvature drop over distance. Do you agree?
Yes.
Yes. So I'm betting you don't know the equation for this curvature drop over distance? Or no. So that would be approximately 8 inches per mile squared. Are you looking in the live stream, Patty? Oh, wait, you have to be verified. I'm going to verify you so you have access to the live stream. 1 sec. Yes. Okay. So if all is well, you see a text chat popping up. I'm going to ping you there.
Yep, I see.
Do you see? Yeah, do you see it? Okay, great. So let me post something for you, right? Do you see that picture I posted for you?
It's still loading. Yeah, here I see.
Okay. So can you click on it?
Yeah, I see.
Okay, so it's very simple, right? It's two oil rigs, right? And the text above it is the modest tolerance. I don't know if you know what that is.
Yeah.
Okay, so if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, P, then every horizon's distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer height in feet, Q. So not Q, horizon distance greater than 9.4 miles, therefore not P. So do you see that photograph with the two oil rigs, Patty? Patty?
Yeah, I see.
Okay, so can you tell me where is the horizon in this photo? Where's the horizon, Patty? Is it in front? Is it in between or behind the oil rigs? Patty?
It's behind.
Behind. Cool. So awesome, right? But the geometric horizon, that should be the physical sphere edge where boats and buildings should get blocked by, right? Because it is a ball with physical properties, right? Should be at 1 foot observer height, 1.22 miles. And this photo was taken from a beach where the guy was laying on his belly with the camera at 1 foot height, zooming in on these platforms. So we can see in this photograph alone 10 times further than the globe predicts. We should. So,
right, 1 foot is like a football floating on the ocean. That's the height of the camera.
So what do you think?
To clear that up.
What do you think, Patty?
I mean, I don't know much about this picture. Okay, any of that.
Okay, so the
It's
beauty
taken
of
from
it.
video. It's taken from video.
Oh, okay.
If you want the video, I can post it for you. That's not a problem. But the point here is that the ball has no geometry anymore because the horizon is 10 times further than the globe predicts, right? And the horizon is an apparent location where the sky meets the ground, appears to meet the ground. And this apparent location always changes day by day, hour by hour. So there is no geometry to the Earth. And the beauty of it, Patty, is that you can do this yourself, right? You can go to a beach with your binocular or telescope or high-powered zoom camera, and you can do this yourself. You can validate this. You don't have to be dependent on anybody else. You don't have to look at NASA and trust them, right? No, you can trust yourself with your binoculars. It's very easy to do.
Hey, Patty, can I get your attention real quick?
Yeah.
Okay, man. So what we're basically saying is that the globe claims that there is a physical obstruction, right? But then there's these other things that you've probably heard of called refraction and whatnot. Now, a physical obstruction would be like walking around the corner of a building, okay? So the light and the visibility around that building is obstructed because you're walking behind the corner of the building, right? Now, you have to believe that there is an objection that, let's say, like light uses the air to bend around that corner and present itself as if the corner doesn't exist. That's essentially the argument that the globe comes from.
Right. And as a natural passive property, right? It's not something specifically doing that. It's supposed to be happening at all time.
Yeah. Do you understand what I'm saying, Pat?
Yeah, I can. Yeah.
Okay. What do you think? What do you think about that?
Yeah.
The claim of the globe. What do you think about it?
Have you ever looked around a corner? Ever? Without using a mirror? Some kind?
But
Right. It's the measurements, right? They claim it's a ball, and a ball has to have curvature.
yeah.
So when people go out and measure this, I've done this myself, right? I've went to the beach with my binoculars. I saw an oil tanker at 24 kilometers away 2 weekends ago. So this is something you can do for yourself. People have done this. The world record photo, a real photo, not a CGI image from NASA. A real photo is it's a record-breaking photo. It's 274 miles away, right? You can see a mountain at 274 miles away. Laser tests, 16 miles, 19 miles, 24 miles, right? They shoot a laser 3-4 feet off the ground, and the target is at the other side at 3-4-5 foot off the ground, and they shoot the laser and it hits the target.
All right, Pat, do you have any questions about what we talked about? Because we might have to move on to someone else.
Nope.
Okay.
Cool.
Well, you're more than welcome to ask. Just, wait your turn because we're going to have to move on.
Right.
I think Money Thief is VC verified. I don't know if they've participated yet.
I haven't heard him. But
Can I quickly add something about the Black Swan photograph and everything?
What's up, Arwen?
Hey, hello, guys. Yeah, I'm just gonna do the regular routine though, right? Because not everybody's always going to be able to take a picture like that, right? Sometimes the weather conditions, it's like really moist or it's kind of warm, and then you don't see that far. There, it's going to seem to be obstructed, right? But other times you can see that far, and then you will just see it, kind of like the picture. It doesn't always happen. The thing is, though, if the Earth was actually a physical, literal sphere, then there would be no way ever that those rigs could be seen like that. So even just an observation of this once absolutely disproves the geometry of the Earth being a literal sphere, because there's no way you're going to be able to see behind the hill, behind the obstruction of the curve. There's no optical effect that has been empirically proven to be able to do that, right? There's visual displacements, but there's no looking around the corner. That doesn't exist, right? So just one of these observations proves that you're not standing on a ball, because if you were standing on a ball, an observation like this could never be possible ever. And that's basically the black swan argument.
Yeah, the interesting thing about the refraction claim is that they use a standard refraction model, which has never been verified. It's just more of an assertion. But in reality, refraction, the way the atmosphere would work is that it would be kind of like a magnifying glass. If it were static and it were predictable, then things would be dipping down because they would be magnified from the bottom up. And that's just how that works. Now, if you get... Excuse me?
It's always in relation to the horizon, though. You know, the horizon itself never does that. It's always things visible in relation to the horizon that can be displaced in an unusual fashion. But the horizon itself doesn't visually migrate. It always stays on the same plane, pretty much, either very close by or very far away, but it does not actually change height.
Guys, I think we blew up his mind. He left the server.
Sorry.
Well, let's try to hit up Money Thief 23. Are you there?
Where's my money? Money Thief.
Show me the money.
Oh, it's just going to devalue. The more money you get shown, the less it becomes valuable, because it had to be printed.
Well, funny thing is, it isn't even worth anything. It's the trust we give it that makes it valuable, right? So,
well, as long as people give it trust, that means it does have value.
Yes.
What?
But how much money can you eat, right? How much money can you eat if it all boils down to that?
All of it. Just give me all of it. I'll eat it all.
That they could, it would actually have value and people would trade it. See, that's the thing. It's purely in people's minds, but that's a force to reckon with, because even the dumbest of people, if they believe, they make a difference. That's the bizarre thing about it. As long as money value is consensus based, it doesn't matter how intelligent the masses are.
Mm-hmm.
See?
We have also Mr. Z, who's got a VC verified role and a Bible study role. Mr. Z wants to ask something, ask questions.
Howdy, can you hear me?
Yeah. Welcome.
Well, thank you. Well, I was just listening, and something I wanted to ask you guys, and this I've been in Flat Earther for a couple years now, but something I really never had the chance to go look into. We've all looked into NASA and saw how they're corrupt, and all the modern space agencies and the Antarctic Treaty and all that stuff. But I really never had a chance to really go back to like Galileo or Copernicus or even the Greek guys before that really research, okay, where'd they get their stuff? So my question is, if any of you guys have looked into those guys and what you might have found.
If I may.
Sure.
Yeah, a lot of these figures, historical figures that have been forwarded as early on delivering proof for the globe Earth, right? There's a quite few of these figures. The thing is, though, when you go over it with a fine-tooth comb, you'll figure out that the very reasoning structures that they utilize in order to come to the conclusion the Earth is a globe is actually highly fallacious. Primarily, that all of them tend to presuppose the Earth is a globe as a vantage point for their reasoning and the proof, right? And that is officially a fallacy. It's called a formological fallacy. And yeah, a lot of them did exactly this, and the ballers in modern day echo these fallacies, yeah, to the detail. So that's my take on it.
Well, thank you. Anybody else?
Well, they say Aristotle made the assumption because he looked at the moon that couldn't be anything else than that we were on a sphere, right? Based in psychology. Aristophanes took this assumption and took the assumption that the sun was infinite miles away, giving parallel sun rays. Then he reified curvature, the ball again, because he did the sticks and shadows. Correct?
The sun angles.
Yeah, I heard about that. The sticks and
shadows. If we're on a globe, then the sun angles would be this and that. Oh, look, the sun angles are this and that. Oh, so that must mean we're on a globe.
Mm-hmm.
That's a formological fallacy.
Now remember that, because that's what the assumption that sun rays stay straight, but in fact there is refraction in the atmosphere, and you could get the same phenomena on a flat Earth. That's what I've heard.
But when have you ever observed parallel sun rays, Mr. Z?
I haven't.
Right. So there you go. It's a weird assumption, right? Never seen parallel sun rays. Let's assume it is.
Yeah, even in the mainstream model, there's over 5 layers of atmosphere, 7 plus. And to think that you're even getting like a natural observation, it's kind of a dumb claim. It's double speak from their end.
Right.
We have also Road Dust. Road Dust, you there?
Oh yeah, I'm here.
Cool.
Just listening.
Okay.
Yeah, how's it going?
What up, dude?
Fine.
Yo.
Is this a new account for you? Because I've seen you around before. You're in a different server, aren't you?
Yeah. I was spending so much time on here, I decided I needed to quit Discord. So I did, but
for like 2 days?
Yeah, I know. I didn't last very long. Because I started listening to Quantum Eraser's Numpty clips, and those got me laughing so hard, I was like, I got to come back.
Oh my god. Yeah, they're good, aren't they?
Funny stuff.
Good stuff. And
Al
the problem is,
Baruni.
though, there's gonna be so much more of them. Like a year ago, I thought or let's just start it fresh. Like 3 years ago, I thought, okay, these ballers are making such stupid statements. This can't get any worse. Then 2 years ago, I thought, holy shit. They actually went deeper. I can't believe they went this far. They're not going to surpass this one.
Well, they got to double down.
This year, it's going to get worse. It's exponential. The Numpty clips are going to go exponential. At some point, we're going to get sick and bored of how idiotic the ballers become.
Yeah, never.
Yeah, I'm starting to think that Jim Panda server is a black hole of globe earthers, if that can be coined a term. It's like they just double down no matter how dumb they know they sound. But
yeah, that's all they
Arwen,
got.
I like
They have to make it even more
when you
spiritual.
fall in a black hole, huh? Right?
Yeah, Arwen, I like how you explained the Black Swan. Because at first I didn't realize why it's called the Black Swan. And the Globers, they don't seem to understand, even when it's broken down very patiently. They don't understand that you don't have to have those conditions every day for it to still be true. Like, it only has to be true once.
They don't want to understand. They don't want to understand. They just want to think, oh, one day it's our way, and the other day it's not our way. So let's just pick the one that we favor. So they don't apply a deeper logical consequence-based structure to what's happening. And that's their main problem, by the way. That's universally their main problem, is that they keep themselves ignorant by not applying logic properly to just common insights. They don't do it because they don't want to do it.
Right. Yeah. And that's why they hide behind their little YouTube videos where they can, construct a straw man and never really have to face any debate. All they have to do is just, construct a straw man and then laugh at their straw man.
Hey, Road Dust, did you hear me? Did you hear me give him? I roasted him pretty bad the other day. I don't know if you were there on Gems.
Oh, okay. Is it on the live stream on Gems, or is there?
I was just curious if you were there, because I was basically making all the same points that you made, except I called them out on it, and everyone fell for the trap. They all ate the bait.
Oh no, I did not. I got to go back and listen to that.
I'll have to cut up some clips though. It was pretty funny. I basically came up with the idea that there's these people out there who want to send flat earthers to space, right? And then there's another guy who wants to send 8 people to space. I think he wants to send artists. And I was like, you know what? Screw all this space travel. Why don't you just send us to the rest of the Earth? We had full unfettered access to the world.
Yeah.
With unlimited funding. Let's say there's a billionaire. Then I'll take you, a bunch of my friends, a bunch of Glovers. Let's just go.
Give us a chance to show you the end.
How about my idea? How about my idea? All of us, start saying to NASA, you guys get 60 million a day. If us flat earthers are so fucking stupid, then give us NASA fucking 4 or 5 days, right? Just 5 days to just prove us wrong for once and for all.
Well, this was basically this was me calling them out. I gave them that proposition, and they basically said it's anti-humanist, and why would you ever need to do that? And I got them to admit that it's settled. The argument's settled. So the whole point of that server is a joke. They're just there to trap people and to ridicule and mock them so they feel better about their sad lives. It's not a real debate server, and they don't really share ideas there. They don't discuss ideas.
Yeah, right.
They just shit on people.
I can't force some of them to debate. I try and force some of them to debate.
Globers.
I couldn't even get him
you come into the arena
because the arena's closed right now. I couldn't even get him to agree that traveling the Earth to even verify their own claims was a good idea. I mean, that's how numpty these guys are.
But they don't need to do that. It's all figured out. They just have to quickly look it up on a reliable source on the internet that will tell them exactly what they expected.
Yeah. Well, I had simple claims. I was like, I want to verify what they claim at the North and South Pole is actually there. I want to verify the star trails at the poles. I want to track the sun. I want to go all the way north, all the way south, and east and west. I want to have the ability to just travel the Earth that God gave me. I didn't have to pay for it. I showed up here and it was free. That was basically my argument. And they said, well, that's stupid. And I was like, well, you know what? Would you think it's stupid if you went on Facebook and you were typing a post and Facebook sent you a message back that said, you know what? Your post was stupid, so we didn't post it.
I
They're
want to see
censoring
20
dissent.
time-lapse videos. I want to see 20 time-lapse videos of a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. 20. Everybody that actually is foolish enough to pay that insane ticket price to go there, they should freaking, if they're going to pay that amount of money anyway, take a freaking camera with you and do a 24-hour shot.
You're not allowed.
Not even
Every
once.
single one
Let
should
everyone
that.
do
You're not
it.
allowed.
Why is there only one of these videos out there and it's actually doctored? You know,
fake. Yeah. So, sorry guys, we have lots of new people in the house. Everyone who doesn't have.
We don't want to talk to them, Roger. We want to.
No. I know. Listen. One second, bro. One second. So everyone who doesn't have a role, you can jump on into VC check-in. Saw you all. Well, we have Big Willy Will, Big John. I mean,
Big Willy Will. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, those names. I mean, jump in the VC check-in, get a role, and
let me unmute one of them.
You want to?
Can I insert something? Because I just thought of something pretty interesting. I think you guys will appreciate something that I've really noticed, especially in the last year, when I was basically inside of the debater's core with the solid housekeeping arguments and everything. I've noticed something about the ballers. What the ballers do is the same thing that artists like atheist, leftist artists have done over the last, say, 50, 60 years with Christianity. And that is constantly create insights of misinterpretations of the Bible. Constantly. Every time. Even details. This is what the ballers have done with the Black Swan. It's like trendy. It's like, oh, look, I found a new way to misinterpret this Black Swan argument and get all outraged over it. And then they get appreciation from the others for it, even though it's blatantly wrong interpretation. So isn't that remarkable? The pattern? It's like the same pattern. It's like art. It's an art of willful misinterpretation, and they get applauded.
Yep. That's all they have left. Misinterpretation, that's it. That's all they can do.
But you do recognize it, right? Because that is what like atheism and everything has done to Christianity for a long time, even in the earlier TV stages. You know, it was trendy back then. Oh, look, I can get all risque with the Bible and make a stupid joke about something that's blatantly wrong. It's a wrong interpretation, but they get applauded. They get popular. It seems like the ballers are doing this with the flat earth arguments and physics. And they get applauded. They get popular.
Yeah, the only thing they have left is insults, strawmans, and strawman arguments. And why would they lie, right? Why would they lie?
Yeah. So every time they do it, it's a win for our side because those are concessions, in my opinion.
I wanna talk to Steel City. Is Steel City around? Reality denier.
He's money thief. Respect the money thief.
Yeah, we've already called him in, but he didn't answer.
Sweet. Yo, Steel City, not yet to learn, bro. What's going on, brother? Come on. Steel City.
Can't come on the mic right now.
Thank you.
Because he was saying stuff about what's it? I mean, okay. Yeah, we have got somebody in the VC check-in now. Big Willy Will. People in the lobby are asking for him to be unmuted. So surely not a troll.
I'm gonna head into the
troll.
Oh, did you carry him over?
No. Oh. I think Craig did it.
No, I didn't.
Do we want to unmute this guy?
I don't drag people down, mate. But he chose to come in here himself, so I'll unmute him.
Okay.
Give it a shot.
Okay. Hello?
So, Big Willy. Yeah.
Yes,
What's up?
that's my name. I'm good, thank you.
Right.
Cheers.
So how did you find the server, Big?
My friend who
Biggie.
is a fellow fatty recommended me.
A fellow flatty.
Yeah, I think that's
And
what
what-
we call ourselves. That's what I
and-
call myself. A
Oh,
flat
yeah.
earther.
A
Yeah.
fellow flatty. Ah,
Sorry.
Can I
was
be
trying
a
to speak
fellow
clear
flatty
for you
too?
guys.
Good old
Pardon?
Could I also be a fellow flatty?
Yes, you may.
Oh, cheers, mate.
So,
Wait, is you from
Awesome.
like the West Country a little bit, boy?
where am I from?
Are you from West Country?
No.
No, he sounds more like Norwich, to be honest.
He does sound a bit Norwich, doesn't he? That's what
I'm from Rochdale.
like the
Rochdale,
Rumpus
that sounds
accent.
like-
Or
Actually,
am
not
I-
sound like you're from Rochdale at all, but
Come on, guys. He's Mexican. It's obvious.
So big. Let me continue. Big Will, listen. So you found your friend is a flat earther, is a flatty. So what did he tell you about the flat Earth?
He said that. Well, actually, he's been lying to me. He told me he pretended to be my friend and said that the Earth's flat, and then he turned around and goes, "It's round." And I was like, "That is despicable." But I don't know if you noticed how in the lobby chat I said that someone said that the Earth is round, so I had to give him a left, right, good night.
So big. That's all great, right?
Yeah.
You think you're on a flat and level, non-rotating plane? Am I correct?
Yes, I believe if the Earth was round, right? Why it wouldn't work? Because how would planes go around, and how would water work?
Well, how does water work, Big?
Exactly, that is the question.
How does water work? Tell me.
I think
What are the
it's just
natural
like-
physics of
you know,
water?
like when you have like a bowl of cereal, you put your milk in, it just stays in there. I feel like
Right.
that's what the Earth's like. But
So,
it's flat.
Will.
It's flat.
Will,
But it's like yes.
when you look at the surface of water, right?
Yeah.
How does it? What does it show you when you look at the
It
surface
shows me
of
my
water?
face because like the reflection.
It shows you the natural physics of water, which
Yeah.
is that it is always flat and level in rest, right?
Exactly.
Water is always flat and level.
Exactly.
Right. So when you look at water, for instance, in your glass or bathtub or pool or small lake, big lake, a sea or an ocean, wherever you go, water will always be flat and level.
Sorry.
Jamesy, I've got to ask you. Jamesy, Roger, I've got to ask him one question. So, Big Willie, so how long have you been FE for, mate?
Pardon?
How long have you been FE for? Fellow Flatty.
Quite a while, to be honest. I'd say.
So you understand that we're rising up, yeah, at 9.
Yeah, we're rising up.
At 9.8 meters per second.
Yeah.
Alright, full of shit.
I'm willing to die for my fellow flatties.
Yeah, I'm not listening to a liar. I'm not listening to
Are
a
you
liar.
Flat Earth Society or
No.
something? Why
He's-
are you hanging on to that conceptual Einstein-based interpretation?
No, Owen, listen. I just tricked him into agreeing with me then. That we're
Yeah,
rising
nice
up.
to do.
Because I don't believe in it at all, and I could just tell he was a troll, so I just
Right.
slipped it in there like it was
I
natural.
would get, yeah. Smart.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
I'm
can't
not
act like flat earthers. They just can't do it. They have to. mock it. They can't emulate it properly. They have to mock it. They can't help themselves every single time. A baller
you know why
can
they
act
can't
like a flat
emulate it?
earther. A flat earther can act like a baller, though.
But you
No,
know why they
yeah.
can't act?
They can't act like a flat earther.
Do you know why? It's because
they lie?
if they actually understood and they could actually act like a flat earther, they would actually be a flat earther.
Yeah, they wouldn't
They would be
yeah.
shocked, and then they would become it.
Anyway, Will,
Say that?
the surface of the Earth is covered with 71% of water. So water is always flat and level in rest. How much flat pieces of water do you need to make a globe?
How
Will,
much flat water? What?
yeah, how much flat water do you need to make a globe? Will,
You would need quite a bit, wouldn't you?
No. Did you just say we'd need quite a bit of water, Will?
Yeah, we would.
That was flat.
Yeah, but it's flat.
That
I
would
don't
be
know how
like,
you're,
wait there.
You're
one
confusing
second.
me because I believe the Earth is flat, and I feel like you're coming at me, making it sound like I don't believe the Earth is flat. And
Well, you might, if you believe the Earth is flat, then you just made a bit of a silly mistake. Is all.
Yeah, I have made a bit of a silly mistake, and I do apologise.
I'm back.
Because I told you something that is something that a complete shill group puts out as information, and you agreed with it.
Hey, crack.
1 second, garbage.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Don Gio.
Hey, listen, man, dude. I don't know, man, if I could play a Glover, because what you told me earlier, man, that was tough. That was so I didn't even know none of that. So hey, I passed as a flat earther then, or maybe not. I don't know. That's crazy,
You're
man.
a flat earther, you don't know that much.
Will, why would you say that the Earth is flat? Why would you say something like that?
Because I just believe it's like
Because
it
you're-
wouldn't work if it was like a sphere.
If it was what?
Like a sphere, like a sphere. Is that how you say it? Like a circle. I don't see how it would work. Like I just believe it's like a flat Earth.
A flat Earth.
You mean a
Yeah.
spherical ball? Like
yeah,
a ball
I
bearing?
don't see how that would work. Like
Have
my
you
mind
ever?
is
Will, have you ever seen
I ever not
curvature?
Spherical ball.
Have I ever seen curvature?
Mm-hmm.
No, exactly. Like
No.
my floor's flat, so the Earth's got to be flat. Otherwise, if it was like a circular Earth, like my floor would be like a circle, wouldn't it?
Ever went to
Holy shit! I'm not a troll.
How many
The Earth
circles
is not
does a
like a
ball
record,
have?
right? How many circles does a ball have?
Guys, of course he's a troll. I know.
Willie. If I build you a floor that is circular, would that mean that the Earth is around Earth then?
I no. But
Well, think about what you just said.
Crackavell means you're on a dang rock.
Think about what you just said though, and how silly it sounds. Because my floor in my house is flat, and therefore Earth
Do you know
must be
what?
flat.
I feel quite like attacked right now. Like you're not listening to my.
If you're
opinion,
mate, you don't know what attack is, you silly little fucking shit.
So you want to laugh right? Good night.
Yeah, mate. You fucking idiot.
Do you want to meet Derek, my mean lean right hook?
Oh man, Now, here
Come
comes
on,
the threats, right?
Yeah, then it comes out. It's okay, Willie. We gotcha, bro.
Anyway, I need somebody's help. Who? Because the website I used to use isn't available. Who has the 200 verses? Anybody have that on hand? Can you send it?
About the Bible? verses?
200 verses?
Yeah. Yeah.
Of the Bible?
Yeah.
Or-
Yes.
Yeah, I got it, but I'm driving right now.
I can find
All
it.
right. This is Elijah. Whenever you can, just send it to me.
I would love to see that, man. I would love to see that.
Martha,
But if anybody knows this one off the top of their head, can you tell me the place for the tree and how everyone in the land could see it because it was so tall?
I think you're talking. That might be in Jasher. Crap. I'm driving right now. I'm trying to.
Don't worry about it, Bowman. Bowman.
Okay.
Drive please, instead. Don't, yeah.
I don't know, but I want to point out, has anybody seen this cool museum of flat Earth?
Oh, cool.
I definitely would like to go there.
It says Flat Earth Society.
Yeah, I know it's a mess, but I mean, it's still kind of cool.
You have to realize too. That was the Masonic picture right on the left on the first one.
Mm-hmm.
With the
If
goat.
you guys
You
ever
see
seen
like
it.
this fat dude aristocrat
with a goat,
medal around his neck and a goat.
Isn't that weird stuff, man? Look at this.
There's another one with a goat. So yeah,
it's a beautiful goat.
Good old Baphomet right there.
Just a coincidence. They just like goats or something.
Excuse me.
Hey,
Yeah,
goats are
they're
pretty
pet
cool,
goat.
you know. Goats are really great for milk and all.
Good
so
milk.
You don't know the
Guys, it was misspelled. He's actually fatty, not flat Earth.
Not flatty.
It's a museum of fatties.
Fatty.
See the guy?
They calling me a fatty.
Ah,
Look at the
Fat
guy.
Earth. Okay.
No,
Fat
we're
Earth
talking
Society.
about
Fat Earth.
Fat
Fat Earth
Anyway, I would like to know like why you believe
It's a
that
misprint.
as well.
Well, Will,
Yeah.
wherever we go, wherever we go, and we measure the surface of the Earth, especially over water, right? It measures flat. There's no curvature. Like when we do long range observations of oil rigs, boats, other islands, we can see them whilst the globe predicts that we shouldn't see them. When we do laser tests over 16 miles, 19 miles, 24 miles, it hits the other side, right? It hits the target when we shoot it over water. This shouldn't be possible on a globe, right? Nobody has ever seen or witnessed curvature or seen or felt the Earth's rotation.
Exactly.
So why would you ever think you're on a ball? Because somebody told you, Will? Somebody told you were on a ball, right? Whilst your eyes and all your senses that you have tell you you're not on a ball.
Exactly. Like you are
crazy,
speaking
right?
facts, and people need to listen to this and understand like the true meaning of the flat Earth. Because people are going around believing it's like curved and stuff, which it just can't be, can it? Like you said, you've done tests, you proved your point, and no one believes you.
Will, they see Calais from Dover. You can do this. You can go to Dover and see Calais. That's 21 miles away. Shouldn't be happening on a globe, Will. So I'm not sure if you're trolling or what, but I'm just giving you the tools, right?
Can you go ahead and bring your evidence, Will?
What do you mean my evidence? I've told you my evidence, and you said it doesn't work. So I'm like finding new.
What evidence was it?
Yeah, I may have missed it in all the obfuscation.
But now, like, I've got your evidence. I can, if anyone ever like questions me on it, I can defend myself, and I thank you for that.
So you have a belief that it's flat. Then you're just a believer.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't buy it.
You don't buy it?
No, you're not a good salesman.
Because I don't know one single flat earther that would say they believe the Earth is flat. I know for a fact.
I'm a good salesman.
The Earth is
You're supposed to be selling what you're selling, not smoking it.
Well, I'm sorry that I'll try to.
Rule number one: never get high off your own supply, mate.
Yep.
I do agree with that one. I agree with that one. I did.
Big Willie.
I got beaten
Big
up.
Willie, can you share 3 flat Earth observations with the group?
Okay, so first one is that we've tried doing tests over like water, and it all came back flat.
What kind of test?
Okay.
Laser tests, like, and you can. Like honestly, surely if you're in an airplane, because I've been in an airplane from England to New Zealand, it's the other side of the world. Surely, because I was awake the whole of that, like majority of that flight. Surely I would have felt going around. Sure, wouldn't I? Because otherwise it wouldn't have worked. It would just like it felt flat the whole way. So obviously that's another reason why I believe that. And if it was round, wouldn't like Australian people like fall off the earth?
Mate, you are literally just like saying all the most trolly comments you can think of, aren't you?
Yeah.
Who here knows?
Troll.
Who here knows who
It wouldn't
Taboo
even matter at
Conspiracy
this
is?
point. Alright,
Who
so
knows?
Yeah, I know.
Me, please.
We'll be the judge of that.
Who knows who Taboo Conspiracy? Do you know who that is? Do you know who that is?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sure you guys do. Does the new guy know who he is?
I love this
'Cause
community.
if you're a flat earther, you gotta know who he is.
Who?
Wanna know who he is? Who?
Ben does amazing work. Taboo Conspiracy does amazing work.
I'm a flat earther, but I don't know who the fuck you're on about.
I know. I reckon
the-
I need to go check that.
Send
man
me
out.
his YouTube.
Yeah.
Do you know someone called Mr. Tickle, Willie? 'Cause that
I
might
need to
confirm
check
you a
these
bit better.
people out.
Mr. Tickle, do you know someone called Mr. Tickle?
He sounds like the man I see in my nightmares, to be honest. Oh, I've left. No, I haven't. Don't worry, lads. I've left.
Roger, he posted him. He does amazing stuff.
I think I should go. I'll go check him out later.
Yeah, you gotta check him out.
So, yeah, let's move on. Maybe we have more people here. We have Compan, who is a VC verified. Compan, are you there? Will, can you mute yourself?
Oh,
maybe
sorry.
Look into. So, last thing,
Yes.
Will, when you scroll down this server, you can find tons of channels for you to research, right?
I know.
Beginner's guide. So, Compan, what's up?
It's good. I'm tired.
Had a long day?
Yeah, very long.
Okay. So, have you been long on this server?
No,
No?
maybe 2 or 3 weeks.
Okay. What have you learned so far?
Not that much. I don't have so much time to be in here. So when I have time,
Okay.
hopping in, listen what people have to say, searching.
And what's your position at this point? Would you believe you're on a spinning water ball?
No, I don't believe I am at the spinning water ball. I don't know.
Okay. That's an
Actually,
honest position, right? That's an honest position, right? And it's your
Right
journey
now-
now, right?
I don't. How should I say it? The world doesn't look like what they have told us.
Exactly.
That I know. But if it's a ball, is flat. I don't know. It may be bigger. It may be smaller. I have no
You
idea.
know the consequences if it's bigger, that means everything you told you is 100% a lie at this point. So even if it is bigger, it still means they lied to you about how.
Yeah, but I know they have lied to me.
Well,
That's
let me
what I'm
compliment you. Let me compliment you, Compan. It's great that you have this honest position. And again, this is your journey now. You have to figure this out for yourself. We can give you the tools, right? Again, there's weeks for you. If you scroll down this server, you can get lost there for weeks doing research. So look into the debates. Look into the debates people had.
Yeah, but it's dangerous to go into this kind of topic. I know you can be stalked.
Yeah.
I've been stalked in conspiracy theories for many years.
Okay.
Well, I don't want to say this is conspiracy theory about it.
I get, yeah. This is observable reality.
You like to
right?
critically think and ethically and analytically analyze things to find the truth.
Yeah.
Instead of taking the bullshit that is spoon fed. So that whole conspiracy thing, like I like to look at it as a word that is a discreditor to people who like to think critically. And that's all it is really, because that's how they mock us and make us look insane in an insane world when we're the sane ones. It's like, what the fuck, bro?
But if you have this critical thinking in Sweden, all the people or the zombies, they just call you Foley hat.
Yeah,
like you have a Foley hat all the time. Okay.
We got this word called wappie in the Netherlands. You're a fool or a conspiracist. Yeah. So Europe is pretty cucked, right? And it's just how it is.
Yeah. And basically, most I heard in Sweden, if you say you don't believe the media or something, oh, you're a Trump fanboy.
Mm-hmm.
Say, I like the flat. Oh, you're a Trump fanboy. Everything, okay? Just because I say something, Trump fanboy.
Hey, I used to be a Trump fanboy.
I never been a Trump fanboy. I don't like politics, so.
What he's trying to say is that it's like a Pavlovian response, isn't it? So they're not actually thinking about it; they're just thinking, Trump fanboy. You know, there's no actual brain that's gone into that thought.
It's sick.
Well, welcome, man.
Thank you.
You came to the right place.
Yeah, but it has been interesting as long as I've been here and listened to conversation. So,
Roger, if I can have a
I
say.
like it.
Yes.
Yes, welcome to the room there, Comp man.
Yeah.
Good evening, Adam.
Evening, guys. I was just going to say, listening to Comp and there, that's the most honest sounding Decepticon I've seen. So I've sent you a phone
Yeah.
request, mate. Go on, start.
Yeah. It's okay.
If I can help you replying, I'll do my best. If you got any questions,
Yeah, of course.
I didn't hear a word of what he said.
check his logo, Starscream.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
it's a Decepticon. Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
I looked at the show when I was a kid all the fucking time.
Mm-hmm.
The
Yeah.
Starcream was my favorite.
We used to get up on our school holidays at 9 o'clock to watch about 4 minutes of Transformers. It's the only way you ever saw it in the UK. You get 4 minutes every morning in the little breakfast shows.
Oh, right.
Till video came out. That shows you how old I am. So,
Yeah. We had every Saturday and Sunday in Sweden when I was a kid. You could watch it.
Yeah, when you watch the original movie from 1981, that's not a kid movie, man. It's like
No.
wow.
No, it's grown up.
It's like wow.
It was
The original
maybe
Transformers movie.
12, 13
Yeah.
Is that
years
what you're
ago
talking
I
about?
saw it.
Mhm.
That was 86. We watched it in the cinema about a week ago. Don't know if you caught it.
No, I didn't, but I remember that, like in the first few scenes, there was like a gruesome robot killing. I was like, "Whoa, is this for children?" Wow.
Yeah, man. That I would say was definitely my favourite movie growing up. Mainly because of the soundtrack. The soundtrack's absolutely boss.
Yeah.
I'm off
It's the
now.
best American cheesy rock. I love it.
So bye bye Pepe Le Pew and hello Grand Theft Auto.
Do you like the what is it called? James Cameron Transformers movies?
Really?
The first one was okay, in my opinion. Better than I expected, but
I thought it was Michael Bay that did the new ones.
Michael Bay. I mean Michael Bay, not James Cameron. Sorry, my bad.
The James Cameron did King Kong.
Yeah, man. I don't know. The only part I liked was from the get-go, it was shooting and blasting stuff and explosions. But
Hey, question,
there was
guys.
no
So-
story. Sure.
Yeah, I feel like that. Sorry, I feel like the 80s the 80s adaptation of Transformers was a lot more. Yeah, it was kind of serious, but it was. I would say it was still a kids' movie, but it was kind of like I mean, I remember growing up in the 80s, like. You had like what they called Thundercats, and you had all that kind of stuff.
Yes.
Like kids' TV was more grown up in the 80s, honestly.
Yeah.
And I feel like it got super dumbed down towards like the late 90s, early noughties, and then it was literally just fucking Teletubbies and really just awful shit where they didn't even say real words. Yeah.
Just
So I
look
feel.
at the look
So I
at
would
the
say
Disney
that.
cartoons. Oh, sorry.
Yes, so I was just saying, I would say that the 80s stuff seems adult in comparison to the stuff that came after, but that it isn't adult in itself. If that makes sense.
So what's up with Pepe Le Pew getting canceled but not Cuties?
I'm sure Pepe Le Pew is a sexist.
Oh, but Cuties
But,
is what
I
a
just
mess.
looked at the Disney Kids show today. When I was growing up, it was DuckTales, Goof Troop, Rescue Rangers. That was, I would say, a pretty grown-up show sometimes. But just look today. It's totally garbage, man.
Bye bye Dr. Seuss.
Anybody remember Captain Caveman?
Yeah, we had Hanna-Barbera show at Channel TV3 in Sweden.
Oh yeah.
But it was very old. When it was pretty old when I saw it. So,
yeah, if you don't mind, I'm scrolling down the list. I'm seeing Harley. Harley, are you there? Harley? Want to talk to us, Harley? Not so much. Sorry to cut you off, Compan.
no problem.
Have you seen the latest laser test? Have you seen that?
No, haven't.
Okay. I'm going to post it again. 19 miles. Yeah.
Where did you post it?
In the live stream.
Oh, so you just uploaded this one? Roger, he just uploaded this one?
This 2 days ago.
Yeah, I must haven't seen it. Because I've seen the 21 mile.
Thanks for sharing, man.
Just one question. I'm pretty new to this. Is Eric Dubay a good person to look at or listen to?
Yeah, I think. He does make a few, not exactly where or when, but he does make a few errors and assumptions when it comes to the Earth, right? I mean, he didn't go everywhere, so he makes a few assumptions, but 200 proves the Earth is not a spinning ball is a good starter, right?
I've seen a little bit of it.
A lot of us have started with that. A lot of us, that video is that's what clicked me over.
Me too.
You know?
Yeah, me too.
He's decent. I just don't agree with him when it comes to Joshua.
Yeah, and or his,
those are differences. Yeah, those are some differences we all have. Sorry for that, man.
Yeah, well, we're talking about flat Earth. I mean, he does make assumptions about the distance to the sun, saying it's 3,000 miles or something. I mean, I don't know. So
yeah, some of that came from Robotham and William Carpenter and other documentation from the mid 1800s and later.
What I like about Dubay's work is he prefaces a lot of what he says with like, "Don't believe me, just test it for yourself. Prove the globe for yourself."
That's the important part.
He has a video called "Gravity Sucks" with his girlfriend, and it's pretty cool.
I like what got me is Mark Sargent's Flat Earth Clues.
Oh yeah, Mark Sargent is brilliant.
That too.
That's what really got me right there.
I love his openings to his Strange World, where he combines like Pulp Fiction and Gravity and the Tesla car. Like his openings to his Strange Worlds, I love them.
I was going to say, guys, I think discernment. Somebody said, "Is that a good thing to listen to?" Anything that's discussing the topic is a good thing to listen to. Your own discernment and applied to it is what matters. I can listen to 200 proofs and I'll disagree with a lot of them. It don't mean the Earth's not flat, but there are some that logically you'll go, "Oh, don't know about that one." Railroads, for example. So this, I think honest investigation is what matters in your response to it, to the claims. Right. Most outlandish of all the claims.
Yeah. So what do you mean with the railroads? He says something like, if it's a ball, then we should use more material. Was it? It's been a while.
Yeah. London to Liverpool, there would be, I don't know, 2 or 3 miles of curvature to whatever it is to take into account.
In 100 miles, it would be 6,000 feet.
But if over that first mile, where you laid 30, 40 pieces of track, individual bits of track, you were a little bit out on each one and accounted for 8 inches as you laid it, then your next mile starts from 0. So it's to me, they're not proofs. They're things that they're the things that when you first get into it, you think about it and you think about the impossibilities of it. But you can't guarantee it's perpendicular from the original point track. So therefore you can't use it for me as a proof.
Yeah,
it doesn't.
It's like the Suez Canal example. The one gentleman just said 6,000 feet of curvature and 100 miles. So there's no 600-foot ball of water in the Suez Canal because it's 100 miles of just flat canal, flat water.
Yeah. So you've got that as you've got your inbuilt level, haven't you, in the fact that it's water. Whereas within track you can't validate.
That's true. That's true. But they do lay out those datums, horizontal datums of all those railroad tracks, and But I agree with the amount of error. Plus, you'd have to calculate the angle of any rises that they do go up to a certain small degree of rise per any kind of distance. So there is a margin of error in there. That is correct. Much harder to pin down. But water is not that case.
I think it's what Adam you think. If I may assume that it's not a solid proof because Globus can wiggle themselves out of it, right?
Yeah, I, just as much as I could build a apparently straight line of track over a mile that you wouldn't be able to tell by looking at the line. Or travelling, and more importantly, and that's the point with regards to Rowbottom's claim, is that one way would be up or downhill. And these are old considerations and the reason I poo-poo it is I would not cite that in an argument with a baller because I'd struggle to defend it because honestly, I can falsify it. So.
Yeah, I agree. You're probably right about that. Mm-hmm.
But yes, so again. There are a few things I would say. The distance to the sun, he claims like 3,000 miles. I mean, nobody knows. So, but there are other things.
There's their pre-assumptions, isn't there? They're still working that is a physical location. That when you can triangulate it, that's Rowbottom's assumption there that it's triangulatable and. As we know, it's apparent it's not. You can't, from three positions, even get it to the same location, 3,000 miles above you. It doesn't work. That's the clever thing.
But the arguments are when was 200 proofs? When was this? 4 or 5 years ago? 6 years ago?
6 or more, isn't it? Yeah. I'm not
So-
poo-pooing. I'm just saying that things like that make you ponder and how it would work, but I wouldn't use them as an argument. Is all I'm saying. I'm not
Right, and I think because of it is right 6 years ago, 7 years ago, the argument has gone in such a way that the claims aren't made that specific anymore, like the distance to the sun, right? Because you would know, right? It's an apparent location, so. Maybe 6-7 years ago they wanted to give the Globers something like, okay, so it's not 93 million miles away, but we think by triangulation it's 3,000 miles away. Maybe it's something like that.
I think it's consideration a change in viewpoint. You're still trying to build a model there, Rowbottom is, and I think more modern flat earthers, certainly these as YouTubers and Discord have come to the realization that that's nonsense. It's pointless. It doesn't. And actually, if we can't triangulate it, then it is by definition apparent. So until we've got another way of determining position, then just taking an angle from the ground doesn't confirm anything. So let's stop following that paradigm. It doesn't have to be 3,000 miles above. It can't be.
No.
Well, mathematically, it isn't even. You know what I mean? Let's say because you can't triangulate.
We essentially limit our claims down to what we can verify,
right?
To avoid trapping ourselves.
And that's what that did, right? When he said, well, the sun is 3,000 miles away, then the Globus came to us like, so prove it, right? let's see it. How would you do this? And you will get into this argument where you can't prove it. Same as curvature for the globe is. So by narrowing it down to the things you can prove by curvature, and so measurements of curvature, becomes a more sharpened argument. So basically, I'm pretty thankful for him doing this. So, right. That's my honest opinion. Live and learn.
On the journey, mate, I hadn't even heard of 199 of the things that he put down to throw out there. I'm not decrying anything. Like I'm saying, it's so use discernment with it. There'll be ones in there. I'm sure that you disagree with Roger. That you're not in that one.
Mm-hmm.
So it's
yeah, there are some in there that are undefinable. Yeah, there's some things in there. I agree with all of that. But even if like you throw out half of them, some of the more profound ones, you don't need that many. Like if it takes the 3 legs of the stool, all 3 legs out of the globe, then that's good enough, and that has been done, in spades. Excuse the terminology. I don't know if that's a legal term. Gotta be careful what you say now.
One black swan will do it, won't it?
Yeah, what the hell? You're being racist.
You ever see Mad TV, the E-racist? They go around the schools and they're like, we're the E-racists. We're here to stamp out racism. And one guy's in a wheelchair. It's so hilarious.
Oh, man.
Scrolling down the list. Where the ball is at.
Hey, guys. This is a fellow flat earther.
Hey, Golden Lemur.
Hey there. Yeah, I was interested in your conversation. You guys were talking about how you can get yourself into a corner by arguing things that are speculative.
That's true.
Yeah, I was in the lobby earlier today, and there was one person who was arguing, who was trying to lead me down a path to have to prove the exact a measurement of the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn.
Oh yeah,
right. And that's like a really. I was kind of impressed because that's one of the better starting points for a glober that I've seen in there. Because of course, if we had verified measurements for the tropics, why that would be quite an interesting starting point. But of course, that is as verified as the curvature itself. But I had to be kind of careful with that. It felt like a minefield.
Well, what are the tropics?
Tropic of Cancer, the Tropic of Capricorn, the lines above and below the equator, and he was claiming that they were of equal distance. So if the northern tropic was the same distance as the southern, then the claim is that the Earth is curved on that basis. Of course, he was ignoring.
No. See, the point there is, even if you assume in some way this apparent position, there isn't a line, by the way. There's no line. It's just where the sun is furthest south and it's at its highest point, isn't it? So it's just an apparent position. Even if we assume that, then it's only where the sun is moving either side of the equator. It doesn't demonstrate a ball. It shows the sun moves equidistant paths, both north and south of the equatorial line. The only thing it demonstrates, ball's not involved. Unless you assume it's a ball first.
Right. Yeah, I don't know that I see your point exactly.
You can draw if you look at the paths. Yeah, there's no path. The only path that they draw on the ball is the shorter southern tropic. Yeah, They only draw it on the ball. If you draw it on a azimuthal map, it's not necessarily short, it's longer. Yeah? It's a longer path. So it's only when you put it on that you assume it's a ball. But if all you've observed is the sun's position, both north and south of the equator, and on a map you can say, oh, that's the same distance from where the equator is, or its highest point and its lowest point, north and south in summer and winter. All that says is that the sun is that far over there. There's no determination of the shape of the ground you're on you can draw from that.
That's right, because it's not a measurement, it's just an observation of location.
Yeah.
Right. That's a good point. I mean, we were making the case that, who did measure it? Who measured if they're the same length? Who did it? Who was the person who measured that, and how did they do it? And of course, that information wasn't produced, other than maybe an Encyclopedia Britannica model, right?
I would always think when I was like seeing images from space and satellites and the space shuttle out there with the space station and shit, in the back of my mind, I'm like, what fucking camera is filming this?
Yeah. Oh, right. The one that's
like they have a satellite right next to the space station with a camera on it filming the shuttle docking to it. Like, what the hell is going on here?
Just as they had a camera supposedly filming the recent Mars landing. Of course, that was all CGI, but we're watching the thing from a supposed observational unit behind it.
Jake the asshole did a great one on that Mars landing. Oh boy.
Yeah, I love the way the only thing we got to hear was them say we can hear a heartbeat. Okay, so this heartbeat is now telling us this, and this heartbeat is now telling us that. And they showed us
the information was this heartbeat. Yeah.
And they only showed us an animation, which was
we're getting zeros and ones. Oh, we're gonna lose the zeros and ones for a few minutes, and then they're gonna come back.
And people were jumping and dancing when it allegedly touched down. I mean,
oh god, that's fun.
So have you seen the biggest rickroll of them all? Have you heard of that?
Yeah, what's that?
So we were watching the live stream, right? And when you go to the live stream now, you can just check it. It's at 2 hours, 9 minutes and 45 seconds. It's just 1 minute or like 2 minutes before the end, right? They show the Rick Astley tweet. So they could have put any other astrophysicist or you name it, right? Everyone would gladly put that tweet there, but NASA showed a Rick Astley tweet.
Hey, Ricky rolled minute. Everyone.
Oh my god.
They're just telling us.
Crazy.
I was laughing my ass off.
I just
yeah, that's the numptious.
I would like to know, how is there a fly on it though? Can you explain this?
Flies on Mars? Well, they got rodents, so.
Is this the Perseverance?
Yeah.
Laughing stocks of the freaking century.
Is it moving?
I love near the end of Jake the Assholes, he goes, and here's the image from Mars from the rover, because they can't film that image from anywhere else but Mars.
Wow, it looks like a bug, yeah.
Looks like a fly.
Oh, yeah, there we go in the Discord. Wow.
Yeah. Isn't that funny?
That's utterly ridiculous.
Hey,
Really,
hey, Sonny, man, that was awesome.
Mad.
Hey, Sonny, that was an awesome video from Ben, dude. Wow.
Which one?
Miles. You just posted. I watched it the whole time. That's why I went muted. Right? I watched it.
No, someone else posted. Someone posted it before me.
Oh, Roger.
But Roger did. Yeah. But I just repost. Yeah. Sometimes I repost stuff.
Dude, that was amazing, bro. Wow.
Put it on my channel too, so it'll show up on my channel as well now.
Sweet.
Yeah, the most the best part is, of course, right, the Earth is flat and level, but you can see the laser and you can see the reflection of the laser in the water.
Yeah.
So whenever you
That's
talk to
right.
Sleeping Warrior, he will use that argument, and it's a good argument, right? It's a very good argument because
yeah, it's a super good argument. Wow. The first time I heard it, I didn't realize it, man. I'm like, holy crap.
I've got the Glober's argument for the flies on Mars. So you know how you can take a fly and put it in the freezer and freeze it and take it out, put it in your palm and warm up, it'll fly away? So they're like, there was flies on the Perseverance before we launched it. They froze in space. When it landed on Mars, the flies warmed up and they're there.
After being burnt to a crisp in 4,200 degrees Fahrenheit, that melts titanium. Thank you very much.
Well, yeah, of course.
But
that's some freaking
How are flies going
healthy
to survive
fly.
on the low pressure system of Mars?
The flies must have evolved, guys. That's the only option.
Damn, those are some super flies.
They
y'all.
evolved on their way to Mars.
Would the flies not need an upgrade like the drones so that they could fly in the no Mars atmosphere as well?
They got it on the way because of the cosmic radiation. You need to factor that in.
Super wings.
Someone get a Superfly meme sound. Like, we need the Superfly sound immediately. Someone get on that, please. Thank you.
Where's the sound tech?
It's funny how they claim they have a microphone on it now. That's funny.
There's no air to transmit sound, is there?
Right. No, dude, it's science fiction, man. It's a mess.
But it's a bad quality, man. Globus can say, "Oh, it's just a screw. It's just this or that."
Hey, you guys, just kind of a technical issue. How can I stop all these pings from the lobby? I just go to my settings, right? Is there one specifically for those messages?
And say mute channel until I unmute it.
I gotcha.
We can make a fun. We can make a funny bet. How long before they destroy the technology to go to Mars? How long? In 10 years? 20
Again,
years?
yeah,
5 years?
coming up pretty soon. They're getting ready to destroy it again because they have to.
We can't go there anymore, so we destroyed it. So we can't go there.
They're about to run out of hard drive space, guys. They're not going to have the tape space. They're going to need to tape over the old information to create something new.
Tape.
Oh, VHS. All day when you taped a show you liked. Oh, fuck, I taped over it. Fuck.
Or unfortunately, sometimes we have these accidental storage, like warehouse fires that destroy all records of like every soldier from 1850 to freaking 1950.
Yes.
And they lose all the records. Oh, well, oopsie.
Oh,
yeah.
I'm sorry, General Public. My wife recorded over that telemetry data. Sorry, General Public.
Yep. We would produce the data if we had it.
You humans got to go because we need more storage space.
Funny. A fly can't even go to those locations, but a fire can start. Very logical.
Yeah. Entropy will occur.
High pressure, low pressure.
So the Perseverance has a nuclear reactor. The power source is called a multi-mission radioisotope thermoelectric generator. Converts heat from the natural radioactive decay of plutonium into electricity.
Whoa. They've gotten so much better writers than they did from Back to the Future. That's incredible.
Yeah, because you know why? Because the Curiosity ride has solar panels.
Man, Star Trek even faked it better than NASA. Once in a while, Star Trek had a problem with the engines. Like they needed lithium crystals or something, But no, they go to the moon and back without a hitch. No problem. Oh, now we sent a rover 292 million miles away. No problem. Like,
yeah. When the rover stops working, they're like, "Oh, it's broken." But then, it starts working again.
Hey, Star Trek is a pioneer in setting a standard for the consciousness of the visuals of what it's like to interact at incredible
Space
speeds
travel.
with planets, right? They have the visuals of actually quickly leaving in warp speed from a from the visual point of the ship with planets and shit. They did all kinds of things, right? They were the trendsetters. They showed things that NASA was basically ready to actually do, and of course, no warp speed. So, yeah, they were like an example. And everybody kind of takes it for granted. We don't realize that's where it first popped up. They set the standard. They set the bar.
Oh, I was wrong. It is,
Captain
sorry,
Kirk.
I need to correct myself. It's the Opportunity. The Opportunity has solar panels, and how would you keep those clean? When you look it up, it's called the cleaning event, guys. Have you ever heard about the cleaning event? So fun.
Yes. What's the big storm?
It's a tornado. It's a tornado that comes by and cleans your machine. Yeah.
Well, because they had to make it for this special helicopter they got now, so they have a cleaning event. Yeah, it never needs any maintenance.
Kind of like Alfred, the butler.
So I got a question for you guys, right? From a heliocentric vantage point. So, what is the electrostatic situation with satellites and everything at that height? Will things like dust from above, meteoric dust or whatever, would it typically stick to a satellite, or has it been attuned in a way that dust doesn't stick?
I can't get past. I actually can't get past the temperatures in the thermosphere. That has I don't know about the
whatever. I'm not talking about the mechanics of whether it'll work or not. I'm talking about what is supposed to be.
Okay.
Okay, so let's go there for a second in the imaginary world where the satellites are real and they're up there floating around. Even down here in the real world, your air filter in your car gets clogged and dirty just driving around. So, come on. It's going to stay perfect up there? Give me a break.
I guess it would depend on the charges. The charge.
What is the electrostatic charge up there? Will they be charged? What is it? Right?
It's the moon grounding, right?
Around there.
Yeah. It's the moon ground like the Earth.
Just one sentence from the cleaning event, which is so funny. The nature of the cleaning events is not known, but the assumption is that wind blows the dust off the panels. Or it could just be a dude with a brush, right? So people are...
Don't you need an atmosphere for that?
They're buying it, right?
The funniest thing is people say you can see satellites up there, but you can barely see a plane. How is a plane? I don't know in feet, but
40,000
feet.
Yeah, 40,000 feet. 30 to 40,000 feet. Yeah. You can
commercial flights are between commercial flights are between 35 and 40. Military flights are 50 to 60,000 feet.
Yeah, but around there, yes. You can barely see those, but you can see a satellite who is way up in space. And they have no lights on, to say satellite, but a plane have lights on and blinking, but you can barely see those.
You guys think
I don't know. You're asking too much. Ask the right questions.
All we know, right? That's all that matters, right?
And with the static and what Arvin was talking about, they don't claim that where the satellites are, there's no gravity, so they would probably start to argue that gravity probably pulls everything down. So even though there's static up there, it's going to be overcome. Even though at that height there should be more and more static, because that's why we have thunderstorms, because we have charge up there. And then they say it doesn't fall because it's actually going so fast that it's falling around the globe, which makes no sense at all. But that means it should be ripped to shreds by anything going in the opposite direction. Any kind of space debris, any kind of space dust would just rip it to shreds.
Mm-hmm.
Well, when you look at how cold the North Pole is and the South Pole is on the globe, right? And it's only because it's tilted away from the sun. I wonder how much colder a planet like Mars would be, which is like almost 3 times as far away from the sun, right? Because it's twice as far from the Earth. So now you've got a planet that's like freaking, you know what I mean, almost 4 times away from the sun, and yet it's not frozen like the North Pole and the South Pole. I don't know how to work the temperatures out there or how that works. You guys ever think about that?
A little bit, but I think about the Neptune. Would you say just a bowl of water? Yeah, and isn't that the planet who is the farthest away, probably, or one of those? I don't remember.
What about Diamond Ray on Saturn?
Is there other magic
or those gas planets? I don't remember. This is too long ago in school.
It's raining diamonds on Saturn, and another one. I think also on Neptune, maybe Pluto. Which one is gassy? On 2 of them, raining.
I just had the thought that I bet you if we were to storm Devon Island, like they wanted to storm Area 51, and prove to these ballers that the Perseverance and everything rovers are there, they would still be like, no, it's on fucking Mars, man.
That's just a training area, bro. Like, why are you guys vandalizing the training facilities?
This is a copy rover of the one on Mars, man.
I'm looking into the lifespan of these things. So the Curiosity, it's still operational. It's still operational. And that thing is there since 2011. Am I correct? Yeah, 2011. It's still operational. And we have the opportunity. Yeah, the opportunity was operational for 14 years. I mean, come on, guys. Everything NASA makes. Everything NASA makes is like amazing, right? It just goes and goes and goes.
Yeah, way better than Toyota.
Your car battery has a 3-year warranty. Your car battery has a 3-year warranty, but their batteries last 14 fucking years.
One more funny thing is the radiation. Back in Chernobyl, the robot car destroys at once of the radiation. But they can be up there around and round and round for years.
It's aircraft carrier technology, you know.
And then some Glober would be like, they're not going to sell you a NASA battery for your car, man.
It's nuclear, bro.
Oh, I know. It was MacGyver who made those batteries. Okay, you didn't watch MacGyver?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
He made an RPG from a pen, right? Something like that.
He was like a Boy Scout's big brother or whatever.
Oh, just so happens I have all the materials I need in this room.
Yeah.
With the shoelace from my shoe, I can make a fuse.
Let me just look around for 5 seconds.
The funniest thing, every time he gets in trouble, he always find those things he needs to make the stuff.
I loved watching MacGyver. He inspired me to like science. Maybe I should pay a little attention in class.
You know, there is some truth to MacGyver. You could take nylon string, twist it up like double time, like twist it upon itself, and use it to cut steel, like a hacksaw. You'll be there for a minute, but
a minute.
But wasn't the things he did? It wasn't there some science to it?
My hand would wear out first.
I haven't seen MacGyver in since the 80s, man.
I think the takeaway from MacGyver for MacGyver fans was like just try to be prepared for like sort of anything. You kind of don't know what situation you might end up in, you know?
Yeah, pay attention in chemistry class.
Yeah.
Good old shows.
Learn about water.
Be water, my friends.
He had a mullet, right? Like a little mullet going type of thing. Like this is like the non-dorkiest looking chemist.
Party in the back.
I wonder if MacGyver can prove the curvature of the Earth. Hey, let's look around real quick and play cue MacGyver song. Dun 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 dun.
Imagine that. I can prove these flat earthers wrong. I brought my fisheye lens with me.
No, he don't bring a fisheye lens. He make a fisheye lens for you.
Oh yeah, that's right.
From a shoe.
It out of the bottom of a bottle.
Probably out of a rock. He would probably make it the lens out of a rock.
Yeah. Only MacGyver can isolate gravity.
Mm-hmm.
You want an independent variable? Let me look around real quick. Cue MacGyver music.
That's what we need to do. Tell the Glovers to go back and watch the MacGyver whole, the entire series of MacGyver.
I know, right?
But didn't he do a cyber show after MacGyver?
Nah,
or something like that.
Was it Quantum Leap? Is that what you're thinking?
No, but he
Nah,
not Star Trek. Or was it Stargate? Probably called.
Okay.
I don't remember.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean the actor? Yeah, that's the same actor, but that's a totally different show. But yeah, Stargate is.
But I mean the other show, Stargate. Yes, Stargate.
Yeah, Stargate. Yeah, that's another.
Yeah.
That's another Star Trek-ish show. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, definitely. Time. Friggin' what is it?
Yeah.
Portals and shit. Like
portals. Yeah. Well, what is a Stargate anyway?
I have no idea. Never watched that show.
What is a CERN?
I guess in the fictional world of the Stargate series and stuff, it's I guess it's a gate or a doorway to go from one star to another star. It's a gate, a Stargate.
But
you go into it and you pop out at some other dimension, some other star, some other place on the other side.
Is it a warp, or what do you call it? A warp hole?
A wormhole?
Yeah, something similar to that, I guess.
But warp, you go from one place to another.
And then both gates would have to be turned on, I guess. Like the one gate on the one star would have to be on while yours is on here, and you're transporting or whatever, I guess.
Superpositioning.
Crazy.
It's similar to CERN. I mean, it's got the same shape, same idea.
Yeah, but I think CERN is sideways, like laying flat, right? CERN is round like a pizza, right? Where the gate is vertical, like standing up, circular.
It's a portal.
Very, I guess good for your imagination, but come on.
Yeah, like NASA. It's
yes,
for your imagination.
Yeah.
Oh, you need one anyway. So the Stargate bomb, what a great idea. So the gate, I believe, this morning, hi Tony from Victoria here. The gates were open this morning. We had a beautiful green tinge. I got quite a few nice shots. So I'm looking forward to uploading them.
Yes.
Stargate is trippy, man. Like when the gates are open, obviously in the equinoxes, at the weakest point. So it's crazy what I'm getting on film, guys. So I'm having to upload everything as well, and it all makes sense eventually. I've got a couple more months left to go with 12 months full on filming, so it's pretty crazy.
Jesus Christ. Your voice, you sound like an actor. I don't...
An actor.
I can just pinpoint what actor right now.
I've been told I sound like a couple of people actually, but being from Australia, people love or hate my accent. So, and I'm not really impressed with my voice. So hence why I don't talk very much.
How could anyone? What is it? Crocodile Dundee? I can't find his name.
How could anyone hate an accent?
At least you're not from Melbourne.
Melbourne.
What is
exactly?
Melbourne.
Hi, Mick Dundee.
G'day, mate. Yes. That's no knife.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's me.
Anyway,
guys. Not a big.
I'm looking forward to see the pictures, man. Yeah.
I love Australian.
I'll post a couple in the chat once I upload them. I'm sitting in the car smoking and drinking my coffee. So it is 8:33.
Smoking could have one of those New South Wales accents.
Yeah, well, I'd rather be in Queensland than Victoria.
Right.
Being a Welshman, not sure about that. Cheers, guys. So I'm going to mute again anyway.
All right.
Have fun.
All right, mate.
All right, no worries, Bruce.
Story.
Good day, mate.
Isn't that where they get that LIGO? They're doing that LIGO thing as well. Is CERN the same place?
I
don't
so.
think so.
Down there at Pine Gap.
Yeah.
Yeah, they talk about gravitons detecting gravity from some black hole. What? Under the ground, though.
That's some pretty far-fetched stuff they have on that Stargate, man. Wow.
It's just another way they waste money from the budget that they get, that 56 point whatever million a day. It's just more wasted money. Here, let's go set up lasers and detect gravitational waves.
Wow. It's probably more like 62 million a day now, I think.
Yeah, you're right.
But I would still
big budgets demand incredible stories. So they did a good job, I think.
I would still put it towards whatever the goal is, I don't know, hybrids or working with aliens or I don't know, acquiring new knowledge and technology from other sources, not in this
other civilizations.
That's not in this physical reality. You know what I mean? Like from another place.
Find space travel and NASA is the first time in history that technology
from other dimensions.
Right. Wherever ideas
if you're talking
come
about
from,
technology, you're going to talk about another space. You can't derive technology comes from another dimension.
Yeah, it comes from another dimension. When you sit around,
that's that they might conceive it. That's not taken from it.
Right.
It doesn't exist there.
Yeah.
It doesn't exist in the other dimension. They basically think it up.
Yeah.
What I've observed with NASA and their technology and all their space travel crap is it's the first time in history technology went in reverse. Like, we had the technology to go to the moon, but we destroyed it. It's too expensive to build it back. We're going to Mars. Like, are you kidding me? Like, if you could do it once, you could do it again. Don't tell me you're going to skip over it and go further. Like, this is ridiculous. You had the technology, but we lost it. We destroyed it all.
It's already there. They just don't want to talk about it.
No, but that's Don Pettit.
There's too many conspiracies that have hit they have hit too hard with their conspiracies that they created. So now they must follow up and create a unspoken secrecy for the moon. Otherwise, all those stories that have had so much influence are suddenly going to flop. It's going to cause a major disruption that happens. So they got to keep it a secret. Their nonsense stories have to be kept a secret.
Yeah, they have to keep lying, Arwen. There's no two ways about it. If they don't keep lying, they're just going to undermine their own principle, and they'll show them. Well, they do show themselves for what they're doing, but there's no way that they could ever admit any way that that's been faked, because the whole lot would be burned down, surely, hopefully.
And I think I was just saying, by them saying we had the technology but we destroyed it, is their way of saying we used to know how to do it, but we've gone in reverse now.
No,
you know,
that's just their silly.
If you built a car, if you did a blueprint to build a car and you started a car company, would you ever throw that first blueprint of the first car you produced away? Hell no, you wouldn't. That'd be in a file, historical. You would never get rid of it.
But it was by accident, they claim.
Exactly.
So,
I've got engineer's tools from my grandfather. From when he was young, we had a smithy in the family. We worked with steel and wrought iron and shoed horses and stuff. And he made his own engineer's tools because petrol engines were taken over from steam. So I've got wrenches that were made by him in a vice, with steel, with a file. You know what I mean? We're too eclectic. We're too greedy. We don't throw the old stuff away. We're humans.
Right. So he wasn't just like a mechanic; he was also an engineer. If he crafted his own tools.
Yeah, but that's what we did back then. We made things and we kept them. You know, we made a great big nut to hold something down, and then we had to make a spanner to turn it. We never threw that spanner away because we'd probably need it again someday.
Yeah.
So that means we don't throw technology away. We don't destroy technology, and that would mean that what Don Pettit said. You know, it had to be said by somebody like him, you know, instead of Neil deGrasse Tyson or somebody. But if somebody like Don Pettit says something stupid like that, I guess, you know what I mean? It kind of throws you off.
No,
but,
it was a fire, man. Everything burned and that's it.
Yeah. Because I think he either misspoke, right, or spoke foolishly, right? But basically what they're saying is, look, let's stop talking about that. We don't have access. You don't have access to that information. Just focus on what we're doing now. You know what I mean? It's like telling us, look, you're not going to ever get access to that space because we take no wink, wink. We destroyed the technology. Wink, wink. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. Don't try to go back.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, don't ask. Don't like whatever. Like, moving on.
Yeah.
Mars.
Yeah.
You guys seen the landing?
Why didn't they just have a warehouse fire?
Have you another example of losing some technology, or it's only that one?
You mean another example where it went in reverse?
Yeah, that would be nice to have another example losing some kind of technology. I don't know.
If they had a
that would be like, maybe it's true.
hey, who the fuck's saying losing it? Hey,
I would understand it.
And if we're working with aliens.
Aye, it's all lies. They should have set a warehouse on fire and then said, "Sorry, guys, we've lost everything." But they weren't clever enough to.
That's
do
why.
that.
That's why we lied. Is because we're working with aliens and we didn't want the bad guys to have all this cool technology. So yeah, aliens had to keep it a secret.
No, there was the alien technology even in that years, and they didn't know, you know, they realized only in that years, you know. And they fuck it up, they lose that. Or aliens took it back.
Well, it's a good reason to lie to people, and I think if people found out that maybe there were aliens, you know, or then people will accept it, right? They'll be like, oh, okay, we're not going to revolt and destroy NASA because they were only doing it to protect us from an outside threat. How quickly we'd put aside our differences, right, and unite as one world.
You will see now when Martians, how to say, when they will be fucking angry now. They will fucking attack us. We crossed the border and we didn't ask.
Get ready for the alien invasion, y'all.
But I'm always asking why we don't send that kind of vehicle, that Mars vehicle, on Antarctica.
Alien invasion.
It will be nice to explore Antarctica with that vehicle.
Yeah. Could it even survive Antarctica before going to Mars?
You watch. They're going to say they found something really crazy, incredible on Mars. You watch that next.
You are telling me that it's whether it's better in Antarctica, it's worse on Antarctica than on Mars.
Yeah.
Oh, what is there? What temperature is there?
I'm pretty sure
according to them.
It's called
I'm pretty
freeze my
sure they can't
nuts
do
off
alien
temperature.
invasion on Mars yet. Maybe in 10 years, 20 years.
What is temperature on Mars?
Oh, who the hell knows? Whatever they tell you, I guess.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, whatever they say is just a fucking lie, anyways.
It doesn't matter.
There's no Mars. Mars is,
what if there is a Thanos? What if there is a Thanos coming back to judge the world?
Boogie.
And what if he's a good guy?
Tell him to hurry up, Tom. I'm getting bored of waiting on him. Tell him to hurry up.
Oh no, man.
Maybe all these lies for our goodness.
Maybe Thanos is really Christ.
I think they need to push the Mars. I think they need to push the Mars invasion up so we have it sooner. Thank you very much.
I have an example of a good myth or a good lie, which is that porcupines shoot quills. They don't shoot them, but if you get close enough, they will stick into you. So putting the myth out there that they shoot them will at least keep you away from them, and therefore you're not going to get stuck with them.
Mm-hmm.
But it is a myth. They don't shoot.
Yeah, and it'll keep you watching, right? Viewer retention. Like, wow, this show is awesome. I'm going to watch it again. I'm going to watch another one from the show. Yeah, entertainment, right? Aren't you entertained? But that's a lie. Hey, watch your mouth. Yeah, but that's a lie. They straight up lied on TV, guys.
But it has to be.
These people that are intellectually invested in this whole fake space nonsense stuff, man, it's like they have this attachment. It's part of their identity or something, the way they defend it. It's astonishing.
I used to watch David Attenborough, and every time he would bring up evolution, like, why is David Attenborough straight up lying about the past? Like, he doesn't know that.
Someone sent him an invite to the server. I saw it.
So when NASA says billions of years ago, these guys straight up lie, eh? No, they're predicting the future and the past.
Has anyone here sent up any high altitude balloons? I was wondering about that. I guess I don't know of anybody that's done it here.
I haven't actually seen a balloon. No, I think if they're up there, they're probably up farther than we can actually see them.
No. I mean, sending one up yourself. Has anyone done it?
Oh, not I.
Okay.
Only a million miles away.
How
the small
high?
things on the sky you cannot see.
Rob Skiba did it, and he didn't like the result very much. It didn't go that high, though. I want to see if I can do one myself that goes like around 200,000 feet, but I'm having trouble finding a balloon to get. Like,
Yeah, pretty expensive.
Yeah.
If you could take some infrared photography from up there, that might be very revealing, but it's still, you're up in the sky, which is kind of a problem.
I remember getting really excited about these kinds of things when I was a kid. Then I learned about the ball.
I just want to set it up with a camera that will show the flat horizon.
Like this one from Jay Tollins Media, where it actually, if his measurements are right, he's seeing at least 1,200 miles from an aircraft.
Look at this one, using a fisheye lens to shoot a hot air balloon ride. Not that far off the ground there. See the
Yeah, that's not what you should be seeing. What you should be seeing is the horizon dropping down. You should be seeing more sky than Earth.
Yeah,
that's how it should be.
That's the curve of the Earth. Like, could you imagine trying to push your car up the hill?
Yeah, that's not the curve of. It's not curve.
No, that's just crazy. Like, as if they believe that shit. Like, come on, man.
I mean, if it was a ball, right?
It says using a fisheye lens to shoot a hot air balloon ride, and they're not that far off the ground, and you already see the curvature according to the fisheye lens.
Yeah, and I'm just saying, imagine if it really was that friggin' curve. Good luck pushing your car down the road. Like, holy shit.
If it was a ball, the edge should immediately start showing as you go up, right? You should see that relationship of the size of that edge, and then eventually
Also,
it should be dropping down.
All rivers would also have to be traveling eastward or westward.
That image almost makes the Earth look like it's like 80 miles wide or something.
I know, right?
But if
it's going to be small Earth.
But if the
one hell of a small ball, that would be overpopulated for sure with 7 billion plus people on it.
Yeah,
right. But if it doesn't, if the horizon doesn't drop down, then it's already way bigger than the sun, right? Right? Because it's still presenting itself as a flat surface, locally flat. So if it's locally flat, it's too big. No, you're already too big. And the higher you go, the worse it gets. Eventually, you're gonna get to the size of Beetlejuice because, like, how high are you now? 127,000 feet in the sky. Like, and you're still seeing flatness. How big does it have to be in order for that? What you see to be true?
There's some independent footage with a non-fisheye lens up to 200,000 feet, and it's flat as fuck.
So if you're talking about ball, right now, you have something way so big. You know what I mean? Give it.
Oh yeah, like if you're not seeing the curvature at 200,000 feet, fuck that, man. The Earth is massive. Then, like, if it is a ball, it's just enormous. Like, forget it.
Check it out. Even just seeing 32 miles, like the islands off of Santa Barbara where the Black Swan video was taken. The 32 miles would make the radius of Earth 2 million miles.
Holy shit.
Yeah,
exactly. we will push the moon.
So apparently the radius changes from, let's say, we're 10 miles out where the last platform is in the oil rigs. That's 10 times. So it goes from 10 times too large to making the radius from 264 to 2 million. It's going back and forth from day to day.
Holy shit.
They're screwed. That's why refraction is such an idiotic statement. I love for them to bring that up. It's over as soon as they do. Unless, of course, like I said before, they would have to show me exactly at every distance location their calculation how it raises the horizon up to exactly that position. I need to see that. And they've never presented it. They never even will address that.
Yeah, they're done. It's the globe is spinning. The whole idea, the whole space travel, the whole it's done. Like, forget it. It's time to start feeding the hungry and housing the homeless, doing the right.
Yeah, and get rid of the parasites somehow. I don't know. Maybe they have to be here in order for this whole new change to happen. But I don't know.
Yeah, I'm with getting rid of the parasites.
Yeah, because they clearly are.
That guy at the bottom right getting his beer there, that's my mom's favorite guy. In the stream there.
The guy from Jurassic Park?
No, in the bottom right when they're showing how the sun and all the planets are chasing the sun, and then the guy underneath is at the store getting a case of beer, he's falling all over. My mom loves that guy. She's like, "There's my buddy. He's getting beer." Because he's feeling all the motion of everything that they claim, trying to get his beer.
I'm not sure what the reference is. Are you looking at something in the voice text?
No, at the bottom right of the Discord channel, it was Neo a second ago, and now it's showing 24 flat Discord. Like, if you go back a bit or wait, you'll see that it shows you the CGI image of the sun and all the planets flying through space, and then it divides in half, and at the bottom there's a guy in a convenience store trying to buy more beer, and he's just drunk as shit, so he's falling.
Oh yeah, you're talking on live stream. I know, that's funny.
Yeah, that guy getting beer. That's my mom's favorite guy. She's like, "There's my buddy. He's getting more beer."
Oh crap, man!
Why doesn't the cashier help him? Like,
that's a rough day, man.
He's feeling all the motion.
That's normal. Yeah, that's how they get beer on the globe. Yeah, that's how they walk on the globe.
That's what I mean.
If we were on the globe, we would be like this guy.
Yeah.
Whoa! Falling over the thing.
Yeah.
Funny.
Wow.
Yeah, you would never get used to all those different motions.
That's how everyone would be moving.
And there's like no way the Milky Way or the Big Dipper or whatever would be there day after day, year after year, century after century, or however long. Like, the Milky Way, you might have got a picture of it once, but then that's it. It was gone. Now a new set of stars. Like.
Have you guys seen the Monty Python, The Ministry of Silly Walks? You know how that's what it would be like.
I love Monty Python.
We'd have to develop a new way of walking, right? We'd have to adapt to a spinning ball. We have adapted to a spinning ball. It's as if it's not spinning. That's how we've adapted. We've adapted to seeing flat even though it's not flat. Evolution.
There's that one Monty Python skit, like the guy signed his organ donor card or whatever, and the guy's coming around, organ collection, and he's got the guy on the table, he's cutting his liver out, I'm not dead yet.
So I wonder if Steel City is still is around to talk to us.
Steel City.
Mm-hmm. He's not here to learn, so.
Maybe he's here to learn how to troll. We teach that too.
That drove me nuts before I got VC verified, like watching the Discord and listening to you guys, and conversation be going smooth and cool. Everybody's quiet and listening, and it's progressing. And then somebody gets verified and gets in there, and he's like, just does the most dumbest stuff, like plays music or I hate that shit.
Yeah, noobs. I think trolls are trying this thing where they pretend to agree with you, but it only lasts so long before before it starts leaking out. The globe starts leaking out through their act.
I had a guy. I had a guy who said he was a flat earther, and then I pushed it on him. Yeah, it was LARPing. I mean, come on. I hate liars.
Right. Because it's interesting. If you can fake a flat earther well, then you may as well be a flat earther. I mean, if you can fool me, what the hell is wrong with you, right?
Yeah, you must be starting to. You must be starting to come out of your indoctrination at that point. Like,
No.
No?
I mean, you may as well be. Because if you can fool a flat earther, right, then you fooled yourself.
Yeah.
Like, there's no way you can fool a flat earther unless you understand all the points, all the arguments in and out.
Yeah. I think, wasn't it that prick Logan Paul there? He tricked Robbie Davidson and stuff. Mark Sargent didn't go to that one conference because he knew he was going to be confrontational and maybe hurt him, and he doesn't want to hurt nobody and stuff.
Yeah,
that Logan
that
Paul,
was
what a douchebag, man.
I think that was a desperate move to even listen to Logan Paul. Either desperate for
and that guy was already like. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. That Logan Paul asshole, he was already like super famous, anyways. Like, what's he got to do to what a dick.
He's associated with trolls and bad taste, and like people love to hate him. You know what I mean?
Okay, yeah.
That's his image on YouTube, and then gets associated with flat Earth, and now the trolls light up. Yo, Logan Paul, yo.
What a douche, though. I don't know. That's a douche move for sure.
I think he works for YouTube.
Technically, I work for YouTube, but I deleted that account because I had an AdSense account because I was doing websites.
I mean, like...
Sorry, I'm just going to mute for a minute. I'm just going to mute myself for a minute.
Speaking of, they still owe me like $100.
If I know YouTube wants Flat Earth censored, right? If I can get paid off of helping them do that, so I'll start making content. You know what I mean? To get more clout, to get more. With these
notoriety,
right? To have this reputation, it's obvious they're censoring stuff, and you can just jump on whichever side you want to jump on.
It actually had nothing to do with that at all. I mean, just look at his family. He always had connections. He always had money. It was just another way to shoe in propaganda and ridicule.
See, it's even worse. Yeah, I was just talking about if he was just an average guy, right? But it's even worse, I guess. Yeah. What's up, Riggs?
Howdy,
dude. See that movie?
Brokeback? No. Brokeback Mountain? No.
The boys from Brazil. It's about cloning. Spoiler?
Oh, the one that you sent me. No, I didn't have a chance. I was watching something else. Yeah, don't spoil it, dude. Yeah, I'm all about that today or tonight.
Yeah, never mind.
Because I wanted to watch it together. Like, if you think it's that good, want to stream it or something.
I mean, I don't know if it's propaganda, but I guess that's the propaganda that's prevalent.
Yeah. Well, I mean, a lot of this propaganda takes on, it has a face of its own, right? Like your school teacher will spin something she learned and teach it a different way, right?
Yeah.
It's a influence thing. But nobody could explain to me how the water sticks to a ball. That was the first thing I thought. I was like, what the hell?
Magic. That's the easiest way I can accept it, right? Gravity, you mean magic.
Well, and at that time, I had a set of like magic cards and a book on magic tricks, and I was watching David Copperfield. He had just like made what's it called?
Eiffel Tower.
Not the Eiffel Tower, but the Statue of Liberty disappear. All he did was he rotated the audience to the left or to the right.
He passed through the Chinese Wall.
It's all
he passed also through the Chinese Wall.
Yeah, the Chinese Wall.
Made up.
Yeah, and airplane also.
That Chinese Wall stuff was demonic, man.
Like, they say, like, oh, there's like all this theory about like hot energy and all the cold energy or whatever. It's all like gravity, energy. It's all made up. It's all trying to get us to like think that,
You're really low.
What?
Your volume is really low. Can you increase your volume a little bit, bud?
I think he just wasn't close to his device.
Yeah, I couldn't really hear him, and I got headphones on. I thought it was somebody talking in someone's background.
But it's as simple as the CIA director said, and he said, the sooner we can get people to not know what is real, the sooner we win. And that's just how it is. Like, if you don't know what the premise is or what a base observation is, and you have all these diluted ideas, then you'll never be able to overcome the people who rule you. And that's
David Copperfield was a dork. He just used shadows. And just because shit's white doesn't mean you can really see him through it either. He was just projecting some shit either on the outside. You know what I mean? It's all just goofy shit. It's not really nothing real. And he's not doing nothing crazily cool. He's just ducking down inside the fucking material that's sticking up to hide his skinny ass.
Wait, are you saying that Jesus didn't die for 3 days?
Trickery. Magic is trickery.
I'm saying that.
Well, yeah, David Copperfield and NASA get their methods, their techniques, from the same book, the Freemason book. Yeah, it is trickery.
I have those books. I got Morals and Dogma.
If you play
I
with
got
lights and shadows,
Encyclopedia.
if you play with dark circles and white against white and white on white, one becomes black.
Yep.
So, I mean, it's an illusion for the eclipses and all that shit. Yeah.
That's the exact definition of trickery as magic. Witchcraft.
That's why people don't get the eclipse. They don't understand what's going on with the shadows and the two light sources.
So if you think about it, witchcraft is what the damn NASA's doing, which is Freemasonry.
Yeah, Freemasons have an actual book, how to trick people using these tricks. That's where the magicians get their tricks from, illusions, right? As well as NASA, CGI, and special effects. That's where.
Yeah, and when I was studying,
an illusion means light.
Sorry, Bongsal, if I may. When I was studying the Freemasons, I learned that when you get to, I think it's the 3rd level, if you don't like spit on the Bible and do this stuff or whatever, they push you in one direction, which is like towards the good stuff. And then if you do, then you go up those other levels because you're in with them on the hating on God and everything. Sorry, I just wanted to.
They keep at the 33rd degree. You cannot get into the 33rd degree by petition. It's something that's granted to you when you realize what the royal secret is, and it's a closely guarded secret.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to say for new members, when they get to the 3rd degree, they go through some sort of a thing where they're asked to spit on the Bible and this and that, and if they don't, then they get pushed to the Blue Lodge or something and don't see all the other things above that third level or whatever. And then if they do, then they're brought in because, you know what I mean? And they can start climbing up to that 33rd, I think, is what I heard.
Yeah, but eventually, like spitting on the Bible is something, like if I wanted to infiltrate, right? I can spit on the Bible and know that I'm not really spitting on God's word, right? I'm doing this to infiltrate. But eventually they're going to have to ask me to do something that I can't fake. Like kill somebody I love.
I hear you.
So, it's like by the time you get there, you're going to realize they're not playing around. And if you turn back now, you're probably going to die or something, so it's do or die.
Like
See, that's why I think
if you don't do what they want you to type thing.
No, you don't
See,
get
that's
in the
why-
high levels. You don't get in the high levels of like the Illuminati unless you have connections. Like it doesn't
Yeah.
really matter what you believe.
Bloodline.
If you're not well connected,
Bloodline.
you're not going to-
Yeah. But even if
gotta
you're in
be
the
well
bloodline, when you're in the bloodline,
And the Illuminati
you
is
still
just
have to-
one of the societies that recruits out of the Masons. Same with the, I forget what it's called, the Cabal.
Kabbalah.
No, the Cabal.
Yeah,
It's a
that's
secret society that works
all
within
of them,
the
like
Masons.
under one big umbrella. Like all the evil people would be form that so-called cabal, be it Freemasons, Bilderbergs, Council of Foreign Relations, Club of Rome. All those would fall into that term, the cabal. All those groups.
Yeah, because they're all on the secret agenda, shadow government style.
They're all
And the secret
traumatized,
agenda
right?
has a lot to do with telling people that they believe they live on a ball. That's the major part of the deception. And if the whole world believes that they lived on a ball and they come in with a fake alien invasion claiming that the angels are really aliens to deceive the whole world to renounce Messiah.
Amen.
It lines
I've heard
up.
that, brother.
And that
I hear
is their secret. That is their royal secret.
Well, wasn't the Watchers? That was technically an alien invasion.
Yep.
I mean, it technically was. So
Well, what is an alien? An alien is just like if you live in the United States and you have a citizen, then you are what's called a naturalized alien or a natural alien. See, that's why we call people that come to the United States without a visa illegal alien. It's a legal term.
Oh, yeah.
And see what I mean? It means being, it means person. And extraterrestrial just means other land. So that again is somebody from a foreign land.
They're not supposed to be here, right?
Yeah. Kind of, yeah.
Fallen.
So like y'all were talking a little while ago about giants. Do you think those were the ancestors of the Watchers?
I think they're from the north, Hyperborea.
The descendants of the Watchers. Yeah.
Ah.
Nephilim. Yeah. The offspring. When like when an angel takes I guess human form and has a baby with a woman, with a daughter of man, of Adam.
In the
and then
story
they
of-
will produce. Just like Greeks, all these demigods and that we hear of from the past, the myths. Yeah, that's who those things are.
I'm sorry, gentlemen. In the story of David and Goliath, would Goliath be considered a Nephilim?
Yeah. Yes.
Actually, he would be considered a Giborim, which is a descendant of the Nephilim, a Rapham.
So that's like a couple generations down, right? It would be like Adam would be the son of God, right? Or the way the first Nephilim are the sons of the
Well,
angels.
Adam means
Everyone
man,
underneath.
and it also means red. So red man is Adam.
Yeah. So as Adam has kids, it kind of the DNA is kind of degenerate, going the devolution is happening. I mean, it's getting weaker, right? I guess that's the way the Nephilim's children would be like that. It would be more and more. I wonder if they look just like us now.
Can somebody refresh me? Is it the third law of thermodynamics is entropy?
Second.
Yeah. Yeah, entropy. How can something that breaks down eventually get better and improve over time?
Exactly. Yeah. Right. With evolution. Exactly.
I mean, you can boil a batch of chemicals all you want. You might have side reactions, but it's never going to create the DNA molecule.
Timeline-wise, was the story of David and Goliath before or after the flood?
Well,
after.
There's a movie I just watched called the Boys from Brazil, right? It's supposed to have this method of how they clone, but I'm wondering now, like, what if this Antichrist or this, how we're talking about angels, and what if they just put is it possible to just put the DNA? Is it just possible to inject it into? Do we have the technology to change our DNAs by introducing an alien DNA? You know what I'm saying? Like, or a new generation? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, we have some new people. Water Cup. Are you around, Water Cup?
Hey, good afternoon.
Hello. What's up, man?
Not much. Sorry, just kind of chilling, listening to you guys. How was your guys' day?
Yeah,
welcome
good.
to the channel. Good, thanks.
So, Water Cup, water is flat and level, right?
Yes, sir. It is. That's kind of why I made myself Water Cup.
Okay. Cool. How long you've been in the server now?
I've been in probably for like 6 months, maybe even longer, maybe even closer to a year now. But I got clapped, like I got banned, and I was trying to get back in. So someone finally unbanned me, and luckily I'm able to come back in. I never was told why I got banned, but I mean, it was between some other stuff that happened. But I'm glad to be back. That's for sure.
Cool.
Good to see you back, my friend.
Yeah, it's good to see you guys.
So, what do you think about the shape of the Earth now?
I'm definitely on the fence about everything, but I do have to say, you guys do bring some good ideas to the table. I'm not really like gonna sit here and say why I think the Earth is round, because I'm also not too sure about that. But like I said, I'm kind of like just listening. I also like, I don't know. I don't know. You guys bring.
Are you kind of excited that this could be true, and you're not really sure at the moment?
Yeah, I think it's a really exciting thing. I mean, everyone should be like, everyone that's a part of this community should be excited that like I potentially, this is breaking history. I mean, years and years of lies. So that's crazy. Like I said, it's easy for me to like sit here and be like, yeah, I totally agree with this. Like that makes sense. And then, I leave and I kind of think of it. And I'm like, it's just too crazy though, So
how important is knowing whether this is true or not? How important do you think that is to you? Like,
I think it's important for humanity, but me personally, I don't think it's going to affect my day-to-day life. But I think it could potentially, if like this gets big and people start to realize it, I think it could be huge. But I personally don't. At the end of the day, because I thought about it, I'm like, I guess I really don't care if it's round or flat. I just think it's kind of messed up. They've lied to us for so long. But at the end of the day, like I have to put my head in the sand and just, I can't live my life in fear.
But don't you think this changes a lot of things that
it's a huge paradigm in
science
and the culture? Yeah.
Like as far as the potential of life, this experience, or what we don't know about that we could that could change the way you feel or the way you experience your life to have a more. You think I mean, this changes a lot of things, right? Because people have this idea that gravity is a thing, and the energy is this and that, and oil is that and this, and electricity is, you know what I mean? Like, that's it. That's it.
100%.
But if that's not it, right? If the model is completely different and you have access to it for free, I mean,
yeah, it's a huge paradigm shift in so many cultures. So I'm not going to discredit that. I think mainly on my day-to-day life, like, fortunately, I don't work in any fields that would be affected. I don't think by that. It could, but I'm not trying to discredit you guys either by saying that. I still think this is really important. But like, just like anything that's potentially, you know, true or not true that the people don't know about, like, it's just, I can't let it affect my life, you know, for the better or the worse.
I might be a little naive in thinking this, but I was kind of hoping and thinking that once the truth is out there and NASA can no longer fake it, or any of the other space agencies, more of those misguided funds go to feeding the hungry and the homeless, and there's no more pay $30 a month to sponsor a child in some other country type stuff going on by Visa or American Express or whatever. And they're just a third party stealing your money, not really helping the kid that needs the help, you know?
I agree with you, but I'm going to be honest, I feel more pessimistic about it than that. Like, I think that's really cool. But ultimately, like, these guys make the rules, so I'm not really optimistic that it's going to be that easy, you know? I agree with you, though. That would be awesome.
Yep.
What do you think about a creator?
A creator?
Yeah.
I don't really believe in religion.
Yeah, me either. That's why I'm not heliocentrist. But what do you think about a creator?
That'd be cool. Like, if there was one, like, I'm for it. Like, heck yeah, that's cool.
Well, I'm asking you this because that's the one thing that changes. This is the one thing that matters to you, actually. Because before this, I didn't think about creation. I didn't think this place was created, put here by some being. I just thought it came from nothing because that's what I was told, and I didn't really thought about it. So once you realize, wait a minute, this place is made, well, and then you start thinking, have I ever known anything to come into creation without a creator? Have I known any information to come without an informer? Right? Because we talk about physics, but physics don't include the metaphysics. Right?
It was made to be inhabited.
These are things that probably matter, you know? Like, none of the other shit matters. The world isn't going to change and all this and all that, but your relationship with the creator might be important if there is one.
Yeah, you're true that, but I mean, at the end of the day, like, I can only control what I can control. So, and I mean, I feel like my purpose in life is to be happy and to, you know, to provide children to it and, you know, become the soil one day. And I don't know, I'm not that's just where I stand with it. Everyone's different. I mean,
you ever seen the art design? You guys seen that art paper? It's a big ass paper, and they got birds going one way and fish going the other, and it fills up every portion of the paper evenly.
Yeah.
Yeah. When you look at from one angle, they look like fish. From the other, they're birds or whatever.
Yep, and one's upside down, one's right side up. That just shows you how badass nature is.
Yeah, nature's sick. 100%.
There's no extras. It's perfectly the pattern and the shape and the design and the.
Not only was it made right and designed, it was made and designed to be lived in by all the creatures in it, right? Especially us, who can appreciate all that. It's like a personal thing, right? You feel warm and fuzzy inside when you experience the beauty in it. You know what I mean? And the opposite when you experience the ugliness and death. You know, when we lose people, wars that they orchestrate.
There's a lot of synchronicity and complexity that we can also observe into it, which is kind of like, the creator's, stamp on his creation himself. He wants to be acknowledged.
Wouldn't? No, I'm not gonna. I don't know. I don't know enough. Never mind.
What if
we want you to ask questions, though. We want you to ask questions.
I know,
so
but
please.
wouldn't
What if you could do more? What if you
wouldn't the model that they have presented us, like, it is very it's very harmonious and it's very beautiful, like it's perfectly placed, like this all works very well in this small little, bubble that they say, we live in with the sun and how close we are to it and the moon and what it has its impacts on us. Like I'm not trying to say that that's correct, but that's to me okay, that makes sense on a creator aspect. That works out really well, a little too well. I mean, when they say we're looking for other, planets to habitat or whatever, we're looking for that, that perfect with the water and I don't know, man. I just think everything's very perfect. I agree with you, but I don't know what the flat Earth model, how that really works with that saying. And I'm not trying to shit on it or anything. I'm just asking.
What? Why do we want to know? You know what I mean? Why do we want to know things? Do we appreciate when we know things? Isn't that already kind of hinting to a creator, to an infinite, an eternal? Because you can't know everything, right? And there's a limit to your knowledge. We live and we die, and we only get 80 to 100 whatever years. So why? The question is why? Why bother? You're gonna die just like the idiot. Just like the idiot that just drinks his fucking life away, on the streets. You're gonna die just like the dumbass that wants to, you know what I mean? It's not gonna matter. So the question is why?
Yeah, it's true. Good point.
Because if you put it into an algorithm, right, the computer might say, yeah, it is. You should just end the world as soon as possible. Yep, that's the best solution. That's what the computer might say, right? But that's not what
I guess see. I just don't necessarily care because at the end of the day, I know what makes me happy, and if I'm gonna not gonna know, then it's not gonna hurt me. I can live my life with my head in the sand and have a wonderful, happy life. I don't feel
happy.
Happy is relative to you.
You could have been the Jetsons ever since you were 3, but you're not right now. Damn it.
True. But I'll never
be happier. Know. We could be happy, way happier.
But you don't know what happier is.
Well, that's what I mean. What is happy? What is
happy is relative to the beholder, dude.
I think I got a lot of water cup, please, if I may. I found since I've come to a better understanding of where I am and what's going on, a greater inner stillness or peacefulness within myself, I find.
Well,
and also a greater need to use my voice to try to improve things for others because they've been ignored or forgotten for so long, But that's me personally, and I find flat Earth people in the flat Earth community, they're more down to earth and receptive to not ignoring a homeless person or so on and so forth. Where other people who are thinking of going to Mars and stuff, they just walk by a homeless guy get a job, and they're more cared about partying on the weekend than helping their fellow human.
I'm really secure in my Stockholm America syndrome. I
was gonna say, there's a Machiavellian way of thinking. You keep them happy enough so they keep working, but not too happy so that they don't need you. So that's why I was like, what do you mean happy? Like happy, like running on the hamster wheel and never really getting the carrot? Like happy, like they
You're mixing metaphors, Bong.
But I hate this. Can you welcome to the debate? I mean, to the discussion.
The conversation.
I kind of have a
mix
different
metaphors.
point of view.
Sorry, I'm having a cone. I need to. Can you?
No, I like
do you
it.
know
On
what
the
I'm
on the
saying?
globe, you're on the hamster wheel, and you can never get that carrot. On flat Earth, at least you can get that carrot.
Yeah, just roll that cone, dog.
You guys get what I'm saying? Yeah, you get what I'm saying.
When are you not rolling a cone, Bong?
His name is Bong.
Exactly.
When I'm sleeping.
To me, it's like.
I'm glad I met another human that could actually roll them by hand.
I thought you said another Cuban. Never mind.
Cuban? What? I said human. They're usually
No,
done by
roll another
machines.
Cuban instead of a blunt or cone. He thought you said Cuban, not cone.
Oh. Like a
Not that
Canada.
hard, right?
Yo.
My joke was too complex. I'm sorry.
Maybe I should try doing a Canagar.
He's saying, I'm a communist. That's what he said.
Yeah.
Hey, and you're a capitalist. Touche.
Oh, okay. So is all of nature.
No, Che Guevara was not a capitalist.
I think of it as free enterprise.
Wait, there's people that can't roll their own?
Yeah. In concentration camps in China, they cannot roll their own.
Yeah, no.
They don't even have the right to live. They just survive as a life system to keep those organs alive. So when the elite need the organs, they just harvest them.
Why not?
It's like farming any other animal.
I like Cuba.
Yeah.
Cuba's like a cube. It's like
I prefer to think of free enterprise over capitalism because it sort of implies you can work one job, two jobs, have a side hustle. It's all up to you. You're free to decide what you want to do to create an income for yourself. You're not.
That's the definition of capitalism.
Just trying to do one thing to make money,
The job requirement is nimble fingers. What do you mean you can't roll your own? Like,
oh yeah, no, I'm not.
Like a regular Cuban, I agree.
So who rolls it for you? Your mommy?
Oh fuck no, I roll all my own. Sometimes I roll
your
for her.
homeboy?
Sometimes I roll them for her, but yeah, no, I roll my own.
Do you have a rolling machine?
God bless a child that can roll their own.
If you can't roll it by just using the paper, you can always use $1.
I almost had it down to just 3 fingers, like one-handed roll.
You're not a man if you can't roll your own.
You can only roll your own if you still have your fingers.
Not true. I know a biker that his chain snapped and took off like 3 of his fingers, and he only had like his thumb and like middle finger.
Oh, that's
and he could roll J's like nobody's business, like quick.
Thumb and another one that would still work. So he met the requirements.
I knew a lady who survived thalidomide. She had like 4 fingers on each hand. She could roll, and I don't think the thumbs were much. There wasn't really thumbs. It was just she used her like 3 inner fingers.
Yeah, like a lizard could roll their own.
Crazy. Well, she wasn't a lizard, and her feet.
No, I'm saying
were
you don't need thumbs. I've seen lizards roll.
Yeah. She had her feet were right up where her hip was, and they were very small and tiny.
But I bet you could roll that faster if you had your thumbs, though, right?
No, it becomes like a superpower.
Don't do drugs.
I don't do
Herb isn't drugs. Weed isn't drugs, man.
I don't do it off your belly.
I don't do drugs. I just smoke weed, man.
Just put it together and roll it down your belly.
Yeah.
Less. Dude, this is not a flat Earth Discord conversation, man.
We're on the flat Earth still. Yeah. Let's change the topic again.
Arwen is going to bring us the secrets of the universe.
I got something
I want
to
to
say about
mention how
flat Earth.
upset I am that there is a time when, we were doing better. I love this place, but I'm very upset that Jim Pandas talks about the nature of our reality more than this place does as of lately. We've got to pull together, get some people in here, try harder. It's not a place for you to hang out. It's not to hang out. It's a flat earth.
I wanted to answer that one guy's question before he muted himself.
The nature of whose reality?
Hey, in all its inconsistency, at least the heliocentric model is consistent, It's what keeps them together. It's the one thing that does.
But is it the nature
part of the
our
theory of
reality?
everything.
Did he say the heliocentric model is consistent?
Yeah, but is
God
it?
forbid we talk about things that we're in.
Inconsistency.
God
Right?
forbid we
It's the
talk
one
about
thing
things
that's consistent about it.
on occasion that interests us or we'll have a laugh. God forbid that. No fun, guys.
Where'd that
No
water
fucking
guy
fun.
go?
They're consistently
smiling.
They're consistently inconsistent. I think that's what Arwen was trying to say.
Correct.
At least
And it keeps them bound together. No, but you got to realize that the objective within the freedom and the illusion is what really keeps them in the same direction. And that's why whenever somebody starts to fantasize on their side about whatever, it's always going to go into the same direction. There's a big difference with what we do, where we are literally touching in the dark and just trying to find connections, basically, in what we figure out to really be. And then you wander off a lot. They don't have to wander off because their objectives are always the same. Reify the globe somehow, some way. Share
They have a script.
the story medium. No, they have a story medium.
Yeah.
Not a script, a story medium.
Well, it seems
It's
like a
very
script.
consistent.
We need a light.
They have a doctrination.
We have a few people in
around the dark.
We have
What's that, Roger?
We have a few new people. McEgerton, VC verified. Maybe he or she wants to.
Hi. Need something?
Hi. Yeah. You want to ask a question?
What's up?
No. I just was talking to old dude in VC. VC in the text to voice.
Okay.
Cool.
Hello, mate. How you doing?
Hey? Oh, hi. I'm okay. How you doing?
Welcome to the room. Welcome to the
Very
room.
well, thank
Good,
you.
thanks.
Very well.
Oh, glad I could be here, I guess.
For whom in which
Glad
do
to
you
have
want
you.
death? Mr. Egerton, for whom in which do you want death?
Okay.
What?
On your profile it says I want death.
Oh,
For
yes.
whom?
I want myself.
You want to self uninstall?
I wanna click Control Alt Delete on myself some days. So
Wait. Well, I noticed that you also have the Mad Hatter. Does that mean you've been down that rabbit hole before? And which rabbit hole are you speaking of?
I've been down way too many rabbit holes.
Which
Hmm.
Well, I mean, like,
there's no respawns, right?
Control
nobody's been down your rabbit hole.
opens the
This is hardcore mode.
Leave a rabbit hole.
Don't be rude in here.
Like spectate
what-
world.
the options.
So, what are your thoughts on the flat Earth?
I think Watercup put this in a really good way. I don't know where they went, but for me, it's more of I don't care of what the Earth is shaped. I guess it's more of why do we exist and why are we here.
Well,
I guess that's where it is.
That's why it's all important. That's why it's super important.
That's where it all starts.
I can sum it up for you if you want. It's to suffer and then get over it.
How can you ask
the meaning of
why
life?
we are
Hang on. The meaning
Be
of life
happy
is going to
even when you're
change.
suffering.
It's like the meaning of beauty. It changes upon the observer. So the meaning of life for you may not be the meaning of life for me. But the fact is, the search for the meaning of life is probably the most important endeavor you'll take. Now, the nature of your existence is one of those roads that will lead to the meaning of your life. If you don't care about the nature of your existence, I very highly doubt you'll recognize the answer to the meaning of life when you see it.
And if it's purpose you're seeking,
that's a
you
very
will.
good answer.
Meaning
I
of
think
life
it's
from
more
what
a little.
perspective?
It's a little more logical.
It's nice that we all want to talk at and then it takes 5 minutes for everyone to give a kumbaya. But don't you guys recognize that was a spot on answer? Did you not want to hear the reply to see if it was soaked in any way? Can we stop trying to be like the politics server? For fuck's sake.
Elijah be in a good mood today. Jump pandas, bro.
I don't know what it's like there.
What?
So
like Jim Pandas, go hang out at Jim Pandas.
All right, everybody, calm down. Take your pissing contest somewhere else.
No, I don't understand Elijah's conflict here. What exactly? What?
No, Elijah was saying that what I said
Elijah just
was
came
spot
from
on
Jim
for him,
Pandas.
and he would like to hear a rebuttal to it, as would I.
Oh.
Everybody's going to have their own
Maybe
definition.
before her rebuttal, maybe I can confront the question she asked. She wants to know why we're here. Well, if you don't know where here is, how can you know why?
Exactly.
What
is here?
Confucius response.
Why care about why you are here if you don't know what here is?
Let's start with what is, and then we can start, and then we can try to figure out why if that's still relevant.
For the next 5 minutes, and we're gonna go. Oh, is she still there?
Hey, Elijah, you're breaking up pretty bad.
Elijah said we can go back and forth amongst ourselves and then realize that she's gone after we've given her 50 million answers to her question.
I think it's funny though, that the supposed, from mainstream perspective, main philosophical questions as to why are we here, all that, these are supposedly endless questions that can never be answered.
You never know.
But from our vantage point, there is a lot of answers, which is complete the opposite of what they pretend is normal. Isn't that funny?
And the answers make sense logically.
Right. Once you actually get grounded, once you get real, then you can figure it out.
I think Dr. Mick Egerton is ready to speak on our behalf.
So I guess my thought was on it is that again, I don't care what the shape of the freaking Earth is. I really don't. I'm just open to the idea of anything. It could be shaped like a fucking freaking star.
Okay, so you're not married to it.
I'm not married to any idea. I'm not married to anything. Whether that be the shape of Earth or
can I put to you that we're not here to talk about what shape the Earth is? The only claim that's on the table right now for the program minds is that it is a shape and that it is known. And we call bullshit on that. So it's not really about what shape this place is, because you want to know why we're here. So the question should really be, is this place created or did it come from nothing?
And I've always wondered, what if, instead of being like a place, what if the Earth is divided into dimensions, and when we travel over there, we go into different places and different sort of, I can't explain it. It's kind of weird, but what if on the Earth, when we travel somewhere or we fly somewhere, we're actually going on to different.
Wait, Thunderclap, were you the guy that was?
I don't know. I'm just.
Don't do drugs.
Listen. Were you the guy who was telling us about your piggy you brought to the IKEA and came back?
Yeah, well, I was trying to make a point with that. I guess I kind of got off track, but I was trying to make
I don't think the lady was finished speaking, but whatever.
No.
They're gone.
And it is getting off track.
She said she's got to go to work, so.
I mean, I found that a pretty trollish action of you, Thunderclap. I don't know why you did that.
I really wanted to get into the minutia of why she wants to self-delete. And that's what
I was worried that she was sharing with us that she was feeling self-harming or something and looking for a purpose or a reason to be here.
Well, I mean, obviously,
Yeah, that's what we all are
There
looking
were
for.
people here that thought there were more important things going around.
obviously, if you put that shit on your thing, it's a clear cry for help or a chance to be edgy. And I wanted to discern which one it was. Search for the meaning of existence can cut either way. So I really did want to get to that, but that's
you
okay.
got to think about it too. If somebody has that kind of stance, that usually means the only thing they care about is making money. So that means they're a complete slave.
They're programmed. That's a program.
Yeah,
A materialist.
I think until you find something you enjoy doing and you're not doing it just for the money, you don't really know your purpose until you find that thing.
That's what materialism breeds, this disdain and really not wanting to be here because materialism can never satisfy.
Yeah, you can't fill the hole with material shit.
You're putting, not you, but when you do that, you're in place of a spiritual life, you're putting in front of it a material life. And that is where I'm saying it cuts both. It could go either way, because if you're necessarily fulfilling all your needs with material, then you're going to have a nihilistic view, because there is no meaning. You'll never find meaning.
You're assuming that that's a possible thing.
Money can kill you.
Because I don't.
Stitchin's lies have a lot to do with it.
Materialism is just as vacant of meaning as everything else I found. Like, it's not like, oh, you're a materialist, so you don't find any happiness in life. It's that, I guess, my conclusion that I found so far is even the happiness that I've enjoyed, it doesn't seem to fit. Like, it doesn't make my existence worthwhile. Like, I don't understand existence. It's like we're here. We do what we have to do to survive and to try to make life meaningful. But not everybody has a very meaningful life. And
the reason we're here is to suffer and get over it so we would know what happiness is in the first place, because you couldn't have happiness unless there was misery. So in the process of that, in this lifetime, we have to use our own choice, our ability to choose. We have to choose which direction. We have to make the mistakes ourselves and learn from them and pull ourselves back up. So that's why we're here. I mean, there's a big realm.
You're forgetting one part. When you get over it, you're actually enriched. You have more than before.
Understand pain to know joy.
Yes.
Now, really quick, the modern day belief is that all suffering is wrong, and that all suffering can be helped by others, and that when you suffer, you are a victim. All of those things are set there to weaken you, to make you not learn the lesson of the life you're living. So you're never at fault. It's always somebody else's fault. It's always something else that is put in front of you to stop you or to hinder you or to make you, subjugate you. But the truth is that everything you suffer is a suffering made by your choice. Not always exactly. I mean, I can't always say that a little baby, hurt in a certain way chose that, but that suffering was chosen for them.
Yeah.
So when we're set to be a victim, when we're set to say that no suffering should happen and that all pain is somebody else's fault, they are doing that to weaken you, to make you a subject of them.
It doesn't have anything. I wouldn't call it choice. It's not a choice, because some people can't ascend to the timeless dimension thinking to realize that. So you just should call it a part of the journey. It's a journey. And on
I mean, sure, if you want to soften it, but
And
But
without the obstacles, the journey would not be that interesting.
You don't want to have
But
suffering.
my point.
The material world
have
is an
anything
illusion.
to remember about it.
Let me speak for myself. Arwen, I agree with you, but the fact is when you relieve somebody of the fact that they contributed to their own suffering by choice, you are saying you no longer are responsible. You have to, in order to fulfill yourself through change, through growth from suffering, you have to see your responsibility within it.
Yep.
I did not.
I once was saddened because I had no shoes until I met a man who had no feet.
Yeah, but that's the whole point. You can't overcome something unless you get a grip on it, right?
Yeah.
To get a grip on it is to say, these are the things I could have changed, and these are the things I can change. And when I find myself in that future situation, not to be subject by it.
No.
But there are things you can't change.
No.
Other people's choices you can't change.
Right,
The things you can change are your choices.
You're subjectifying.
That's
no,
true.
It's about the journey. It's
Okay.
not about, I'm not going to repeat this specific mechanical situation. It's about ascending your entire consciousness as to how things work in general. It's all about reaching that new oversight level and ascending above the obstacle as an obstacle. It's not about
you can't get there until you
realizing why the obstacle is there.
You can't
and how things work.
You can't get there until you realize your responsibility in your own life. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I agree. Got to overcome, man.
But to really overcome, you have to understand it first. If you don't understand why an obstacle is there, why things happen, then it's doomed to repeat itself. He who does not learn from history repeats it. That's it. You have to understand why it is there, why it is happening the way it is.
Spiritual battle.
King Solomon said, meaningless. Everything is meaningless. Chasing after the wind.
Yeah, but he was an idolater. So.
But he suffered with all that
No,
knowledge.
the thing
as well.
is everything on earth is meaningless. It will fade.
Right.
We are eternal. This world is not. This is just a material phase. This is the learning process.
He did it
It's
all.
only meaningless when you
He had it
separate.
all. Like all the wisdom that we're going after, God gave it to him. All the wealth people want, God gave it to him. So in the end, he says all of that, everything is meaningless without God. That's what that's the end of that. Meaningless without God.
Thank you. Thank you.
Without
That's
God.
exactly what I wanted to say. Yes.
So you can take away all those things and have just God, see, and have meaning.
Well, you can have God in things as well. It's just when you try to separate those things from God and then find meaning in those things without God, that's when you run into a ditch.
Really quick, I got to give a shout out to Bubbles.
Fables.
See, that's one thing I wanted to talk about is like, if we had free will, I don't know that we all would have come into existence.
Yeah, I don't think we have free will at face value.
You can't test that because if free will would lead to non-existence, then you wouldn't have any example. So that's unsolvable.
What, free will? I mean, there's a lot of people out there that can't help themselves. They get angry easy.
It's like unsolvable because, like, I mean, the way I see it, once you come into existence, you're responsible for your actions. And in, like, the Christian worldview, what you choose will result in you spending eternity in heaven or in hell. But, like, if you had free will, you would be aware of that before you came into existence, so you would never come into existence. I mean,
forget about
if you would-
existence, dude.
You wouldn't
You have
know.
free will
because you
now.
don't have
You
free
wouldn't know. Yeah, not necessarily. You wouldn't know. How would you know until you got here?
Exactly. Well, because we got here, you can conclude that from a timeless perspective, you already found a purpose before you engaged. And this is simply the rollout of the result and the experience.
Well, yeah, that's what I hear. But like in my life, I'm like, it's like I'm playing a video game that I get bored of, and I'm like, I don't want to keep playing the video game. I want to do something else, or I don't want to experience it. But like, your option is to commit suicide, and that's not very appealing either. So you got to keep playing the game and hope you made the right choice. Like when you die.
That's not much of a choice.
You are the
if you're
architect
tired of playing, right?
You are the architect of the road you walk down. You're not the subject of outside forces as much as you'd like to believe. You get to choose whether or not you do engage in something, including self-deletion. So when you take on that responsibility of saying, okay, I need to either make better choices, different choices, or continue on the road I'm going down, then you're a person engaged in life.
Who said that?
I said that.
Who is that?
That is me.
Who that?
Man, I'm asking because I don't know your damn name.
Oh, it's Deuce Ball.
Okay. Yeah, I really vibe with that statement there.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's my favorite.
Yeah, you can stop.
You're the only one that sounded like they had true sense.
Thank you. Good sense. It used to be common sense. Now it's just good sense.
Yeah, because it's not very common. If everybody has, if everybody had common sense, then how come everybody's so poor morally?
Well, maybe just call it basic sense.
But it's not. You think everybody's afforded it, but they're clearly not.
I think, like Bong Sao said yesterday, some people will choose not to see the truth or seek it or know it. So some people will also, choose to be ignorant or whatever as well.
Yeah.
Like Cypher from the Matrix, yeah. I know the steak isn't real.
His steak tastes great. I'm glad I betrayed everyone.
I don't want to be someone important, like an actor or something. I was like, an actor is important?
Oh, that's a good. I have a philosophical question for everyone concerning the Matrix and Cypher and what he did. Have you ever considered that Cypher knew that it would never really work out and that it would get him killed and that he might just want to experience a couple of moments of just the idea
I think he wanted to test
free?
it.
Was he?
I think he wanted to test it.
But was he on a like? I can't
No,
handle
because
it
even he
anymore,
said
right?
that's impossible. I believe he had help from Rabbit.
Thanks.
I think that he was basically a self-serving Satanist and didn't believe in Neo. He only believed in himself and what was good for him.
Well, he's the guy that's sick and tired of it and offs himself, right? And or tries to off everyone with it. Like he doesn't believe anything. He just wants it easy.
But he didn't. No, but it's not about he didn't. He didn't want to. He was sick of it. Practically he was almost suicidal, and he basically went for a journey where it was very predictable in advance that he would end up dying and not actually getting that imaginary place back in the Matrix, which he probably wouldn't.
I don't think he thought that he wasn't going to get it. I think he was the life of choosing the right way or the known. This is the actual way to a better life was harder than he was willing to bear, and he would rather be lied to for the rest of his life, not know
laziness,
than to continue having.
Yeah, he didn't want to work a full-time and part-time job.
Wasn't it just
a coward?
He viewed his freedom as slavery. He didn't look at it as, in reality, his freedom was slavery. It was just another layer of the deception, another layer of the control, because Zion was destroyed, 7 times prior?
So he had Stockholm
and
syndrome.
he gave up on it.
And the
And when
first
you give up- and when you
Matrix
give
was
up on
paradise.
reality- And when you give up on reality, if you have any sensibility left, then you kind of know that you're going in risky waters. You know, the more you give up on reality, the more chaotic and dangerous things become. So, unless he was just an absolute fool caught up in a web of his own ego, there's a likelihood that he knew that it was actually really impossible, right? But that's assuming that he's smarter than he was made to look, right?
I disagree.
I don't think he was that smart.
Right, so that's a
I
good
don't-
point. He might not have been that smart, but if he was, you know, then it's a likelihood that he would act a little bit more stupid to seem less threatening. He might have been a psychopath. You know, it kind of turned out psychopaths can be really smart and act stupid, right? But he might have been sick of it so much that he thought, like, screw it, I'm just going to go blazing, you know?
Yeah,
Risking death.
Here's what I think. I think that guy was the typical, the epitome of the drug addict. In light of doing the right thing, of missing the next dose or the next hit, chose the next hit instead because he's a fucking addict.
Yeah, he couldn't postpone gratification
one,
long
that's a good
enough
one, yes.
to take responsibility for himself.
But
See, that's the thing about
danger,
Cypher is
that's the risk. See, that's like chaos.
They only pulled out children. They only ever pulled out children, except for Neo. Now, Cypher had been living that life for a long time. And the only time he had doubt in all of it was when he was faced with the truth of it, when Neo came out. So, I think the hard work, he knew that his life was forfeit because of it.
You know who I really fuck with from that movie?
Good one, very good one.
Y'all want to know who I really fuck with in that movie? It's that man Morpheus. You know, I got two quotes here that I always think about. And one of them sound like something old dude with the D name was saying not long ago. He said, Neo, sooner or later you're going to realize, just as I did, that there's a difference between knowing the path and walking the path.
Walking the path.
The other thing that nigga said was, you got to understand, most of these people are not ready to be unplugged. And many of them are so inured, so hopelessly dependent on a system that they will fight to protect it. That's Morpheus, man.
Yeah, that's
And how much that came
They
true
don't
is
free
insane.
They don't free a mind after a certain point because it would be too detrimental to that mind to free it, type thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the mind has a hard
Yeah.
time grasping the new reality.
That's why I like Morpheus.
You guys
The whole
don't like Agent Smith. You guys don't like Agent Smith? I mean,
It's inevitable.
he's
He's a mean
the
motherfucker,
agent.
but he brings the truth, bro.
Yeah,
I
man,
like
that
Smith.
guy.
He's raging.
What if
fine.
Smith was the one?
He's like the
whole time?
rationality, you know what I mean? Makes you think a bit.
He's the critical. He's the guy that broke away. He's the agent,
No.
the program that
What
broke
if-
away from the.
What if he is
No,
the
the guy-
anomaly? What if he
he's
is the one? Think about
He's
it.
the psychopath that is
Oh,
part of the
bro,
system.
you just fucked
that wakes
everything
up.
up for me. Oh my god.
No, Smith was always the one.
Psychopath that wakes up,
Take
right?
that, Neil.
Smith,
From a psychopath perspective. That's
Listen,
his
with-
whole role.
without Smith, the whole thing falls apart because it just goes back into the cycle that whole Neo thing is just a control valve so that this one error in the program, which is the human mind, can self-correct. Without Agent Smith, then it just keeps on doing the cycle. But Smith was the one. He absolutely was, because he was the machine's ability to become closer to human.
Yep.
Without that, this would just keep on continuing the whole cycle of the control valve and then it destroying, or the machine's destroying it. But towards the end, that was the whole point of Smith, is that he brought the machines closer to human, and the humans, or Neo, became closer to the machines for the humans.
That is absolutely amazing. But are you saying the architect was a liar?
Yeah,
No, I'm saying the architect is just a new program. The old architect is the Oracle.
He's
The
got some
old
epic.
Oracle was the keymaster.
All right, check this out.
Right.
So they said that they tried it several times, right? But it kept failing because it was too perfect. Right? So what if Neo never left the Matrix and Zion was a program within the Matrix, because you can't, survive those kind of falls.
My idea. I
Is
wrote
that your idea?
I wrote the script 10 years ago.
Share the idea. Okay, like half and half. You do the other half.
Now we're doing Inception and The Matrix at the same time.
No, when he stopped the squids in the Matrix, when he stopped the squids in the tunnels, that's when he's supposed to start realizing it's another Matrix, but they never went with that, right? Absolutely, it's another Matrix. It should be. And I don't know, the new movie, is it out yet?
No, it's still being made.
Right.
It's like
So
Dark
who
World.
knows where they're
You
going
know
to go?
that directors went transition, right?
If they want a durable franchise, then they are going to do that.
Hey, you guys.
Bro.
Did you guys see Witzit's breakdown of the Matrix? There's another whole way to view this thing that I never.
Oh shit!
So you got to look at that, because that's telling a whole different story. What that's saying is the Satanists are Neo and all those people, and that we are actually the Agent Smiths.
I know, right? See?
Yeah,
It's
man.
perfect symmetry. It can be, sure. I feel like
Because he just watched it,
I'm gonna
so he
fuck
wasn't
people
really.
up. I will freaking copy myself into somebody. Sure.
I don't know, just
He should
watch the
watch
breakdown.
Westworld. He should watch Westworld next, the first season at least.
Don't bother with the second season. That shit is.
Yo, why does Jeff Bezos have a property in New Mexico set up like
He's also
Westworld?
got one in New Zealand, a fucking massive ass bunker in the South Island.
Oh, did
Same
he
with
just
Bill
buy
Gates.
Epstein's properties?
I think so.
Wouldn't be
He bought a lot of
surprised.
land. He stepped down.
No, he didn't take Epstein's property. Epstein's still out there in the desert, just living the good life.
Bomb it.
Right? You trust your government, right?
He's on an
How
island.
about this? They were
He's going
supposed
to
to
be
keep an eye on
discovered on
Epstein, make sure that he goes to trial, and we can't even get them to record his cell, right? But you can trust your government.
Somewhere
You can trust your government, folks. Get your vaccine. It's totally fine. Believe in space. Fuck off.
Don't worry, I'm here to help. I'm from the government.
The fire will clean the land,
Wear 4 masks.
Y'all believe in mind control?
Dude, what
Yeah,
if
that's why they call TV programming.
Yeah,
I
we
think-
know there's
I think
mind
that's
control.
what this is.
Yeah, it is. All of this, the whole
flowers.
book.
Yeah,
this is
It's
predictive
through
programming.
fear-based
Sorry.
conditioning. 100 years ago, they pulled this shit.
Yeah.
Guys, can I give you a meaningless
they did.
prediction? Because it's meaningless, I can do it. What if I told you that in a few years, Epstein's going to be discovered by a private agency on some island, and it's going to be kept a side note? He's just going to go to jail again, but it's going to be completely unaware by the majority of the public. Huh? Somewhere in the next few years.
I'll buy it.
With Tupac and Gaddafi and the gang.
Michael Jackson and
Fuck,
Elvis.
Tupac could fucking put
Rest in
2
peace
in
to my homie
Epstein's head in a
Harambe, bro.
second. Tupac could put 2 in
JFK.
Epstein's head. He wouldn't hang out with Epstein. Fuck.
No, they're going to act like he never died. Like they're just going to try to scrub it.
Good question, guys.
Mandela. What's up?
What's the question?
Hey, so what's going on with Witzit? Is he cool? Or anybody know?
I haven't heard
What's
about
it?
it.
Is he all right?
Yeah, he's fine. He's traveling. He has little vlogs every now and again.
Yeah,
about
no,
his
but I'm
travels.
just saying he's all right because like with the situation that's going on.
What situation?
He was on today. He was on today talking to us. He's all right.
All right.
Which situation, Don? I just want to.
I'm not putting it out. Well, he's got it out there. You can probably find it on there.
Oh, okay,
but
okay.
I'm just hoping he's doing all right because man, that's messed up.
What?
Yeah, I heard something's going on there with Nathan. Kind of took off on him.
Something happened?
What? What happened?
Oh, they got into a fight? Oh,
I don't know. I don't know, man. I'm just saying if he's all right, bro.
Let's not start a rumor mill. No.
I want to know more about it. Like,
Probably not.
Bro, you can go on his live. Seeing if
I'm
he's
gonna
all
say,
right.
can someone share the video where it talks about that? Because I'm sure Nathan or he put up a video.
Well, yeah, Toon already did a freaking reaction. Toon already did a reaction to it immediately.
Yeah, like last night, somebody sent me a link to what's his name, McToon.
Yeah. What a mess.
Who
but check it
right away, sort of. But it was a long ass video. I just kind of fast forwarded to the parts where they were showing Austin's
Elijah?
video that must have gotten taken down because it's not on his channel unless he had it posted somewhere else.
I haven't seen
it's on
anything
his
come up on
Facebook.
his channel in a while.
It's on his
It's
Facebook.
on Facebook. It's on his Facebook page, dude.
On his Facebook.
Yeah.
Get on Facebook anymore. It's been so long.
I deleted my Facebook in
I know.
2010.
I deleted my Facebook.
The fuck? What's your stupid Facebook? Damn, I'm talking.
Sorry,
Is
dude.
it really that remarkable that two men who have never hung out for such a long period of time fall out a little bit? Who cares?
Yeah.
I'm just hoping Wiz is all right.
Anybody else were to hang
Probably
out?
be all right.
If me and me and another guy were to hang out at any certain point in time, we didn't have a fucking quarrel. There's a problem, right?
Well, yeah, there's more to it than that, though. Like, there's money involved and shit too. Like,
That's what happens when you take two vehicles instead of one, right? One can just ride off. But if they would have had one vehicle, maybe they might have duped it out or something. And then,
Hey, have you guys seen the newest Knitting Knot?
So I was on Jim Pandas this morning about 9-10 o'clock, and I was debating, and Witsa came in, and he was talking about it, and basically they had some mechanical problems with the. They need an alternator for the rig that they're driving around. I forget what it's called. And yeah, everybody was like getting all dramatic and shit, and he was like just trying to answer questions. But yeah, he seems to be fine. I don't think he's got some serious issues. There may or may not have been a falling out. I don't want to talk outside of the church, but yeah,
we should have taken just two bikes.
Here you guys go. I got a fucking new site for you. Oh wait, sorry. Hang on.
Well, I just supposed to check up, man, because I mean, I believe in the Most High. He worships the same Creator I worship, so I'm just
Here you go.
checking.
This is for you guys.
Knitting for men.
Yeah. That way we can sit there and fucking knit while we talk about other people's problems.
Oh,
Marnie's the nose I finger now.
Yeah, we use feathers though. Oh, here we got these coats.
Feathers. What?
Listen, I don't want to talk
the
about your
Maori
backwards
culture.
ways of how to do things in Australia.
Come on, Deuce. That's not important right now.
Hold up. Bong, where are you from?
It's blue green. It looks like, man, it's got this beautiful
Where you from,
shine. I'm in Australia. Yeah, I'm talking about the Maoris from New Zealand, right? They got this.
Okay. Kia ora, cuz. Get the pill.
Kia ora, ciao, bro.
Ciao, bro.
Yeah.
How do you handle all that blood rushing to your head, bro?
Oh yeah, nah, yeah.
Oh, nah, you chipper.
Oh yeah, bro. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah. It's way better than knitting for men or whatever this is.
They don't do that in the South, mate.
Listen, I don't know how to make grass skirts. I don't know how to make grass skirts how they do in Australia, but the fact is that here we wear, knitted caps. Somebody's got to make them. If we're going to talk about palace intrigue, I want to be knitting when I do it.
Is this how they pour water in Australia?
But does it shine, in the moon, in the moonlight, next to the water? No. This is a blanket.
So, what do you think of my new book reading voice?
It's very like you're eating the microphone voice.
Loud.
Whoa. That was shocking. I better turn you down just in case.
That's sound like that video of that girl with a grapefruit giving lessons on how
Yeah, that was not me.
Oh, that was that was Joshua. Oh, wait a
I'm
minute.
turning Sonny down in retribution of him turning Riggs down instead of Joshua.
No, I turned the wrong. Yeah, I turned the wrong.
Too late, Sonny.
Oh shit. Wait a minute.
How about that? Is it better?
I can mute myself. No.
It still sounds like ear rape, but it's like gentle ear rape.
Okay, let me unrape it a little bit.
Okay, pull it out of your ass, maybe.
All right, we good?
Step away
Yeah,
for
that's much
3
better.
minutes and gets all back to that.
Awesome.
Again. Come on.
Gets back to what, Arwen?
Let's not lower the bar when unnecessary, right? Come on.
I will lower the bar as much as necessary.
Hey, Arwen, why don't you perform the science for us? Let us know how it goes.
It's like having 30 freaking radio announcers on the same station.
Yeah. Too many
Like
chiefs in
having
the teepee.
30 radio announcers for 30 different stations. Nobody wants to talk about the one station that this is fucking about.
What would you like to talk about, Eli?
24/7 Flat Earth.
Pleasure. No, I know, but what specifically about Flat Earth? Is there any news across the Flat Earth that we should know about right now?
Kick it off.
I'm not being sarcastic or facetious.
It's flat.
Don't antagonize.
We can pass it around the room. Does anyone have anything interesting that they've come across that they would like to address?
I want to make fun of some astronauts.
No, is there anything new, either on pro or anti, that anybody would like to discuss?
Symmetrical patterns within the psychological approach of how globers respond to flat Earth arguments with how other
Changing my headphones.
situations,
I'm tired of
social
this.
communication situations, do their psychological tactics. The symmetry, the patterns are very distinctly the same in many, many ways.
So people react to things similarly despite them being different topics.
Yes, the tactical approach and development, the social interactions are becoming very similar, refined in the similar directions. I've noticed a distinct development like that in politics, primarily.
Right.
Compared
Because
to the flat
people
Earth,
were
it's almost symmetrical. It's kind of creepy that way.
because people will react to different things in a similar way because their reactions are obvious and predictable.
Yes, the social implications, the personal standpoints, the feelings, they typically lead to the similar type of tactics. Also, of course, people use tactics, not necessarily something that they read into or they learn. It's just what they come across. So they
Almost like it's human nature.
constantly copy other people's tactics.
Right. Like it's human nature.
Yes, they don't have to be aware about it. They just pick up on it and then they use it themselves in a subject, whatever they deal with.
I would agree with you. And I think that's where we get the terms coping and, cognitive dissonance is specifically from that. And from the art of divining human nature through predictive, means.
But
We know how they will react to certain things. So this is known pretty well.
Right, let me top that a little. It's not
Okay.
just copying psychological response tactics, it's also a very unique phenomenon. For example, for somebody that has no real moral understanding or weight about themselves, about that they might need to have some kind of responsibility, they also pick up on, for example, the bliss and the energy of a zealot who is dedicated and who will blatantly lie to defend it and still feel good about it. Unfortunately, that tactic, that approach appeals to people that are very ignorant. And so they actually do that too.
Right. And that we
In
can
their
we
own
can see
field.
we can see
Because
common
they
lines
see, hey,
between that.
there is a bliss to be gained from tactical zealotry.
But we can delineate a clear line between that and a cult mentality, right? We can see that cult mentality and deriving pleasure from others, zealotry as a direct lineage of thought, right?
Yes.
Are we talking about the AE map?
No, we're
talking about and just the general psychology of people, but how it translates to discussing flat Earth in a normie situation, I guess.
And who's teaching people how to do that? Politicians?
No, it's human nature. It's all human nature. How people react is very predictable.
Politicians are simply on the edge. They want the best tactic, and they will go at any length. They have no moral objections, really. They're very good at emulating our moral objections. So they are effectively sociopaths because of their business, right? It's almost like a business decision to be like that and to find a tactical advantage. And they pick up on everything that has a psychological tactical advantage. So in ways, I'm pretty sure that a lot of politicians at one point or another have taken a note of what goes on in the flat Earth scene, especially on the higher intellectual channels that have interactions with ballers. I think that a lot of people have paid a visit at one point or another to the flat Earth debates, for example, which is kind of at the tip of that psychological personal confrontation level, right? Because I see it happening out there. I see the chutzpah levels of the games that are being played, which are very bold and very difficult. And they're guided by the same kind of zealotry dedication, like knowing you're going to your own doom, but still going for it because of the dream. And against the judgment dedicating to that. That shit is now echoing out in the world.
If that wasn't the case, I wouldn't have, like, every time I get on the internet, on all the dark corners of the internet, someone tells me that I'm parroting Nathan or QE. That just shows the reach and the impact. Like, despite them trying to belittle and demean and say, oh, this isn't a big channel. You're not really changing anyone's minds. But if that was the case, why is it that every new flat earther is confronted with, oh, you're just parroting QE? Because they've been good teachers. And let's keep it a buck.
Yes. Indeed. And I'm very proud to be a part of it for so long.
Timo's here.
Touche. Don't they parrot? Don't they have many parrots?
Also, what you may be seeing that is a little bit of a stark contrast from what you're used to is an upwelling of the culture war seeping into politics, seeping into almost every discussion you're having, seeping into anything you're interested in. So where you're finding a certain nature in people to go a certain way or to use certain tactics, that's also some of it is part of a culture war between Marxism and individuality.
Yep.
I agree.
But also by the tactics and the interactions, the front line and the synchronicities, the front line is drawing itself. It's over time, it's becoming more and more clear which groups are basically on the same side Whether it's completely compartmentalized doesn't matter because it's just same tactics, the same levels of energy, the same moral levels, everything. The collectivity, you start to just see the similarities, and it's only getting more synchronous.
Yeah. Well, here's a little anecdote that kind of puts a little cap on what you're saying. In almost every group of insane leftists, I always see a fucking NASA shirt. At least one, if not more.
What? I have
In almost every group of crazy leftists with insane purple hair and problem glasses, you'll find at least one NASA shirt. One person wearing a NASA shirt. So that's a little anecdote.
Craze. That's a craze here in the States. This is very true. I live in New York City, and every other person has a NASA jacket, NASA hoodie, NASA shirt. You go into Jimmy Jazz, any of these, lower level department stores or clothing stores, or I can't even say mid-level, like the ones that everyone shops at, the common person.
Target, Walmart,
are blue collar. All of them are filled with these NASA T-shirts, SpaceX T-shirts. It's
turning worships hard.
All these middle class department stores,
and that's kind of an anecdote of the sort of cultural war crossover into where you're finding these tactics within Flat Earth or Flat Earth discussions.
I think it's just distracting from the argument, right? Oh, you're just parroting. It's a demand. So
it's not a distraction, Bong. It's a demand to conformity.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, if the argument that you're presenting, okay, is undefeated, it hasn't been can't be disputed. If it wins, right, then that's what we should be looking at. But him saying, well, that argument is QE's argument, so you're just saying what QE's saying. Well, now he's trying to attack your character, like he's distracting from what's been put on the table, which is the argument, right?
Right. I see what you're saying, but that doesn't change their mind. Saying, well, no, you doesn't change their mind. If they've already heard the argument and they're saying it's somebody else's argument, am I making it poorly? You're not going to answer the argument because you heard it from somebody else. I mean, because yes, they have specific arguments, but nonetheless, we could make the same argument with different examples, which I think we've been doing pretty much the whole time. They're just saying it a little bit louder, sometimes more eloquently.
I mean, it's like curvature, right? If we say curvature or black swan, however way we say it, we're still talking about the same thing. We're
Right.
talking about.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying.
Did you say they say it more eloquently, like dog bones are clocks and we're descended from rocks?
But they're trying to. What they're doing is like they're doing this weird thing where they're trying to discredit the actual claims on the other side or the actual knowledge that's out there in general. They're doing both those things because when they say science is this, but you say no, science is this, here's some citations. What the fuck does that have to do with who you got it from?
I know. It's just freaking weird.
Smoke screen.
All I know is I was there this morning. They can't produce a scientific method, right? And they will argue for an hour before answering the question, does the sun come down at 90 degrees like they say in Eratosthenes? Or does it come in all kinds of weird angles like it does during an umbra and penumbra eclipse? And they'll sit there and obfuscate for an hour before they try to answer that question. And when they finally do, well, then you ask them, okay, well, how big is the moon really?
It's like people are being taught how to do propaganda for views, for clout, for money. You know what I mean? I mean, look at the pandemic and what it's done. A lot of people stay home. You know, a lot of things are popping. More content. People are learning how to do it.
Whistle came in there and they started muting his ass. Couldn't even let him talk. And then apparently Curved interrupted me. And Jeremy told me to be quiet so Curved could talk. And we couldn't get Curved to say anything meaningful in the conversation, even though I was told to shut up so that he could talk. Dude, it is a clown show over there.
Where are them ballers at?
They're in here. Are you on a phone, Arwen?
Nope.
Okay. Duty, are you there? Duty.
Duty.
.3Y, are you there? Duty, are you there?
Ooh-wee,
I'm going
that
to try
boy
one more
made it
time.
Duty.
Can he speak? Let me check. Yeah, he's VC verified. Road Dust, are you there? Calling on you, Road Dust. Speak your piece now.
I'm here.
Hey, what do you believe the shape of the Earth to be, and why?
I think it's flat. And
Cool.
it's I
Flat's
think
not a
it's
shape.
the thing that people think water can stick to a spinning ball if it's in the magic land known as outer space.
Right. And that's a falsification of a proof. But what's your best evidence that it's that what we stand on is flat?
Well, it's it measures flat. Water is flat through observation and measurement, and we like practically use this flat, like all the maps, navigation. It's like it's on a flat surface basically. They don't.
Okay, I'm gonna ask a little harder question, Rodust. Have you done any observations yourself in which you've calculated the measurements?
I've been, well, I don't know about calculating, but I've gone to the beach with binoculars, and I've seen ships that appear to go over the curve.
Mm-hmm.
And I've zoomed in, and they're still there. They haven't gone over any curve.
Okay.
And it's been, I'd say, 4 or 5 miles out. So.
And you're at sea level. You're observing from about 6 feet high.
Yes.
Okay.
And I'm wanting to do a high altitude balloon test. So like I'm gathering the information about that because I want to do it for myself. Because I've seen others do it.
Yeah.
Like Rob Skiba and others. So, I mean, I want to do that myself personally. But
Yeah,
I can also do a laser test.
You definitely should do it yourself. So you're going to do a laser test as well? Or
Yes.
at least attend one?
Oh, I'm going to do one myself. I got to get the resources for somebody else to do it with me.
I
But-
suggest
cool.
finding a fiber optic laser and having the fiber optic leveled out on a known flat surface like a granite inspection plate.
Yeah. Well,
That way
it's
you have a
something
true beam.
like I've listened to Eric Dubay a while, and something he said really stuck with me. He said that like if no one really had a belief about what the shape of the Earth was and about space, if you went to them and told them that the Earth was a spinning ball going through infinite space, and that the water was actually curved, it curved around the Earth, they would think you're absolutely nuts, because their own observations are completely opposite of that. It's flat, we're stationary. And I think, people used to use their observations and believe them once upon a time. So now we live in a time where everybody, they're taught to not believe their observations, that they're incorrect. So now, that's why they make fun of flat Earth. But I think flat Earth used to be just, yeah, of course, we're not going anywhere, stationary.
Yeah, we find evidence of flat Earth being taught in the early 1900s. So I agree with you there. Taught in school.
Yeah. What if Eratosthenes' radius is just there conveniently to fit the map they want us to use and look at?
Well,
Google Earth?
Eratosthenes' observations work both ways on both. So it's a non-conversation. It just depends on where you put the sun and how big it is.
How long have they been teaching the Aristophanes story? Is that a recent?
It's been about 10 years since they trotted that one out. Eratosthenes was a librarian at the Library of Alexandria, which subsequently burnt down after he worked there. So how they know he worked there or how they look at his writings, I have no idea, because they were burned.
Well, I'm not saying he existed, right? I'm saying this because when you tell those same people, well, it's so big that it appears flat. Like, they don't really know how big it should really be, right, before it starts appearing flat. But this number seems to be just for us, a story for us.
Yeah, that's clear. That's clear. It's obvious. They get to gaslight us and say, "Oh, we've known for thousands of years." Actually, we haven't. That's not true. Nobody taught Eratosthenes in the 1600s. Nobody taught Eratosthenes in the 1700s, 1800s, 1900s. Not until now. So that's complete bullshit.
Even then, people back then knew how to measure for curvature. For goodness sake, the pyramids and all these structures that are aligned to the stars. I think they knew how to measure for curvature if you told them some story like that. But today, if you look at after the Dark Ages, did people, how was education doing? Were there any people that knew any of these things at that time? Probably not. They had to reteach the world.
Didn't the Bible come out in the Dark Ages?
Yep.
Pretty dark, huh?
Yes, and out of the darkness
don't believe a fucking thing you're told about the past, because most of it is a lie or a fabrication, or it's bent into some direction. It's usually not true.
That's right, man.
Right. Same people that
Most of it has been temporarily displaced. Correct?
Yeah, I agree with that.
And that's where the ball came from, right? The ball Earth model from the darkness. Out of the darkness comes
we were enlightened.
Light. Yeah, out of chaos.
Heliocentric followers of Deloya, the IHS, and Saturnian worshipping death cults of Saturn.
Isn't that what evolution is? Isn't that what the Big Bang is? Order out of chaos. All these ideas they teach us about space.
Man. It's all to basically make us meaningless. So it means that we mean nothing. We're worthless. Do unto what you will, whatever the fuck it may be, without care for consequence, because that's the world that they want us all to be with.
Or the new saying of that, love is love.
Yeah.
What if I told you that once I was
Is
kind of
everything.
an atheist, but I still believed God was on the other side, and that atheism and everything was the reality that was the great test?
That's agnostic. That's agnosticism. You're an agnostic, not an atheist.
Oh.
I mean,
Well,
to say I don't believe.
That makes sense, because every time somebody went all passionate against God, against Christ was already one thing, but against God, that's always like, yeah, sorry, it's just
Atheism is like
that was too rich for your blood.
I didn't need to understand God enough to feel like that's just completely ridiculous.
Yeah, it's a contradiction. It's like
You can't, like, even if I wanted you to take that away from me, you couldn't. Like, it's just impossible.
Yeah, I was an atheist, and I still fought against the Higgs boson, knowing that consciousness was the only thing that turned energy into matter.
atheist. To say you're an atheist is already saying that's your religion. So isn't that a contradiction? Like, isn't that?
Well, you can't tell them that. You can't tell them that. That goes against their religion.
It's an invalid statement.
It's a mystery religion.
But it's not a valid.
Not knowing is part of religion.
It's illogical, right?
Satanism are both philosophical beliefs.
Yep. Okay, so there's a study in psychology where you deprive a certain subgroup of a belief, and you find that they have, and you choose your subjects based off of what they believe, whatever. You see that they have a lesser quality of life than somebody who has a strong belief. But so going further into that, they look at the belief centers of the brain, and I'm using quotes here because I don't think they truly know. But you see an atrophy in certain aspects of the brain when it's deprived of a certain amount of belief. And so they propose, and it's total bullshit, but I think it's somewhat true. It's correlative, but nonetheless, that a human being cannot exist without belief as much as they cannot exist without water, food, or air.
That's logical.
So it doesn't matter what it is; they're going to believe in something.
If somebody doesn't believe in anything, then the only thing they do is worry about money and ponder what the existence of life is. They don't feel that there's any consequences to anything.
Is that a phone? Somebody's phone ringing.
Taco Bell.
Calling NASA, bro.
So maybe that's all it is. Then maybe we get into the minutia of the flat Earth versus the globe Earth, when in actuality it's that they don't accept that they have to reckon with this place being created after shouting down creation for so long. Like, I know what that feels like, but I let that go because it was obvious that I was deceived.
How could
but
you
with
not?
them, it's like they don't want to. They like, and I know this. Like, and again, might be correlative, but whenever I hit that vein of telling them they're religious, they get really upset. It's just like, bro, chill out.
Yeah.
Well, atheism and I would say deism or theism, just belief versus disbelief. One is rational and one is not rational. Because one, you look at nature and your observations lead you to conclude that all things exist because they were made, or that all things exist because they made themselves. Now, one of those is rational conclusion, one of those is irrational.
Right.
You guys are being blessed with Meme. Whenever he speaks, you should listen.
That's why I changed it to Aurelius.
I'm not going to say the whole thing. It's a
The memulous
meme
Khan.
ridiculousness.
My name has become even more pretentious as the years
It's
go on. Evolved. Soon it will
It's
be
more
a
than a
beautiful rainbow unicorn fart.
It is ascended.
It is. I was gonna do a Meme Lord 33rd degree ascended meme master or something like that.
Worshipful master.
Yeah.
Of the Meme Island monks.
Grand meme hierophant. Or
Grand
something like
meme cops.
Now you're Robert Bird.
that. Robert Bird.
From the Grand Meme Lodge.
Yeah. Now, that's a good one too. I was gonna say, if we all accept that information as a necessary existing condition needs to have an informer, that's natural, that's lawful. There's no getting around that. You would have to deny nature in order to say that that wasn't true. So the atheist is in the position of denying nature, whereas the theist or deist is in the position of observing nature. So they're not even philosophical equivalents. One is not philosophical technically. It's done through observation. The other is philosophical. Atheism is philosophical.
Can I ask you a question, Me?
Sure.
You posted a link that is 403'd. What exactly does that link say? Yeah.
That's funny. I can read it.
It's forbidden for me. I'm forbidden to read it. I may be on some hate site list, whatever.
It's atheism. Atheism has a mental deviance as a sign of autism or Asperger's.
Okay.
And
I thought you
turn on JavaScript.
I thought maybe you were what you had posted would comported with what I was saying, but obviously not.
Well, it was part of their mental atrophication. When you said that, I thought, I know an article that talks about atheism as a mental deviance.
Yeah.
So, I thought it might have been slightly relevant.
It parallels the study in which I'm talking about, and I don't have any links to it. I'd have to go.
It does. And by the way, it is psychology. It's not science. So
right.
it is.
That's why I said it's all correlative. It's not going to have any definitive. It could be complete bullshit, but I find it to be true.
Hey guys, was Nietzsche an atheist?
No.
He was against atheism.
Right.
If anything.
He said if we kill God, we'll have to create a new one.
Wasn't he against Christianity as well? Called it weak.
He's basically a table turner. I think he was throwing tables. I don't think he was against it necessarily.
But don't you think
he was
Christianity
just
today is weak compared to former iterations?
What did you say?
So don't you think Christianity is weak compared to former iterations today?
Yes. Compared to
today,
former iterations, yes.
Yes,
absolutely.
So he wasn't wrong, was he?
Well, I think he was ignorant to the Bible, to the actual Bible, because the way he's like he took it, like it's like he didn't even read the thing, like the way he formed his opinion of it and just brushed it over and went to the next thing, the next.
Well, let's give him the benefit of the doubt and presuppose that he knew what he was talking about.
But he didn't, and that's why I stopped reading it. I was
Christianity
like,
isn't just the Bible, right? He didn't say the Bible.
I'm like, if he is not going to give it that full consideration in his time, why should I keep reading anything he has to say? Right? He says that all these philosophers are trying to gain power. All these people seeking for truth, but he's not. So I was like, is this, you know what I mean?
Not really. I mean, there's a difference between church, Bible, and Christianity as a whole, right?
Yeah.
So was he commenting on Christianity or the Bible or the church?
I think he was not the church. That's what I was saying. It was the teachings that he was commenting on.
Was he?
Right? And the way he translated and interpreted the teachings of Christ, of the Bible.
I don't think he was outwardly concerned with the Bible. I don't remember reading anything.
Well, that's what I'm saying. He didn't even understand what he was giving his opinion on, and then he went through a lot of.
Maybe you don't understand what he was commenting on. That's what I'm saying.
No, that's why with the Bible, right, it's different because I do understand it.
Let me give a crack at it.
Okay, you haven't understood what I've said. This is really frustrating.
But I think what Bong is saying that he was against the teachings, and I would take that to mean like the priests. So that's not necessarily the Bible itself, but that's just like false teachings.
Well, that would be the church, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
the actual teachings of, like, say, the Son of God, right, or the Bible as a whole, not the church, but the actual scriptures. Like, so, never mind. I just thought he was an atheist or some kind of.
Well, I mean, you have to understand that people like me who are deists, I mean, I'm turned off by Christianity not primarily because of the Bible, but because of the a lot of the Christians I know, not here, but a lot of the Christians I know personally are weak, and they don't want to defend anything, and so I find that pathetic.
But
to be honest,
that's the Freemasons church, right? But
no, this is people I know that aren't Freemasons.
The churches that these people will go to and learn this form of Christianity from are set up by the Freemasons. This is how the Freemason is the controlled opposition. I mean, and all these
but these people aren't mind controlled.
Organized.
They could choose not to be weak, and they don't choose that.
They have doctrines. They have doctrines. And they have things they have to teach.
I'm gonna agree with.
This doesn't make any sense. If every Christian actually read their Bible and followed it, they would actually have something to defend. A lot of the Christians